The scene unfolded as crowd cheering for the emperor and empress of Castina Empire. The coronation of Rublus Kamaludan Shana Castina, Castina Empire's 34th emperor, had begun. The crowd shouts, "Long live the emperor! Long live the empress! Long live the emperor! Long live the empress!" They start saying, "Aren't they a match made in heaven? Both of them look so happy." Indeed. The empire will prosper now that the emperor finally met his empress. Aristia, the first wife of the emperor, stands behind the crowd listening them. Empress Palace. Empress Jiyun, second wife of emperor and his favorite wife, said to Aristia, "Wow, I've never seen silver hair before. It's so pretty. What's your name?" Tia bowed and replied, "My name is Aristia La Monique, dear empress, moon of the empire." Hearing her name, she gets surprised and asked, "So you're Aristia?" She asked her, "Can I call you Tia?" Jiyun said, "Nobody here is around my age, so I don't have any friends." "This is great. Nice to meet you, Tia." Aristia bowed and said, "I am honored, your majesty." Meanwhile she thinks, among nobles, only good friends call each other by their given name. She's been taking etiquette lessons for a while now, yet she still doesn't know such simple manners. Jiyun said, "My name's Jiyun. I hope we can be good friends." Tia replied, "Yes, your majesty." Jiyun said while laughing, "Don't call me like that, you can just call me by my name casually." Hearing this, Tia grits her teeth while thinking, that place should have been mine. She tells, the Castina Empire has a proud history that lasts 1,000 years. The 33rd Emperor Merkin Lu Shana Castina was perfect and had ruled most generously. However, his one flaw was that he had no heir to succeed his throne. When the royal palace grew dim with worry over the matter, he finally had a son late in his life. 4 years later, an oracle's divine message foretold the birth of the prince's partner, and a daughter was born to House Monique, a Marquis family. House Monique was the only Marquis family that contributed to the founding of the empire. As such, none ever doubted that the girl was the foretold partner of the prince. As soon as the girl was able to walk, she was trained to become an empress without any room for freedom. After Emperor Merkin passed away many years later, Prince Ruvelus was crowned as the 34th emperor. The girl waited, knowing that she would now soon become his empress. However, the unexpected happened, and it happened suddenly. A mysterious girl appeared at the lake of the royal palace. The girl had a curious appearance. Hair as black as soot that came down to her shoulders, and pitch-black eyes. The temple fell into chaos at the sudden appearance of this girl, clearly from another world not our own. Then, an oracle was announced, naming her as the emperor's true partner. And so, the mystical girl was worshipped as the empress. While the girl, once trained to be the empress ever since she was born, was admitted to the royal palace as a lower queen instead of as an empress. Aristia walks in garden outside the palace. While walking she thinks, "I often walked in this garden with the late emperor." While coming close to a tree she thinks, "Now I visit this place alone, without him." She recalls late emperor's words as a memory, "My dear girl." Tears fell down from her eyes as she thinks, "I believed I would one day become the wife of his son and be happy." While crying she thinks, "Dear Emperor Merkin, I miss you." Suddenly she hears Jiyun's voice and gets shocked. Jiyun said, "Tia." Seeing her, Tia thinks, "Why is Jiyun here?" Jiyun asked her, "What's wrong?" Tia said, "Welcome, your majesty, dear moon of the empire." Jiyun asked her, "Were you crying? Did something happen?" Tia turns saying, "It's nothing. I was just remembering something dear to me." Hearing this with a confusing look, Jiyun asked, "Something, dear?" She gets emotional and said, "I see. I want to see my family too. I was just dropped into this world somehow without any warning." Seeing her, Tia thinks, "Ah, of course. She must have had her own family too. I think she turned 18 this year." Jiyun starts crying saying, "Mom, Dad." Tia, moving her hand towards her for condonation, said, "Your ma." Meanwhile she gets interrupted by Emperor Ruve's sudden appearance. Ruve asked, "What's going on here?" They both get shocked. Jiyun gets close to Ruve and shouts, "Ruve." He asked her, "What's wrong, Jiyun?" With a furious look he said to Tia, "You." Tia flinched when he said, "What have you done to Jiyun?" She tries to say, "Your Majesty, I." Meanwhile Jiyun interrupts saying, "Ruve. Tia didn't do anything wrong." She tells him, "I was tearing up a bit because I miss my family back home." Ruve said to her, "I see." With a gentle tone and softness in his voice he said, "You must be tired. You should go ahead and rest indoors. I'll be right with you." Jiyun said, "All right." Seeing him like this, Tia gets shocked and thinks, that tender tone. She thinks, "He's never spoken to me like that before." Meanwhile Ruve said, "You." With a cold tone he said, Don't you dare approach Ji-yoon. He said, Ji-yoon is a pure, gentle woman. The likes of you shall not dare treat her carelessly. She tries to say, Your Majesty, but he interrupts her saying, Did you think the crown of the Empress was yours? Never. The prophecy was misinterpreted to begin with. It wasn't yours in the first place. It was Ji-yoon's. Hearing this, she clenched her dress and thinks, I was only trying to understand how she felt. While leaving, Ruve said, If this happens again, I will not forgive you. Tia in her mind asked, Why do you hate me so, Ruveless? I did my best to earn your love, that's all. After some time, Ji-yoon comes to Tia's room and asked her for forgiveness, saying, I'm sorry, Tia. Tia remains silent, giving blank look, while Ji-yoon said again, I'm so sorry. Tia said, I do not understand what you mean, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, she thinks, Is this about how I'm doing all the work in this palace which should be done by you? Or about your unsophisticated etiquette that isn't improving despite all those lessons? Ji-yoon said, Well, I heard that you were supposed to be the Empress. I heard you were chosen as Ruve's fiancé since the moment you were born. But I arrived and Tia thinks, quite slow with the news, I see. Ji-yoon starts crying and said, I really didn't know. I'm sorry. Tia said, You do not need to apologize for anything, Your Majesty. We were simply foolish and misinterpreted the oracle. Ji-yoon asked her, What do you mean? Tia replied, Only God can decide who shall stand beside the Emperor. You are the person foretold in the oracle, so it is only right that you become the Empress, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Ji-yoon asked her, What? God decides? What's so great about being an Empress? Hearing this, Tia gets shocked and stops writing, thinking, What? Ji-yoon said, I just happened to fall into this world that I know nothing about. It was overwhelming when everyone talked about some oracle and marriage. It's not like I can go back home, so I accepted since I didn't have any other choice. But now I found out that he already had a fiancé. Ji-yoon shouts, So what's with that? That just makes me the villainous bee. Who took your place? She shouts, All I want is to just go back home. I never wanted to be something like an empress. Hearing this, Tia gets angry and thinks, How can this person be so? She asked Ji-yoon in serious tone, Are you done? She raised from her chair and slams the table. Ji-yoon gets confused and asked, Tia. Tia said, I am simply shocked by how irresponsible you sound right now. You simply accepted all this because you had no way to go back home. Even so, you should have given sincere thought into what kind of position this was when making that decision. Ji-yoon said, That's. Tia interrupts her while saying with anger, The Empress is the mother of all who live in the Empire, and is the sole partner of the Emperor who will rule the future of the Empire. Your position is not something to be taken so lightly that you can just whine about. Meanwhile, she thinks, I have always wanted to stand there, yet I could never have it. I have worked all my life to stand beside him, and yet. The papers fells on the ground and Ji-yoon said, Tia. Tia tunrs her face while saying, It maddens me so to see how careless you are about this, Your Majesty. I pity the Emperor and the people of our empire. She said, Most of all, I pity myself for spending all my youth preparing, only to end up worthless, assisting you like so. Tia thinks, becoming his lower queen because of someone like her. Just why did he choose someone like her to be his partner? While seeing Ji-yoon, she thinks, what was so lovely to him about a woman like her? Ji-yoon said, Tia, I suddenly came to a strange place, and I was confused. It was hard for me to accept the fact that Ruve, the one person I relied on in this world, had another wife. And that person was you, my friend. Maybe that's why I said something I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. Tia remained silent after hearing this, and Ji-yoon said while leaving, I'll be leaving now. She leaves and Tia sighed, thinking, I wonder what has gotten into me. I could have held back. I've been strangely impatient and unable to hold back my anger these days. While seeing the papers, she thinks, right, work. I have to finish these. While picking the papers from the ground, she thinks, these papers should be authorized by the Empress. She enjoys her privilege and his love, yet ignores all of her given duties. Meanwhile, Ruve comes and slams the door. Tia gets shocked. Seeing him, she said, Your Majesty. She bowed and said, Welcome, Your Majesty, the sole son of the Empire. Meanwhile, Ruve strikes her face without saying anything. She gets completely shocked by this act. He asked her in anger, What did you say to Ji-yoon? He asked her, Did you say that you were supposed to be the Empress? Tia replied, Never, Your Majesty. He shouts in anger, So why is Ji-yoon in tears and telling me to go find you? Tia thinks, Of course. I blamed her on the inside, and felt pitiful. But after Ji-yoon appeared, not once have I thought of you as mine. No, Even before she appeared, you were never kind to me. So how could I wish for something like that now? Tia gets surprised when he asked her, do you wish to become my woman that badly? With confusion on her face she said, Your Majesty. Ruve said, what for? I know it's not for love. A woman so bitter and cold, she doesn't even cry out when slapped. How could you love me? He smirks while saying, House Monique is flourishing even now, so it can't be due to simple loyalty for your family either. Perhaps you wish to bear the future emperor in order to continue your family's legacy. Hearing this she shouts in her mind, no. She thinks, though I was never loved, I wanted to love you, and I wanted to become someone who would help you. I never once thought of this as a duty for my family or politics. Ruve gets close to her and holds her hand and said, strip. Hearing this she gets shocked. He asked her, what are you surprised for? Isn't this what you wanted? He said, if you wish to be my woman so much, then I will make you so. He slams her into wall and she shouts, Your Majesty. She shouts, don't do this. He forced her while she said, Your Majesty, please. He asked her, why are you pretending to hesitate now? Isn't this what you wanted? She gets confused and said, I do not understand. Meanwhile she thinks, oh, right, I overheard before. Is it true? The Emperor. Yes, he hasn't stepped a foot into the Empress chambers, not even once. I heard that the Empress is rejecting him. She thinks, if that is true, what if I accept him now? Then, won't he at least think of me a little bit? She thinks, if I conceive his child, maybe he will look my way once again. She gets herself released from him and said, I may not be the Empress. However, I am not a mistress either, I am a queen. I will take these clothes off myself, so please respect my wishes. Hearing this he smirks and asked, a queen, not a mistress. He pulls her from her arm saying, make no mistake, you are nothing to me. Hearing this she thinks, I've always imagined the day I would be one with you. But this is not what I had in mind. Not like this. Ruve pushes her towards the wall and she shouts with pain. She said, Your Majesty. Wait. Ruve said, I'll do as you wish, so be quiet. 2 months later, a grand banquet was held. It was to celebrate Ji-yoon's 1-year anniversary since she appeared in the Empire. Seeing Ji-yoon and Ruve, Tia thinks, in the end, she. Meanwhile she recalls the moment when Ji-yoon said her, Tia, I'm sorry. I've fallen in love with Ruve. At first I rejected his words of love because of you, but in the end I couldn't help but fall in love with someone as kind as him. I will take him in once this banquet is over. But, I'll treasure you like my own little sister for the rest of my life. Let's be friends, just like sisters. Okay. Tia thinks, I wonder if my endless longing for him will fade once Ji-yoon accepts him. I wonder what kind of woman I will be. In the end, I can't even hate him. He hurts me and ignores me with a cold glare every time, yet I still yearn for his love like this. She was thinking, I don't understand, while she starts feeling nauseous. A servant noticed her and rushed towards her while she thinks, why do I feel nauseous? Am I getting sick? The servant asked her, Your Highness, are you feeling ill? You seem pale. Oh, Tia replied, I'm all right. She starts sweating and said, I'm just feeling a bit. She stumbles and thinks, I feel so nauseous. It's like my insides are turning over. But I didn't even eat anything. Everyone seeing her like this starts whispering. Some gets irritated and some laughs as they found what is happening. Seeing them Tia thinks, what is this? Why are they looking at me like that? Meanwhile Ruve and Ji-yoon asked her, is something wrong? Ruve asked Tia, what's all this commotion? Tia bowed and replied, it's nothing, Your Majesty. Nothing is WR. Meanwhile she feels nauseous again. Seeing her Ruve and Ji-yoon both gets confused. Seeing them Tia thinks, no. I don't want him to see me in such a state. But. Meanwhile Sir Ras comes and said, congratulations, Your Majesty. Ruve asked him, Sir Ras, what do you mean by that? He replied, though I may be hasty, it seems that the queen is with a child. He said, that is a blessing to this empire and to the royal family. It's only right to congratulate such a blessing, is it not? Hearing this everyone starts murmuring and shouts, she's pregnant. They start saying, the Empress is right there, yet she got pregnant first, then she could. Tia gets confused and thinks, I am. With a child. Meanwhile Ji-yoon sits down shouting, no. Seeing her Ruve shouts, Ji-yoon. He asked her, Ji-yoon. Are you alright? Your Majesty. Meanwhile she glares at Tia. Ruve helping Ji-yoon to stand said, here, Ji-yoon, stand up. He said to Tia, hear me, dear queen. To think that I'd hear news of your child on such a memorable day as today, this is quite a blessing. Hearing him speaking kindly with her for first time, she gets surprised and thinks, that kind voice. He said, I am truly delighted. Noticing his eyes, she gets shocked and thinks, he isn't speaking his true feelings, his eyes are so cold. The crowd starts shouting, congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, Your Highness the Queen, congratulations. He said to Tia, you don't seem so well. Would it not be better for you to return to your chamber and rest now? Tia bowed and replied, yes, Your Majesty. Then, I shall take my leave. Ruve said, I should be walking you out, but the guest of honor shouldn't leave his place. I shall send a doctor to look over your health and see you afterward. He said, do take care of yourself. She thinks, he is clearly banishing me. She said, I am grateful, Your Majesty. She went to her room and the doctor said to her, you must let yourself rest since this is only the beginning of your pregnancy. He said, this tea will help you feel better and less nauseous. Hearing this, she thinks, so I really do have a child. I thought I was sluggish these days from working too much. While touching her belly, she thinks, there is a baby in here. She picks the cup of tea and starts drinking it, thinking, I had a dream once. Even if he detests me and hates me, I hoped he would lay his eyes on me again if I had his child. It was a naive, foolish dream. The late emperor had him in his final years, so he must have been lonely during his youth as the only child. But the reality is, I will see you afterward. I'm such a fool. I know he only said those words reluctantly because everyone was watching, yet here I am now buoyantly waiting for him to visit me. After some weeks, she was walking in the hallway while she thinks, 3 weeks have passed since the banquet, but he didn't come to see me once. At least today, he finally called for me. But that is enough to make me happy. To feel so sluggish and dizzy today of all days. I often feel ill and uneasy these days. Is it because of the rain? She went to Ruve's room while he was standing beside the window seeing outside. A servant said to Ruve, Your Majesty, Her Highness the Queen has arrived. She comes inside and said, I am here as requested, Your Majesty, the sole son of the Empire. He said, I don't wish to speak with you for long, so I'll be brief. He said, I don't suspect that the child in your belly is not mine. You wouldn't do that, judging by your high sense of pride. Hearing this, she thinks, stay calm. Don't show him anything disgraceful. It will displease him if I do. Ruve said, however, keep this in mind. I will choose my heir from among the children of the empress, not you. It doesn't matter how many children you bear, nor how smart the children grow to be. They will never become my heir or successor. Do you understand? Hearing his cold words, she thinks, such a cold voice. It's like his words are cutting through my bones. He asked her, why aren't you answering? I asked, do you understand? She thinks, why does he hate me so? It hurts my heart. She tries to say, yes, but suddenly she starts feeling dizzy. She staggers and was about to fall down. Ruve catches her and saved her from falling. Seeing him close, she thinks, oh, I've never seen him like that before. Meanwhile, Jiyoon comes and opens Tae's door saying, Ruve, I got tired of waiting, so I came to you. She said, today is. She stopped seeing them both. She asked in anger, what are you doing? Ruve tries to say, Jiyoon, this is. She said, how could both of you do this to me? Ruve said, Jiyoon, this isn't what you think. She turns and starts leaving saying, I don't care. Ruve shouts, wait, Jiyoon. He shouts, please, listen to me. Jiyoon. Meanwhile, he leaves Tia and she falls on the ground. He turns and gets shocked asking, what? He shouts seeing her on the ground, Queen. Meanwhile, Tia shouts with pain, my belly. She thinks, I feel like my stomach is ripping into pieces. She shouts in her mind, it hurts. It hurts so much. Ruve dawes towards the outside shouting, is there anyone outside? Call the doctor here, now. Tia thinks, why is he looking so panicked? Why? It's not like him to be so. Her dress was covered with blood and she thinks, why? She wakes up in her bed. Seeing towards window, she thinks, morning. Just like any other day. She thinks, but why do I feel so empty? The doctor asked her, are you awake, Your Highness? Tia remembers the moment she fell. She clenched her hand thinking this. She asked the doctor, did I lose my baby? The doctor said, I'm afraid so, Your Highness. She clenched her hand thinking, as I thought. The doctor said, I am so very sorry, Your Highness. She thinks, I guessed as much. There was too much blood. She asked the doctor, then, will I be able to bear another child? He replied, that's because you were always quite frail in health since you were young, Your Highness. She thinks, I see. Then I won't be able to see a child between him and I, now and forever, but. She recalls that moment. Ruve shouts, attend to the queen. Ji-yoon, wait, let me. She thinks, this might be for the better. It's better that a baby isn't born from a stubborn woman like me. Even now, the sight of him turning his back towards me, that hurts even more than the fact that I lost my child. It's just as he said. I am a chilling, cold woman. Meanwhile the maid starts gossiping. The queen is in such a state, yet her father Marquis Monique hasn't even come to see her. He only goes back and forth from the knight's quarters. Well, of course House Monique has always been fiercely loyal to the royal palace. I mean, he didn't show any discontent when his daughter was called for to be the queen. It's a humiliation after all the years she was trained as an empress. Does he not care about his daughter? Seeing Tia sleeping they said, well, just look at how calm the queen is after losing her child. I guess ice flows in the veins of that family instead of blood. After waking up Tia thinks, I wonder how many days or weeks passed since then. Yet another nightmare fell upon me even before I regained my health. She raised thinking, I couldn't sleep at all. Why is my insomnia getting worse? She thinks, I should go visit the office. I'm sure a lot of work has piled up while I was away. She was about to open the door when she heard maids saying, hey, did you hear the news? A maid asked, is it true? The other one said, it is. I heard the head maid talking about it. Tia gets shocked when they said, the empress is with a child. She thinks, Ji-yoon is pregnant. The maid said, I heard that the emperor was so very delighted. They're going to hold a grand banquet and offer gifts to all the people of the empire. Even the temples are holding a prayer to bless the child of the prophesied empress. Amazing. The empire will finally welcome an heir to the throne. She thinks, when I had a child, there were no such celebrations, and nobody rejoiced. Suddenly she starts losing her sense and starts laughing wildly and said, haha nobody. Seeing her the maids gets shocked and asked, Your Highness. They said, Your Highness, please forgive us. Meanwhile Tia laughs while saying, pregnant. She's pregnant. She giggles and laughs so hard and said, so Ji-yoon has a child, does she? Seeing her like this the maids gets shocked and said, Your Highness, please, calm yourself. Meanwhile Tia's dad opens the door hearing her voice and asked, my dear queen, is something wrong? The maid seeing him shouts, Sir Monique. Tia said, you're here, father. Are you here to congratulate the empress for bearing a child as well? I won't ever have a child from now on. But look, she's pregnant. How funny. Don't you think so, father? Her father steps close to her while she laughs continuously. He grabs her from her shoulders and shouts, please, get a hold of yourself. He shouts, Your Highness. Tia stops laughing. She asked, what was I? She turns and said, please forgive me for showing such disgrace, father. Meanwhile she thinks, I've been trained to contain my emotions, and yet, seeing her father she thinks, he must be disappointed. He was always stern no matter who he was facing, and even to himself. She gets shocked when her father said, I should never have sent you here. She asked, what? Meanwhile she thinks, father has never objected against the royal palace before. Father was always loyal. What does he mean by saying this now? He said to her, Your Highness, please listen closely. I have to travel to the borders due to an urgent matter. He said, so please, stay strong and wait for me. When I return, I will surely take you back to our Monique family home. Hearing this she asked, is that really true? Father, can I really return home? Her father said, I will definitely make it so. So please ready yourself, and stay well. He asked her, do you understand? Tia with a sense of happiness replied, yes, father. Her father while leaving said, now then. She thinks, father, he was always stern, yet he shows concern for me now. But, I wonder why I feel so uneasy. Father, he seems so far now. Maybe I should call him back, tell him not to leave. She thinks, no, he'll return soon. He always keeps his promise. She walks towards the window thinking, when he comes back, I'll ask him, did you really think me more important, even though you've always put the empire and the royal palace first? I will definitely ask him, and then. Meanwhile, Ji-yoon gets attacked by masked men and shouts, Kya. Who are you? Who ordered you to do this? Ji-yoon was ambushed by masked men during her walk outside the palace grounds. It happened 4 days later. The knights seeing Ji-yoon injured shouts, Your Majesty. The maid came shouting while saying Your Highness. This is an emergency. She barges in and said, Marquis Monique was arrested for treason. Aristia gets shocked after hearing that she turns around and asked, My father. Aristia tells in her mind, Ji-yoon was attacked by unknown men during her excursion into town and lost her child. The next day, my father was arrested as the mastermind behind the attack. While running to where the emperor was, Aristia thinks in her mind, this can't be. Father is a loyal man. He wouldn't do such a thing. After a while in the throne room, while standing in front of the emperor, Aristia said, Your Majesty, please spare my father, I beg you. While seated on his throne, the emperor said, You're asking me to forgive someone who tried to kill the empress. While worried for his father, Aristia said, There must be some sort of misunderstanding. Father would never do such a thing. She said, Please, think of the countless years our house has been loyal to the throne. Please spare his life. While smirking, the emperor asked, Really? He then said, Kneel. Aristia gets surprised after hearing that she said, What? The emperor said, Didn't you want to save your father? While showing his feet, he said, Kneel at my feet and lay your head on the ground. Lick my shoe and I shall spare your father. Then he asked, Well, you can't do it. Aristia clenches his hands and thinks in her mind, I am a woman who has been trained as an empress, to be the partner of the emperor all my life. I was taught to watch and judge the world along with him, standing equally by his side. I was taught to have a pride to match that position. While recalling Ji-yoon in her mind, she thinks, much more so than the girl of the oracle. She thinks in her mind, I'm sure my father wouldn't want me to do something so humiliating. Because I am a member of the royal family. But, she recalls her memories in her mind and thinks, my father showed me the fatherly love for the first time. He promised to take me home. Pride, or the dignity of the throne. None of that matters to me anymore. I will save my father. Aristia then kneels in front of the emperor and get close to his feet. She thinks in her mind, yes, this is for my father. The emperor then said, You were always arrogant, and now I finally see you kneel. After that, Aristia raises her head and asked, Will you spare my father's life as promised? Then the emperor said, Oh, how unfortunate. Your father is already dead. He was executed this morning. Aristia gets stunned after hearing that. She then remembers in her mind her father leaving and thinks, Then that was my last sight of him. The emperor stands up from his throne and said, You're more naive than I thought. He leans down towards Aristia and said, Did you really think I would let him live? He killed my child and hurt Ji-yoon. While he was talking, Aristia gets lost in thoughts. She thinks, I've never longer wanted for my father's love, not until the last moment, when I saw a sliver of hope in him. I thought I would finally be able to grasp that flickering feeling. While tear came to her eyes, she thinks, now I will never be able to know. After that, while feeling lost, Aristia said to the emperor, You say my father killed your child. Then what about you? She said, You took away my everything, you killed my child, and left me with nothing. So what about you? She stands up in anger, and while furious, she thinks in her mind, How dare you? Aristia pulls her hairpin from her hair and points it towards the emperor and said with anger, What? How dare you? She then stabs the emperor with the hairpin. The emperor was shocked and tears were falling from Aristia's eyes. While the emperor was in anguish, guards came shouting, Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your wound is... Aristia was standing there while shocked and confused. One of the guards said, Hurry, call for the doctor. The rest of you, arrest the queen now. Aristia came back to his senses and looking at the hairpin stained in blood, she starts trembling. Hairpin fell from her hands. She then thinks, No. What have I done? What's happened to me? Back at the gallows. The announcer said, Ashuch, she will be deposed from the position of queen. As for punishment for attempting to murder a royal and such, she will be executed. The executioner puts Aristia head on the place. Aristia looks towards the emperor while Ji-yoon closed her eyes from watching. Tears came falling from Aristia's face and she thinks in her mind, If I could begin my life again, I won't love you again. After that we heard a shunk sound. You are the one who I look upon. The path you take will be your fate. And what you wish for will be your path. The one who carves one's own fate, that is your name. Your name is... Aristia opens her eyes in a room and wonders, a familiar ceiling. A silver shield. The insignia of our house. Why is that there? How odd. She rises up from the bed and pulls aside the curtains. Looking outside the windows, she thinks, This is just like the mansion of House Monique. She gets shocked and confused and thinks in her mind, What is going on? I left home when I was 16. So why am I here now? The maid Lena opens the door and came inside. She asked, Are you awake? Good morning, Lady Tia. Aristia asked while confused, Lena, how are? Lena giggles and said, Oh no, look at you. Your hair is a mess. While Aristia was standing confused, she said, You're already 10 now, were you not able to fall asleep? Aristia quickly looks in the mirror. She said, what? 10 years old? She wonders, how did this happen? I was executed for treason. Oh, father. She asked, Lena, what about father? Lena replied, the Marquis. He is usually in the training hall at this hour. After hearing that, Aristia dashes away. While she was going, Lena said, oh, Lady Tia. You're still wearing your pajamas. While running through the hallway, servants who saw Aristia greets her, good morning, Lady Tia. Who's in such a hurry? Lady Tia. While going towards the training hall, Aristia thinks in her mind, I have to see. I must know if father is safe. Ah, please. I don't care if this is a dream or reality. I have to hurry, to father. After reaching the training hall, she saw her father and shouted, Father. Her father turns towards her and while surprised he said, Tia. Looking at his father, Aristia thinks in her mind, father was always loyal to the throne and put the royal throne before anything. But in his last moment, father thought of me more importantly than the empire. Aristia jumps towards her father and hugs him. While hugging her father, she said, Papa. 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 While tears were dropping from her face, she thinks in her mind, he's alive. I'm so glad. While sobbing, she said, Papa. All the night and her father were confused while all of this unfolded. After few moments, Lena was brushing Aristia's hair. While brushing, she said, I was so surprised. To think that the daughter of the Marquis, the young lady who is the epitome of etiquette, would run outside in her pajamas in the morning. Nobody would believe it unless they saw it with their own eyes. Lena asked, did you have a nightmare? Aristia thinks in her mind, a nightmare? Maybe. But they felt so real. Lena said, you will begin your lessons as the empress soon. Aristia tells in her mind, Lena got married and left when I entered the royal palace, but now, she looks even younger than the last time I saw her. And me too. Looking at her own hands, she thinks, small hands. Lena then said, the Marquis seemed a bit startled as well. You were always so quiet, yet you ran into him in tears. After hearing that, Aristia leans down while feeling embarrassed. She thinks in her mind, that's right. What in the world did I do? While Aristia was embarrassed, Lena asked, what's wrong? Aristia tells in her mind, I cried in his arms while everyone was looking. What a disgrace. How can I face him again like this? After a while in the dining room, while sitting, her father said, come here. Aristia said, I'm sorry for being late, father. Aristia sits on a chair and starts eating. She thinks in her mind, this is so awkward. She then looks towards her father and thinks, father looks a bit odd. She wonders, is there something that displeases him? He must be upset because of my behavior in the morning. Aristia then said, father. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Anywhere? Her father flinches after hearing that. Aristia gets surprised by her father's reaction, No. Her father said, it's nothing at all. She thinks, was that my imagination? Just now. Her father then said, Tia. She replied yes. Her father clears his throat and said, well, it's about. While thoughtful, Aristia wonders, is his throat uncomfortable? Her father continued, why don't you call me like B? Her father hesitates from speaking, but then he said, I mean, you called me. It's nothing. Continue with your meal. Aristia was surprised from her father's unexpected behavior. Looking at her father, Aristia thinks in her mind, father is alive. He's talking to me, and we're eating together. If this is a dream, then it's such a happy dream. I don't want to wake up, even if it means I must sleep forever. Later in her room while sleeping, Aristia remembers the emperor and his harsh behavior towards her. She remembers his words, make no mistake. You're nothing to me. Your child will never be my heir. Your father is dead. He was executed this morning. Aristia gasped and quickly rises up from her bed and breathes heavily. She then looks towards the mirror and saw her reflection. The next day, Lena said, it's time for your tea soon. While Aristia was reading the book, Lena asked, should I bring it to your room? Aristia said, no, I'll go downstairs. Lena asked, you will? While smiling, Lena said, there's your favorite today, meringue pie. You're too thin, Lady Tia. You must eat more. Aristia replied, is that so? She tells in her mind, after wandering in the cruel memories, I opened my eyes to see the people I missed, my home that I longed for. Such warm days. She wonders, which one is the dream, and which one is reality. I wonder how long this will last. While going away, her father said, I may be late, so don't worry about my supper. Aristia asked, father, are you leaving? Her father replied, yes. I must visit the palace. Aristia said, What, but you don't need to work today. Her father then said, I have something urgent to discuss with Duke Arkant. Aristia said, I see. Her father looks towards her and extends his hand and pats Aristia. He asked Tia, are you not feeling well? Huh? He asked, or do you have something to say to me? You suddenly broke into tears last time, as well. Aristia replied, it's nothing. I'm not sick at all. Father. Her father said, really? Looking at his father's confused face, Aristia thinks, he's making that face again. Her father then stands back up and said, well, if you say so. Aristia said, take care, father. Her father takes a sigh and said, so you won't call me like that anymore. Huh? While her father gets up on the carriage, he said, I'll be back soon. Looking at his father's carriage going, Aristia tells in her mind, father and I were always cold with each other, only sharing the absolutely necessary manners. But now, he's different from how I remembered him. He patted me on the head, a bit awkwardly so. And I could feel his warmth through the gloves. Perhaps my life was so pitiful that God decided to grant me one last dream. While she was thinking, she wonders, God, that's right. Temple of Vita, the ruling god of the empire. Perhaps the temple of the oracle will have the answer. I should go tomorrow to be certain. At night, while lying in her bed, Aristia suddenly opens her eyes. While gasping, she rises up and thinks in her mind, so dark. I can't see anything. Where is this? Where am I? Is this the palace? Or, while she was wondering, someone grabs her hand. While shocked, she asked, who's there? Her father said, Tia, it's me. She said, Father. She then quickly hugs her father and repeatedly said, Papa. 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 While patting her head, her father said, you must have had a bad nightmare. While crying, Aristia thinks in her mind, a nightmare. Is it really? I don't know which one is my reality anymore. But I don't want to lose this warmth. At morning, her father said, I should go with you. Aristia said, I'm all right. You must be busy, father. Her father said, you had trouble falling asleep last night. I can't send you to the temple alone. While sitting in the carriage, Aristia said, don't worry. I'll be careful. The carriage starts running, and while looking outside, Aristia thinks in her mind, Father, he held my hand until I fell asleep last night. She thinks, I can't be certain which is my reality. But if those memories were a dream, and if that was a dream of the future, there might be an oracle that I don't know about. Great Temple, Sanctus Vita. At the temple, the priestess said, may you be blessed with life. Please announce your name and the purpose for your visit. Aristia introduced herself, I am Aristia Monique. I wish to read any oracles from the past few months. The priestess replied, there is nothing as such. The oracle from 5 years ago was the most recent one. Aristia thinks in her mind, what should I do? Looks like they don't have any. Then she said to the priestess, then I would like to read all the oracles from the past 10 years. The priestess said, I will show you to the prayer room. After reading all of those oracles, Aristia thinks in her mind, there is nothing that suggests anything about my situation. She remembers her old self and thinks, I was 17 years old in that memory. If this place where I am 10 is my reality, that means I've spent 7 years in a night's dream. She remembers the emperor's cold gaze and thinks, but, can that really be so? I can still feel his cold glare and the misery I felt from back then as if it was yesterday. She wonders, am I simply in a dream right now? While standing up, she said to herself, phew, what should I do now? The air around her starts blowing, and then she heard a voice. You are here, my child. After hearing those words, Aristia got transported to another space. Aristia shouted, who are you? Who's talking to me right now? The voice said, I am the one who imbues life into all. You all call me Vita. Aristia thinks in her mind, this can't be. Is someone playing a prank? The voice then said, you wish to know which is the truth, between yourself now and yourself when you were 17. While surprised, Aristia asked, how did you? The voice interrupts her and said, nothing can escape from my gaze. The answer to your question is that both are your reality. Aristia asked, how can that be? Are you saying that I traveled back in time? The voice replied, that is correct. I have used my power of life to turn back the time of all there is. Aristia asked, why would you do that? The voice replied, because the fates of too many have been distorted by my blessed child. Aristia asked, a blessed child? The voice said, my blessed child was fated to be born in this world. However, she ended up falling to another world due to a twist in dimensions. I brought her back into this world when I found her, but that ended up twisting the fate of many, including you. Aristia thinks in her mind, another world. Jiyun. Jiyun is the blessed child. Aristia then said, then why? Why didn't you send another oracle about Jiyun? If I knew that she would appear from another world in the first place, perhaps I would have given up on him earlier. The voice then said, because, when I lost my blessed child, your string of fate, though thin, ended up tangling with him. Aristia gets shocked after hearing that. She said, how can that? Then, do you mean to say that I was tangled with him, in order to fill the void left by Jiyun's absence? The voice replied, that is so. Aristia said, then, my love, my painful love for him wasn't my own will. You're saying it was an emotion decided simply by fate. The voice said, that is so. Aristia then said, I worked so hard, yet I was never loved back. And that was all because I was just a temporary substitute. Tears starts dropping from her eyes. She said, my existence was simply meant to be a substitute for the blessed child, loved by God. The voice said, that is so. Then Aristia shouted, don't play with me. I lived my life in pain for something like that while she had everything. She vent her anger saying, you're a God that overlooks all life equally, yet you made a child blessed by God. How can you interfere with people as you wish? The voice said, humans cannot avoid the decision that is given unto them. And it is called fate, fatum. Aristia interrupts the voice and said, no. I refuse a fate like that. The voice said, a human cannot avoid fate. Aristia remembers the emperor in her mind and said, I truly loved him, even though he was never warm towards me. I did all her work as an empress that was pushed to me instead. The people of the empire belittled me, called me a wicked woman, yet I did not bear any ill will towards any of them. She was thinking, God must be testing me like this in order to help me get stronger. God is fair and wise, God will grant me something better after such hardship, that is what I believed. While sobbing she thinks in her mind, yet in truth, I had no freedom to begin with. I was forced to exist as his woman because of fate. I lived my life without knowing the warmth of my father's love. The voice then said, my child, I pity you. But a fate that is decided cannot be changed. So I will instead give you a gift to reward you for your twisted fate. Aristia stops crying and said, a reward? What a joke. She said, fine, I will accept that. Then she shouted with anger, don't you dare be mistaken. I will never think of you as God, and I will never thank you. I will not believe in God anymore. I will reject you with all my life. I will be the one to throw away a God, the same as I was discarded. After hearing all of that the voice then said, that is fine. Do as you wish. After that Aristia starts seeing a star shapes around her and she also heard crackling sound all around her. While Aristia was startled the voice said, you are the one who I look upon. Then voice continued, you are the one who refuses fate. The path you take shall be your fate, and what you wish for will be your path. The one who carves one's own fate, that is your name. Aristia Pioneer La Monique. Aristia falls asleep while hearing those words. Aristia wonders in her dreams, what did I live my life for? What is my existence? In the end, I was nothing. While in her dreams she heard someone calling, Tia. Tia. She thinks, what? It's noisy. Tia. She said, leave me alone. The voice continues, Tia. 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 While covering her ears Aristia thinks, I have nothing more to give to you. My effort, my pride, my tears, my love, and Tia, you rejected my whole being. What more do you want from me? The voice didn't stop calling, Tia. 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 Someone said, please. Please, open your eyes. She heard, Tia, wake up. Tia. Aristia opens her eyes and saw her father and other maids worried looking at her. Lena asked, Lady Tia, you're awake. Aristia then called her father. Her father said, Lena, you're finally awake. Aristia looks at her father crying and thinks in her mind, tears. My father, who was always so stern. The servant said, I'm so relieved, Lady Tia. I was so surprised to hear that you collapsed at the temple. We thought something was terribly wrong since you didn't wake up for such a long time. Hearing their worries Aristia feels touched and thinks in her mind, that's right, I'm not alone. Now, I have my father who loves me enough to abandon his duties, Lena, whom I've been with since I was young, and the people from my family who worry about me. I have people around me who will hold my hand if I reach out. I don't need to yearn for God's salvation. All I had to do was look around. I finally realized that when I thought even God abandoned me. While feeling grateful for all the affection she got she said to everyone, thank you so much. She firmed her resolve and thinks in her mind, I want to live once more, together with these people. I will live a different life from before. After some time, while having tea her father said, you're looking much better. Do you feel better now, Tia? Her father asked. Aristia replied, yes, I'm sorry for making you worry. Fath. While she was talking she saw her father looking distant. She stops and changes her wording, Papa. Tia smiled softly, surprised by how much her father liked being called Papa. Her father said, anyway, I'm relieved. He said, by the way, Tia. Aristia replied, yes. He asked, can you tell me what happened at the temple? Tia said, well. Tia pondered internally. What can I possibly say? I died when I was 17 because of treason. And then I opened my eyes to find out I'm 10 years old again. They're all just memories in my head about the things yet to come. After Aristia doesn't said anything, her father said, while you fainted, God sent a new oracle. The royal palace was quite busy thanks to that. He told Aristia that, the oracle granted you a new name. Aristia wonders, a new name? That was given to me by God. That means. Her father said, Aristia Pioneer La Monique. And so, the emperor wishes to see you. She thinks in her mind, oh dear, Tia thought, so this was the reward. They went to the palace. Standing in front of the palace building, her father said, you haven't been to the palace in a long time. Do you remember? Looking at the palace, her days of misery came to her mind and she shivers, the royal palace, where she only remembered misery and dismay. Tia felt a surge of fear. I'm scared, she admitted quietly. She thinks in her mind, I feel like I can hear the mocking laughter already, she thought, her heart pounding. Her father looks at her and she was trembling. He picked her and lifts her up in the sky. Aristia gets surprised. Her father then carries her and went inside the palace. The servants present at the palace saw her father and gets surprised. One of them calls, Sir Monique has arrived. Huh, Commander, gasp, huh, Tia flinched. Aristia looks at the guards who were surprised and said to her father, please let me down, Papa. Her father said to her, it's not that far. Stay still. Feeling blushed, Aristia thinks in her mind, but, everyone is looking this way. Her father greets the emperor, greetings, your majesty, the sole son of the empire, her father said, bowing. The emperor said, welcome, Sir Monique. And the young lady Monique as well. The 33rd emperor of the Castina Empire, Merkin Lu Shana Castina. The emperor said, I was hoping to discuss some matters with you all, how convenient, since we're all here now. Other people present there were as respected. Duke Arcant de Ras, commander of the 1st Knight Squadron. Duke Ruth de Verita, chancellor. Her father said, we await your word, your majesty. Then the emperor said, I feel there are still those who wish for the demise of this empire. So we must be prepared. As such, I was thinking of increasing the numbers of our soldiers and knights. We'll need funds to support that, and I think increasing taxes will be appropriate. What do you think? The Duke Arcant flinches after hearing that. He stated his opinion. Nad said, what? Recruiting more knights is already trouble enough, but increasing taxes on top of that. Your Majesty, why do you always harass me like this? What did I do? Pointing towards Aristia's father he said, whenever there's a new policy like this, I'm the one who gets harassed by all the nobles. This one here is too loyal and says yes to everything. He complained. While laughing the emperor said, well, isn't that why I'm telling you this in advance? The duke then said, HMPH. I'm sure there will be opposition. But, alright. If his majesty thinks it's fine. Aristia recalls her memories and thinks in her mind, this won't work. Tia thought, her mind racing. In the past, this policy, it eventually failed and even led to a riot. The increased taxes became a burden for the common people instead of the nobles who should have paid. Though, the emperor added, I would like to hear what the young lady thinks of this matter. The emperor said, I have heard much about your bright mind, Lady Tia. So, what do you think of this policy? After hearing that Aristia complied, she thinks in her mind, I see. They let me hear this on purpose. She tells in her mind, Duke Ruth is a wise chancellor. He would know the problems in this policy, yet he's staying quiet because the emperor is testing me. I already stand out because of the oracle. If I stand out any more than this, they will become more wary of me. But, why so? Aristia stated his opinion that policy should not be implemented, Your Majesty. The empire is expected to go through a severe drought soon. She said, the empire suffers a severe drought every 30 to 40 years. The sign of that coming drought is the below-average harvest that precedes it for years. If this policy is executed, the people of the empire will suffer from starvation for years. While she was talking she thinks in her mind, I know it will happen, so I must stop this. She said, and this year is the beginning of the signs. Then the emperor asked his chancellor, what do you think? Duke Ruth replied, What the lady has mentioned is true. There are signs of a drought coming, starting this year. However, increasing the military power of the empire is still necessary. The emperor then asked, how will we do that now? Aristia thinks in her mind, I've already spoken too much, and I can't turn back. Recalling events from her past life she tells, in the past, the second son of Duke Ruth came up with a new policy. I am sorry for him, since he was later recognized for thinking of this policy, but I must think of the people who might starve. Aristia then said, there is a way. By taxing luxury items. Tax luxury items that are not a necessity but used by nobles. The merchants will sell the goods for a price that includes the tax, and in turn, the throne can collect those taxes from the merchants. Duke Ruth smiled after hearing her suggestion. He said, I see. The lady's suggestion is great, Your Majesty. He further explains, luxury items are better for showing off the more expensive they are. If we tax luxury items as the lady has suggested, we will be able to collect the funds without much opposition. Then Emperor said, very well. Come up with a detailed plan and execute the policy. Duke Ruth said, yes, Your Majesty. The Emperor praised Aristia and said, I am truly amazed to see how brilliant you are in person. Aristia complied and said, I am honored, Your Majesty. Then the Emperor said, Lady Tia, I wonder why you didn't speak your full name just now. You know what the meaning of the name is. Did you choose not to speak it because of the eyes here? Aristia replied, please, I do not understand what. The Emperor added, no, of course not. You are a brilliant young lady. He said with a serious face, do you dare to say that you really don't know that a middle name from God means a right to inherit the throne? Aristia looks at the Emperor and realized that, the Emperor was no longer looking at his son's future wife. He was looking at his or his son's rival. The stare of an emperor. His hostile eyes look so much like the eyes from someone in the past. The Emperor questioned, you knew that I was testing you. So why didn't you ignore it? Duke Arkant said, Your Majesty. The Emperor continued, if you feigned innocence and foolishness, perhaps you could have avoided my suspicion. Aristia then said, that, I couldn't back down for the sake of my own safety when I knew the people of the empire were at risk. She thinks in her mind, a sudden appearance of a possible heir to the throne who is not a royal. Perhaps the Emperor is considering, to banish me, or even House Monique. After hearing those words the Emperor starts laughing. He said while laughing, my. Looks like I've frightened the young lady too much. Do not fear. I don't think of you as a threat to the prince. He said with a relaxed expression, this throne isn't something that can be taken simply with a name. I didn't raise my child to be such a fragile person. Duke Arkant asked, Your Majesty, why did you hold such a grave mood if you weren't going to do anything? The Emperor said to Aristia, you are not fit to be a ruler, child. If I were you, I would have feigned innocence this moment and sent word about the drought through more elusive means. Your heart is too soft and kind to be a ruler. After hearing that Aristia thinks in her mind, I have a kind heart. I've never heard that in my life. I was always told that I'm a cold, objective person. The Emperor said, an emperor must take care of oneself in order to lead the empire. And so, someone who willingly accepts danger is not fit to be a ruler. However, the Emperor added, your kind heart and brilliance that thinks of the people of this empire are perfect as an empress. And that makes me very sad at this moment. Duke Ruth asked, why do you say so, Your Majesty? The Emperor then said while remembering the prince, you all know very well why. That child grew up as the one and only heir to my throne. And because of that, he has to be the center of attention at all times. He said to Aristia, you're a brilliant young lady who was given a name by God. If you were to be praised, I wonder how that arrogant child will respond. Outside the throne room, the guards greets the prince, Your Highness. Welcome, Your Highness, lesser son of the empire. The prince said, I am here to see the emperor. One of the guard replied, Your Highness, I beg your pardon. The emperor has forbidden anyone from entering at the moment. The prince asked, who is in the audience hall right now? One of them replied, Duke Ruth, Duke Arkant, Marquis Karen, and his young daughter. The prince thinks, they are discussing something important enough to forbid any entry. Tisk, so why is that child allowed in there while I am barred from entering? The prince turns around and starts walking. While going away he thinks right. It's not like this is the first time. Father has always been strict to me, yet he always treats that child dearly. Back in the throne room, Aristia said while hesitating, I beg your pardon, Your Majesty. The Emperor aloud, go ahead, tell me what you think. Before saying anything Aristia hesitates. Aristia said, I do not wish to be involved with the prince in any way or matter. Meanwhile, While walking, the prince remembers Duke Ruth saying, "Your Highness, have you heard about Lady Tia? She's only 10 now, but her accomplishments are outstanding. Her etiquette and studies are all perfect to be the partner of a good ruler." The prince gets frustrated by everyone praising Aristia. He thinks in his mind, "Lady Tia. Everyone is praising that girl wherever I go." He said to his father in his mind, "You should just announce her as your heir instead of me." Back in the throne room, the emperor said, "You don't want to be involved." He asked, "Why is that?" Her father also asked, "Tia." Aristia thinks in his mind, "I have to make a choice here. I can't repeat my life from the past again. You can't send a girl with a right to inherit the throne to marry a different family or to another country. Yet you're worried about the future if you announce me as the future empress." Then, she asked the emperor, "Then, aren't you planning to welcome me as a future queen?" The emperor said, "That is correct." While Duke Ruth stays silent. While feeling agitated, Aristia thinks in her mind, "Like father, like son. How can they be so alike?" Then the emperor asked, "But, you are the foretold partner in the oracle, are you not?" Asterisk. Aristia replied, "We cannot be certain whether I am truly the mentioned partner or not." She said, "The oracle mentions the birth of a girl. However, we do not know whether that birth means born at a moment, or if the girl is still in her mother's womb at the time." While remembering Jiun in her mind, she thinks, "Right. It's certain because the foretold partner is not me. It's the girl loved by the god Vita, a girl who appeared from another world. I was born the year after the oracle. Jiun is a year older than me. The oracle was referring to her. But nobody will believe me even if I say that now." Asterisk. She then said, "Please, give me some time, Your Highness. I will find another solution. If the matter is not urgent at the moment, it is better to step back and assess the situation in order to strive for the betterment of both parties." She added, "You've taught me this just a few moments ago, Your Majesty. And regardless of what you choose, I know I will remain the future wife of the prince for a while." The emperor said, "So you've predicted even that." Duke Ruth smiles and praises Arsatai in his mind, "What an amazing child." She even surmised that there will be strife among the throne and the royal factions in such a short time. If the engagement is broken now, people will speak of a disagreement between House Monique and the royal throne. And that will be a perfect excuse for the noble faction who opposes the royal throne. Duke Arkant also praises her and thinks, "Karen Shore has an amazing daughter." Then the emperor said, "Good. The prince will have his coming of age ceremony in a few years. I will wait until then." While looking at Aristia, he admires her and thinks, "This child is only 10. She will grow to be an enviable, brilliant young woman." After some time, while walking in the palace, Aristia said to herself, "Phew, that was exhausting. I don't think I'll ever get used to His Majesty's imposing aura. My back aches from being so nervous back there." She thinks in her mind, "I've bought some time, but I don't know how long this will last. What should I do from now on?" While walking, Aristia enters the palace garden. Looking at the big tree in the middle, she thinks in her mind, This place is." She remembers something and quickly tries to leave. She said to herself, "I have to go back. It was a habit of mine to walk this place when I'm thinking. I can't be here. What if I run into someone here?" While leaving the garden, she heard a voice saying, "Who's there?" While Aristia was thinking, "In a place like this, what if I run into?" The voice she heard continued, "This is the Emperor's garden. This place is not open to just anyone." While turning, Aristia thought, "I can never forget that voice." She looks at the prince from the edge of bushes, Prince Ruvalis. She thinks in her mind, "Why did he have to be here?" Freaking out, she thinks, oh no, I can't let him see me. He'll definitely get mad at me." Asterisk. Her heart was racing. She thinks in her mind, what do I do? Run." The prince then said, "Do not hide and show yourself." He continued, "How impertinent. Did you not hear me?" Asterisk. Aristia thinks in her mind, "Oh no. Don't come here. I need to avoid him first." She prays in her mind, "Please, don't come this way." A gust of wind came and her hat flew. Aristia tries to catch her hat and she suddenly came in front of the prince. The prince gets surprised by her. He said, You're the daughter of Marquis Karen. Your audience with the emperor is finished." Asterisk. Aristia, looking at the prince, remains stunned and doesn't say anything. The prince asked, "Why won't you say anything?" He said, "You're being rude. I'm sure you know who I am. So why are you behaving like that?" Aristia still doesn't say anything. She thinks in her mind, "My mouth won't open. My hand, my body, they won't move." The prince asked again, "Are you not going to answer me?" How disrespectful of you. Aristia while stunned thinks in her mind, I can't even turn away from his gaze. The prince then said, how absolutely insolent you are. You think you can keep your head high simply because everyone praises you. Aristia trembles and the prince stops talking. Then he said, well, fine. I see there's no point in speaking to you any more than this. The prince starts walking and went past by Aristia. The prince walks away. After he left, Aristia slumps and falls to the ground. She remembers the prince's words from her past life, lick my shoe. You are nothing to me. Your father is dead. Feeling distressed, she thinks in her mind, I have to escape this. I have to escape this cruel fate. I can't repeat that life, not again. For myself, for my father, I will continue to fight and get away from all this. Going towards the Monique estate in the carriage, the coachman said, Sir, we will arrive at the Monique estate soon. Alandis said, go faster. He said to H. Suzelf, Aristia la Monique. I look forward to this. Back at Monique household, Aristia asked, what did you say, Lena? Who is here? Lena replied, it's Sir Alandis de Verita. I showed him to the guest lounge for now. How should I proceed? Aristia thinks in her mind, Alandis de Verita, the younger son of Duke Ruth de Verita. In the past, he came up with the luxury tax and became renowned as a young genius. He was one of the famous people in the empire along with the master swordsman, Karsane de Ras. I heard he was smarter than his own father. He invented and improved several policies all by himself. Recalling her past life, she thinks, I've never met him before, but I was always amazed at his talent that surpassed his renown. Walking down the stairs, Aristia thinks in her mind, but now you see a person is here to see me, not my father. She remembers in her mind, oh, when I went to the palace last time, I suggested his luxury tax to the emperor as if it was my idea. She thinks in her mind, what if he already thought of the tax at this age? Asterisk. While panicking, she thinks, and what if he's here to question me about how I knew it? She then reassured herself and thinks, be calm, Tia. Nothing is certain yet. Entering the room, Aristia said, I've made you wait. Greetings, Sir Alandis. I am Aristia la Monique. Alandis said, greetings, Lady Aristia. I am Alandis de Verita. Aristia said, please, have a seat. After looking at him, Aristia thinks in her mind, he has emerald eyes, the eyes of the Verita family bloodline. I think, he was 3 years older than me. While drinking tea, Alandis said, I'm sure this must have been a surprise for you. I should have sent word beforehand, but I couldn't wait any longer. Aristia replied, I see. Alandis said, actually, I am here to ask you a question, Lady Aristia. She asked, what is it? While looking at her, he said, do you know about the new policy that will take effect soon? She thinks in her mind, he's getting to the point right away. I should act like I've at least heard of it instead of feigning ignorance. She calmly said, you mean the luxury tax? I've heard of it from my father. I think it's a tax for luxury items that nobles purchase. Alandis, surprised by her words, asked, you think? That's odd. Do you not know about it? Aren't you the one who suggested it? Aristia said, that's. She thinks while talking, so this is it. He knew everything from the beginning. Alandis said, so, you did suggest it? Aristia said, yes, it's true, I did. She thinks in her mind, what should I do? In the end, it's true that I used another's idea as if it was my own. She thinks, I must apologize. Alandis said, I see. While excitedly jumping, he grabs Aristia's hand and said, I knew it. My guess was right. He said, I heard you just turned 10 this year. You must be a true genius. I'm so amazed. Aristia feels confused and her mind doesn't process anything because Alandis is so close to her. While the maids were looking at them, Aristia said, yes sir. Alandis said to her, that's so formal. You can just call me Alandis. He asked, may I call you by your name as well, Aristia? I haven't met any peers who I can talk to on the same level. I feel like I can discuss things with you. Looking at him, Aristia thinks in her mind, his smile is so bright and genuine. Alandis ASID, so, try calling my name now. She thinks in her mind, nobody has ever smiled like this for me. She said, then. Alandis. She then asked, how did sir? I mean, how did you know that I suggested the luxury tax? Alandis told her that, my father started reviewing that policy one day after he came back from the palace. He looked really serious, but I've never seen him study anything like that policy before. He said, so it's easy to assume that someone suggested it at the palace, right? Aristia replied, that's true. Alandis then said, yes. And that day, Father mentioned. He stops for a moment and then he said, I mean, he praised you. My father is very stingy on approval, so I rarely hear him praise someone. But that day, he couldn't stop praising you for a while. It was like you were his own daughter. After hearing that Aristia thinks in her mind, so he wasn't here to accuse me. But still. She said, actually, the luxury tax isn't my idea. Alandis asked, what do you mean by that? Aristia replied, well, I read it. From a book. He then asked, really? What was the title of the book? Aristia said, it didn't have a title. She said, I found the book by chance in the royal library, but when I tried to find it again, it was gone. While talking she thinks in her mind, I can't tell him that it's his idea from the future. Alandis said with a thoughtful expression, is that so? Aristia looks at him and thinks, he seems disappointed. She thinks in her mind, I suppose we won't be calling each other by name now. He only did that out of respect since he thought the policy was my idea. While taking a sip Alandis said, I see. So it was from a book. Aristia thinks in her mind, I was so flustered by his friendly attitude just a second ago, and now I feel disappointed too. The heart can be so fickle. She said, that's how it is, Sir Alandis. After that Alandis said cheerfully, wait, what's this? Perhaps you thought I would take back my offer of calling each other casually because the policy isn't your idea. While surprised after hearing that Aristia said, but. Alandis continued, it's not important who thought of the idea first. The point is that you confidently spoke your thoughts in front of that scary emperor. While getting close to Aristia Alandis said, I've taken a liking to you. He said, either way, I understand that you're bound by certain circumstances. So, here's my suggestion. When you are freed from those circumstances one day, will you marry me? Aristia gets shocked after hearing that she shouted what? Alandis said, so, how about it? I'm quite the catch, you know. Well, you'll learn more about me in due time. While shocked Aristia thinks in her mind, the genius of the century, wants to spend time with me, and even proposed to me at our first meeting. What is going on? Someone, please tell me what's happening. While Aristia was confused Alandis said, so, what do why? Someone interrupts him and said, not ever. Both of them looks towards Aristia's father, who was standing at the door. Aristia said, father. Her father said, Tia, come here. Alandis said, greetings, Marquis Karen. Her father asked Alandis, isn't this the first time you've met my daughter? He said, proposing on the first day doesn't seem plausible. Alandis said, I fell for her at first sight. Marquis said, you are only 13 this year, are you not? Alandis said, love is not restricted by age, is it? It looks like there was a war going on between Alandis and Marquis Karen. Looking at them Aristia thinks in her mind, what should I do? I don't think I can interfere between them. Her father said, Sir Alandis. I am not here for idle chatter. Alandis replied, and I am not joking here, sir. Looking towards Aristia he said, I have eyes and ears as well. I know that there's a possibility that Aristia will not become the empress. He asked, and what will everyone think if the engagement with the royal throne is called off? He said, people will whisper that perhaps the daughter of House Monique has a fault. After hearing that her father aggressively said, I will not stand and watch nor allow that to happen. Aristia looks at her father admirably, Father. Alandis asked, how will you stop nobles from talking to each other? He said, after the engagement is called off, House Monique's reputation will plummet. And what's more, only second-rate and good-for-nothings aiming only for the title of Marquis will begin to circle her. Aristia grabs her father's robe and thinks in her mind, Father will be humiliated because of me. I didn't think that far ahead. Then Alandis said, what do you think, Marquis Karen? If you would allow me to, I will become a good shield when the time comes. As the son of Duke Ruth, our families are on the same side. Her father said firmly, my daughter's opinion comes first and foremost. Alandis said while smiling, of course. Her father then said, fine then, if you say so. I will approve of you as her friend, and not her fiancé. He said with a serious face, but only if you pass my one condition. Alandis asked, condition? Yes. While sitting on a sofa Alandis whined about, this is bad. I need to be strong enough to defeat not just one knight, but a whole squad. I'm doomed. Aristia giggles, hee. Alandis said, don't laugh. Our family has been bad with the sword for generations. My father and brother are both bad at dancing or sports. I didn't even try because I thought I would shame myself. Aristia said while imagining, I see why House Verita has a lot of civil officers instead. She said, if you didn't suddenly propose marriage out of the blue, then this wouldn't have happened. Alandus said, but I'm being serious. He said, I'm sorry, Aristia. I've made a deal without even asking your opinion first. Aristia said, I accept your apology. Alandus smiles and said, thank you, Lady Aristia. Aristia thinks in her mind, Alandus, he's polite and kind. While cheering himself up, Alandus said, now then, I'll have to train hard starting tomorrow. I have to be acknowledged as your friend for now. Aristia smiles and thinks, he seems like a good person. While shaking hands with Aristia, Alandus said, to our new friendship, Aristia. I know we'll be just fine. Aristia tells in her mind, everyone has a friend. But I was not allowed to have anyone in the past. A friend, someone who can stand with me on equal grounds. And now, I finally have one, too. She then joyfully said, yes. I think so too. The royal palace. Heron said, Your Highness, here are all the books you were looking for. The rest seem to be at the West Library. Shall I get them? The prince was reading a book. Some students came there and while surprised they said, greetings, Your Highness, future son of the Empire. The prince replied, greetings. While going away one of them whispered, that surprised me. I ran into him this morning too. I didn't think he would still be here. The other one said, let's come back later. After they left, Prince said, Heron. Heron said, yes. The prince said, normally. A noble that visits the royal palace wouldn't forget my face or not know about me, right? Heron said, of course. He said, not just the nobles, anyone who enters this place surely knows you by appearance alone. Then the prince asked, then, why would someone refuse to greet me and instead stare at me without a word? Heron asked, pardon. While laughing he said, haha, that can't happen. It's impossible to enter this palace without any etiquette. Who would show such disrespect in front of you, the prince? The prince said, right. Heron asked, what do you mean by that? Your Highness. Perhaps, did someone really do that? The prince said, it's nothing. While remembering his encounter with Aristia he thinks, so that girl did simply ignore me. How impudent. Back at the Marquis Manor. Aristia visits the training ground. She looks for Alandus there and thinks, is Alandus not here yet? There are more people than I thought. I can't see all the way to the back. A knight came to Aristia and said, Lady Aristia. Good morning. Aristia looks at him and thinks in her mind, oh no, who is this? The knight asked, what brings you to the training grounds? Aristia said, you are, sir, Liege. Liege said, I'm honored that you remember me. The other knight busy in training heard them talking. They all came rushing to Aristia and greets her. It's been a while, my lady. Welcome. My lady. My lady. Aristia gets baffled from the crowd. She said, oh no. Everyone, good morning. She thinks in her mind, I don't know who any of these knights are. They asked, are you here to see the commander? He's not here yet. May we help you with anything? Would you like to wait here? One of them said, you came here early in the morning last time, too. Aristia gasped and remembers that embarrassing memory. Sai League asked, did you have a nightmare? While freaking out Aristia said, oh, He asked, are you alright today? Aristia said while feeling embarrassed, that's that time. I'm so ashamed of that morning. She said, everyone, please forget about that. She remembers in her mind, I cried so loudly in front of everyone. The knight happily said, yes, my lady. They said, if you wish, we will be careful not to mention it from now on. Though, we don't mind seeing you like that, my lady. Please don't mind it too much. Sir League said, if you wish to observe, please take a seat here. The morning sun can still be harsh. Aristia thinks in her mind, I've never greeted them properly until now. They all seem to be good people. After a while, Alandus came rushing to Aristia and said, Aristia. Good morning. Are you here to cheer for me? Aristia said, your training starts today, right? Do your best, Alandus. He said, yes, thank you. I'll have to work hard to be your love. I mean, to be your friend. The knight present there looks at him jealously. Her father also came to the training grounds. One of the knights said, everyone, gather around. While sitting and watching them train, Aristia said, Lena. I've always only read books, but I've never thought of visiting a place such as this. Lena replied, well, you've always been quite frail. Aristia said, yes, but I never knew there were so many people training here. While Aristia was looking towards her father, Lena said, Marquis Karen is the commander of the second squad of the Castina Empire. They are the shields that guard the empire under the Lord's commands. While training, Alandis waves towards Alandis and her father glares at him. Aristia thinks in her mind, knights, shields that guard the empire. After some time, Aristia enters the room and said, "Father, have some tea." Her father said, "Yes, thank you." While having tea, Aristia said, "Father, I have a favor to ask." Her father takes a sip and said, "Go on." Aristia said with a straight face, "I wish to learn how to wield a sword." Her father said, "You can't even run without falling. How will you hold a sword?" "I don't recommend it," the voice of reason echoed. Aristia said, "But I really want to learn." Her father said, "You were born with a frail body. Harsh training will only strain you even more," came the cautionary response. Aristia pleaded earnestly, "I'll work really hard. I want to overcome my weak physique. To build up my strength, at least, please. Can't there be some way I can learn?" Her father inquired, "Before that, let me ask you one thing. Tia, does it have anything to do with the prince?" He said, "Before, you said you didn't want to be involved with him at all." Aristia thinks in her mind, "It's true. But I can't tell father about all that. About what I went through before, and how I already died once. He wouldn't believe me." I thought, struggling with the truth I couldn't share. Her father suddenly asked, "Tia, perhaps, did you remember something from before?" While shocked, Aristia thinks in her mind, "What? Remember? About what? What is father asking me about? Does?" Her heart raced and she thinks, "Does father know my past? Right, I might not be the only one to return from the future. If father remembers the miserable past, just like me, then, what must I do?" Her father clarified, "About when you were little." Her tension eased slightly and she asked, "When I was little?" She thinks in her mind, "Oh, he's talking about something else. Phew." She asked her father, "But, what do you mean when I was little? I met the prince for the first time a few days ago at the palace." "Then I suppose not." "Never mind what I just said," her father said, brushing it off. Returning to the original topic, he asked, "So then, what is your reason?" She blurted out, "I don't want to get married, father. I just want to stay like this and live happily with you, papa." After saying that, she immediately regretted it. "What did I just say? Oh no." She thinks in her mind, "At this rate, I didn't just turn back into a child's body. Even my mind is becoming childish. How could I say something so childish?" After that, her father extends both his hand and said, "Tia, come here." Aristia walks to her father and hugs him. Her father, while hugging her, said, "I thought you were all grown up now. But you're still a baby." Her father said, "Right. If that's what you wish for, let's do that. But I am a strict teacher, so prepare yourself," he warned with a smile. Yes, papa," she agreed eagerly, relief and excitement filling her voice. The next morning. "Good morning, Aristia." Alandis greeted her cheerfully. Aristia said, "Hello, Alandis." He asked, "Are you here to cheer for me today as well?" Aristia giggles and said, "Hee. No, not really." Alandis said, "So I was wrong." All the knight present there looks towards them. "I'm going to start training today too," she announced. Alandis said, "Really? Wow. This is great." He hugs Aristia excitedly. All the knight present there, feeling jealous, thinks, "Why that little fool?" I heard someone mutter under their breath. "Then, we can be together every morning from now on," Alandis said, his excitement bubbling over. "Alandis, you should let go first," Aristia suggested gently. Aristia thinks in her mind, "Alandis, he must have been nervous all by himself here, right? I'm really nervous too," she admitted quietly. While they were hugging each other, her father came and separated both of them. Her father cut through the moment and said, "What are you doing, Sir Alandis?" Alandis explained hastily, "I didn't mean anything more, sir. I was just happy to learn together with Aristia." He commanded, "Enough. You can start by running 30 laps. Tia, 10 laps for you." "Huh," both of them exclaimed, surprised by the challenge. Alandis chuckled nervously, and said, "Haha. Looks like I'm not very welcomed at the moment." Aristia wondered, "Will I be able to finish 10 laps? Huffing and puffing, they began to run. "You can do it, Aristia," Alandis told her. "Even as my legs started to give out." Meanwhile, at the Ras estate, his wife said, "You've come unusually early today." Duke Arkant replied, "I'm back, my dear. I want to spend some time with my dear wife once in a while." His wife said, "My, so smooth words, yet you always neglect me otherwise," she teased him. She said, "I heard you had an audience with the emperor. Is he in good health?" She asked, changing the subject. He replied while smiling, the same as ever. He's always been strong, though. He seems to miss his younger sister that he hasn't seen in a while. His wife replied while surprised, really? How unusual. He gently said, of course, you are the only family His Majesty has left. What do you think? How about visiting the palace sometime soon? He'd like it if you visit him first once in a while. His wife said, well, I do wish to. But I'm busy these days, and my body feels heavy. While they were talking, someone quickly opens the door and shouted, Mother. He asked, is brother back yet? He said he would buy a new horse for me to ride. Sign's excitement was palpable. His mother gently reminded him, Sign, a duke's son shouldn't be so inelegant. Please mind your manners. Oh, you're back, father, Sign exclaimed as he noticed his father entering the room. His father asked, raising an eyebrow, are you listening to your mother at all? Sign apologized quickly. Yes, I'm sorry. His father informed him, Kajin will be late today. He said he would send the horse first, so it should be arriving soon. Sign exclaimed, already rushing towards the door, then I'm going to welcome it now. I can't wait, I want to see it now. Oh dear, that child. Don't run inside the house like that. His mother called after him, concerned. I told you not to speak like that. Stop, Sign. Sign, Karsane de Ras. Her voice thundered through the hall. Her husband commented in his mind, you've got quite a temper too, my dear. With a hint of amusement in his voice he said, well, it's good that he's healthy, but I suppose his liveliness is too much to handle. His wife replied with a knowing glance. That's because he takes after a certain somebody. Duke Arkant then said, it would be better for him to visit the palace and be a playmate for the prince. Don't you think so? She asked, are you actually suggesting that? Her husband pointed out, you are the one and only royal princess and younger sister of His Majesty the Emperor. That makes you the prince's aunt. Ernia Shana de Ras, first princess and Duchess Ernia. He said, Sign and the prince are pretty much cousins, so it's not like we need to be wary of any disapproving eyes. Isn't that so? Duchess Ernia questioned, who is being wary of who? Her glare sharp. Her husband then said, if that's not the case, then it should be fine to visit the palace once in a while. After some time at Palace Hall. While walking, Duchess Ernia thinks in her mind, that snake, Ernia thought to herself. He's starting to take after my brother. He knows everything, yet he says something like that. Have Sign spend time with the prince. That won't do. Cousins are not. While walking she notices the prince. Duchess Ernia, a voice interrupted her. Here he comes, she muttered under her breath, preparing herself. She greeted in her tone formal, greetings, dear prince, future son of the empire. The prince said, it's been a while. What brings you here today? She explained, I am an outsider now that I'm a married woman. I've just come to see how the family is doing since I haven't visited in a long time. I won't stay for long. The prince responded kindly, please, don't put it like that. I'm sure father would be delighted if you visit often. She replied, thank you for your kind words, her voice softening. Looking at the books Heron was carrying she asked, have you finished reading all those books? Those history books are known to be difficult even for grown-ups to comprehend. The prince said, oh, well, I've always been reading these, the prince said modestly. Heron remarked in awe, with this, the prince has finished all the books in the royal palace. She said, how amazing, well, in terms of simply reading words, that is, Duchess Ernia interjected, a hint of criticism in her tone. The prince said gently, please you need not hesitate if you wish to say something. She said, oh no, how could I dare do such a thing? Please, do not worry. You are, in fact, my aunt, Duchess Ernia, the prince reassured her. She said, then, please excuse me, as I shall share my opinion as your aunt, Duchess Ernia began, her tone turning serious. To think that you would be satisfied just by finishing those books. I cannot hide my disappointment at your laziness, dear prince. Heron tries to speak, howdy. The prince interrupts him and said, is that how I seem? The prince stammered, taken aback. She began saying, yes. Since at your age, His Majesty excelled not only in books but also in strength and physique. He used to say it was nothing special, especially for someone who will rule the empire. It seems you still have a long way ahead of you, dear prince. Especially if you wish not to tarnish the reputation of the late Empress prior. She would be proud up there in the heavens only if you work hard, don't you think? After hearing that the prince's face looks serious and as Duchess Ernia walks past by him she continued. In any case, you are the only child and heir of His Majesty now, oh, but I suppose it's all fine. I heard that the young lady from House Monique, who is to be your fiancé, is quite amazing. Apparently, she is the one who suggested the luxury tax. I'm sure His Majesty the Emperor must be relieved to know that such an excellent empress will support you in the future. Must be quite a relief to know, she murmured sarcastically. Heron said, my prince, please don't mind that. You're already doing more than. He tried to console him. She said it's not enough. The prince snapped, frustration boiling over. He said, really, there is not even a single day when I am not compared with her. Meanwhile Aristia was training, hup, hup, hup. The prince chanted, what is the difference between her and me? What makes her so different? He questioned himself, the weight of expectations bearing down on him. Ouch! Aristia winced as the wooden sword clattered to the ground. Alandis asked with concern, what's wrong, Aristia? She replied, looking down at her palms, my hands are stinging. Alandis said, take off your gloves. Oh no. All your blisters have opened up, he pointed out, pulling her hand gently to inspect the damage. How did you bear with this until now? It must have hurt. Lena exclaimed, my lady, you have to get treated right away. Alandis offered, oh, I'll do it. Here, give me your hand. While caressing her hands he said, this will sting, but try to bear with it a bit more. All right, Aristia agreed, bracing herself. Looking at them Lena said to herself, oh my. Alandis suggested, how about you take a break from training while your hand heals? Aristia protested, shaking her head, no, I can't take a break just for this. Alandis remarked with a chuckle, oh, you're suddenly even more energetic. You collapsed after running only 2 laps just a while ago. Aristia said, you too, Alandis. Pathetically weak stamina. Her eyes lighting up she said, actually, it's because father gave me a sword. Alandis asked, while surprised, oh, really? The Marquis? Aristia said, yes, although it's a sword for children, it was the first time father gave me anything, so I would have been happy with whatever it was, she explained, smiling. Alandis said, you really like Marquis Karen, don't you? Huh, Aristia responded. But before the conversation could continue, Lena, the maid, interrupted, her voice filled with outrage. Hold on, Sir League. Have you seen Our Lady's hands? How could you make her train like that until her delicate hands turned to that pulp? Sir League replied calmly, that's normal in the beginning. The blisters on your hands will burst several times, and you won't be able to handle a sword properly until those blisters turn into calluses. He continued, of course her hand would be hurt from training. That's why I didn't want the lady to start training. Lena insisted, clearly upset, Our Lady's health has always been very delicate, ever since she was born. How can you make her train just like the others who have always been healthy? Because the commander ordered us not to go easy on her. Sir League countered, standing his ground. Lena snapped and said, you're so stubborn. Are you always this cruel, Sir League? Sir League said, are you saying a knight who protects the empire should go soft and easy? Sir League retorted, his voice firm. Lena said, if boiling you will soften you up, I say you need 10 more days in hot water. Lena shot back, her temper flaring. Aristia intervened, trying to soothe her, Lena, calm down. Don't get mad. Alandis also tries to calm down Sir League and he said, you should calm down a bit too, Sir League. Aristia said, I'm alright, Lena. I started this because I wanted to. I've made you worry, Lena. I'm sorry, and thank you. Lena's calms down from Aristia's gentle words. She jumps and hugs Aristia and said, my lady. Oh dear, to think that such a young and delicate lady would put herself through such hardship. I'll have to ask the chef for an extra special nutritious meal for. Og. What's wrong? Sir League suddenly shouted. Came the panicked reply, someone's been injured during practice. Sir League added, the commander and captain are both not here though. Aristia urged, Lena, call the doctor, hurry. Aristia asked frantically, are you alright? How deep is the wound? I'm fine. This is. The injured person groaned, clearly in pain. Sir League commanded, stop the bleeding first. Aristia asked, you're bleeding so much. Are you really alright? Aristia pleaded, please, try not to move. I'm alright, this is nothing. The injured person insisted, though clearly struggling. Aristia said, we've called for a doctor now, so please bear with it just a bit more. Now, you must wait inside the mansion first. All the night were looking shocked as they were looking at an angel. An angel, someone murmured, here, return to the arms of Vita with me. An angel stands before me. I'm being welcomed by an angel. Looks like. Aristia said, Kya, please, hang on. I've had A good life, the injured person muttered weakly, their voice fading. Doctor, I saw an angel. They mumbled as they drifted into unconsciousness. Doctor said, trying to keep them conscious. Please hang on. It's too early for that. Aristia said, I didn't know people could get injured like that while training, shaken by the incident. Alandis asked gently, indeed. Were you surprised? We should finish treating your hands, too, Alandis reminded her. Aristia said, oh, I almost forgot during the commotion. Thank you, Alandis. I'm all right now, Aristia assured him. Because your gloves are all worn out. Mine are quite sturdy and very protective. You should use these for a while, Alandis offered, holding out his gloves. Aristia asked, concerned, but, what about you? Are your hands all right? Alandis admitted with a wry smile. He said, no, not at all. Actually, I feel like I'm going to die. My hands are so worn that I don't have the strength to hold a fork properly after training. Then you should, Aristia began, but Alandis cut her off. He said, but, Aristia, it pains me even more to see you suffer. It's no use if you collapse before you master how to handle that sword, right? He said softly. Alandis, Aristia whispered, touched by his words. Alandis encouraged her, we both have to work hard. All right, Aristia agreed, her resolve strengthened. As she looked at him, Aristia wondered, how can he be so kind? Did I know anyone who was so considerate of others like he is? Have I ever treated someone else like this before? Being considerate and being kind, they were simply a means to achieve one's goal. Alandis, you've taught me so many things, Aristia thought to herself, feeling grateful. Alandis suddenly called out, looking towards the window. Aristia, look. It's the first snow. Aristia thinks in her mind, the first seasons of experienced after coming back in time. So pretty, Aristia murmured, captivated by the falling snowflakes. Alandis said, it's already winter. Aristia thinks in her mind, every day is a new day. And they're passing by so peacefully, she reflected. Alandis asked, breaking the silence, Aristia, what do you like? Aristia asked, a bit confused, what do I like? Do you mean a color, or food? Something like that. Alandis replied, anything that you can think of. Aristia remarked, your question is so abstract. If I had to choose, I suppose that's snow. Why? Because it's pretty, Alandis asked, curious. Aristia explained, while her eyes still on the falling snow. She said, because it looks warm and soft. And it also looks like it would be sweet somehow. Alandis said, while deep in thought, white as snow, warm, and sweet. Aristia asked, turning to look at him, why are you asking this? It's a secret, Alandis replied with a playful smile. 3 months later. While handing over the gift, Alandis said, it's my gift, Aristia. Aristia asked, what's this? Alandis said while smiling, the thing you said you liked last time. While opening the gift, Aristia thinks in her mind, what I like. Wasn't that several months ago? I think I said I like the snow. Would there be snow in a box like this? Aristia looks inside the box and said, wow. It's so pretty, snow white chocolate. Alandis told her that, you said you liked something white, warm, and sweet as snow, so I made it. Aristia joyfully said, I've never seen this before. So chocolate can be made in white too. Alandis smirkingly said, well, not before. But I invented it, since chocolate fits the conditions you said perfectly. While admiring him, Aristia thinks in her mind, wow. He invented this. What a genius. She thanked him saying, thank you, Alandis. It's so precious, I don't know how I can eat this. Alandis said, please, enjoy it as much as you want. Because I've got one more thing. With a hint of surprise, Aristia asked, really? Alandis said while smiling, and that would be? He said, my skin is white, my heart is warm and can even be hot at times. And what's more, I'm also sweet. Aristia said while smiling, Alandis, you're really. Then Alandis picks a sweat and extends his hand towards Aristia and said, now, say, ah. Aristia said while surprised, I can help myself. He said, hurry, my arms hurt. She said, but this is embarrassing. While whining, Alandis said, come on. Just once, think of all the work I did to make this. Aristia said before opening her mouth, gee, fine. She thinks in her mind, he's so sly. I can't refuse if he says that. Alandis said, so, do you like it? She replied, yes, it's everything that I wished for. Thank you, Alandis. While they were talking, maids and other knights were listening to them. But that was the beginning of everything. That evening, standing in front of lots of gifts, Aristia asked, what is all of this, everyone? The knights around her said, They're gifts for you, my lady. We heard that you like something white, warm, and sweet. While surprised, Aristia asked, what? How did you? Sir League told, so we each prepared something of our own. They asked, which one do you fancy? One of them said, you would choose my cake, right? A scarf can't be sweet even if it's white and warm. Other one said, what are you talking about? You can tell this color is sweet and warm just by looking at it. They argued between each other, you fools. White lace is the truest representation of how young ladies dream of something sweet and warm. While taking a breath of relief, Aristia said to herself, phew, that surprised me. I wonder how that happened all of a sudden. Did someone overhear what I was talking about with Alendis? While she was busy in thoughts, Lena came. She called, my lady. Aristia said, yes. With a pop sound, cotton candy appeared. Aristia asked, what's this, Lena? Lena said, cotton candy. She said, we heard that you like something white, warm, and sweet. This is the masterpiece that all the maids made together. Aristia said, thank you. This is sweet too, right? After that, other servants also present gifts to Aristia. Oh, my lady. I heard that you were looking for something white and sweet. My lady, here too. My lady. While panicking by this sudden situation, Aristia thinks in her mind, just how many people heard our conversation. I haven't even started the afternoon training, yet I'm already exhausted. She suddenly heard a voice saying Tia. She replied, yes. She looks towards the voice and said, oh, father. Alendis. She asked her father, did you have a safe trip? Her father replied, yes. While feeling relief, Aristia thinks in her mind, phew, thank goodness. This will be over since father is here now. Her father also brings a gift and show it to Aristia. Her father clears his throat and said, ahem, I've heard that you wanted something white, warm, and sweet. He said, I've thought about it for a while. I hope it's what you've wished for. Aristia said, wow, it's white tea. Thank you, Papa. She thinks in her mind, oh dear. Even father. Alendis asked, which gift do you like the most? Lena asked, my lady. Please tell us honestly. The knights asked, now, my lady. Please choose one. While pressured by everyone's questions, she thinks in her mind, oh no. This might become troublesome if I say something carelessly. While panicking, she said, every. Alendis interrupts her and said, you can't say something like, everything, alright. Aristia talks in her mind, don't be so quick to notice. She thinks in her mind, but no matter how I think about it, it has to be. She said, I really do appreciate all the gifts that everyone gave me. But, this chocolate was made by Alendis for months after careful development. And Alendis is the one who asked me what I like in the first place. So, the chocolate. While jumping with joy, Alendis said, I knew it. I knew you would choose mine. He said, thank you, Aristia. You're the only one who acknowledges my hard work. Seriously, I had to work so hard with the chef while I developed this. Everyone glared at him after this. Her father then said to Alendis, you were so confident in the beginning that you will come to defeat a whole squad one day. But it looks like you've had so much free time on your hands that you could develop chocolate. He aggressively said, I'll take that as your wish to train even harder starting tomorrow, Sir Alendis. While feeling pressured, Alendis said, what? I think there is some kind of misunderstanding. Sir League also said, we will all help with training the young duke. Lena said, just wait. We're going to beat you next year, Sir Alendis. While gasping, Aristia thinks in her mind, they're doing this again next year. Several years later, people in the Castina Empire would give white chocolate to the person they love. That was the beginning of how White Day came to be. In the palace, Heron said while holding a plate full of chocolates, Your Highness, you should rest a bit. The prince asked, what is that, Heron? Heron replied, it's chocolate. I had it prepared since it helps to relieve stress. The prince said, what are you talking about? You know very well that I despise sweets. He then remembered a woman in his mind saying, Prince Ruvelus. Heron replied, of course, I did have that in mind. He told, I asked the chefs to make them less sweet, so they should be alright. The prince takes a bite and Heron asked, how is it? The prince replied, it's bitter. In a distant memory, the prince was standing near a tree sobbing and sniffing. He then heard a voice saying, Your Highness. A lady with red hair came and said, it's such a nice day. So why do you look so sad? She extends her hand towards the prince and said, would you like to go on a walk with me? Well, Your Highness. The prince said, all right. He tells in his mind, a ray of sunlight shining through the lonely, shadowy branches, that was my impression of Yeremia La Monique. At another time, Aristia's mother said, Your Highness. My daughter. Tia, please take. While on her deathbed she hardly speaked. She said, I hope you will take care of her. The prince shouted, Marchioness. Marchioness told her that, with you, I know she'll be safe. Then the prince shouted, Please, wake up. Marchioness Yeremia, Marchioness Yeremia. Heron called, Your Highness. Are you all right? The prince came back to his senses. He said, Yes, looks like I dozed off for a moment. He takes a sigh. Heron said, Your Highness, the emperor has sent a message for you. He wishes you to join him for afternoon tea. The prince asked, My father. While walking in the palace hall he said to Heron, This is unusual. He usually calls for me only when necessary. I wonder what's gotten into him today. While walking the prince looked inside the palace garden and he saw Marchioness Yeremia. It was a memory from his mind. He thinks in his mind, It's already been more than 5 years since then, and you're no longer here. I wonder why I dreamt about such a long time ago. He then walked to near the big tree. He saw someone standing behind the tree. It was Aristia. He looks at her and thinks in her mind, That's her daughter. He wondered, why is she here? Looking at her he thinks, she looks just like her mother except for the silver hair. It's almost annoying, even her expression that doesn't seem to fit her age. He walks close to her and Aristia notices him and she gets startled. The prince asked, You. Why have you come here again? Aristia, startled by him, was about to fall. The prince thinks in his mind, This again. He said, I've thought this before, but you're quite disrespectful. He told her, Do you dare to say that you don't know who I am? Aristia hesitantly spoke, Your Highness. He said, So you're going to answer me this time? He asked, So, why are you here? She said, I am here because His Majesty requested my presence here. The prince said, My father did. He thinks in his mind, I see. So that's what is going on. No wonder I thought father was being unusual, this was the reason. He said, Sounds like this will be an uncomfortable meeting. A cup of tea should suffice. He thinks in his mind, She's my fiancé. While having tea Aristia continuously trembles. The prince looking at her trembling thinks in his mind, Why is this child trembling so much? Looking at her he thinks, like a rabbit thrown in front of a predator. What did I ever do to her? Aristia suddenly dropped the cup and tea spilled on the prince's attire. Oh. The prince grits his teeth and stands up. Aristia panickingly said, Your Highness. The prince turns to the other side and said, I'll take my leave first. Then the prince starts walking. Heron asked, Your Highness, are there any burns? Your clothes are. The prince replied to Heron, It's fine. The prince thinks while leaving, How am I supposed to talk with someone like her? She took everything that I couldn't have, no matter how hard I tried, and she doesn't even remember taking any of it. After the prince left Aristia thinks to herself, Why can't I calm down? I thought I already accepted this new life. Red, just like blood. Perhaps I'm still not free from the pain of my past. Back at the Monique Manor. Aristia was sitting in the shade of a tree deep in her thoughts. Alandus said, Phew, good job, Aristia. She said, Oh, yes, you too. The heat must have been exhausting for you. Alandus said, I think you're more exhausted than I am. Did something happen when you went to the palace last time? Aristia said, No, nothing happened. He said, But you've been lost in your thoughts the whole day. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. Aristia said to herself, Why can't you just pretend to not notice? He continued, Still, you can rely on me when you need someone when you're alone. Because for you, I'm always willing to help. Alandus smiles after saying that. Looking at him Aristia thinks in her mind, Alandus. Thank you, you're such a good friend, really. Alandus said, Phew, anyway, the weather is really hot. I think I might faint from dehydration at this rate. Aristia said to him, Then, why don't we take a break inside for a bit? He said, I'd be glad to. Thank you for the invitation. While they were going inside the manor building someone called, My lady. It was Sai League. He came and asked, Could you spare me a moment of your time? Alandus said, I'll go ahead and wait inside. Aristia looking towards him said, Yes. All right. After Alandus went ahead Aristia asked Sir League, What is it, Sir League? With a serious face Sir League said, Please don't get too close to Sir Alandus. Aristia asked with a hint of surprise, What do you mean? Sir League said, I am a bit suspicious of his reasons for training his sword skills here. Even if we are of the same faction, he is from a house of officers, and they have often disagreed with us knights on many occasions. Political relations can be harsh. If you let feelings muddle your judgment, you may get betrayed later on. Please be careful. That's. Remembering Alandis in her mind, Aristia thinks, what he said is right, but Alandis is. Elna came to where they were talking and said, don't you mind Sir League either, my lady. Who knows what kind of horrible training he'll make you do next time. Glaring at him, Lena said, because he's a cold-blooded, merciless knight. While Lena and Sir League starts arguing, Aristia left. She thinks in her mind, I do want to disagree, but Sir League is right. And I have to be careful not to stand out right now. But in the study room, Alandis was browsing through books. He notices Aristia and said, you're back, Aristia. She replied, yes. While having tea, Alandis said, ah, the tea you brew is the best. Aristia said, really, I'm glad you like it. Aristia thinks in her mind while reading a book, right. Alandis is a genius, and his family has been ministers for generations. Even if he's training now, in the end, he also will become. While she was busy in her thoughts, Alandis asked, what are you thinking about again? Aristia replied, oh, it's nothing. By the way, Alandis. She asked, what do you want to be when you grow up? He replied, well, I haven't decided yet. But I'll probably work as an administrative official. Learning the sword is quite fun, but I find that using my mind is more interesting. Aristia said, I see. While feeling sad, she thinks in her mind, I knew it. We can only spend time together like this while we're young. Once he grows up and begins attending social parties soon, we'll grow apart in the end. Alandis asked, Aristia, are you disappointed because I don't want to become a knight? Hiding her blushed face with book, Aristia said, no. Not at all. Alandis said, you are, aren't you? Am I right? You're lonely, aren't you? Aristia said, don't tease me, Alandis. She thinks in her mind, Sir League was right. Since when did I think about Alandis so much? I have to keep my distance from him. The books suddenly fall. Aristia said, ah, look what happened because you keep saying strange things. Alandis said, so it's my fault. They starts picking up the fallen books. Aristia picks a book and said, we had this kind of book. Looking at the book that Aristia was holding, Alandis said, oh, I know this one. It's about a lady and her knight's oath, right? From old fairy tales. A knight's oath to a lady. The knight swears his loyalty to his lord, and never-ending love to his lady. But it's a story only told in old history now. He asked Aristia, what do you think about this? Aristia said, well, it all sounds like a dream. She thinks in her mind, an oath of never-ending love. It has nothing to do with me. It's a story in a fairy tale. While Aristia was thinking, Alandis looks at her smiling and said, Aristia. Alandis leans towards Aristia and puts his hand on the wall facing Aristia. Alandis said, Aristia. While surprised by her reaction, she said, Alandis. He said, Aristia, you're quite selfish, aren't you? She asked, what? Alandis explained, so, you also want a knight who only looks up to you? I didn't expect that. She replied, that's not true. He told her, it's not a bad thing, just, don't you think an oath of eternal love is too difficult? And what if they can't be together even if they love each other? He explained, for example, what if a knight falls in love with the same person his lord loves? Will the knight break the oath if his lord commands him to give up? Or will he break the loyalty to his lord and choose love? What if the other person already has a loved one? Is it really possible to keep an oath beautiful forever? He asked, what do you think you'd do if you were the lady? Will you be able to choose one? She answered, I don't know. Something like that. She thinks in her mind, all of that has nothing to do with me now. It's an old fairy tale that can't always be beautiful. Alandis then said, let's not talk about this. Aristia thinks in her mind, sometimes, Alandis stabs where it hurts the most without any warning. While they were talking, Alandis notices chess board lying around. He asked Aristia, want to play chess? She thinks in her mind, I really should keep some distance from him. They started playing chess. While playing, Aristia takes a sigh. Alandis looking at her asked, you're upset because of what I just told you, aren't you? She thinks in her mind, he's quick to notice. She replied, I just have a lot to think about. She thinks in her mind, wait. This makes it seem like I really wanted a knight. She blushed while feeling embarrassed. She then spoke, please don't misunderstand, Alandis. I just thought that it was a pitiful fairy tale. After saying that, she thinks, that sounded even more like an excuse. Alandis grins after hearing that. He said, all right. I've decided. Well, if you wish to be a lady, I can't help but do this. Aristia asked, do what? The curtains flutter because of air, and he said, I won't be able to become a real knight, but I can at least do this much for my precious friend. After saying that, Alandus kneels in front of Aristia. While shocked and confused, Aristia asked, Alandus, what are you? Alandus said while taking knight oath, I, Alandus de Verita, will promise to Aristia La Monique to forever serve you as my lady. He asked, Dear Aristia, will you accept my oath? Surprised by his words, Aristia thinks in her mind, why is he suddenly? Why is he doing this? What does he want from me? Looking at his extended hand, Aristia thinks, I shouldn't accept it. I have to refuse. I have to refuse. Her mind stops working, feeling pressured. She thinks, I don't know what to do if you look at me with those expectant eyes. I was just thinking that I needed to put some distance between us. After few moments she takes a sigh and said, I do. Alandus said while smiling, I am honored, Aristia. He said, wow. Now you're really my lady. She thinks in her mind while smiling, right, let's just leave him like that for now. Even if this will fade with time, I hope to remember this pure feeling that's long been gone in myself, through him a bit longer. While holding her hand, Alandus said, I met you for the first time last spring. And now I finally feel like we've gotten closer. Though you haven't really grown much from that time. Aristia said, well, the same goes for you too. Alandus then said, now that we're a knight and lady, we have to work hard. So we have 4 years until my coming of age, and 5 years for you. We still have a lot to go. Boys coming of age, 18. Girls coming of age, 16. Aristia remembered, coming of age. Alandus said, I hope you grow up soon, my lady. 1 year ago, Aristia's father hands her the sword and said, Tia, take this. Receiving the sword, Aristia thinks, a sword. Her father told her, I had it prepared since you'll need one as you learn how to wield a sword. Aristia said, thank you, Papa. The knight present there gets shocked from this. Aristia left after receiving the sword and her father wondered, does she not like it? A knight called, Commander. Her father asked, what is it? All the knights looks at her father with worry. While confused, her father said, if you have something to say, speak up. All of them were looking at him worried. You gave her a sword. For her birthday. Duke Arkant laughed loudly after saying that. While laughing he said, to your daughter, who is only 10 years old. Even if my children loved fighting, they would still ask for something other than a sword for their birthday. Feeling ashamed, her father said, I didn't know as such, so I couldn't help it. She's been training a lot, so I thought she would like a sword. Duke Arkant said, because you've rarely spoken to your daughter for such a long time. You can't blame anyone, it's all your fault. He said, well, don't be too upset. You can start to know her more now. Who knows, perhaps. She might like it a bit, secretly. Not just a little bit, but a lot. On her next birthday, her fater gifts her a doll and said, Tia, congratulations on your 11th birthday. While confused she asked, what? Her father asked, isn't tomorrow your birthday? It's your present. Aristia thinks in her mind, birthday. Well, it is my birthday. But, she reminisces the past and thinks, I've lived to be 17 years old. And now I have to play with a doll. No, even in my past life, I've never really played with a doll. Looking at the doll she thinks, I don't know how to respond. She wondered, what should I do with this? Her father said, looks like you don't like it. The knights said that girls your age would like dolls. I guess I got it wrong again. Hearing his response, Aristia quickly said, no, Papa. I really like it, she happily said, this is amazing. I'm so happy. Thank you, Papa. Her father takes a sigh of relief and pats her and he said, I see. That's great. He asked, Tia, would you like to go outside with me? She replied, yes. They went to the royal palace. While walking inside the royal palace, all the people there were staring at them. Aristia thinks in her mind, I can feel people staring at me from behind. She thinks while walking, so he had to go to the palace. Papa, you took me to work, not for a walk. She was holding the doll her father gifted her. She suddenly realized, oh no. I should have left this at home. Everyone must be staring at me because I'm holding something too childish. Her father looks at her and then he smiles. She also smiles and thinks, I guess it doesn't matter. Oh well. Papa looks so happy. Someone came shouting, Commander. He said, there you are. We are in need of your presence. Assistant of the second squad, Kajin de Ras. Aristia looks at him and remembers, the eldest son from House Ras. Her father asked, what's wrong? Kajin said, there was an accident during training, but it's gotten complicated. I've done what I can for now, but there is only so much I can do with my title. Her father said, I see. I'll be right there. He then said to Aristia, Tia, go ahead and wait inside. Do you know the way to my office? Aristia replied, yes, take care. Walking with her father, Kasian said to him, also. There was an announcement about an inspection today. Alright, Aristia thinks in her mind while walking inside the palace, he's busy as soon as he arrives here. Yet he still prepared a present for me. She remembered, wait, he gave me a small sword around this time last year too. Was that also my birthday present? In the Empire, it's normal to not celebrate birthdays before becoming an adult. Yet he's ignored that custom twice now. Papa. For me. She hugs the doll and thinks in her mind, I'll treat it more carefully. Papa prepared it just for me. I'll keep it with me at all times. While walking from the corner she thinks, Lena would know what I could do with this. I'll ask her as soon as I get back. She suddenly bumped into someone at the corner and fell down. While trying to stand up she said, I'm sorry. It was the prince in whom she bumped. Prince Ruvalis. Aristia thinks in her mind, Prince Ruvalis. Him again, of all people. Heron said, you are before the royal prince. Pay your respects. Aristia quickly stands up and said, forgive me. She greets the prince, greetings, future son of the. While she was saying her doll slipped from her hand. Kya. Oh no, She thinks in her mind, what did I just do? She apologized and said, please forgive me. I've shown such disgrace. While she was bowing her head she thinks in her mind, he won't forgive me. He must be mad, because he's always been mad at me. The prince doesn't say anything and keep being silent. Aristia looks at him and thinks, he's not mad. Then the prince asked, where is Marquis Karen? He wasn't inside. Aristia replied, there was an accident during training, so he went to check. The prince said, then, I'll wait for him since I'm already here. Both of them sits inside a room, and they doesn't speak to each other. Aristia wondered, why did this happen? I run into him whenever I visit the palace. This prolonged silence this is too much to handle. She prayed in her mind, Papa, please hurry. The prince suddenly remembered a child crying in his mind. Hick, your highness. The prince said, you. Aristia thinks in her mind, is he going to get mad now? The prince asked, still like those kinds of dolls, I see. Aristia asked, pardon. Aristia wonders, what did he just say? Still. HMPH. Aristia asked the prince, what do you mean? They heard the sound of door opening. Her father and Duke Ruth came inside the room. Her father said, Your Highness. You're here. Duke Ruth said, greetings, Your Highness. The prince said, looks like you two are quite busy. He said, I'm here to oversee things under the Emperor's commands. Duke Ruth said, then, please come this way. What would you like to inspect first? The prince said, I'll start with the financial papers. After the prince left, Duke Ruth said, this is quite a rare sight. He said, a doll. I didn't think the young lady enjoyed those. He told her, you were always quite mature, but now you look like your age. Aristia thinks in her mind, that's because I've lived for 19 years now. While remembering in his mind, Duke Ruth said, was it last spring when you suggested the luxury tax? You were only 10 years old, yet you came up with something like that. Quite amazing, really. Thanks to you, we were able to prepare for the coming drought in advance. Aristia said, that's good news. I'm sure other people or the prince would have noticed even without me. Praising her, Duke Ruth said, you're humble as well. Aristia said, please, I am merely. She looks towards her father and all of them were staring at her. She thinks in her mind, why is he looking at me? Duke Ruth said, she's so brilliant at such a young age. Don't you agree she is a blessing for this empire, Your Highness? The prince smiles and said, quite so. He praised her saying, I am happy to have such a brilliant fiancé. Duke Ruth said, of course, haha. Looking at his expressions, Aristia remembers, that smile. That's his expression when he doesn't like something. She wonders, did they not notice? There's even a chill in the air from his coldness. Her father looks towards Aristia, who is worried, and asked, Tia, what's wrong? He quickly reached to her and said, you look so pale. Aristia replied, I'm all right. Her father then said to the prince, Your Highness, please, I ask that you allow us to leave. I'm all right. My daughter seems to be feeling quite sick these days. The prince allowed and said, as you wish. Her father then said, now, let's go, Tia. He picks Aristia and carry her with him. Aristia looks towards the prince as her father was carrying her and leaving. She wonders, why do you always look at me with such eyes? With such hatred and resentment? What did I ever do to you? You were the one who tormented and neglected me. I should be the one to resent you. So why are you the one showing such an expression? After some time in winter, Aristia is practicing in the training ground. Hup, hup, wham, smack, ha, wham. While practicing she thinks in her mind, faster. I must get stronger. I must become stronger in order to escape the royal palace. Before Ji-yoon appears in this world, Alandis was standing worried looking at him training. While practicing she suddenly slipped and fell on the ground. Kya. Alandis asked, "Are you alright?" Aristia replied, "Why yes. This is nothing." Alandis said, "Aristia, why are you so anxious? You look like someone who's being chased." "That's," she said to herself. "Of course, I would look like that. Because I'm training like a mad person, afraid of getting caught." Alandis said, "I see. Toy can't tell me." While Alandis removes dust from her clothes he said, "But, Aristia, it's no secret that you have worked hard. You're a diligent person. I'm sure you'll achieve what you aim for." He said while smiling, "If you wish, you can rely on me anytime." Aristia looks towards him and said, "Alandis." She thinks in her mind, "You're so kind." She then leans on Alandis' shoulder. She remembered her past and tells in her mind, "In the past, nobody was kind to me. And I also thought only of myself. If I had opened my heart more back then, would my life have been a bit different?" Then, New Year's came around. An opera to celebrate Emperor Merkin's 25th year was performed. The emperor said, "Haha, it's been a while since I've watched a play like this." The emperor asked, "And how have you been these days?" Aristia replied, "I've been well, thanks to your grace." The emperor said, "Good. Please enjoy the opera." He said, "The Marquis has to watch this opera by himself. Though, I'm the one who called you here to this seat." Aristia looks at her father and said to herself, "Father." The emperor then said, "Now that I think about it, your family is quite small. It's only you and your father, the Marquis." Aristia replied, "Yes." The emperor said, "Who knew she would pass away at such a young age? Such a pity." Aristia looks towards the prince and wonders, "Is he talking about my mother?" The prince looks towards Aristia and then turns his face. Aristia gets confused by his action. Then the emperor said, "It would have been such a blessing if the Marchioness had lived longer." He said, "It feels like it was only yesterday that I last saw her. It's such a shame for everyone, really." Aristia said, "Your Majesty." She thinks in her mind, "How should I answer at times like these? I don't remember anything about my mother. Everyone and even father have avoided talking about my mother. And I don't remember her, so I don't even feel any longing." Remembering her past she thinks, "Now that I think about it, I talked about my mother with other people like this before I came back in time. What did I say back then? How did I answer back then?" While she was thinking the emperor said, "By the way, Lady Aristia, I heard that you entered the palace looking quite lovely last time." Aristia asked, "Pardon?" He told her, "You were holding a doll almost as big as you." Rumors have been circulating, starting from the second squadron. While feeling embarrassed Aristia asked, "The second squadron?" She thinks in her mind, "How did the emperor hear about such a thing?" Then the emperor said, "I know everything that happens in this palace, haha." He added, "What a pity. I would have been delighted to see such a sight." Asterisk. He looks towards the prince and said, "I heard you met the prince, though." Aristia thinks in her mind, "Why now?" The emperor asked, "Well, prince. Was she as lovely as they said, in your eyes as well?" The prince replied with a smile, "Yes. She was, father." The emperor laughs and said, "Haha, is that so?" Aristia gets surprised and shocked at the same time. She looks towards the prince and thinks in her mind, What does he mean by that? What did he mean by saying that?" She remembers the prince from her past and thinks, "Ah, right. I remember that. Occasionally, I saw his expression like that before Ji-yoon appeared. He was still indifferent to me, yet although he seemed hostile at times, back then, he didn't despise me as much." Asterisk. She wondered, "So, when did things start to go wrong? What about me did he hate so much?" On the verge of crying she thinks, "What for?" Then she suddenly heard the voice. Then, finally, the future son to succeed the holy blood has been born. She came back to her senses and thinks, "Ah yes, we are watching an opera. And to bless the future son, God has sent a holy partner to accompany him." She looks at the emperor's partner and thinks, "What? That's me. To think that I would be in the play. Did His Majesty invite me here knowing this?" Asterisk. The performer said, "And so the glory of the empire continues and prospers in bountifulness. May the child of prophecy be blessed with prosperity." Suddenly the chandelier shakes and fell down on the venue. The chandelier suddenly fell. The prince asked the emperor, "Father, are you hurt anywhere?" He replied, I'm fine." He asked, "Are you all right, my son and Lady Aristia?" Aristia thinks in her mind, "Oh no. Just about to link hands. Yes, this is. It's like a sign, saying the two should never be together. Is this an omen that the same past will be waiting for me again in the future? Or is this God ridiculing me for my futile attempt to stray from my fate?" They people present their start talking to each other. "Oh my. Did you just see that? The chandelier, just when they were about to. What blasphemy. Perhaps this is an omen about an ominous marriage." The emperor and the prince also heard them talking. The presenter came on stage and said, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, and dear honored guests, even a fabulous chandelier can only shy away and lower its face in the presence of the holy sun and moon. So, to the royal majesty, and the future sun and moon, may there be everlasting prosperity." The people present their starts clapping in applause. Looking towards the emperor, Aristia thinks in her mind, will they think the same? Or do they feel it is ominous, just as I do? No. What does it matter? As long as he hates me as he did in the past, the same thing will happen. Then, there is only one future for me. I must avoid the fate that is tied with him at all costs. After that, while sleeping, Aristia heard a voice, who? This voice, Papa. She heard them talking, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, you must wake up. I have an urgent matter to attend to at the borders." "What? Why so suddenly?" Her father said to her while she was sleeping, "Please wait for me. I will come back soon to take you home." Aristia wonders, "Papa, home? What do you mean, home? This is our home, Papa. What are you talking about?" Her father said, "So, you must stay strong and stay well until then." Aristia thinks, Where are you going? "Without me." She heard her father saying, "Do you understand? Your Highness, the Queen." She flinched and said, "Father." She rises up from her bed as an adult and called, Father. "Wait, no, don't go, Father. Please, don't go without me, Father." She opens her eyes and her hand was extended towards the ceiling, "Father." She rises up from her bed and thinks, a dream. Lena came and opens the door. She said, "My lady, are you awake?" "The Lord is." She stopped in the middle after looking at Aristia. She asked, "Oh dear, Lady Aristia. What's wrong? You're so pale. Are you feeling ill?" Aristia asked, "Lena, what about my father?" Lena replied, "The Lord is speaking with Duke Arkant right now." Aristia wonders, Duke Arkant? What for, at this early hour? I have a bad feeling about this. She went to where her father and Duke Arkant was. Looking towards Aristia, the Duke said, "Oh, the young lady is here just in time." Aristia asked, did something happen?" Her father suddenly stands up from his place and said, "Tia." He stopped and doesn't say further. Aristia thinks in her mind, "Papa. What's wrong? What in the world happened?" Her father said, "Tia, looks like Papa has to go on an expedition to another land." She thinks in her mind, an expedition? Papa, the knight commander, going on an expedition? But why so suddenly? The Duke said, "It's really troublesome. Do you remember the bad harvest you mentioned before?" While taking a sigh he told, "Looks like it's going to begin this year. And on a bigger scale, at that." Aristia asked, "A bad harvest? But, I heard the Empire was preparing for that in advance." The Duke replied, "Of course. That is the case, but there are always those who refuse to listen." Kajin added, "Certain lords have disobeyed their orders and have resorted to plundering. As such, the people of those lands are resisting and are starting to riot. A royal order has been issued to send knights to subdue the riots and oversee the relief work." Aristia thinks in her mind, a riot. So it happened in the end. Her father said, "Due to the situation, I will proceed together with the whole second squad." Aristia asked, "All of them?" Then, she thinks in her mind, "That means I'll be here alone." The Duke said, "I apologize for these circumstances, Lady Aristia. I do wish I could go myself, but the commander of the first squad can't leave the city. Instead, my son and some of the knights from the first squad will be joining the main unit. We should hurry with the preparations. When should we mobilize?" Looking at them preparing to leave, Aristia thinks in her mind, "Is this what my dream was alluding to?" She thinks in her mind, "I might not see Papa for months, or even years. And that's not all. It's just like that night when he said he would come back for me." While feeling worried she thinks, what if he never comes back? No, that won't happen. She thinks, they say negative thoughts bring bad luck. The past and the present are different now. Papa will surely return safely. Her father said to the Duke, Archant, I expect you will take good care of my daughter while I'm away. She's smart, but she's still young. I would be grateful if you occasionally visit to check on her. The Duke replied, that won't be a problem. Even Ruth will be going to oversee the relief operation, so the capital will be quite empty. That reflects the importance of this mission. Her father asked, then, who will be going as the assistant chancellor? The Duke told him, His Majesty is supposed to appoint someone, but I don't know who it will be. I assume it may be Ruth's eldest son. He will then be able to teach him the way. Her father then said, I wonder if that will be the case. Then the Duke said, at any rate, since my dear friends and son will be traveling so far away, how about I hold a farewell banquet? At the Verita mansion, that is. Her father replied, you must have gotten their permission beforehand, right? After some time while walking, Aristia thinks in her mind, I feel like I'm by myself already. Kajin said, Lady Aristia. While holding her hand he said, I heard you are learning how to wield a sword. She replied, oh, yes. I'm training to become more healthy as well. He said, you must be learning fast since the commander is guiding you. She told him, this is true, but I've still got a long way to go. Kajin said, the Marquis and I will be leaving, but my father and younger brother will be here to watch over you. Please, do not worry. Aristia thinks in her mind, a younger brother. Right, the younger son of Duke Archant was a master of the sword. Perhaps I can learn from him. Aristia asked him, what kind of person is your younger brother? He replied, Karsane. Then he doesn't speak for a moment as he remembers something in his mind. Then he said, he's not a bad person. Once you get to know him. Aristia said, once I get to know him. She remembers in her mind that, I remember there were a lot of problems in House Ras due to their heir. Are they not on good terms? Perhaps I shouldn't have asked. Verita mansion. The servant said, welcome, Marquis Karen and Lady Aristia. I will show you to the reception hall. The maid showed the way and said, Lady Aristia, this way, please. The young master is waiting for you. Aristia joyfully said, I'll go see Alandis. Walking behind the maid, Aristia thinks in her mind, I was starting to feel down, but I'm glad I can meet with Alandis. When everyone leaves, I'll be all alone in the mansion. And then, what will I need to do? Manage the mansion's daily affairs, complete my studies, and... She heard a bang and clash sound while walking. The Ehad maid asked the other maid, we have guests. What is all this ruckus about? The maid said, I was. She said I'm so sorry. As she left. After she left, Aristia looks towards from where the sound came and said, that was. The head maid said, it's nothing you need to concern yourself with. Aristia said, but. The maid said with a serious tone, you're here to see the young master, aren't you, Lady Aristia? Now, he's waiting in this room. Please enter. Aristia looks beside the door inside the room and wonders, what's going on? She called, Alandis, I'm here. She said, I heard a loud noise just now. She stopped as she saw Alandis looking serious. In a moment Alandis changed and with excitement he said, Aristia. Come here, my lady. Wow, welcome, I'm glad to see you. Aristia said, yes. Hello, Alandis. She wondered, was I mistaken just now? She asked, did something happen? I heard a really loud noise coming from here. Alandis said, oh, the maid accidentally spilled some tea. Don't worry about it, Aristia. It will be cleaned up soon. In the meantime, it's so nice to see you at my home like this. Aristia thinks in her mind, oh, it looks like it wasn't anything serious. While showing her the way, Alandis said, now, let's go. I'll show you the garden. The air is cooler out there by the lake. It will be more refreshing than staying inside. Aristia said, oh, right. While going away, Aristia looks towards the cups and tea, but everything was fine lying there. In the garden. While on the swing, Aristia gets shocked and asked, what? You're leaving too, Alandis? Alandis said, yes, it just happened. My father needs someone to assist him, but as everyone knows, my older brother is frail. That's why I'll be going instead. Aristia asked, how can that be? Alandis then told her, we'll have to travel without a base camp for a while, so I won't be able to write letters that often. The air starts moving. While feeling down, Aristia said, I see. While on the swing, she thinks in her mind, father, the knights, and even Alandis. I know I can't have everyone by my side at all times, but still, this is too sudden. While Aristia was busy in her thoughts, Alandis was standing hiding the bruise on his hand. He said, it looks like she noticed. I should have held back. While a gust of wind suddenly blows from the front of her, she asked, What did you say? Alandis gets close to Aristia and she said Alandi. Alandis kissed Aristia in her forehead and she blushed. Holding her hands, Alandis said, I'll be back, my lady. You may be lonely, but please bear with it for a while. You have to take care of yourself. And don't be too friendly with the other boys, or I'll get jealous. Aristia said, Really? You always say the strangest things. Be careful, and come home safely. Alandis said, I have a lot to prepare, so I need to return to the mansion first. I'll see you when I come back. While Alandis was leaving, Aristia watched him from behind and said to herself, Alandis, be well. Please come back safely. The next day her father said, Keep safe. If anything happens, send a message to Duke Arkant for help. Aristia replied, Yes, Papa. She gives her father a present and said, Papa, here. Her father asked, This is? She told him, It's just to wish you luck on a safe return. I made it in a hurry last night. She thinks in her mind, I didn't have much time. Her father smiles and said, Thank you. Then, here's my gift in return. Aristia said, Your cufflinks. Papa, you shouldn't take these off. Her father said, I have an extra pair, so it's fine. It's only right that I give something in return for such a precious gift. While she squeezes the cufflinks her father gave her, she said, Papa. Looking at her father, she thinks in her mind, I should say something. After this, I won't be able to see Papa until next spring. I have to say something. The other knights came rushing to her and said, Lady Aristia, please, accept ours too. Here's mine. Mine too. Here's more. Do you have anything for us? Please wish us luck as well. While amazed by everyone, she thinks in her mind, that's right. I forgot about everyone else. We weren't close before, but now I've trained with them, side by side, every day. Yet, I only made a gift for Papa. Her father then said to the knights, We're leaving. The knights then said to her, Lady Aristia, make sure to eat well, and be wary of any suspicious men. She said, I will. Please return safely, everyone. After bidding farewell to the expedition, I returned to the mansion, where the days passed by peacefully. It's a bit lonely, but it's not as bad as I had thought. Except for my studies, that is. Taking a sigh, Aristia said, I don't know what to do. I've suddenly hit a wall. Lena said, You must be tired from studying while also managing the estate. She suggested, Why don't we go outside for a breather? Lena's in a ponytail. Aristia asked, To where? Lena said, To town. I was just about to leave to run some errands. Aristia said while thinking, Town. Perhaps I should go. Lena said, There's a new boutique that opened up. We can go order a new dress for you. And have some delicious cake while we're out. They went to the town. Standing inside a shop, Lena said with a disappointed look, We're finally outside, and here you are. Looking at metal instead of dresses. Aristia said, I'm just going to take a quick look around, since I already have a sword, and see what's here. Lena said while whining, I can't believe that my delicate lady would grow up to shop for such hideous blades. Aristia then said, Well, after this, let's go to that cake shop you like. Lena excitedly said, Really? You're too kind, my lady. I'll go tell the coachman. After Lena left the shop, a boy with red hair came inside the shop. Aristia thinks in her mind, Gee, Lena really doesn't like to wait. The boy asked the shopkeeper, Master, how's my order coming along? The shopkeeper replied, Welcome, young sir. Already finished it and had it wrapped. It's all ready for you. The bot said, I can always count on you, master. The shopkeeper said, It was going to be delivered tomorrow, but you're here now. The bot said, How could you expect me to wait until then? I can't contain my excitement. Bring it now. Hearing them talking, Aristia thinks in her mind, sounds just like Lena. He's so loud, and he looks like he'd be hasty. She wondered what kind of family would raise a son like that. Looking at a sword, Aristia thinks in her mind, a silver guard. It looks just like Papa's sword. She extends her hand to reach the sword. Another hand came to the sword. Aristia looks towards the boy surprised. The boy asked, What are you looking at? The boy asked, Do you like swords too? Aristia replied, Ah, yes. She thinks in her mind, How can he be this blunt during a first meeting? The boy looks at Aristia from head to toe and asked, How long has it been? While confused, Aristia asked, What? The boy said, You're training. How long has it been since you started training? A year, 2 years. She replied, About a year and a half. Aristia thinks in her mind, How did he know? Looking at other swords, the boy said, Really? Then, Giving Aristia a sword, the boy said, "This should be good." She said, "With your figure, the one before would have been too heavy for you to wield." Aristia grabs the sword and thinks in her mind, "Oh, it's light. It's similar to what Papa gave me." She said, "Thank you." She thinks, "Though I don't need it." The boy then said, "You're quite the odd one. Girls don't usually study this stuff, right? They normally don't come anywhere near it. Swords, spears, anything. Since their hands will start to look like that after a while." Aristia looks at her hand and thinks, "Oh, the calluses. That's how he knew." She said, "That's true. But my father is a knight." After hearing that, the boy excitedly said, "Really? So is my family." The boy told her, "My older brother and father are both knights. And I'll become one as well." While showing off, the boy said, "I will be accepted into the best knighthood in the city. To their first squad. Well, at my level, I'm sure I'll become the youngest knight ever." Aristia thinks in her mind, the youngest knight. Looking at the boy, she observed, hair as red as flame and blue eyes as clear as glass. She wondered, could he be? She said, "Karsane, de Ras." While smiling, the boy said, "What? You've heard of me? Gee, I guess it's hard being a genius since everyone recognizes you." Aristia thinks in her mind, so it's him. The youngest son of the Ras family. And the genius swordsman of the empire. She thinks he's so arrogant. He really has no manners. I think I understand what Circassian meant. Then Karsane said, "All right. If you ever get stuck during training, come find me. This genius will help you out." Aristia asked, "Is that true, Sir Karsane?" He arrogantly said, "Of course. I'm probably better than any master. If I help you one-on-one, you'll get better in no time. So, you, She suddenly said, right. I don't even know your name." Aristia said, "Oh, my name is." While Aristia was talking, a servant came and bangs open the shop's door. He shouted, "Young master, I knew you would be here. I knew it. How many times do I have to beg you not to suddenly disappear?" Karsane shouted, "It's not like that. I just came here for a second to get my sword." The servant said, "Then let's get back quickly. You're done here, aren't you?" Aristia thinks in her mind, even his servant is loud. Karsane said, "All right, I'm coming." While he was going, the shopkeeper said, "Oh, young master, you should take this with you." After that, while leaving, Karsane aid to Aristia, smiling, "Hey, you. Make sure to visit me, alright? Until then, bye." They left with a bang sound. Aristia said to herself, he was like a storm. After some time, while training, Aristia said to herself, "I knew it. I'm stuck." She think, "I'm training in this wide, open space. All by myself, without anyone to guide me." She said, the emptiness left behind by those who leave, feels deep. She suddenly remembered Karsane's words, "Make sure to visit me." She thinks, "Guess I'll go see him." Residence of Duke Arkant. Duchess Ernia said, "I've heard about you, Lady Aristia." She said, "I heard the Marquis hoped we would help you with your training." Aristia replied, "Yes, that's right." Duchess said, "Well then, we won't need to talk for long, I see. I've sent someone for my little boy. He should be here soon." Aristia thanked her, saying, "Thank you, Duchess Ernia." Looking at her, Aristia thinks in her mind, she's still the same, I see. She's always been cold toward me, for some reason. I could tell right away that she didn't like me. Karsane came and said, "Why do you keep calling for me? Can you please just forgive me?" Scratching his head, he said, "I've been quiet the whole day." His mother said, "Take a seat. We have a guest." Karsane noticed Aristia and said, "Oh, it's you." He said, "Ooh, you're the one from before. Good, I knew you would come." While patting her, he said, "Look at that. You're stuck, right? Haha, you need this genius, don't you?" His mother from behind said, "Karsane." She said, "Looks like you two have already met. Well then, formally introduce yourselves." "Lady Aristia." Karsane asked, "What?" Aristia introduced her in a noble manner, "My name is Aristia Monique. I've come today to request your help. It's an honor to meet you." Karsane stands there frozen. Aristia asked, "Sir?" Karsane asked, "Monique. Right, you have silver hair. Among the nobles, only those of House Monique have silver hair." He asked with a serious expression, "So, that means, you're the future empress, right?" Verita residence, the day before the expedition. While playing chess, Duke Arkant smirkingly said, "Their checkmate." He said, "We even placed a wager. Why are you so distracted? This isn't like you." He then asked, Are you worried about your daughter? Taking a sigh he said, well, there's that. The Duke asked, is there something else? Is it because of Ruth's younger son? He's smart, and it looks like he's also very astute. I heard he proposed to your daughter as soon as he found out the engagement might be cancelled. While Marquis glares, the Duke said, aren't you lucky, Karen? You don't need to worry about your daughter's husband. He then said, trying to calm down the Marquis, I was joking. It was a joke. You're being really scary right now. He said, if Ruth knew you hated it this much, he'd be sad. Marquis said, if he had the heart to be sad about this, I wouldn't be so worried. Duke arced towards the Duke Ruth. Looking at Duke Ruth, he said, I suppose that's true. He looks towards the Marquis and Marquis takes a sigh. The Duke then said, then, how about this? What if my younger son watched over her? Marquis said, you're younger? You mean, that, child? The Duke said, yes, I'm talking about, that, one. Well, he's naive and a bit quick to anger. While smiling, the Duke said, but he's just like me. Meaning, he's nice and sociable. To the present. Karsane angrily said, what the? You think I'm gonna help a little runt like you? He shouted to his mother, I don't want to, mother. Why do I have to teach her? His mother said, sign. Watch your tone. You're being rude. In front of our guest. She said, looks like you need to learn your manners again. He again protested, but, mother, she's. His mother interrupts him and said, sign. Do you wish to disobey your father? Tisk. Aristia wondered, why is he angry? Is he uncomfortable because I suddenly came to visit? But, he was happy to see me just a few seconds ago. What made him change his mind? Karsane glares at Aristia and she thinks what? She again wondered, what is with this open hostility? His mother said, sign. He then said, ah, fine. He said to Aristia, then, shall we go? Lady Aristia. Aristia asked, pardon, where to? He said, aren't you here to train with me? Then, isn't it obvious that I need to know how good you are first? He heard her mother saying, Karsane. He panicked kingly said, I'm being nice. He calmly asked, you're coming, right? Aristia replied, ah, yes. Gosh. Aristia thinks in her mind, perhaps I shouldn't have come. In the training ground, Karsane said to Aristia, took you long enough to get changed. I don't have all day, you know. Aristia said, I'm sorry for the delay, sir. He then asked, so, your father told you to train with me? She replied, ah, yes. He said, ha, what a joke. Shaking his head he told, you think learning how to wield a sword is easy? Why don't you just swing it around for a couple of minutes for fun? Feeling annoyed by him, Aristia said, but, aren't you the one who said to come visit if I need help? He said, that was before I knew you were the daughter of House Monique. Now that I know, don't expect me to be nice to you. Aristia asked, what do you mean? He replied, I meant exactly as I said. Holding the wooden sword, Aristia wondered, what is this? He won't even tell me the reason. She said, sir, I'm not trying to learn how to use the sword as a simple pastime. He said, HMPH. It's clear why a girl from a noble house would want to learn. I can't stand those who try to show off by doing something different. Aristia thinks in her mind, why did his attitude change? He should have known I was from a noble family from the beginning. He was the one who approached me so easily before. Yet, this is his true personality. She told him, I'm not training for that kind of reason. Karsane said, enough excuses. If that's the truth, then you need to prove to me how serious you are. Aristia replied, fair enough. She asked, how should I prove it? He said, let's see how good you are at the basics. Gritting her teeth, Aristia said, all right. After that he asked Aristia to swing the sword continuously. Ha. He watched Aristia while she swings her sword. He then said, enough. While taking quick breaths, Aristia asked, how was I? Karsane replied with a clear look, I think you're pathetic. Aristia furiously thinks in her mind, seriously, this boy. He remarked, your basic skills are passable, but the rest? You're a total mess, and you want to call yourself a swordsman? Are you out of your mind? Feeling enraged by his comment, he thinks in her mind, I have to endure. I'm the one who's asking for help here. She then said, it's as you just saw. Since there's nobody to guide me, I've been training by myself. But I haven't made any progress. He said with obvious reaction, well, that's obvious. You won't get anywhere with that floppy posture of yours. Feeling annoyed, Aristia thinks in her mind, floppy. Aristia asked him, then, what should I do? He shouted, why should I care? Why do I even have to help you with your training? He told her, Figure it out yourself. And don't bother me. Aristia said, but, you should also understand how helpless one feels when they've reached a wall and nothing seems to work. He arrogantly replied, nope. Never felt that way. I'm that good. I mean, I've always been above the rest, you know. Aristia thinks in her mind, what's his problem? He's so arrogant. And he made me have such high hopes. Aristia grits her teeth and then suddenly turns to the opposite side. Karsane said, as expected. If you're giving up this early, that means you were never serious about your training in the first place. Aristia said, I do not wish to converse with someone who can't keep their promise. He replied, right, just quit already. He told her, you lack both the strength and stamina to learn anyway. Why don't you do something about that feeble body of yours before holding a sword? After that Aristia starts walking and Karsane thinks to himself, so, she's really leaving. While leaving Aristia said to herself, right. I see, strength and stamina. That has to come first. Just you wait. I'm not giving up like this. Back to the Monique household. Aristia called, Alan, Lena. The servant said, welcome back, Lady Aristia. She told them, starting today, have all my meals follow a strictly nutritional diet. I'm going to train even harder from now on. Alan asked, even harder? She then said to Lena, and Lena, can you make sandbags that would fit around my legs and arms? I need them for strength training. Both of them get shocked and asked, strength training? Lena replied, yes, I'll get them ready right away, my lady. As Aristia was leaving they wondered, what's going on? Strength training and a nutritional diet. While talking to other servants Lena said, it's obvious. Something must have happened at the Ras residence. Our lady is not someone who starts fights with others. The other maid said, oh, right. I heard that Sir Karsane is quite rude. He wouldn't get along with our young master who is always so polite. That must be why she's angry. Alan said, but, she's always been delicate. I'm not sure about this sudden increase in training. I wonder if she'll be alright. Meanwhile Aristia thinks in her mind, I know what my weaknesses are, so I'll just work harder from now on. Remembering Karsane in her mind she thinks, you'll see. I'll make you regret those words. The next day, she tells, I set my sights on strength training. I exercised to increase my stamina, then continued with basic sword training. I ran and ran, until my heart felt like it would burst. While training Lena asked, Lady Aristia, are you alright? She tells, my life became a mix of training until my arms went numb, and then collapsing and falling asleep without eating dinner. I already knew this method wouldn't fix my problems. But, I couldn't stop, because I was running out of time. At Verita Manor, Karsane was sitting inside the garden thinking and wondering. He then heard a servant saying, welcome. We've been waiting for you. He quickly runs to the carriage that arrived. The servant said, young master. Karsane asked, who was that? The servant asked, pardon. He asked, who just arrived? The servant replied, that was the designer for the lady's new dress. The servant then asked, are you waiting for someone? No. Feeling disappointed and leaving he said, it's nothing. He thinks in his mind, it's been a few days now, but I haven't heard from her. Was I too harsh? I was surprised since she was from House Monique. But, I was the one who offered to help her first. No, why do I have to worry about her? I mean, she's married to that high and mighty prince. She's not his wife just yet. Since they're only engaged, she's got nothing to do with me anyway. He suddenly remembered Aristia in his mind asking, you'll really help me? He thinks, I wonder if she's still training with that weak body. Geez, whatever. Meanwhile at the Monique household, Aristia was training continuously. Lena looking worried said, Lady Aristia, please stop. You've been training since this morning. You'll get sick if you continue. Aristia said, just a little more. She thinks in her mind, this is the only way. This is the only way I can avoid getting involved with the royal family. But if this doesn't work, she then suddenly heard a voice saying, are you out of your mind? Karsane said with loud voice, stop that right now. While surprised Aristia asked, Sir Karsane. He said, I just stopped by to check, but, is this what you call training? Aristia asked, aren't you the one who said I need to improve my strength? He shouted, I never said you should do it like this. He grabs her training sword and said, do you want to destroy your body to the point that you'll never be able to hold a sword again? Let go. Aristia asked, why do you care? While shocked by her question he asked, what? Aristia said with a serious face, I thought you didn't want to involve yourself in my business. In any case, please don't interfere and just leave. Karsane asked, "Hey, are you trying to put on a show because I said that?" She said, "If you're not going to help, then don't get involved." Walking by him she said, "If you'll excuse me, I'm busy." Karsane abruptly said, "Hey, now hold on." Suddenly Aristia felt dizzy and she passes out. Karsane, while shocked, said, "Hey, Kya?" Lena said, "Lady Aristia." Karsane, holding her, asked, "Wait, what's wrong? Darn, she's burning up. Hey, wake up, hey." Karsane picks her up and said, "Lena, I'll carry her inside. Call the doctor, hurry." After some time in bed, Aristia opens her eyes. She heard Lena saying, "Tia." While crying, Lena said, "Lady Aristia, are you awake?" Aristia opens her eyes and said, "Lena." Lena asked, "Would you like some water? I'll help you sit up." Aristia thinks in her mind, "In the end, I collapsed. Just like I did in the past. After becoming 10 again, I worked hard to get healthier. But I haven't changed at all." She then falls on her bed again and closed her eyes. She thinks in her mind, "What should I do? What should I do if this doesn't work? There's not much time left." After few moments, feeling awkward, Karsane asked, Hey, how are you feeling?" Aristia replied, "I'm feeling better. Thank you, Sir Karsane." She said, "You carried me inside when I collapsed, correct?" He said, yes. Well." Feeling blushed, he said, "It's not a big deal." Aristia smiles and thinks in her mind, even though he was so mean before. Karsane then said, "Hey, I'll give you my honest opinion. You need to stop this type of training. At this rate, you won't even be able to hold a spoon, let alone a sword. Using sandbags when you're so young will only wear down your joints." Looking disappointed, she thinks in her mind, "I know that. That must be the reason why my father didn't train me separately. Because of this weak body. And that's why Alendis is far better than me now, even though we started together." Karsane said, "You know, if you're that weak, why are you trying to learn sword fighting? There are other things you can do without overexerting yourself, like gardening, or painting." She asked, "Well, I want to know why you rejected me last time." He answered, "Because you're the prince's fiancé, right? The future empress." Aristia said, "So?" She thinks in her mind, "But I won't be." Karsane said, "I thought you would quit training after getting married." He said, "When you become the empress, you won't need to use a sword. The royal guards will always protect you. I don't want to deal with someone who will learn only as a hobby. I've seen plenty of people begin out of curiosity, only to quit right after." She thinks in her mind, "I see. He doesn't want to see others take lightly what he has dedicated his life to. But," he continued, "anyway, you get it now, right? That's how it is. You should stop." Aristia interrupts him and said, "I won't give up." Karsane said, "Right, don't give up, huh?" Surprised by her reply, he said, "Have you not been listening? You'll ruin your joints. If this is a hobby, you can bring in a tutor too." She said, "No. I won't quit. No, I can't quit." She told him, "No matter how difficult, even if I'm at a disadvantage because of my body, I will continue to hold a sword even if I die like this. No matter what." Looking at her, Karsane thinks in his mind, "Why are you trying so hard?" She said, "I will become a knight." Meanwhile at the royal palace, Heron said while closing the door, "Your Highness, I brought more papers for today. The lords on the outskirts are complaining non-stop." The prince was looking outside the window. Heron asked, "Your Highness, what is it?" The prince said, "Look there, Heron." Heron looks outside through the window. He said, "Those clothes, they're from the Lisa kingdom. Looks like an envoy has arrived." Then the prince said, "An envoy at such a busy time?" Heron said, "Well, the whole continent is in trouble because of the drought. The climate in the Lisa kingdom is cold and dry. And since it's in the north, they must have been hit hard. They're probably here to ask for more support and supplies." The prince said, "I hope that's the case." Looking at them, he thinks in his mind, "But they're bringing in more than necessary for something like that. What is their goal? It start raining outside." While it's raining, Aristia said, "I will become a knight." While surprised, Karsane asked, "What? A knight?" He said, "But you're the prince's fiancé." Thinking hard, he said, "I'm sorry, but I don't get it." He said, "So you're going to become the empress, and be a knight as well? Huh, is that possible?" Aristia said to him, "I won't become the empress. I will follow in the footsteps of my family." Aristia tells, "I will continue my family name. Yes, that is the reason. That's the reason why I've been training while also taking lessons as the heir of the family. I won't repeat that cruel fate. I won't be directed by my past. Instead, I will create a new path for myself. I will become a knight and inherit our noble title. I will be Marquis Aristia la Monique. Remembering the prince, she said, this is the only way for me to escape the fate that is bound to him. She said, but, I'm not getting any stronger. And I don't know how I can improve with just basic training. She shouted with frustration, I have no choice but to feel anxious. Karsane said, I see. Oh. Scratching his head, Karsian said, you could have told me earlier. I thought you were just swinging a sword to show off. Regretting what she said, Aristia thinks in her mind, oh no. What have I done? I've never told this to anyone. Yet, I blurted out something so important to a person I'm not even close to. I let my guard down. She asked, are you satisfied? You should go now. Shocked, Karsane said, huh. Wait, but. Aristia said, you have no right or reason to involve yourself in my business. I'm sorry for disturbing you these past few days, but that won't happen again. Karsian shouted, what? Why are you saying it like that? I came because I was worried about. Aristia interrupts him and said, one more thing. Just because one excels in a certain area doesn't mean their flaws can be ignored. If you care about the reputation of your family and your own, you better learn how to act like a noble. While shocked and feeling annoyed and angry, Karsane said, hey. Aristia said, now then. Farewell, sir. Hey. Leaving the mansion, Karsane said with anger, ah. How can she treat me like this? Fine. Do it your way. See if I come here again. He then stops and looks towards the mansion. In Aristia's room, Lena asked, my lady, will this be alright? She replied, I'm tired. Remembering Alandis, she thinks in her mind, Alandis told me that it's no secret I've worked hard. And I wanted to believe him. But I ended up working myself too much and collapsed. All I've done is make everyone worry about me. You're pathetic, Aristia. A few days later, Lena asked, how do you feel today, my lady? Would you like some soup? Aristia replied, I'm feeling much better. And, yes, I'll have some. While Aristia was having soup, Lena said, my lady. Aristia asked, yes. Holding the letter, Lena said, a letter arrived for you. And, it's from the royal palace. Aristia thinks, the royal seal. It's from the emperor. After reading the letter, she thinks, it simply says I should visit the palace for an audience with the emperor. She wonders, is that it? What's going on? The business would usually be written. What is so important that it couldn't be mentioned by letter? What could it be? She then said, Lena, I'll need to get ready to visit the palace. Lena freaked out and said, my lady. You're going there in that state? Aristia said, I can't ignore a royal order. Aristia thinks in her mind, it's probably useless to ask, right? To postpone the deadline of our promise. At the royal palace, the announcer said, Lady Aristia la Monique, daughter of Marquis Karen, has arrived. While walking, the other people looks at her and talks to each other. That girl is the daughter of House Monique. The woman from the prophecy. They whispered, she's still too young. It'll be some time before she becomes the empress. Then, Aristia gets confused by them. In front of the emperor, Aristia said while bowing, greetings, your majesty, son of the empire. It is I, Aristia la Monique, here at your service. The emperor said, ah, welcome, Lady Aristia. He said, I was curious about something, so I requested your presence. It's nothing serious. I was wondering about your guard these days. Who are the knights who are staying at your home? After hearing that, she thinks in her mind, my guard. A guard at the mansion of a marquis. What is he talking about? She answered, there is none. The emperor said, I knew it. That won't do. The marquis is too stubborn at times, really. He should have left at least 1 or 2 nights. It's nonsense to have you stay at the residence without a guardian. Aristia thinks in her mind, so this was the reason. The emperor said, a royal guard will be prepared for you, starting today. She thinks in her mind, what is he talking about? A royal guard. She said while surprised, your majesty. Please, that is unnecessary. It's too much for someone like me. The emperor said, too much. You are the future empress. She said while feeling panicked. However, the royal guard are knights who protect the royal family. I am just. She thinks in her mind, I'm trying to escape from the royal family. A royal guard would only become a shackle. The emperor said, I know what you are worried about. He said, how about this, then? While showing the ring on his hand, the emperor said, I promise that I won't use this against your wishes in the future. He asked, do you still disagree? She replied, no, your majesty. I am honored by your grace. She thinks in her mind, why? Why is he going this far? I feel burdened. The emperor said, by the way, you look pale. Perhaps you're. Aristia starts feeling dizzy. I feel dizzy. She heard emperor saying, if I had known, then. I will. Hurry. While feeling dizzy she thinks, oh no. My fever must be getting worse. I can't collapse here. I must. Stay awake. She then suddenly heard, the royal prince has arrived. The prince came and asked, you called for me. Father. A while ago. Heron said, Your Highness, shouldn't you take a short break at least? The prince said, there's a mountain of paperwork I need to get through. How can I rest? Worried Heron said, but you've been working too hard lately. I'm worried you're going to overdo it. The prince said, the whole continent is in trouble this year. The chancellor is away due to relief operations, and the borders are unsecured. The people are afraid. At a time like this, I can't stand idly by and leave all the work to the officers. Furthermore, my father trusted me with this task. I won't allow for any mistakes. Seeing the prince determined, Heron agreed. As you wish. The prince then went to the audience room with the emperor. The announcer said, the royal. The prince stops him by raising his hand. Then the prince tidied himself up before entering. He heard a laughing voice from the room. He thinks in his mind, someone's talking. He said, Lady Aristia, you look a bit pale. Are you not feeling well? I'm a little under the weather, Your Majesty. Please forgive me for visiting you in such a state. After hearing that he concludes that it's Aristia, she's here. He heard the emperor saying, my apologies. If I had known you weren't well, I would have asked to see you at a later date. I will send a royal doctor to check on you. This is a royal order, so do not consider refusing. Aristia said, I am grateful for your concern. The emperor said, I hope to see you well, soon. Then he laughs. The prince said to the announcer, continue. He said, yes, Your Highness. He announced. The prince enters the room and both Aristia and the prince looks at each other. The prince said, you called for me, father. The emperor said, yes. Welcome, my son. I was planning for us to have tea with the young lady here, but she's not feeling well. Aristia said, please, do not worry about me and. The emperor said, no, I do not wish to burden a sick person so. He added, that's right. My son, why don't you escort her? I'll have them prepare the tea upon your return. While getting shocked, Aristia quickly said, that's not necessary, Your Majesty. I'm quite fine. The prince replied, I understand, father. While feeling down, Aristia said, I shall take my leave then, Your Majesty. Then the emperor said, feel better soon, Lady Aristia. Walking down the stairs behind the prince, Aristia thinks in her mind, this is suffocating. I feel even worse. While feeling tired, she tries to hold herself firm, hold on just a bit more. I just have to get through this place. Stay strong. Don't show him anything. The prince takes a glance at her and then ignores her. After that, Aristia said, thank you for escorting me here, Your Highness. I think I can leave on my own now. Then the prince called, Sir Lank. He came and replied, yes, Your Highness. The prince said, bring a carriage as quickly as possible. We will be traveling to the Monique residence. Aristia gets surprised by his words and wonders, why is he? I thought he hated the sight of me. While riding the carriage with the prince, Aristia thinks in her mind, oh, right. The emperor didn't specify until where I was to be escorted. He must be taking me home just to be safe. The prince looks at Aristia and thinks in his mind, she looks like she could faint at any moment. It's amazing that she arrived for an audience, and still kept her decorum while in such a state. If she's 5 years younger than me, then she must be 12 this year. She's young, and yet so determined. He said to himself, you're loved by my father. If you asked, he would have gladly let you rest. He said with a low voice, how silly. You. And I as well. Aristia asked, pardon. The prince doesn't say anything. At the Monique residence. The prince said farewell, well then, take care. Aristia said, thank you, Your Highness. Take. After the carriage left, Aristia wondered, why do I feel so empty? Just a minute ago, I wanted so badly to escape. She suddenly remembered the prince's words, how silly. She thinks in her mind, perhaps he escorted me here because he was worried about me. She then quickly remembers and thinks, what am I thinking? Something like that could never happen. He hates me, seriously. How could I think of something like that? I wasn't as scared of him today as I usually am. But that's because I was feeling unwell. I didn't have the energy to feel cautious. That must be it. Meanwhile, riding the carriage back to the palace, the prince remembers Aristia in his mind and said, I hope you feel better soon, Lady Aristia. After some time, a knight said, "Starting today, we will be your personal guard." They introduced themselves. "My name is Seymour, from the Royal Guard. And I'm June. It's a pleasure to meet you." Aristia said, "Ah, yes. Thank you. I'll be in your care." She thinks in her mind, he really sent a royal guard. 2. Even. The Royal Guard said, "From now on, we will be guarding you 24 hours a day." Aristia asked, "All 24 hours? At morning, you must be especially cautious in the morning, as it's easy to put your guard down. At noon, someone may try to breach the garden. We will always be by your side. At night, it's especially dangerous when everyone is asleep. We will guard your door." Walking in the garden, Aristia thinks in her mind, "This is a bit stifling. I've never had anyone following me around like this before. When I was an empress in the past, I never received this much protection. Yet now that I'm not even a royal, I'm being guarded. Fate is quite cruel." She thinks, "I wonder why the emperor ordered this. He even summoned me to the palace for confirmation. The government should be busy taking care of the lands. There's no time for political strifes. Who would try to harm me at a time like this?" Lena came shouting and excitedly said, "It's a letter. The one you've been waiting for. It's from Sir Allendis. You have 2 letters." Aristia quickly grabs the letter and opens it, a green letter, from Allendis. The letter was as it is, "To my lady, whom I so greatly miss. I'm sorry I couldn't contact you sooner. We've been constantly on the move, but we have finally arrived at a vast territory. We're sending soldiers to nearby towns to distribute food and supplies. We were expecting the worst, but it wasn't as bad as we thought. We've prepared well, so things will look better after this winter. Though, we'll need to continue our relief efforts every year. Are you doing well? I'm worried that you're alone. I'm sorry I can't be with you. You may appear strong, but I know you're very kind and can feel lonely easily. Though you won't admit it. Don't overwork yourself, and stay well. I'll send you another letter soon. From your knight, Allendis." After reading the letter, Aristia thinks in her mind, "Allendis, you're always so kind. I can feel your warmth through this letter." Seeing the second letter, she asked, "Then, who sent this other one?" It said, "To my daughter, Tia. Currently, I'm in the south." She gets happy realizing that it's from her father, Papa. "It's from Papa. Is he well? I wasn't expecting a letter from him." The letter was, "I'm sorry for waiting so long to contact you. I'm sure you must be working hard while you're home alone. How is your training? I'm worried since you've been quite anxious lately." She thinks in her mind, "Papa knew." The letter continued, "In case you are, let me continue. My daughter, Tia, you don't need to be in such a rush. I am always ready to help you. For whatever you want, I will do everything I can to make your wish come true. You're doing plenty well even now. Believe in yourself, and try to relax." Feeling joy and guilt at the same time, Aristia thinks in her mind, "Papa. I'm such a fool. Papa has been supporting me all this time. Yet I didn't accept and tried to do things all on my own." She then said to herself, "Papa. Allendis, I miss you." After a while, Aristia asked, "Sir Seymour, do you have a moment?" He replied, "Yes." While surprised, he said, "That attire." Aristia asked him, "Would you help me for a bit? I thought it might be better for you to do other things instead of just guarding me all day." She asked, "I would like you to teach me about sword fighting." She thinks in her mind, "Right, I shouldn't be anxious anymore. I'll start over as if I'm beginning anew. Slowly, one step at a time. That is how I can repay the kind wishes of everyone who believes in me." Allendis was looking outside through the window. His father came and asked, "Are you still awake? We have to go on patrol again early in the morning." He replied while shuffling the papers, "I'll ensure that this doesn't affect our work. You don't need to check up on me like this." The Duke then said, "Looks like you're still holding a grudge. Alexis isn't well, so of course you'll have to come as his younger brother. And it was by the Emperor's order that you are here. You should obey." He told, "This is something you've brought upon yourself. She is still the prince's future fiancée, yet you've wandered near her. Since this reached even to the ears of the Emperor, of course you would be sent here." Allendis said, "I'll admit, I've gone too far. But even as you say so, aren't you thinking the same as me? Though, I suppose I'm not the one you're hoping for." The Duke said with a serious tone, "Don't say something you're not sure of, Allendis." He aggressively said, "Your words may end up ruining our family and marking us as traitors." While leaving, he said, "Stop thinking about useless things and go to sleep." After the Duke left, Allendis holds a paper and said, "Up until this point, I've worked so hard. I'm not going to give up so easily. At Monique residence. Seymour said, "Be aware of your posture, Lady Aristia." While getting guide from Seymour, Aristia thinks in her mind, as requested, Sir Seymour guided my training. He only taught me the basics, but that was all I needed to overcome the wall that was blocking me. Seymour said, "That's all for today. You did well." Aristia replied, "Thank you, Sir Seymour." He said, "You're improving every day. I don't have to do much. The talent of House Monique is surely amazing." While smiling, Aristia thinks in her mind, "But I didn't overcome these obstacles through my own strength alone." Seymour said, "I'm your guard." Aristia said, "You can still join me for tea." While having tea, Aristia looks at Seymour and thinks, "It's great that he came here." Seymour suddenly gets more attentive. While confused by his behavior, Aristia asked, "Sir Seymour, what's wrong?" He told, "Someone is approaching." Aristia said, "What? But this garden is within the mansion." Seymour said, "Stand back, Lady Aristia." They heard someone coming behind the bushes. Seymour asked, "Who goes there? Show yourself." Karsane come forwards from behind the bushes and said, "A royal guard. Why is an imperial royal guard here?" Aristia thinks in her mind, "That voice." She said, "Oh, it's you." Seymour shouted, "Do not come any closer. If you have some business with Lady Aristia, you must tell me first." Aristia stops him and said, "Sir Seymour, it's all right, he's an acquaintance. Would you excuse us for a moment?" Seymour replied, "Yes, understood." While Seymour stares at Karsane while going away, Karsane asked, "What's with him?" Aristia told, "He's my personal guard." Karsane said while feeling annoyed by Seymour's gaze, "I can tell that much by looking at him." Aristia said, "It's been a while, Sir Karsane." He replied, "Ah, yeah, it has." Aristia then asked, "What brings you here? I thought you weren't going to see me again." Sine thinks in his mind, "She's right. I don't know why I came here again." Looking at Aristia, he thinks, "But at least, she looks better now." She asked, "Was there something you needed to tell me?" Unable to answer, he said, "Hey, you. No matter how much there's no way I can let something like that pass." While surprised by his words, Aristia asked, "Excuse me." Karsane said, "Last time, you told me that I should learn manners befitting one of a noble house. But you're the one who showed a lack of proper manners by chasing out a guest. Even if our houses are of the same alliance, your attitude and choice of words that day would be enough to cause a feud between us. So, do you have anything to say for yourself?" Aristia wonders, he came here just to say that. She admittedly said, "Indeed, you are correct." While apologizing, she said, "Yes, I was rude that day. I sincerely apologize, Your Grace." Karsane, shocked by her, said, "Huh, what? Why are you apologizing so easily? I thought you'd get mad." Aristia asked, "Do you consider apologizing to be a dishonorable act?" He told her, "Yes. Having to lower yourself in front of another person." Aristia asked, "And what about it? Not apologizing even when you're in the wrong, not thanking even though you've received someone's grace. Isn't that what you should consider dishonorable and without manners?" Avoiding to answer, he said, That's. Aristia asked, "And, are you aware?" She said, "Your informal behavior towards me is enough to start a feud between our houses." Getting shocked by her words, Karsane said, "Oh, well, that was. I'm sore. Please forgive me, Your Grace." Aristia said, "I accept your apology." Then she asked, "Now, what business brought you here today?" Feeling pressured by her, Karsane said, "Well, I was supposed to help you." "No, Lady Aris." She asked, "Did you come all this way to teach me about honor?" He said, "No, His mind doesn't work and he couldn't say anything to explain. He thinks in his mind, why did I come here? Darn it. This wasn't the plan." He then said, "Whatever. This is who I am. What am I supposed to do? I'll just be informal. If you have a problem, then submit an official objection." She said, "All right, I'll send my complaint to Duke Arkant. Is that all right?" He asked, "You're really gonna do that?" He said, "Fine, go ahead and do it. It's not like it'll kill me." He then curiously asked, "So, are you really gonna tell him?" After that, Aristia tries to control herself, but she starts giggling and laughing. Karsane thinks, "I heard something." Aristia starts laughing, "Ahahaha. Ha. He also starts chuckling. He said, "Oh, so you do know how to laugh. It suits you." After hearing that, Aristia calms herself. He thinks, looking at her, "Oh, she went back." Scratching his head, he said, "So, since we apologized to each other, we're even now, right?" Aristia asked, "What do you mean?" He then said, I mean, you can start visiting my place again. Aristia said, I don't need to visit you anymore. While surprised he asked, what? Why, are you still mad? She said, that's not why. Sir Seymour over there is a very good instructor. She thinks, PFF'd. Look at him. He said, huh, that night, oh yeah. Looking at Seymour he said, I've been wondering, why is a royal guard here? He asked, you're not a royal, right? She told, I'm still expected to be a part of the royal family. He asked, what? She said, anyway, you should have some tea while you're here. Lena, please bring some more teacups. Lena replied, yes, my lady. While drinking tea Aristia thinks in her mind, I can tell what he's thinking. I said I wouldn't marry into the royal family, yet I'm being guarded by their power. He must think it's odd. While Karsane was processing everything and thinking, she thinks, I hope he doesn't say anything careless in front of the knights. Karsane then said, well, that's fine. I have my father's orders, so I'm not going to sit back and watch. Slamming his hands he said, let's do it this way, then. You can continue training with the knight. And, I'll just come visit you. While surprised Aristia asked, pardon. Feeling excited he said, right. That will be good, and I can see how strong a royal knight is, too. Aristia asked you're going to visit me. He continued, and it'll be nice if I can learn a thing or two as well. Trying to figure out Aristia said, hold on, Sir Karsane. You can't just decide to. Karsane said, it's fine. Going back and forth is fine with me. Aristia thinks in her mind, I'm not fine. Looking at them talking Seymour thinks what are they talking about? Karsane then said, then, that's the plan. Let's get along, alright. Looking at his fiery personality Aristia thinks in her mind, he's so pushy. Then Karsane jumps and said, since it's decided, let's start our training now. And just like that, the second day of training began. Karsane exclaimed, wow, as expected of a royal guard. That level of skill in those moves. He observed, right, parry with the flat of the blade, and then, he said, I knew it was a good idea to come here. Still, you're not as good as our first squad. Aristia said, here, have some tea, Sir Karsane. Karsane replied, oh, thank you. I was feeling a bit thirsty. He picks up the cup and instantly takes a sip saying, perfect. While Karsane takes a sip Aristia tries to stop him saying, oh, but it's hot. He took a sip. Sour. He exclaimed in surprise. He asked, confused, sour. It's too sour. What is this? Aristia wondered while bewildered, huh? Did I not brew it long enough? Karsane muttered, sour things are the worst. Aristia then said, I see. You don't like the flavor. I'll get you a different tea. Lena, she calls out Lena. Karsane said, I like the color, but the flavor is strange. And it feels weird on the tongue. Karsane speculated, maybe it's spoiled. Wait. Looking at Aristia who can drink it easily he stops. Aristia explained, it's supposed to taste like this. It's hibiscus. Karsane asked, while shocked, seriously. And the taste doesn't bother you? Aristia told, yes, actually, I quite like this flavor. Karsane blurted out, is something wrong with your taste buds? I knew it from the beginning, but you have some really weird tastes. Feeling annoyed by his remarks she thinks, why do I have to listen to all this just because of one cup of tea? She quickly snatches the cup from Karsane and said, then don't drink it. She sarcastically said, I apologize for my strange preferences in tea. But it looks like your sophisticated palate wouldn't be satisfied even if I offered another. Karsane protested trying to stop her, hey. HMPH. Aristia sits at her chair with a foul mood. Karsane asked, looking for support, gosh. I didn't say anything wrong. I only said it was sour because it was sour. Don't you think so too, Sir Seymour? Sir Seymour replied, haha. Well, I'm fine with any flavor of tea. It's just an honor to drink tea brewed by Lady Aristia herself. I heard that it's a hobby of hers. While oblivious Karsane asked, what? Sir Seymour replied, the lady brews the tea herself. Feeling remorse Karsane went close to Aristia and said, hey. She asked, what is it? Noticing Sir Karsane's change in demeanor Aristia asked, I thought you didn't like the tea I chose. Karsane replied, come on. That doesn't mean you have to take it away from me, it's just because that was my first time. He picks up the cup and said, I can drink it. Ha, I can. Karsane insisted, though he still found it sour. But, it's still so sour. Looking at him try Aristia takes a sigh and said, I'm not trying to force you to drink it. Don't push yourself. I'll prepare a different tea for. She points towards Lena to call her. Karsane said, no, it's fine. Really, it's okay. The genius knight, Karsane, will not run away from a simple cup of tea, he declared dramatically. Aristia prepared another cup before him and offered him. She said, here, how about this? Karsane looked surprised, then he takes a sip. Huh. Sip, 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 slurp. He tasted the new tea. He said, this is surprisingly good. Aristia smiled and said, right. Aristia then tells in her mind, Sir Karsane is quite the character. He shows his honest emotions and thoughts so openly, and it makes me do things that I would never do. And before, too. That was the first time I had laughed out loud while holding my stomach. This isn't that bad. Though my peaceful days are getting very rowdy. Meanwhile in the royal palace, the prince asked, what are you talking about? The envoy said, well, you see, your highness, you're already an outstanding figure. There are those who admire you even at our palace in Lisa Kingdom. We met Lady Aristia in passing a while ago, but she seems too young to aid you with your duties. While explaining they said, I mean, she's the Lady of Prophecy, of course. She has an elegance befitting the future empress of this great empire, yes. We could only lower our gaze in her presence. The prince asked coldly, so, then, what does my fiancé being young have to do with your kingdom? One of them explained further, she may feel pressured by her duties as the future empress. That means, of course, she will need someone to help her as the empress, your highness. The royal princesses from our kingdom are continually learning the ways to better aid the empire and the imperial family. We do wish you would consider. The prince asked, catching on, so, you mean, as a queen? The envoy said, that is the case, simply put. Please do understand that we are simply worried and wish the future of the imperial family to be secure. Then the prince coldly said, is that so? The loyalty the Lisa Kingdom has shown to the empire is quite amazing. My father is still healthy, yet, you've come to me, still a child, for an audience, to give advice about the future children of the imperial family. The prince sarcastically said, I highly admire that bravery of yours. So much so that I wish to show the other council members of the empire the extent of such bravery. They trembled in fear and went pale. They hurriedly replied, I will be sure to remember our meeting. We are honored, your highness. Heron then said, I suppose sending more envoys was part of their plan, along with all those tributes. The prince said, my father wouldn't listen, so they set their sights on me. HMPH. All for the position of queen. He explained, just like the empress, only one can hold the title. She is to aid the empress and can stand in for her in times of need. She's still young. So, if the queen gives birth to a son first, he would be the next heir. That's their plan. He speculated, they want one of their princesses to wear the crown as queen. Heron said, maybe there really is a princess who admires you, your highness. The prince replied, nonsense. Remembering Aristia, the prince thinks, it's true. She's still young. She doesn't even know how to ask to be excused when she's sick. Then he suddenly said, House Monique. Heron replied, yes. Then the prince doesn't say anything further and excused, it's nothing. Our thought to himself, right. A royal doctor should have visited her by now. She should be feeling better. My concern is unnecessary. In the Monique residence, Aristia was eating the letter. To my lady, whom I so greatly miss, much time has passed. Are you doing well? When I awoke this morning, the whole world was glimmering with white snow. When I saw it, I thought of you. I know that it's your favorite. Something white like snow, that's both sweet and warm. Do you remember what happened last winter? Back then, Sir X and Sir Moore started a snowball fight, but Sir Liege got hit and joined. Not too long after, it turned into a huge battle. A scene started playing in her mind as she read the letter. The knights were having a snowball fight. A snowball hit Aristia in her face. Alandis shouted in worry, no. My lady, Aristia. The letter continued, in the end, you got hit by a snowball, and it turned into a huge mess. You ended up getting a bad cold. Did you know? I was so scared to be in training that day. His Grace was merciless. I was sure someone would die. Yet despite that, you're probably laughing while reading this. Aristia smiles and said, well, that's true. So, Aristia, when you need to go outside, make sure to dress warmly. Don't overwork yourself while training alone in the snow. In spring, a special gift will arrive just for you. Wait for it, my lady. It's white, warm, and sweet, just the way you like it. After reading the letter, Aristia said to herself, gee, Alandis. He must be busy, yet he's thinking of these things. Don't tell me he's going to make white chocolate from all the way over there. She thinks, a gift. Ah. She calls out Lena, and said, bring me my craft box. Going up the stairs Lena asked, what will you need it for? While smiling she replied, I'll make bookmarks. Oh, and bring me the leftover silver tassels from last year as well. Karsane, who was also present, asked, hey. You're quite lively today, aren't you? Aristia said, good morning, Sir Karsane. Sitting near Aristia he asked, what are you making? Aristia replied, bookmarks and sword tassels. Karsane asked, who are they for? She explained, for the knights of the second squad. And my precious friend, who is far away. They left so suddenly, so I couldn't give them anything. I'll make these while wishing for their safe return. Karsane, while thoughtful, said, a precious friend. He asked, what about mine? What will you make for me? She replied with a question, why do I need to make something for you? While shocked he asked, why not? We train together every day. She asked, so, we're not close enough to exchange gifts, don't you think? He gets baffled in shock for a moment and unable to reply. Not close enough. He then yelled, I'm gonna head out first. Aristia Hen said, oh, okay. I'll get ready right after cleaning this up. Sir June, please call Sir Seymour. Looking at T leaving in anger, Aristia wonders, does he want a bookmark? After some time, going outside to train, Aristia said, sorry for being late. Let's start training. She looks at the training ground but nobody's here. She wonders, did they go somewhere? She thought to herself, I guess I should start with running. While running she thinks, the weather is so nice. It feels so refreshing. Something good might happen. While she was running someone was standing behind the bushes looking at her. Aristia gets an intuition and looks towards that place, She stops and looks towards that and thinks, I thought someone was there. She starts running again and thinks, was I mistaken? Or, someone quickly gets out from the bushes and Aristia thinks to herself, I knew it. It must be Sir Karsane. Someone grabs her from behind and Aristia gets startled and said, wait, hold on, why are you suddenly? Someone called, Aristia. Aristia gets shocked by the familiar voice. Alandis said, I caught you, my dear lady. She thought to herself, just like the petals of spring, a voice I had missed so dearly carefully touched my ear. While quickly turning she thinks, could it be? Alandis. Alandis said, it's been a while, Aristia. She hugs him and said, I missed you, Alandis. While hugging her he smiles and said, me too. I really missed you, my dear lady. I feel like I'm truly alive. While hugging him Aristia thinks, as always, his embrace felt so comfortable. Suddenly Karsane came and while shocked he interrupts the moment saying, what the hell am I looking at? He quickly grabs Aristia and pulled her away from Alandis. Hey! Get away from him! Karsane shouted, furious. Aristia asked, bewildered, what are you doing, Sir Karsane? Feeling angry he replied, that's my line. What are you doing? Alandis inquired, glancing at Karsane. Aristia, who might this be? She explained, oh, this is Sir Karsane de Ras, the second son of Duke Arkant. Alandis said, oh, I see. I'm Alandis de Verita. It looks like you became Aristia's friend while I was away. He extends his hand towards Karsane to greet and said, it's nice to meet you. Karsane looks towards Aristia and said, hey, you. Why do you treat us differently? He and I are the same age, so why am I, Sir Karsane, when you call him only by his name? And you talk to him differently too. Karsane's anger was palpable. Aristia wonders, why is he angry? She said, well, Alandis and I both agreed to call each other by name. Then Karsane furiously demanded, then call me by my name too. You have permission. She replied, I refuse. She said, more importantly, you should return his greeting. Don't be so rude. He then changed his demeanor and said, fine. It's nice to meet you. I'm Karsane de Ras. Alandis replied, I've heard of your accomplishments, but this is my first time meeting you in person. It's a pleasure. Karsane then quickly said to Aristia, I did it, okay. Now, call my name. Karsane insisted. Aristia thinks in her mind, what kind of logic is that? She calls out, Karsane. Karsane beams with joy. Then Aristia asked, are you satisfied? He frowned and said, hey, why did your tone change? She said, you asked me to call your name. You didn't say anything about tone. Karsane screams in frustration, what the heck? Why is it so complicated? Aristia trying not to laugh at his frustration but she still laughs a little. Alandis looks at her giggling and said, I came back after such a long time. You're not going to give me anything. Aristia asked while surprised a little, is there something you want? He replied, there is, will you give it to me? She quickly responded, of course. She thinks in her mind, I'll give him the bookmark another time then. Alandis said, your nickname. While confused Aristia said, my nickname. Nicknames are only allowed between family and lovers. It's unusual between friends. Aristia thinks in her mind, what should I do? I'm still the future empress in name. The royal family might think this is problematic. But if I refuse, Alandis might be hurt. While she was busy in her thoughts, Alandis said, don't worry. I won't call you by your nickname in front of others. You don't have to worry so much. Aristia looks towards Karsane for a moment and then said, all right, you may. Alandis said, thank you, Tia. Will you call me by my nickname as well? Aristia then said, Alan. She thinks in her mind, this is the first time someone other than my family has called me by my nickname. How I had wished to hear that name from him. Back then, when I watched those two, I was so jealous of Jiyoon. But now, I'm just like them. While she was reminiscing, Karsane suddenly grabs her and said, hey, what's wrong? Are you crying? He asked, why? Did he say something to you? Alandis said, you're misunderstanding the situation. Why would I want to make Tia cry? Alandis said calmly. Karsane, while confused, asked, what? Tia? Aristia said to himself, you said you wouldn't call me that in front of others. He said with a grin, well, I just received permission. Karsane then said, Tia, can you go inside first? The two of us need to discuss something. She replied, oh, all right. I'll wait for you in the drawing room. Going, she looks towards them and thinks, will they be all right? Alan is more mature, so he'll know what to do. Going to the drawing room, Aristia calls, Lena. Lena. She said, bring the best lemon balm tea leaves that we have. Taylor, tell the kitchen staff to hurry with the tea time snacks. Everyone else, please clean the drawing room. Oh, and please light the scented candle we received a few days ago. Lena smiles and said, gosh, miss. Are you that happy? You're smiling so brightly. Aristia replied while smiling, yes. Alandis has returned. Meanwhile, outside. Alandis said, thank you, Sir Karsane. Looks like you've been taking care of Tia while I was away. I don't know if we'll see each other again, but it's great that we had the chance to finally meet. Alandis said politely, but Karsane wasn't having it. Karsane asked with anger, what? Heatham smiles in a mocking way and said, ha. Seriously. Hey, I know what you're like. So why don't you just act like yourself already? Alandis asked, what do you mean? He gets close to him and said, I know that you're just pretending to be gentle. In front of her. Pointing towards him, he said, you weed. Ha, ha ha ha. Alandis chuckles and said, I see. I thought you were just a rude child, but perhaps you do have some sense. But is it more out of animal instinct or something of the sort, carrot boy? Karsane gets a disturbed feeling for a moment, then he smiles and said, ha. So that's the real you? He asked, and what was that? Carrot boy. Alandis replied, didn't you just call me a weed? Your word choice is poor. I'm sure you were just referring to my hair color, so I replied back on a level you could understand. He explained, a carrot is a root plant, so we're technically under the same category. Isn't that nice? As they were busy bickering, Lena was pushing the serving cart to the drawing room. She gets startled by Karsane's W-rods. She saw outside the window. Karsane freaks out and grabs Alandis by his collar and said, you jerk. She gets agitated seeing them quarrel and she dashes away to call someone. Karsane then said in anger, don't run your mouth as you please. Alandis said, I see that you've been eyeing Tia while I was away, but it's time for you to go. Karsane, while furious, asked, what did you say? So what if I don't go? What are you gonna do about it? Alandis said, she's mine. I won't let you take her. Karsane asked, ha, how is she yours? Alandis slaps Karsane's hand away and asked, how much do you know about Tia? Karsane was unable to answer. Alandis then said, listen carefully. Our first meeting was on September 3rd, year 958 at 2:43 p.m. On that day, Tia wore a blue dress that came down to her knees. Up to today, we've met a total of 562 times. We've spent 3,226 hours together. We've had a total of 1,358 cups of tea together. Among them, the most frequent was lemon balm tea, which we drank 373 times. The next was hibiscus tea, which we had 294 times. Karsane creeps out. What? Alandis continued, we've hugged 901 times, and I've patted her on the head 1,384 times. He then asked, now, tell me, how many hours have you spent with Tia? Karsane replied, you're totally insane. You've been counting all of that. Pointing towards him he asked, you weed. Does she know that you're this crazy? Alandis asked, what do you think? Karsane replied, you're nuts. He said, seeing all this makes it clear it'd be better to tell her who you really are. Alandis thinks in his mind, idiot, as Karsane was walking away. Meanwhile in the drawing room, Aristia asked, what, is that true, Lena? While freaking out Lena replied, it is. Sir Alandis was saying something, and Sir Karsane just grabbed his throat like this. He was about to punch him, I'm sure of it. Aristia said, I didn't think they would become friends right from the start, but still. Lena said, in my opinion, it's definitely jealousy. Aristia asked, what? Lena replied, they didn't know about each other until just now. They're definitely fighting over you, I'd say. Aristia laughs at her suggestion and said, that can't be it. Gee, Lena, you've been reading too many romance novels lately. Lena replied, what do you mean? Though it's true that I like them, that's not the point. I may be wrong about Sir Karsane, but I'm sure about Sir Alandis. A stranger appeared while he was away. Of course, he would be disgruntled. Aristia said, Alandis and I are just friends. Lena asked, you were proposed to, so how are you just friends? Aristia replied feeling burdened, that's just a memory from our childhood. And there's nothing about me that men would like. Lena said, Lady Aristia, why do you? As she was talking Karsane came and interrupts her, hey, what kind of relationship do you have with that guy? Aristia asked, do you mean Alandis? Annoyingly Karsane asked, yeah, that weed. Aristia wonders, what does he mean by weed? Karsane said, you shouldn't be friends with that guy. Aristia replied, what are you talking about? Karsane replied he's nuts, totally crazy. Look. Alandis said while standing behind him, are you saying I've gone crazy? Sir Karsane. Aristia said, welcome, Alandis. Would you like some tea? It's lemon balm. Alandis replied while smiling, of course. It's my favorite. She asked, did something happen? I heard you two weren't getting along. Alandis replied, not at all. I was surprised by how well we understood each other. He really has some great sense. Don't you agree, Sir Karsane? Karsane looking at him replied, I don't want to be lumped together with the likes of you. Alandis said, what a pity. I think we get along quite well. Karsane shouted, Og, stop it. While having snacks Aristia wondered, did nothing really happen? Alan looks pretty calm. She suddenly remembers and asked, oh, Alan, in your letter, what did you mean by special gift? Alandis asked, what, you still didn't get it? I'm a bit disappointed. Aristia thinks in her mind, but there was nothing else, not even white chocolate. Alandis added, I'm the gift, obviously. Didn't I tell you before? I'm a sweet, warm man. Aristia replied, what, gosh, Alan. Karsane feels creeped out by their conversation. Karsane asked, hey, Mr. Weed. Are you crazy? You're saying something ridiculous again. Aristia said, but that's true. Nothing is more special than meeting a good friend who has been away. Thank you for coming back, Alan. Alandis said, of course. Wow. Aristia then thinks in her mind, right, Lena must have been mistaken. Looking at them she thinks, those two wouldn't fight over me. I can only hope to have more joyful memories with more people. Suddenly the butler came and said, Miss. A letter has arrived for you. Aristia replied, thank you. Looking at the letter she thinks, is it from Papa? She picks up the letter and saw, the insignia of the roaring gold lion. Looking at the letter she thinks, the roaring gold lion. It's from the royal family. She starts reading the letter. Karsane asked, what's wrong? Is it bad news? She replied, no, it's not that. He then asked, then why are you making that face? Alandis said, this is the only letter the royal family would send at a time like this. Karsane asked, what is it? Alandis continued, and you really call yourself a member of one of Castina Empire's most prestigious noble families? Karsane again asked, so what? Alandis told, the royal prince will soon have his coming-of-age ceremony. The empire's one and only heir will now be acknowledged as an adult. It won't be a simple festival. Those from the temples and nations all over the land will be watching. And she's probably invited to attend, as the prince's fiancé. Aristia was still sitting there with a gloomy face. She thinks in her mind, what should I do? This is it. The time the Emperor has promised to me is coming to an end. And Papa isn't even back yet. Will I be able to say that I want to be the heir of my own family? Trying to console her, Alandis asked, Tia, are you alright? She replied, yes, of course. She leans towards Alandis and thinks, such warm hands. Alan, you're always taking care of me. She then said, thank you. I feel much better now. Karsane asked, hey, what are you doing? Ruining their moment. He said, really, you too. How can you just stay in his arms like that? Break it up. From that day, Castilla City bustled with visitors from all over the land. Everyone gathered to watch the little son of the empire become an adult. Though the treasury had suffered from the drought, the imperial government distributed crops more generously than ever before. All those who had gone to suppress the riots and help with relief efforts returned to the city. Except for Marquis Karen who, as of yet, had not been heard from. One day while training, a servant came and said, my lady, the royal tailor has arrived to measure you for your dress. Aristia said, please excuse me. I think I'll have to stop here for today. Karsian said, oh well. Alandis said, see you later, Tia. Looking at her leaving, Karsane said, ha. She looks like she's being dragged into an execution, not a celebration. Does she need to be that scared? And here I thought she finally got more lively this year. Everything's gone to waste now. He said, at this rate, she's going to collapse again. Alandis asked, what? Looking at him, Karsane asked, what? Alandis asked, what did you just say? Tia collapsed before. Karsane replied, yeah, dude. Alandis again asked, why? Karsane replied, why else? She's planning to take on the legacy of. He stopped in the middle. Alandis asked him, when did she collapse? And what do you mean by take on something? Karsane replied, I'm not telling you. Alandis said, oh, really? So you were only pretending to know something. I knew it, you wouldn't know anything about Tia. ACR sign hearing his words shouted, what did you just say, weed? What about you, then? If you know her so well, why are you asking me? Alandis replied, stop yelling. I'm not the one you should be picking a fight with right now. Scratching his head, Karsane said, oh, right. She's the prince's fiancé. Then Alandis thinks for a moment and then grits his teeth. Alandis said, ah, darn it. Karsane said, this isn't the time to be wasting my energy on some plant. Alandis replied, that's because you don't think far enough ahead. Karsane said, you're so annoying. Alandis said, you mean yourself. At night, while opening her room's door, Aristia thinks, I wonder if something happened. Tomorrow is already the day of the ceremony. I heard that most who had been dispatched have returned. So why hasn't Papa sent any news? We're not at war. He's simply patrolling the lands of the empire. And still, I feel so afraid. Papa, hurry and come back home. I don't have the courage to fight this alone. A maid came and said, Miss, Sir Alandis has arrived. While having tea, Alandis said, sorry for visiting so late. Were you resting? Aristia asked, it's all right. Have you finished your preparations for tomorrow? He replied, there weren't much. I just have to attend. Looking at her worried, Alandis said, but why do you not look well, my lady? Aristia smiles hearing words of consoling. Alandis said, it's upsetting. Actually, I heard from Sir Karsane that you were very sick while I was away. And that you're anxious, as if you're being chased by something. Aristia stuns for a moment, then averting her eyes she said, I see. Alandis continued, I sent you that letter since I thought you would be troubled. But it looks like it didn't help. Aristia thinks in her mind, Alan. I made you worry even though you were so far away. Then Alandis said, I know this isn't a good time, and that I'm being hasty. Tia. But I think I have to say it now. A little, even if it's just a little, it's fine. So why not open up to me? He continued, you're kind, but you never show what you're truly thinking. That's why I don't know why you're suffering, why you don't like the prince, and why you wish to escape from the royal palace. Aristia said, Alan. He continued, I've been watching you all this time. You're suffering. And yet I can't help you because I don't know the reason. He stands up and said, won't you talk to me? He grabs her hands and said, tell me what you fear and how I can help you. Looking at him, Aristia thinks in her mind, Alan. He has worried about me this much. What should I do? Would it be all right to tell Alandis? Suddenly Aristia heard a voice in her head, don't say anything. Aristia looks towards the voice, it was her past self. She told, tell him nothing. Are you going to show him this endless darkness just because of a few sweet words? Will he believe you? You think he'll take what you say seriously? And what if you get abandoned again? Aren't you afraid? While she was thinking, Alandis said, "Trust me, Tia. I want to share your burden." Aristia thought to herself, "Share my burden? Alan has always been gentle and kind. And he listens to me. Right, I must gather the courage to talk about it. Otherwise, I will never be able to move on from this place. I promised to live on with the people around me. And even though I tried to hide it, you didn't neglect me. You kept asking me how to help." She then said to Alandis, "All right. I'll tell you, Alan." After that, for a few moments Aristia doesn't speak. She thinks in her mind, "But how should I tell him? Even if it's Alan, would he believe what I say about the past? I don't want to be treated like I'm mad, because I've already gone insane once before. Should I just say that everything was a dream? No, it's alright. If it's Alan, he'll surely believe me. I'll trust you, Alan." She then spoke, "I feel like I've woken up from a very long dream." She told, My life right now is the second one I've woken up to after dying. What do you think?" I told Alan about everything that had happened to me in the past. About the true girl of prophecy, about how much I suffered while watching Jiyun and Ruve, about how I lost my child, and how I stabbed the prince after learning that my father was dead. I loved the royal prince very much, and it was painful. I was lonely, in pain, and fell into despair. I desperately tried to escape, but in the end, when I opened my eyes, I had returned to my 10-year-old self. It's been a few years since I first woke up, but I can't find a way to make up for this lack of time. I want to escape that gruesome future. But I don't know what more I can do. I don't know." After telling everything, Aristia looks towards Alandis and wonder, "Will he believe me?" Alandis said, "I see. That must have been painful, Tia." Hearing his words, Aristia thinks, his words are so gentle. I knew Alan would. Aristia hugs him and starts crying. Alandis said, "You're all right now, Tia. You just had a very bad dream. Pay it no mind. In the end, it's just a dream." Aristia looks at him shocked and said, "Alan." Alandis continued, "But this is a bit unsettling. Why are you suddenly talking about a dream? That's not what I asked you about." He asked, "Did you bring it up because you still can't trust me?" Still shocked, Aristia looks at him and thinks, "I see. That's it." She said, "Alandis, you think I'm lying. From the start, you didn't expect me to open up and be honest in the first place, right?" Alandis replied, "That's not true. I'm just saying, after seeing you worry, I know how hard it is for you to talk about it." Aristia thinks in her mind, "So that's it." She said, "I know that it's hard to believe. I know how silly it sounds. Still, I thought, if it was you, my words would be taken seriously." Concerned by her words, Alandis said, "Tia." She thinks in her mind, "I told you something that I didn't even tell Papa. Only to you. I thought you would listen to me." She yelled, "You told me to trust you, yet you're the one who doesn't trust me." Shocked by her words, Alandis said, "Tia. That's not true." She continued, "You shouldn't have asked me anything. Then at least I wouldn't have noticed." She thought to herself, "Then I wouldn't feel so betrayed." Alandis apologized saying, "Tia. I'm sorry." He said, "It's all my fault, so please don't push me away." Aristia pushed his hand away while Alandis was saying, "I won't ever ask you about it again, so please." While walking away, Arsita said to Lena, "Lena. Our guest will be leaving now." Alandis called from behind, "Tia. Wait. Tia." Aristia said once again, "Please leave. Go." The day of the prince's coming of age ceremony. Maids were preparing. Aristia, "Where's that sapphire pin?" "Not this one, something brighter." "Yes, that one. And bring a ribbon. Could you raise your chin a bit, my lady?" Looking at Aristia, maid said to the other, "The lady seems down today." "Well, with Sir Alandis yesterday." The other maid asked, "Oh my, really?" "Shush." Lena then said to them, "You there, stop gossiping like that." Aristia then remembers Alandis in her mind saying, "Tia. I'm sorry, please, don't push me away." While she gets off the carriage in Royal Palace, she thinks in her mind, "I don't care anymore. I have no one. And whatever I do, it doesn't matter. Because whatever happens today makes no difference. I am drifting along, alone, with no place to rest." The servant said to the prince, "Lady Aristia has arrived." Aristia greets the prince saying, "Greetings, your highness, the future son of the empire. It is I, Aristia Monique." She thought to herself, "I feel like I am once again an empty shell." Looking at his emotionless expression, the prince asked, "Why are you?" He stops in the middle and thinks, "What's with that expression?" Then he said, "Never mind, let's go." The prince then grabs her hand and walks to the banquet hall. The announcer called, Ruvalis Kamaludin Shana Castina, the royal prince, and Lady Aristia Monique. Duke Arcant standing with his son said, Greetings, your highness. Duke said while bowing, Congratulations on your coming of age, your highness. Alandis present beside his father looks towards Arcidas and she also looks towards him. She thinks, Alan. Our eyes met. The prince after noticing that glances towards Alandis and thinks, House Verita. The ceremony began. In accordance with imperial tradition, the royal prince will be crowned as an adult. Now, take this crown and sword. Everyone celebrated and congratulates the prince. Congratulations, your highness. Glory to the Castina Empire. The prince said, I am happy to see so many here to congratulate me on this important day. I am deeply thankful to you all. Please enjoy tonight's banquet. The crowd shouted, Thank you, your highness. Leaving the banquet hall, Aristia went aside to get fresh air. Phew, it's suffocating. I feel nauseous from the crowd. If only Papa was here. While she was busy thinking, she heard a voice, Tia. She looks towards Alandis and said, Alan. Holding the crown, Heron said, I shall put this crown away. The prince asked, Where is Lady Aristia? There's still more for us to do today. Heron replied, She said she needed to leave for a moment to touch up her appearance. Heron said to a servant, Send someone to. The prince cut him off saying, There's no need. The prince thinks in her mind, Chancellor Ruth's second son. I've heard about him. That he's been training at the Monique residence. I heard they were close. But I thought it was simply because they were acquaintances under the same alliance. But, is that really the picture of those who are simply acquaintances? He thought to himself, I see you can show so many expressions in front of him. Yet all you show to me is fear or nothing at all. Meanwhile Aristia leaves Alandis. He tries to talk to her and stop her but she left. Looking at them Karsane thinks. What are they doing? Looking at Aristia arriving in banquet hall, Heron said, She's arrived, your highness. Aristia wonders, what am I doing? I hope my eyes aren't red. I feel conflicted. She gets startled as Prince comes close to her, your highness. Forgive me for leaving my position. Looking at her, Prince thinks, this reaction again. He smiles and said, Dear lady. Asking her hand he said, Would you do me the honor of being my first dance partner as an adult? He thinks in his mind, I'll hear it today. The reason why you make that face? She replied, Yes, of course, your highness. While everyone was looking at them they started dancing. People present their talks to each other, oh my. Lady Aristia has yet to make her debut, correct? This is my first time seeing her. She's so calm and mature. She looks so elegant, as expected of the prince's fiancé. She'll become a beautiful woman when she's older. While dancing Aristia thinks in her mind, cold hands. And dancing in silence. The same banquet, and the same dance as before. She recalls in her mind, in my past life, right here in this moment, this was when my heart was captured by him. It was my first time at a banquet, and people's eyes wouldn't stop following me. Amidst the confusion, he smiled and reached out his hand to me. Though it was only a formality, he was my one and only. She wonders, what's different from the past and now? Perhaps I'm still walking the same fate as before. I was pretentious before the god. Pioneer, perhaps that name is of no use. It's simply a name given to me by a god I rejected. While she was busy in her thoughts the prince said, How unusual. She asked, What do you mean? He asked, Isn't this your first time dancing? Yet you seem very experienced. She replied, I've been practicing. She said to herself in her mind, countless times in the past. The prince asked, Practicing? But I can clearly see that you're not focused. Perhaps there's another dance partner you've been practicing with to get this good. She replied, How could that be? I would never. He said, Really? Then, looking towards Alandis he asked, How about that one? The younger son of Duke Ruth. Aristia also looks towards Alan. She tripped and was about to fall but the prince quickly grabs her. She said, Your highness. The prince said, How unpleasant. Then they stopped dancing and everyone claps at them. That was amazing. Those two look gorgeous together. They applaud that how amazing they were together. The prince then said, Thank you for being my dance partner during my first dance. She replied, Oh, no, the honor was all mine. Then the envoys started presenting gifts. Congratulations, your royal highness. This gift is from the royal family of the Rua kingdom. The second queen of the Yit kingdom sends this gift. This is from the Sopu kingdom. Sitting on a chair Aristia wondered, So then, when should I speak with the emperor? Once the envoys are done, everyone will move to another location. At that point, there won't be a lot of people. Sitting besides her, the prince said, "You." She replied, "Why yes, Your Highness." He said, "I've always thought it was odd, but why are you so scared of me?" She replied, Scared? I don't know what you mean." The prince said, "I'm sure you know very well what I'm talking about. Perhaps you remembered what happened when we were young." While oblivious, she asked, "When we were young?" He thinks in his mind, "I guess that's not it." He asked, "Then perhaps it's because of that pioneer middle name." She asked, "How did you?" The prince said, "Though unlikely, you now hold a right to succeed the throne. And you were chosen by prophecy. Father commanded it be kept a secret, but of course, I'd be aware of an imperial order." She asked, "What do you plan to do about me?" He suggested, "A queen. It would be safe for you to be the queen instead of the empress." She thinks in her mind, the queen. The prince's future queen. From his point of view, I'm an obstacle. Of course, he would think like that. The prince continued, "Since your family has been loyal for generations, I will allow you to keep your status. Will that be fine?" She gets scared thinking about the horrible past. The prince looks towards her and asked, "Why are you making that face? Shouldn't you be glad? The honor of your family will continue. Isn't that what you were worried about?" Aristia thinks in her mind, "No. That was a mistake. I shouldn't have asked. Even if I become queen, Jiun will still appear in this world. Then, the true lady of prophecy will be revealed. I should have told him that I wanted to succeed my family. But if I speak of that now, I will be rejecting the royal prince's offer. This might be my end." She gathers courage and said, "Why, Your Highness? I." The people in audience suddenly started talking to each other. Looking at them talk, the prince said, "Looks like someone just arrived." Aristia looks towards the shining robe of the person coming and stands up. Her father came and greets, "Please forgive me for being late. Greetings, Your Majesty, the sole son of the empire, and to you, Your Highness, the future son of the empire." Looking at him, Aristia almost cried. Her father continued, "It is I, Karen Monique, commander of the second squad. I have returned." Aristia, while looking at her father, thinks, "Papa. He's returned safely." The emperor said, "You're finally back, Marquis. Do you know how worried I was to receive no word from you?" Her father said, "My apologies. I was rushing to arrive in time for the prince's ceremony, so I was unable to send word in advance." Then the emperor said, "I see. Well, it's great to have you back. You should rest for now." He replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then the emperor said, "And I, too, will take a short stroll." After that, Aristia went close to her father and calls, "Papa." Her father asked, "Tia, have you been well? Looks like you've grown a bit." She replied, "And you look a bit worn out. I'm glad that you're safe. I've been waiting for you. I wasn't sure when you'd return." Really?" She finally cried. Consoling her, he said, "A grown lady shouldn't show her tears so easily. What will everyone think?" Walking towards them, the emperor said, My. Looks like your daughter is still a young girl, Marquis." Her father replied, "It's just as you've said, Your Majesty. Perhaps it's because I've been too easy on her." The emperor asked, "You, being easy? That's hard to imagine." Her father replied, "As you can see, my daughter still has a lot to learn. I believe she's not mature enough to support the prince, who's now already an adult." Hearing his words, the prince gets confused. The emperor asked, So then? Marquis said, "I think it is time for me to announce an heir for my family." Jokingly, the emperor asked, "Are you perhaps thinking of marrying again? Who could it be?" Marquis replied, "No, of course not. I wouldn't do such a thing. And I definitely can't do such a thing. I'm sure you would know about that best, Your Majesty." The emperor gets shocked for a moment. Marquis continued, "She is my only child, now and in the future." The emperor asked, "Don't tell me you're planning to train her. Are you serious? You were always reluctant." Her father said, "I wonder." The prince recalls and thinks in his mind, the heir of House Monique. Is that why she was learning how to wield a sword? I see. That's why she always reacted that way. You would go that far. The prince said, "Marquis Karen, this is all too sudden. I do admit that I haven't shown my appreciation for your daughter until now. But I've never once denied her either. It is a matter of fact that Lady Aristia is my partner sent by God. Yet, now you want to decide on an heir." Her father replied, "I admit that I have no excuse for that matter." Then the prince said, "We should discuss this again at a later time. It's not something to talk about on a day like this." He said, "Father, there are many eyes on us. It's about time we leave. The emperor said, very well. Marquis Karen and Lady Aristia, I hope to see you again. While the people in audience whispered, the emperor and prince left. While leaving, prince takes a glance towards Aristia. Then the Duke Archant came and said, Karen, my friend, why were you so late? Imagine how anxious your daughter must have felt. Her father said, it just happened. The Duke said, gee. Kajin returned right away, so how could a commander not send any word of his own arrival? Standing besides his brother Karsane wondered, should I ask her about what I saw? Looks like something happened between her and the weed. The Duke asked, by the way, did you lose weight? Your cheeks look a bit. No. They should be puffier, actually. Aristia chuckles hearing the Duke. Karsane then denies his action. The prince while leaving looks towards Aristia while she was talking to Karsane and thinks, it has only been a day, but a lot has happened, and a lot of thoughts have crossed my mind. Starting from this day, what will happen to me? Where am I headed? At night, while entering the room, her father said, Tia, it's me. She said, Papa, you must be tired. You should be resting. Her father said, I'm all right. You're the one who seems exhausted. Did something happen? She shakes her head and said, no, nothing much. Her father said, I'm sorry for being late without telling you. You must have felt anxious. He pats her and Aristia said, it's fine. You came back safely. Hugging her father, she thinks in her mind, I've missed Papa's hugs. When I'm in his arms, my worries melt away like snow. Right now, this is all I need. Her father said, I'll stay with you until you fall asleep. The next morning, Aristia's sleep gets disturbed by voices of someone talking, She rises up from her bed and said, so noisy. She opens the windows and wonders, what's going on this early in the morning? She looks outside. The knights were standing talking to each other. They looks towards Aristia and started talking, oh, it's Lady Aristia. Good morning, my lady. My lady, did you sleep well? It's been so long, we're a bit late, aren't we? It's good to see you well. Aristia joyfully said, everyone. You're all back safe. As she was saying, she suddenly remembers that she is in her nightgown. Kya, she quickly gets back inside. The knights covers their eyes and said to each other, everyone, close your eyes. My eyesight has been getting worse these days. Og. We didn't see anything. Anyway, Lady Aristia. Aristia takes a peek from the window. The knights said, we'll be coming here again every day, so we'll be in your care. We'll see you at the training grounds later. She smiles and thinks, I can hear people chatting every morning. And Papa is there when I go downstairs to eat. My precious days are finally back. At breakfast her father said, good morning. He said, about what happened yesterday, Tia, with His Majesty and the prince. You don't need to worry too much. She said, but, Papa. He replied, you must feel unsure about the situation since we couldn't finish the matter back there. The emperor would have understood well enough, so he wouldn't do anything rash. And so would the prince. For now, you should just rest. I'm sure managing the mansion by yourself was exhausting. She replied, yes. She thinks in her mind, if I am able to, I also wish to do that. But, will everything be alright just by declaring me as the heir? I have to become a knight first to be the heir of House Monique. And I will only be able to use that by becoming the heir. In order to avoid the engagement. The vow. Meanwhile the prince said, they're planning to use that. Heron asked, pardon, did you say something? He replied, it's nothing. He thinks in his mind, she doesn't remember what happened when we were children. Yet, whenever she sees me, she's afraid. And she visits my father's garden all the time. But all this time, she was planning to be the heir of House Monique. And by using that vow, they're willing to go that far. Does she want to avoid getting involved with me that much? But I still haven't heard the reason. Just what are you thinking? At Duke Ras' residence, Karsane was sparring with his brother. Hup. Kajin asked, what happened? You don't usually ask me to train with you using a real sword. He replied, nothing, really. I just wanted to check if you're still in shape. His brother asked, really? You seem a bit too restless, though. You're not visiting the Monique mansion today. His mood gets down and he said, well, even if I go, I'll just be a bother. Looking at him, Kajin said, I suppose, since the commander is back, I guess I'll volunteer my services to my rascal of a brother. Arsane replied, I'm not a rascal. I'm a genius, even better than you. Kajin hits him on his head, ouch. At Monique residence, Aristia was sitting on a bench dazed. Looking at her, knight talks to each other, what's wrong with Lady Aristia? She's been out of it for a while now, but she doesn't look sick. What happened while we were away? Aristia was still dazed. Her father came and said, Tia. Didn't I tell you? You can rest today. Go inside. She smiles and said, Papa, I'm alright. I want to watch everyone from here. It's just, Papa and everyone else have returned. My life is back to how it was before. But somehow, I feel, I want to go somewhere. As she was talking, she thinks in her mind, perhaps I'm exhausted now that I'm so relieved, it's difficult to stay at home now. Ha! She suddenly gasped and said while fidgeting, oh, no. I didn't mean anything by that. It's just, I'm a bit tired. Her father asked, then, Tia, would you like to leave? It will take us 2 days to reach our estate outside the city. If you'd like, we can go there together. Recalling their estate in her mind, she thinks, to the Monique estate. With Papa, my whole life, I've never left the city, but deep down, I've yearned to. If I can leave this place. If it's with Papa. She replied, yes, let's go. After few days, they servants were talking to each other. Do you have everything? Alan, send Lady Aristia's luggage here on a separate wagon. One of them said, Lady Aristia, take care and be safe on your way. She replied, yes, I'll be back soon. She thinks in her mind, since going back in time, I've tried everything I could for the past 3 years. How much longer will I be able to escape? Right now, of the fate God has created. Right now, I just want to leave behind everything that exhausts me. Everything that happened, all those complicated feelings, at a place where I can forget it all. Her father calls, prepared to leave. Tia. Let's go. And go somewhere far away from the city. The prince's castle. Duje Ruth said, then, Your Highness, I shall take my leave. Walking in the hall, what he thinks, I'm so tired. He suddenly saw Duke Arkant and calls, Arkant. Arking said, oh, you're done. Duke Ruth said, I heard Karen took a vacation. Arkant replied, yes, looks like he's visiting the family estate with his daughter. It's already been a few days, so they should have arrived by now. Ruth asked, did the Emperor allow that without question? Arkant replied, he did. And thanks to that, I'm here working every day without a break. I need to rest too. Usually, the first and second commanders take turns. While thoughtful, Duke Ruth said, as I thought, it looks like they talked about canceling the engagement during the ceremony. Arkant replied, yes, though I couldn't ask since there were too many ears. Some would have noticed. And some nobles too. Duke Arkant asked, how is His Highness? He replied, how else? Discontent. He found out about it directly. So, he won't let it happen just like that. Arkant said, things are going to get noisy from now on, inside and out. Meanwhile in the carriage her father calls, Tia. Tia. She wakes up and said, Papa. He said, we're almost there. You should get up now. Take a look outside. She looks outside and gets amazed, wow. After reaching, the maids and butlers welcomes them. Butler Ben said, welcome, master and young lady. Marquis said, it's been a long time, Ben. Have you been well? While smiling, Aristia asked, how are you, Ben? He replied, there's nothing going on here in this empty manor that an old, retired man can't handle. He said, I'm relieved to see both of you in such good health. The trip must have been tiring. Please, rest first. Looking at the building, Aristia thinks, so, this castle is the last line of defense for the capital. Snatting at top, Aristia looks at the scenery and thinks, I've never traveled before, so I didn't know there was such a quiet place just outside of the city. The view here is different from that of the capital. This old manor is surrounded by ivy-covered walls, with trees and flowers growing everywhere. And here I am, as if I'm running away. I've struggled for the past 3 years to escape my fate from the past, but now I've abandoned everything to run away. Perhaps I shouldn't have run like this. But I didn't have a choice. She looks at servants unloading the luggage and thinks, if Papa hadn't returned when he did, I would have been in an even deeper mess than I am now. While recalling, she wondered, Papa. Then again, Papa's talk with the Emperor. What did he mean by that? While she was busy in her thoughts, Ben came and asked, isn't the view marvelous? She looks towards him and said, Ben, I didn't know our estate had such an amazing castle. He replied, it was bestowed to House Monique by the royal family generations ago. You'll come to love this place in no time. Unlike other countryside estates, this place is quiet and peaceful. She approved, yes. He added, and you, miss, have grown so much since I last saw you. You only came up to my knees a little while ago, but now you're all grown up. How time flies. Aristia said, that was years ago, Ben. Looking at her, Ben thinks, but her eyes. They reflect a time that seems much older than her age. What hardships have you faced? He said, seems like my inadequate son wasn't able to take care of you properly. Your face is full of worry. While Aristia gets surprised he said, I must ask the Marquis to reprimand him properly. Aristia replied, oh, no. Alan has been doing well. I'm just tired since I've been busy lately, that's all. And Papa? While confused Ben asked, Papa? She turns and said, Father needs to rest since he just came back from the expedition. Then Ben said, I'm glad to know the two of you are so close. Well, I must inform the servants to ready your dinner, so please take your time. She said, yes, thank you. She wonders, grown so much. Me. She suddenly remembers Alandis' words, we still have a long way to go. I hope you grow up soon. My lady. She thinks in her mind, Alandis, do you know how much I had to consider it when you asked me to trust you? And how my heart collapsed when I saw your face full of disbelief. Once again, I was abandoned by someone I thought was dear to me. That. Suddenly she heard Lena's voice calling her, my lady. Come over here and take a look. This wagon is full of blooming flowers. She smiles and replied, I'll be there. While walking to Lena she thinks, I won't think about any of that for now. I'll only look at what brings me joy. I'll rest here without worry, that is why I'm here. Even if someone blames me for running away. Meanwhile Alandis was lying on his bed said, Tia. Recalling the moments she tells in her mind, it's been a month since we came to the estate. I occasionally learned about Papa's duties by being at his side. I also trained together with the knights who came with us. While I took a peaceful break, time flew by so quickly. Aristia was practicing with the sword ha. Her father said, you've gotten a lot better, Tia. She asked, really? Her father asked, are you having fun training? She told, yes, what I learned from Seymour and from Sir Carsane helped a lot. She said, I'm still not strong enough, but I can train for much longer than I used to. Look. Her father replied, I see. Looking at her training her father thinks in his mind, I thought she would quit after a while, but she's holding up well. The fighting style of our house is quite aggressive. It will prove difficult for her as she continues her studies. Then, perhaps. I'm done. The knight said, you've done well today too, Lady Aristia. Holding the towel Lena said, you came all the way out here, wouldn't it be better to take a break from training? Aristia replied, I have a long way to go. If I take a break now, I'll forget everything that I've learned. While she was talking her father said to Ben, send this letter to House Ras. Ben replied, yes, master. Looking at them she wonders, to House Ras. I wonder what it's about. While we've been staying here, he's been working this whole time. Even though he's busy, is he staying here because of me? Papa. At Ras Manor. The servant said, young master, you have a visitor. Scratching her head Carsane asked, gee, who would visit me so early without? He looks at Alandis and stops, He said, so, it was you. While having tea he asked, what brings you here? This is a depressing way to start the day. What's with that face? Alandis present him a letter. Carson quickly stands up and asked, what? Is this a letter of challenge? Good, I'm fine with that. Let's take it outside. Alandis said, I don't have the energy to quarrel with you. Here's my letter to Tia. Keep this for me and pass it on to her. While grabbing the letter Carsane asked, don't you know she's at her estate right now? I'll take it for now, though. He replied, I know, and that's why I'm leaving it with you. Carsane asked, you're funny. How do you know I'll be able to pass this on to her? Alandis replied, because you'll see Tia before I do. He asked, oh, really? He then asked, hey, did something happen between you and her? Alandis replied, you saw them, right? On that day, the two of them, during the ceremony. Carsane thinks for a moment and then asked, so? Alandis replied, so, I'm suggesting a temporary truce. He said, I really didn't want to say this, but, listen carefully. Tia. After Alandis left while sitting at ground Carsane said to himself, the coming of age ceremony. Well, they did seem pretty close. So what? I thought she was learning to fight in order to avoid getting married. So why were they so close? And why did they keep whispering to each other? They looked like a natural pair. As if they were like that since long before. And suddenly the weed is acting that way. Something definitely happened, but I know nothing. I don't know what's happening on either side. Only I don't know. He then shouted, whatever. Why should I care about who she marries or who she has a fight with? He said we're just friends. We're not close enough, don't you think? Or not. Whatever. I should just keep training. He starts training. While training he dozes off, but I wonder if she's training properly. He then realized, what am I pondering about? Focus. He again thinks, she didn't faint again, did she? She's so fragile. She'd break a bone if someone hit her. Is she training like a crazy person again? While he was dozing off his father came and startled him. He shouted, "Father." His father laughs and said, "Haha. Having a hard time focusing?" He asked, "What were you thinking so hard about that you didn't even notice me approaching?" Changing the topic he said, it's just. I have things I need to worry about too." While smiling Tiza his father asked, "Oh, really?" Karsane asked, But how come you're here at this hour? Are you already done with work? You're supposed to work every day." His father grins and said, "Something came up. Karsane, you must hurry to the Monique estate right away." Shocked from hearing this Karsane asked, "To the Monique estate? Just all of a sudden?" His father replied with a stern look, "Yes. Today. Right now." Karsane again asked, "Right now?" His father said, "There's nothing to be surprised about. Just go there and help the young lady train." Karsane asked, "Why me? Isn't the Marquis there with her?" Duke Arkant replied, "You'll see once you get there." While patting Karsane his father said, "This request was specifically addressed to you, so I trust you'll do well." After that while going away Duke Arkant said to himself, "Finally, I can rest." Standing behind there processing everything Karsane said to himself, "So I'm really going to see her first. Don't tell me that we'd predicted this." He wonder if Aristia will be surprised. Or will she be waiting for me? He smiles remembering, specifically addressed to me, Meanwhile Alandis was stamping the letter thinking, "Not yet. I have no right to see you just yet. So, for now, I'll leave you in someone else's care. One mistake was enough. I'll get you back, no matter what." My lady. Back at the royal palace nobles were gossiping to each other. "Did you hear? It looks like the engagement between the prince and Lady Aristia may not happen. Apparently, Marquis Karen brought it up to His Majesty during the prince's coming-of-age ceremony. Unless the Marquis remarries, there is only one blood heir in the family. Then, the engagement is cancelled. Perhaps House Monique and the royal family had some sort of dispute." "Shish, watch what you say." The other countries seem to have noticed as well. And the royal families from the other kingdoms are trying to seize this opportunity. This includes the Lisa kingdom, who have always sought after the title of empress. Everyone will be eyeing the crown of the future empress. Karsane reached the Monique territory. Aristia was surprised by his arrival. She asked, "Karsane?" Karsane replied, "Hey, it's been a while." Aristia asked, "What brings you here?" Karsane answered, "What's with that face?" "I'm your guest." He smirked and said, "I came here thanks to a special request, you know." Surprised by his reply Aristia asked, "Who would ask for you?" Aristia's father came and said, "I called for him." He said to Karsane, "Thank you for coming all this way. Were you briefed on the details?" He replied oblivious to the facts, "Nope. My father told me I'd find out when I got here and chased me out the door." Marquis then said, "I see. It seems I must return to the capital, so I was hoping you could help Tia with her training." After listening to this Aristia asked, "Papa, you're going back to the capital. But you'll come back here, won't you?" Her father replied, "I've been neglecting my duties as a commander, so it won't be easy for me to return. Or would you like to go back with me?" Hearing this Karsane thinks in his mind, "Then why am I here?" Thinking about all the things Aristia answered, "I'd like to stay here." Her father said, "I see." He patted her and said, "All right, then stay here as long as you wish." He then said to the butler, "Ben, please prepare my luggage. I'll be returning to the capital." Ben replied, "Yes, sir." After her father left Aristia thinks in her mind, "Papa. He knew I wouldn't want to go back." Then Karsane said, "Well then, since I've been specifically requested to be here and all, you should call me, Master." Aristia replied, "Number." Karsane gets flustered and said, "But why? It's true, isn't it? I'm here to teach you, right?" Shaking her head Aristia said, "I don't want to." While agitated Karsane said, "Can't you just give it a try?" She said, "I refuse." Karsane impersonated and said, "Come on, just say it. Master, please teach me how to fight. Like this." Aristia said with a serious face, "Why are you smiling like that? It's unsettling." Feeling defeated Karsane said, "Geez, you're so selfish." Seeing him like this Aristia smiles and said, "It's been a while since we've seen each other, but you're still the same." But I'm glad to see you, Karsane. Welcome to our estate. Karsane's mood gets better and he said, hey, you should have said so in the first place. He pulls out a letter and said, oh yeah, here, this is yours. Aristia grabs the letter and said, looking at the letter, who would? She said to herself in her mind, the seal of House Verita. It's from Alandis. Karsane said, it's from the weed. I'm just delivering it, alright. Aristia stands there looking sad and Karsane said looking at her, geez, I can't stand this. Did you two fight? You used to hang around each other so much, it was annoying. I was this close to throwing that letter away, but I managed to stop myself. Aristia thinks in her mind, Alandis. We haven't contacted each other since we last parted, but he knows that I'm here. Looking at the letter she thinks, what did he write? Is he going to condemn me? Or is he going to declare the end of our friendship? She opens the letter and starts reading. The content of the letter were, hello, Tia. I'd heard that you were leaving for your family's estate, but I only decided to write to you now. I did want to write to you earlier, but I thought we both needed some time. You were right, I didn't trust you, and I thought you were lying, even though I knew that you are the type of person who would rather say nothing than try to make something up. I had asked you to trust me, yet I betrayed your trust. I'm ashamed of myself. All I can do now is to ask for your forgiveness. I'm sorry, Tia, I'm truly sorry. After reading the letter Aristia thinks, Alan. My dear friend. She thinks, I have to send a reply. He must be waiting. I have to write something. She sends a reply and after receiving the letter Alandis said to himself, Tia. Yes, this is fine. We can start over. And this time, it will be perfect. Meanwhile at the royal palace. The prince was writing a document. He tossed the pen and takes a break from work. He thinks in his mind, no matter how much I think about it, I don't understand. Why is she behaving like this? From the moment she was born, she was acknowledged as the future empress and grew up as such. So then why is she acting against it after all this time? Does she feel uncomfortable about becoming a royal? Or is it because she fears me? Fear. He remembers Aristia and her mother when she was a child and recall these words. Your Highness. Your Highness. Your Highness, why? He thinks, but she's avoiding me, even though she doesn't remember. There must be some other reason why. I must look into this more. While he was busy thinking, Heron came and said, Your Highness. While holding the ledgers he said, the estimated amount of funds and hands needed for the Borderlands inspection has been prepared. The prince said, all right. He puts his robe on and said, tell everyone to gather in the meeting hall. I'll also be attending. While he was going to the meeting hall, the noble ladies greeted him, Your Highness. Greetings, Your Highness, the future son of the Empire. It's been so long, Your Highness. One of them said, Your Highness. Do you remember me? I introduced myself to you at your ceremony. I'm glad to see you are doing so well, Your Highness. Heron told, there have been more young ladies visiting the palace recently, along with envoys from other countries as well. The prince looks towards him and said, so they see this as an opportunity. How terribly annoying. We need to leave as soon as possible. Heron replied, understood. Then the prince asked, when will we pass by the Monique estate? Looking at the ledgers, Heron replied, it's 2 days from the capital, but since there will be a lot of people with us, we won't be able to leave until next month. The prince said with a low voice, is that so? He then said loudly, call Sir Seymour and Sir June. While determined he thinks, I will definitely hear the reason this time. At the Monique territory, Karsane and Aristia were sparring, and while sparring Karsane was guiding her. Again. Ha. Again. Again. Karsane burst out and said, do it properly. Don't just rush in. Be calm and analyze your opponent. Then Aristia steps up and slash him near his neck. Then Karsane said, good. That's enough for today. Praising her he said, you've gotten a lot better, especially compared to how frail you were before. Aristia said, you're praising me a lot. He replied, I'm being honest. I don't lie when it's about sword fighting. If you keep this up, in a few years, you can definitely become a knight. Aristia said, that's good to hear. Boasting himself, Karsane said, and that's all thanks to such a great master. Aristia thinks in her mind, it's true. He's a good teacher, and he points out everything with a sharp eye. Even I can tell that I'm getting better. His style of teaching seems to suit me well. After that, while walking, Karsane said, anyway, isn't it about time for you to be more casual with me now? Aristia countered, aren't you the one who wanted me to call you master? Flustered from her reply, Karsane said, oh, that. I am your master. But, you know, what I mean is something different. Yeah. Scratching his face he said, I mean, I'm the only one talking so informally. It feels a bit distant, and odd, you know. Aristia thinks in her mind. Then again, while being here with him, 2 seasons have passed already. We're definitely a lot closer now. While walking away she said, fine. Hearing that Karsane asked, really? Recalling all the things Aristia tells in her mind, thanks to Papa inviting Karsane, I've been enjoying my time here. At first, it was difficult for me to even write a reply to Alandis. But now, I'm doing much better. Alandis sent a reply. It was as, hello, Tia, thank you for your reply. I tried organizing what you've told me in your letters, and here's my understanding. You devoted yourself to the prince, but he abandoned you, and as a result, even your family name fell into ruin. If what you said is true, then it must have been horrible. While sitting on the bench Karsane asked, what's that? Did the weed send you another letter? What did he say this time? While he was trying to grab the letter Aristia said, go away, Karsane. Why are you trying to peek at someone else's letter? He replied, I'm just curious about what you two are talking about. She denied, I'm not showing you. Karsane then said, geez, fine. You could just tell me. Whatever. I don't need to know. You're so selfish. Aristia asked, I'm being selfish. Gee, I can't let my guard down around you. No manners. Karsane countered, yeah. Well, this mannerless one will leave now. Karsane leaves, muttering to himself, tisk. I wanted to ask her to go into town with me. But she always stays home. So boring. He suddenly notices something strange. While shocked he asked, huh? What? Why are you here, Sir Seymour and Sir June? How did you? Sir Seymour said, greetings, Lady Aristia. Sai Jun said, we royal knights have come here by order of His Royal Highness. He announced, His Highness has left the palace to inspect the lands near the border. He will be arriving here shortly, so please be ready to welcome him. Karsane asked, His Highness is coming here. Aristia thinks for a moment and then she said, all right. Ben, please show these two to their rooms and inform everyone to gather. He replied, understood, my lady. Aristia was deep in her thoughts. Karsane notices her. He stopped her and asked, hey, what's wrong? Are you all right? She replied, oh, yes, I'm all right. I'm just surprised. She thinks in her mind, I thought I would be okay, but he's coming here. Why so suddenly? Murmurs and chatter fill the air as the prince arrived. Aristia greeted him, greetings, Your Highness, the future son of the Empire. We are honored to have you at this humble estate. The prince smiles and said, it's been a while. Have you been well? She replied, I've been well, thank you. I hope you've also been doing the same, Your Highness. He said, somewhat. I appreciate your concern. He introduced Heron. This person here is my advisor, Viscount Heron. Heron said my full name is Heron Sue de Mark. It's a pleasure. We've met before, in the Emperor's garden. She remembers, oh, that time. She thinks in her mind, why did he suddenly come here? Is he here to pressure me? No, this is the defense line of the capital. Of course, he would pass by here while inspecting the borders of the empire. Don't be nervous, Tia. Stay calm. I just have to act like usual. As she was busy in her thoughts, the crowd shouted, may the empire prosper for all eternity. Hooray, Your Highness. May the empire prosper. As she heard the crowd cheering, Aristia thinks it's so loud. It's hurting my ears. The prince waves back to the crowd and then he said we should go. Aristia replied yes. Karsane catches Tia as she staggers. He asked, are you feeling all right? She replied, I'm fine. I just felt a little dizzy from the shouting. Thank you, Karsane. The prince takes a glance at them and then he walks away. While going to the estate house on horses, the prince asked, Sir Karsane, is your training going well? He replied, yes, Your Highness. I am working to improve myself every day. The prince then said, I see. I've heard for a while now that you are a genius when it comes to the sword. I trust you won't disappoint me. I have high expectations for you. Karsane replied, I am honored. I shall do my best. At the estate, Aristia asked, would you like to eat first, Your Highness? The prince replied, I'd prefer to wash off this dust first. She said, then let me walk you to your chamber. Aristia was dazed as she was walking. Karsane notices and calls, hey, you. Aristia returns to her senses and thinks, I shouldn't be loitering here. The prince hearing this takes a glance while walking. After that Aristia guides the chefs and other servants. She said, Chief, do you remember my guidelines? He replied, of course, my lady. Every dish for His Highness will be varied, as you instructed. She said, alright, he has a very sophisticated palate, so please bear with this for a while. Plan the prince's meals carefully, but make sure to show as much appreciation for the others as well. The chef replied, yes, my lady. While sitting down to eat, the prince looks at the food and gets surprised. Looking at him, Aristia asked, Your Highness, is something wrong? If there's a problem. He replied, it's nothing. Aristia then said, I see. Then Aristia asked Heron, are the dishes to your liking? Heron replied, yes, they're excellent, Lady Aristia. She said, ah, I see. While taking a bite, Karsane said, yeah, well, it's always been okay. He flinches and then said, I mean, excellent, Lady Aristia. As they were eating, Aristia thinks in her mind, is something wrong? Something feels off. I don't understand. Why is he doing that? At this rate, I'm going to die from anxiety. The prince kept staring at Aristia. Offer that Ben said, my lady, I've brought both chamomile and hibiscus tea as you requested. She said, yes, thank you. She thinks in her mind, I feel better now. As she served the tea, she asked Karsane, 2 sugars, right? He replied, yes, thank you, Lady Aristia. Then the prince said, now that I think about it, I haven't properly thanked you, Sir Karsane. He asked, pardon? The prince said, I was worried about my fiancée being all alone at this estate. But I'm relieved to see that someone like you is here with her. I appreciate that very much. Shocked by his choice of words, Karsane thinks, just then. He said, my fiancé. He looks at the prince while shocked. The prince asked, what's wrong, Sir Karsane? Do you have something to say? He replied, no, nothing, but he inwardly thinks, if I had my way, I'd just. Then the prince said, is that so? Well then, I wonder when my fiancé is planning to return to the capital. She replied, why yes. He again asked, when do you plan to return? She thinks in her mind, is this some kind of joke? He's saying, my fiancé, in almost every sentence. Why is he suddenly acting so affectionate? She replied, I haven't made any plans yet. Why do you ask? He said, it feels a bit lonely without you. And my father misses you dearly. She replied, I see. She thinks in her mind, I don't understand what he's thinking. The prince then said, Sir Karsane, I do apologize, but I'd like to spend some time with my fiancé, privately. After leaving the room, Karsane said to himself, I couldn't even say anything before getting kicked out. That guy would have laughed at me if he saw this. Heron was also standing outside the room. He asked, what are you worried about? She's not just some regular lady after all. Karsane asked, what? Heron replied, that was impressive, even for House Monique. I didn't think everything would be prepared so perfectly and in such short notice. Feeling annoyed, Karsane asked, what are you talking about? You all sent the knights in advance. Heron replied, well, that's true. He thinks in his mind, but how did she know? Even within the palace, only a few people know. Meanwhile, inside the room, looking at Aristia, the prince said, I really don't understand your conflicting behavior. He explained, you fear me so much that you're trembling even now. So why were you so considerate earlier? Aristia replied, I just did what I was supposed to do in order to serve you, Your Highness. While picking the cup, he said, supposed to do? Is that really it? He asked, the mushroom dish, the wine and dessert, and even this tea. You really have nothing to say about all this? Aristia thinks in her mind, what did I get wrong? He doesn't like seafood. He enjoys Bellet red wine from the year 900 and Flair white wine from the year 928 of the Castina Imperial calendar. He prefers sour desserts over sweet ones. And since he has trouble sleeping, he drinks only chamomile tea after the sun goes down. She realized, all of those facts are unknown to those outside of the royal palace. Remembering the past, she thinks, only a select few know the food preferences of the royalty. In the past, I would watch him from afar in secret and inform the royal chef. I thought that maybe, by doing this, he would notice me. I didn't even realize it at first. Maybe, even if it was just for a second, he would acknowledge my love. I've been saying that I would escape, but I've been doing exactly as I had done in the past. Am I chasing after the same end all over again? Am I going to tie myself to his side, devoting all my love to him, just as I did before, and be tormented over every smile he gives Ji-yoon? And then, as she was busy in her thoughts, the prince grabs her and asked, what are you thinking about? I will ask you one last time. Why do you know so much about me, yet you try to avoid me at the same time? I even promised to make you a queen, so why do you refuse me so? Aristia said, Your Highness. The prince said, give me a clear answer. God named you as my partner. Is there a reason to refuse? That is the fate you are destined to. She suddenly remembered these words. It is a decision given to humans that cannot be avoided. It is fate. It is fatum. Then she remembers the prince's words from her past life. Make no mistake, you are nothing to me. Meanwhile the prince asked, are you really refusing to be the empress just to inherit your family's legacy? As the prince was talking she remembers these words. House Monique is flourishing even now, so it can't be due to simple loyalty for your family either. Don't. The prince said, if you become the empress, your child will be the heir of this empire. That is an honor that cannot be compared with becoming a marchioness. The prince's past self was contradicting to what he was saying now. No, your child will never be my heir. Did you really think I would let him live? He killed my child and hurt Jiun. I don't want to hear any more. I will never forgive you. Aristia was trembling while remembering the past. The prince looks at her and asked, why? He extends his hand while saying, why are you? Aristia snaps and freaked out. She screamed, stop it. I don't want to hear any more. Don't come near me. Don't come near me. Shocked from her behavior the prince said, what are you? Outside the room everyone heard her scream. The prince garbs Aristia as she passes out after screaming, hold on. Wake up. He checked her temperature and realized, she has a fever. Heron asked from outside the room, Your Highness. What's going on? May we enter? After they enter the prince said while holding Aristia, Heron. And you there. Call the royal doctor. Hurry up and get her to bed, now. Meanwhile at the capital. The Marquis was writing and ink splatters from his pen. He thinks in his mind, Tia. You're doing well, I hope. This feels like a bad omen. At the Monique estate. Everyone was worried for Aristia. Aristia opens her eyes. Lady Aristia, are you awake? The prince said, she's up. Karsane asked, hey, what happened to Yo? I mean, are you alright, Lady Aristia? Aristia was sitting there with blank expressions as she was an unconscious doll. The prince looks at her and calls the doctor. The doctor checks up on her. Lady Aristia, can you hear me? Do you feel any pain anywhere? Lady Aristia. Then the doctor said, Your Highness, if I may. It looks like she's unable to speak due to some sort of psychological shock. Shocked after hearing that Karsane asked, what do you mean? Then the prince ordered Heron, send notice to the Monique manor at once. Make sure she rests until the Marquis arrives, and check on her health to make sure nothing else is wrong. Heron reminded him, Your Highness, we must leave soon. The prince said, are you telling me to leave my fiancée while she is in this state? Heron replied, but this is affecting the schedule of the expedition. The prince said, just 2 days. Let's wait until the Marquis arrives. Heron said, yes, Your Highness. Then the prince takes a sigh and thinks, do you really hate me so much that you had to scream at my touch? And so much so that you closed yourself off? What did I ever do to push you to this state? Why won't you tell me anything? The prince staggers and Heron said, Your Highness, you should rest. As he staggered the letters that were on the desk fell down. The prince picks up a ladder and said, from House Verita. HMPH, it must be him. While shuffling through the letters he saw a ladder and thinks, a letter she wrote to someone else. The prince gets shocked after what he read in that letter. After reading that he said, what is this? How can this be? After the rain stopped. In the raining ground Karsane was practicing he said to himself in his mind, what have I done since coming here? Even though he told me. He remembers Alanda's words, I really didn't want to say this, but, listen carefully. Take care of Tia. He resented himself, even after hearing him say that, I did nothing. I wasn't focused. I knew that she wanted to avoid the royal family. And now, she can't even talk because of shock. While he was busy regretting the prince called, Sir Karsane, here you are. Karsane asked, Your Highness, what brings you to the training grounds? The prince replied, it was a bit frustrating staying inside, doing nothing, so I came out. Looks like you've been training here all this time, you and her. Karsane replied, yes. Then the prince asked, what do you think? Do you think my fiancé has the potential to become a knight? Karsane answered, I assure you, in a few years, she will become a knight. The prince smiles and said, I see. While picking up a sword he said, Sir Karsane, if you're fine with it, I'd like to ask you to spar with me. Karsane asked, right, now. But, the prince said, yes. I've always wanted to spar with you since you're so talented. He added, and do not underestimate me. You may be praised as a genius, but I am also the pupil of your father, Duke Arkant. As they were sparring from the sound of their swords clashing Aristia takes a glance at them from sitting inside her room. While sparring, Carcian thinks, at a time like this, all I can do is train. He suddenly notices Aristia looking towards them and gets distracted from the spar. The prince's sword scratches him on his face and the prince said, "Where do you think you're looking? Focus." Feeling agitated, Carcian dashes towards the prince and puts his sword to the prince's neck. Royal Knight stops him and he puts his sword near prince's neck. All of them stops there. After all of them retracted their swords, the prince said, "Sir Carcian, let me give you a word of advice." Carcian replied, "Please do." The prince said, "You are a genius with the sword. But even a genius cannot get everything they want while thinking of other matters. You should keep that in mind." As the royal knights escort the prince back, he said, "In your current state, you would not even be able to protect yourself." Carcian thinks in his mind, "What do you know? This is the first time I've ever lost my focus during a sparring match. So that's what this is. I don't think of her as a friend." He shouted, "You idiot." He thinks, that advice. I wonder who it was for. After some days, Marquis returned. The servant said, "Master, you have returned." Marquis asked, "How is Tia?" The servant said, "Well, it's a bit hard to explain. But first, please follow me to Lady Aristia's chamber." Marquis opens the door and calls, "Tia." After looking at Aristia's expressionless face, he said, "Tia. Tia, how did this? What happened to you, Tia?" The prince said, "She's been like that this whole time. She won't eat or sleep." Marquis gets near Aristia and said, "Tia, why have you become like this again? What is making you suffer so much that you have to hide? I shouldn't have left you alone. For that, I'm sorry." Even after that, Aristia doesn't speak. Marquis then grabs Aristia and said, "Get a hold of yourself. Just say something, anything. Tia." Aristia covers her ears with her hands. Her father said, "Tia, can't you hear your own father?" The doctor present there said, It would be best not to agitate her too much." Marquis then pulls Aristia towards himself and said, "I have raised you incorrectly. I thought it was unfortunate that you had to go through so much at such a young age, but I've coddled you too much. You've grown weak. Did you really expect to learn how to fight with a sword when you have such a weak mind? How will you inherit our family's legacy in such a state?" He shouted, "Do you plan to live on like this, without a care, without thought?" He shouted again, "Open your eyes, Aristia la Monique." Suddenly Aristia came back to his senses, and the light in her eyes came back. She said, Papa." Her father asked, "Do you recognize me?" She said, "Papa, why are you? You're supposed at the capital." After saying that, she passes out. Her father called, "Tia." The prince quickly ordered, "Doctor, hurry up and check her." After checking up on her, the doctor said, "She's all right now. She's just sleeping." After that, the Marquis apologized, "Please forgive my daughter for showing such imprudent behavior." The prince replied, "It's quite all right. And I do apologize, but there are other matters for me to attend to. We cannot stay here any longer." Marquis said, "I understand. I will take care of my daughter, so please do not worry." The prince replied, "All right." Before leaving, the prince went to where Aristia was resting and looking at her, he thinks, "I can't be here. That's the only way you'll be able to rest." He puts the letter her bed. While leaving, the maids and Marquis came to say escort him. The prince said, "I hope she recovers soon." Marquis said, "Thank you, Your Highness." He asked, "Your Highness, do you perhaps know why Tia had fallen into such a state?" The prince replied, "I do not wish to speculate carelessly." Marquis accepted, "Is that so? I understand. Then I'll see you later, at the capital." After leaving, Heron asked, "Your Highness, why did you not mention the letter?" Meanwhile, Aristia opens her eyes in a complete dark space. She wonders, "Where am I? Papa, I can't see anything. Lena, why am I here?" By the sound of flickers, someone appeared behind her. And different scenes started playing all around her. She said, "What's going on?" Looking at the scenes, she said, "What's this? They're all me. When I was younger." She saw a scene in which the emperor said, "My child, come closer, over here." Asterisk. Her younger self replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." She thinks for a second that it's her child, but then she realized, "I see, this is my younger self. Before I had returned to the past. It's me with the emperor. And him, too, when he was young. So he was watching us like that." In another scenes, is Lady Aristia waiting for the prince today too? The emperor told her to spend more time with the prince since they will be married one day. Still, isn't she here too often? It's obvious that the prince is avoiding her, so why doesn't she realize it? Looking at another scene, she said, his coming-of-age ceremony. Back then, during the dance Aristia trips and fell down and the crowd chuckles and said, "Oh dear. Did the lady trip? What a pity. Lady Aristia, are you alright? You should have practiced more. It can't be helped. She's too young. Such a disgrace. How will she support the royal family in the future?" She resolved herself, "I can't cause any trouble for the prince. I have to be stronger and seal off my emotions. I can't be rattled, no matter what happens. Right, even when the true lady of prophecy appears." All the incidents replayed in front of her eyes from her childhood to her execution in her past life. After that she thinks, 17 years. Those years were so pointless. Why did I live my life like that? For what? While she was thinking a beam of light appeared, and the scene where she returned to her younger self played. What's going on? This is the day I turned 10 again. Lena, what about father? The Marquis, he is usually in the training hall at this hour. Papa. Then the incidents from after her return started playing. Oh, all this time, everything that I've worked so hard for. The new people, the joyful, and even the painful days. How silly. You. And I as well. Hold on. Wake up, you there. Hurry up and get her to bed. And call the royal doctor. After that, with the sound of glass shattering, she gets shocked. The mirror. Then she saw a reflection of herself. She wonders, what do you want to say to me? The other Aristia said something but she couldn't hear her. She said, "What? I can't hear you." After that she opens her eyes in her bedroom. She realized, it was a dream. Another strange dream. Was it a nightmare? She looks at the letter that was lying beside her bed and said, It's the letter from Alan. I hadn't finished reading it. Why is it here? The letter was "Hello, Tia. Thank you for your reply. I tried organizing what you've told me in your letters, and here's my understanding. You devoted yourself to the prince, but he abandoned you, and as a result, even your family name fell into ruin, and you went through all of that in a past life. If what you said is true, then it must have been horrible. But, Tia, you said that in the past, you weren't on good terms with your father, nor did you have anyone by your side. So what about now? Are you still alone, with no one on your side? Your father treasures you dearly, and you have other people who care about you too. I understand that you desperately want to avoid repeating what happened before. But please don't trap yourself in the past only to neglect the present. I know how wise you are. So I know you can overcome this. After reading the letter she looks at her reflection that was standing in front of her and asked, "What do you think? Do I still look like I used to in the past?" No. While crying she said, "Not at all. I'm not the same at all. The past and the present are different. And the future can also change. Why didn't I realize it sooner? If I change myself, then my future will also change." As she stands up from her bed her father came and said, "Tia. Are you alright? Are you able to get up now?" She calls, "Papa." She thinks in her mind, he stayed up all night. Because of me. He waited for me. She hugs her father and said, "Papa." While patting her he said, There. She said, "Papa. Let's go back to the capital. I'm alright now. There are a lot of things I want to tell you. Because I've already changed my fate." After few days. As they were about to leave for the capital the servants were preparing assembling luggage. Aristia looks around and wonders, where's Karsane? I wanted to talk to him. Karsane is present in the training ground and practicing. Looking at him from a corner Aristia thinks, he's still training. But we're leaving soon. She looks towards him and he was fully focused on training. Aristia left and thought, I'll just talk to him later. As she was leaving she heard the sound of sword falling to the ground. Karsane shouted, "Darn it. Nothing's working." Hearing that Aristia walks to him and he saw her. He asked, "You're here?" Aristia replied, "Ah, yes. You're training a lot." He said, Not really." Hearing his abrupt reply Aristia thinks, his response is kind of, "Did something happen?" Karsane asked, "Hey, are you better now?" Aristia replied, "Yes, I'm alright. Sorry for making you worry." Karsane said, "If you know, then don't get sick." She said, Alright." Aristia thinks in her mind, what's with him? Normally, he would say, "Why would I worry about you?" Something like that. After they left for the capital. Sitting inside the carriage Aristia takes a glance at Karsane and thinks, I wonder what he's thinking. As Karsane was busy in his thoughts. She then said, Karsane, I have something to talk to you about." As she said that the carriage shakes for a moment and Aristia was about to fall. Karsane catches her from falling and said, "Watch out. Are you okay?" She said, "Oh, Why yes. Thank you. She thinks, he's so close. A knight reported, Commander. We've got a problem. He asked, what is it? He explained, there's mud on the road from the rain a few days ago, so the wheels got stuck. It's going to take some time to fix. Marquis explained to them, so, that's how it is. Looks like it's going to take a while. Why don't you two go for a walk nearby? Aristia replied, yes, that sounds good. He advised, don't wander too far. Aristia and Karsane walks to a field, and after looking at the wonderful scenery, Aristia said, wow. Look over there, Karsane. Isn't it amazing? He replied, it is. She added, I feel bad saying this, since everyone is working to fix the carriage, but it would have been a waste to just pass this by. Karsane replied, yeah. Looking at him, Aristia thinks in her mind, it's difficult to talk with him now. Is he going to stay like this forever? But I should tell him before we arrive at the capital. After that, Karsane calls Aristia. She asked, what is it, Karsane? Karsane looks at her while she looks lovely and doesn't say anything. Aristia then said, now that I think about it, isn't this the first time that you've directly called me by name? Karsane then clenches his fists and said, hey, I have something important to tell you. She asked, yes, what is it? It's not like you to be so hesitant. Karsane said, hey, As he spoke, Lena called them saying, my lady. Sir Karsane, we can continue on our way. Please return to the carriage. Aristia replied, all right, Lena. We'll head back. She then asked, Karsane, what were you going to tell me? He starts walking towards the carriage and said, it's nothing. Let's go. Aristia said, but you said it was important. Karsane said, aren't you the one who had something to tell me? You've been glancing my way since we left the training ground. She replied, oh, right. It's nothing big, just, I'd like to take a break from training for a month or two. He replied, okay, I see. She asked, are you upset? Karsane replied, no, I need more time to train by myself anyway. This is good for me. Looking at him walking towards the carriage, Aristia thinks, it's good for him to train by himself. I understand. After all, he didn't have time to train alone because he was helping me. But I shouldn't feel sad since I'm the one who suggested a break. As a friend, I shouldn't drag him down. After reaching the capital, they parted ways. Marquis said, thank you for everything, Sir Karsane. He replied, my pleasure, Marquis. Please take care. And you too, Aristia. Take care. I'll see you in 2 months. She replied, all right, bye, Karsane. After the carriage left, Karsane scratches his head and said to himself, come on, you idiot. What's the point of telling her now? I don't even have the right. He recalls the scene from before. Her silver hair that shone in the sunset glimmered brightly like light reflecting off a sword. He then remembers the prince's words, you would not even be able to protect yourself. He then said, HMPH, just wait. You'll regret taunting me. On the night they returned to the capital, Aristia told her father about what had happened to her in her past life. Her father said, I see. So when you were 16, a girl with black hair appeared suddenly at the lake in the palace. Aristia replied, yes, and everyone said she was the true lady of prophecy. She added, oh, but I think it was just a nightmare. She thinks in her mind, if I say it was a dream, then he won't think I'm being strange, like Alan did. Her father said, continue, tell me the rest. After that, Aristia told him about how unhappy she was as Ji-yoon took all of the prince's love, and about how their family got entangled in a scandalous incident and were later framed as traitors. After telling everything, Aristia thinks in her mind, he must be thinking that it's hard to believe. While thinking, her father said, I see. Now I understand why you've been so anxious. Of course, you can't carelessly talk about something that involves treason against the royal family. Aristia quickly asked, Papa, you don't think it's just a silly dream? You're not going to scold me for being weak? Her father explained, Tia. To each individual, the self is very precious. Everyone has their own worries. How can I be the judge of what is serious? To you, that dream was the source of your worries, and you were in pain because of it. But more importantly, you overcame all of that on your own. There's no way you can be considered weak. I'm so proud of you for fighting this with your own strength. Aristia called, Papa, and then hugs her father. She thinks in her mind, I thought he wouldn't believe me. And not only did he trust me without suspicion, he even comforted me. She said, thank you. He asked, what do you mean? She answered, for believing me. He said, I know my own daughter. You wouldn't say something without a good reason. Just promise me one thing. Next time, talk to me if something is on your mind. I won't leave you to worry all alone. She replied, yes, I'll tell you. I promise I will. After her father put her to sleep, he sits on a chair and reminisces. He tells in her mind, when I saw her blank stare, the light gone from her eyes, it felt like my world was coming to an end. Yeremia. When I lost you, I couldn't do anything. And I almost lost our daughter in the same way. Perhaps Tia's dream wasn't just a nightmare. She's a child who has heard the voice of God. This, too, might mean something. No, even if it was just a nightmare, it doesn't matter. A night. He thinks in his mind, I thought she would give up. Since she was a frail child from birth, I thought training might help her grow stronger. That it wouldn't be bad for her to learn the sword. I casually considered all of these things from the beginning. Looks like I'll need his help either way. Meanwhile in Borderlands, Heron came and said, Your Highness, there's a message from the capital. Lady Aristia has safely returned to Monique Manor, and it looks like she's gotten a lot better now. The prince replied, all right. He thinks in his mind, I suppose she's focusing on getting better. She should have read that letter by now. He tries to speculate, was I mistaken about her? I thought she was rejecting the royal family for other reasons. I had suspected she was trying to prevent herself from becoming the empress. Since, with her right to the throne, she can threaten the royal line. Both of us were trained in politics since we were very young. That's why I said what I did. It would be safe for you to be the queen instead of the empress. But what was written in that letter was. He thought to himself, I never even considered another woman becoming my bride. And even if someone else became the empress, did she think, all this time, I'd do something that horrible? What kind of person does she think I am? All this time. He then shouted loudly, what did I even do? Heron was standing there listening. He suggested, don't you think there's another possibility related to what was written in that letter? The prince asked, and what would that be? Heron said, the possibility that what was written in that letter was a lie. He explained, Lady Aristia had everything ready as if it was normal, but only the closest of subjects know what she knows. The food preferences of the royal family are never told to outsiders. And that goes for Duchess Ernia, as she is now a member of House Ras. A royal must never show any sign of like or dislike regarding what is on the table. And no dish must be returned. This is all done to prevent any attempts at poisoning. But now, Lady Aristia is suddenly seen as an heir to the throne. For her, it would be a crime if she attempted to find out anything about you personally. Perhaps this was all part of her plan because she didn't want to be suspected of anything. The prince said, it's not like I believe everything that was written in that letter. But I know she's not the type of person who would try to trick others, even if she's confused about her dreams and reality. Heron replied, I understand. Looks like I've said too much. While remembering the past, the prince thinks, that's right. You are not the type of person who would scheme in the shadows or take advantage of others. Because our dynamic had changed, I was anxious back then, and that made me forget. You were the one who approached me first. While remembering the past, the prince tells in his mind, everyone around me were nobles who lied to each other, lusted after what wasn't theirs, and focused solely on maintaining their wealth. My father didn't care about me, and my mother would only stare at me with cold, distant eyes. The servant said, next is your class on the art of social interaction with Countess Engel. After that, Viscount Jorn will be lecturing on the history of the empire. Then after your lessons, the emperor would like you to make your way to Bell Palace. The prince asked, Bell Palace? What for? The servant said, I do not know the reason. I am here only to deliver the message. Looking at him, the prince thinks in his mind, this servant recites my schedule like a machine. I was foolish to expect a proper answer. While walking to the Bell Palace, he thinks, but it's strange. My father usually has no interest in what I do, so I wonder what business he has with me today. He suddenly bumps into someone while walking. After regaining his balance, he said, what are you doing? Do not run around the palace like that. You should be more careful. Aristia said, I apologize. Looking at her, the prince thinks in his mind, a young girl running around this massive palace without a guardian. What are her parents thinking? As they started walking again, the prince suddenly remembers something and turns towards her. Wait. Just now, that child. They both stopped and looks at each other. Looking at her, the prince thinks, silver hair. She looks 4 or 5 years younger than me. Aristia asked, are you the royal prince? He replied, yes, I am. He thinks in his mind, so this child is my future. Aristia introduced herself, I am Aristia Monique. Greetings, Your Highness. His Majesty the Emperor said I would meet you today. Aristia grabbed Prince's hand and starts walking. She said, Mother and father are waiting in the garden for you, Your Highness. Come with Tia. Looking at her cheerful personality, the prince thinks, the nobles were greedy for power. My mother despised me, and my father ignored me. My tutors constantly pressured me to be better. But among them, were the only ones who approached me with affection and without calculation Yeremia, and that child. The prince follows her to the garden where her mother was present. The prince tells in his mind, her mature behavior makes me forget that she is still only 13 years old. And she is so fragile that the shock from losing her mother was enough for her to lose her memory. And I was the one who kept rejecting her after what happened that day. In the end, the one who made her fear me so much was me. After some days Aristia met Duke Arcant while her father was also present. She greeted, Welcome, Your Grace. Quote, Duke Arcant said, It has been a while, Lady Aristia. Her father said, Tia, I called you here today to talk about the night squad. You are aware that the commander of the first squad comes from House Ras, and that the commander of the second squad comes from our house, correct? She answered, Yes, of course. He continued, and it's tradition that the candidate for commander learns how each squad operates by becoming the aide for the commander of the other squad. Duke Arcant said, Just like how my son is currently working under Marquis Karen. Aristia nods and thinks in her mind, I wonder why he's suddenly bringing this up. Her father said, Up until recently, our family didn't have an heir, so there was no need to follow the tradition. But things are different now. Aristia quickly jumps and asked, You mean, could it be? Marquis and Duke both looks at each other and grins. Duke Arcant asked, What do you think? Do you want to become my squire and learn from me? He added, Of course, you'll have to pass the entrance exam. But you should be fine. Sign told me that you've become much better at wielding a sword. Can you do it? Aristia happily replied, Yes. I'll do my best. She thinks in her mind, I'll do it. This is my chance to be acknowledged as the official heir of our family. While preparing her, Lena said, My lady. You should use this ribbon. And here, your belt. Aristia said, Ah, Lena. Pull my bangs back a bit. She asked, Like this. After that she said, Oh my. You look great, my lady. It's so wonderful seeing you in a knight's uniform. You look so dashing. Aristia said, I'm still only a squire. Lena excitedly said, But you're still a knight. It's too bad you're not in the second squad. Still, red looks good on you too. Aristia thinks in her mind, Right. Even though I'm only a squire, this is my first step as a knight. At the royal palace other knights greeted her, Hello. Good morning, Lady Aristia. While determined she thinks, I'll be an amazing aide and be acknowledged for sure. Standing outside the door she gulps and then knocks on the door, Come in. She opens the door and said, Excuse me, Your Grace. I'll be joining your squad and working here starting today. Duke Arcant said, Oh, you're finally here. I've been waiting. Alongside the Duke a male and a female knight were also present. Looking at her Aristia wonders, a female knight. Who is she?
The Duke spoke. Good. I see you've passed the exam. A squire is still a knight. You may call me commander from now on, Aristia. She replied firmly. Yes, commander. Then the Duke introduced the knights. This is Sir Sudden, who was my aide until now. And this is Squire Letitia. Aristia thought to herself. Then I'm Squire Aristia. The Duke continued. Sir Sudden will fill you in on all of your duties. Sir Sudden then said. Hello, I am Sudden Road Dillon from the first squad. Also Squire Letitia introduced herself. And I'm Letitia Su Lien. I'm also in the first squad. Nice to meet you, Squire Aristia. Aristia replied. Ah, yes. I'm Aristia La Monique. Looking at her, Aristia thought, so there are other women here besides me. That makes sense, but I never really thought about it. I feel like I'm not welcome here. Then she remembered something. Wait, Lien. I think I've heard that name before. Then the Duke said, Well then, I'll be on my way. It's time for me to go on patrol. You should all get to work. I'll leave it to you. Looking at Sir Sudden's serious demeanor, Aristia thought to herself, he might not be happy that a squire is suddenly taking over his job. It won't be easy to adjust here as a knight. After the Duke left, Letitia took a breath of relief. Ha! I'm finally free! Congratulations! She put her hand on Sir Sudden's shoulder and said, You must be happy now that someone is finally here to succeed you. Sir Sudden, who were looking happy, said, Haha! I wonder if this is all a dream. He then looks towards Aristia and said, Oh, right. Please excuse us. I'm so glad that you're here, Squire Aristia. Aristia was still surprised by their sudden change in behavior. She replied, Pardon? Ah, yes? Sir Sudden said, I sincerely welcome you to the first squadron. Aristia replied, Ah, I see. I'm just happy that you're excited to have me. Sir Sudden replied. Excited? You're my savior, Aristia. Aristia asked. How could I be a savior? He replied. Well, you'll find out soon enough after working with the commander. While remembering her past life, Aristia thought, Oh, that's true. He's not exactly a kind teacher. She remembered the Duke's nagging. That's completely wrong. Memories of a past life flashed before her. Aristia thought, He doesn't look it, but he's very strict. Learning from him was tough for me too. She then asked, Are you excited to see me too, Squire Letitia? She joyfully replied, Of course. I've heard so much about you. I'm so honored to meet you in person, Aristia said. Yes. I didn't think there'd be other women here, Letitia replied. Oh, that's right. The second squad only has men. Well, there are a handful of women in the first squad. Though, you're the only one among the newcomers this year. There aren't many. After hearing that, Aristia replied, I see. Aristia thinks in her mind. She knows a lot about the other knights too. She must know many people. Then Sir Sudden said, Now, Squire Aristia, it's time to learn the ropes. Letitia said, I'll come with you too. While learning the work, Aristia thought to herself, being the aide of a knight commander requires a lot of work, more than I had expected. At the last, Aristia said, Yes, I understand. Sir Sudden said, This is all new for you, but you learn quickly. At this rate, we'll be almost done. Aristia said, Is that so? Letitia then told Sir Sudden had a really tough time when he first became an aide. Watching him almost made me tear up. Sir Sudden replied, I don't want to hear that from someone who's still a squire. Letitia smirkingly replied, It's not that I can't become a knight. I'm just postponing it. I'll become one when I want to be. Sir Sudden countered, That's just an excuse. You keep failing because you're always late to the exam, Letitia said. And I do that on purpose. Because I've realized the true benefits of being a squire. No responsibilities. Now is the time to enjoy my life. After hearing that, Sir Sudden shouted, What are you talking about? And right in front of our new member? You have the skills, but you lack the motivation, Letitia said. I don't want to listen to a strict old man like you. Sir Sudden again shouted, You should listen. While looking at them bickering, Aristia chuckled. She said, You two seem really close. Sir Sudden replied, Oh, well, we've known each other since we were young, Aristia said. That's nice. It must be great to work with a friend, he replied. Really? It's mostly tiring. Then Letitia spoke. But you're right. Plus, there are those who enter the knight squadron with family too, just like you, Squire Aristia. After hearing that, Aristia thought, Really? Will I get tired of always seeing Papa in the palace? I can't imagine. After suddenly remembering something, Aristia asked, Oh, Squire Letitia, do you happen to have a family member who is also a knight? She thought, Her last name is Lien, and she has ashen hair. Letitia replied, Yes. You must be acquainted with my brother in the second squadron. Aristia remembered her father knight, so she's his sister. Wow. They don't look alike at all, except for their hair color. Looking at Aristia fidgeting, both Sir Sudden and Letitia thought she must be thinking, how could they be related? Then Sir Sudden said, Now, since I'm done showing you the ropes, how about we go to the training ground? Letitia said. Me too. Me too. I want to help Squire Aristia. Sir Sudden then said. Please don't spill any more ink or file the papers upside down, Letitia replied. If Squire Aristia gets a bad impression of me, it's all your fault. Looking at them, Aristia giggled. Hee hee, she thought. It must be nice to be with a friend. Meanwhile, Alandis was talking to a mysterious person. While holding a letter, Alandis asked, So your master wishes to meet with me? The person replied, Yes, that is correct. My master has sent you numerous letters, but you have yet to reply. I was ordered to deliver your answer today, Alandis said. I understand, the person said. Then I'll be waiting outside for you to finish writing your letter, Alandis said. No need. He burnt the letter, and while showing to the person, he said, Tell your master that this is my answer. After that person left, Alandis saw him leave through the window. He thought, Count Hemel. He's part of the nobility faction. It's obvious why he would want to secretly meet with someone from the opposing faction, Alandis said to himself. How foolish. It's useless to struggle when you're barely staying alive. Then he thought. Still, I wonder why Tia hasn't replied to me. It's been a while since she's returned to Monique Manor. I thought she would come visit me soon, but she hasn't given me a single reply despite all the letters I've sent. He asked himself. What happened? I'm just waiting for you. I feel like I could reach out my hand and catch you. I can see your smile, and it looks like it could fade away at any second. I miss you, Tia, my silver lady. While he was thinking, someone knocks on the door. Alandis asked. Who is it? The voice called. Alan, are you there? Just a moment ago, I saw someone leaving. Who were you talking to? After hearing that voice, Alandis thought, why is she here? After all this time, the voice trails, worried. You barely ate anything today, too. Are you sure you're not feeling sick? Alan, please open the door. Alandis finally responded. Why? If I'm sick, will you take care of me? Leave me alone, and pay no attention to what I eat or who comes to visit me. The frustration in his voice was palpable. If you're worried that I might die in this manner or bring disgrace to our family, don't, the voice replied. Alan, please don't be like that. I'm just worried about, but he cuts her off. If you want to worry about something, worry about that weak brother of mine. Just go. Go back to my brother, like you've always done. After hearing this, she steps back, disheartened. After she left, Alandis sighs. Worried, humph. After all this time, don't do something so meaningless, he reminded himself. Don't mind her, just think about Tia. I've prepared a lot of stories for you, and presents as well. But when can I see you again? As he was reading the book, he saw a glimpse of Aristia. As he quickly turns towards it, there was nothing. He wondered, was it my imagination? I shouldn't waste time. I'll write another letter. Not too long after joining the night squad, the Emperor summoned Aristia for an audience. Looking at the Emperor, Aristia thinks, I thought he'd tell me to stop studying with the knights, or maybe asked me to hurry up and become a royal. But instead, he simply asked how I was doing, and didn't mention anything else. The Emperor asked, So, did Ruv visit you? She asked. I heard he passed by the Monique estate, Aristia replied. Yes, he stopped by before I returned to the capital. I see. There's a pause, almost wistful. Aristia thought to herself. Though, I didn't see him off. The Emperor then asked. It's going to be winter soon. Do you like winter, Lady Aristia? She replied. Yes, I do. I see. That's different from. His words trail off. Aristia wonders. Different? From who? She then asked. Do you not like winter, Your Majesty? The Emperor said. It's nothing. Please forget my rambling, she replied. Yes, Your Majesty. After the audience with the king, Aristia was thinking. Today, His Majesty seems to have a lot on his mind, but he didn't ask me any questions about becoming the heir of my family. Did he already talk with Papa? Turning towards the garden, she said. Winter, she thought. Regardless, I'm very busy these days. I have to stay focused. There's a lot I need to learn as an aide, and as the heir of House Monique, I have to work hard, as she was managing the document. Oh, Squire Aristia, you spelled something wrong here. Her fellow squire, Letitia, points out. Aristia said. You're right. Thank you, Squire Letitia. Don't mention it. Letitia chuckled. Aristia praised her. You're very reliable, Letitia grinned. Right? She boasted. I'm much more reliable than my brother. I'm also much better at sword fighting, Sir Sudden remarked. Shouldn't you wait and say that after you've actually become a knight? They started arguing with each other, and Aristia doesn't pay mind to them as she gets used to it. After completing the work, Aristia reached home and jumps on her bed. So tired, Lena suggested. Why don't you take a break tomorrow? Aristia replied. I don't have time. I may not be going to work, but there's a pile of things I need to study. Oh, Lena, you can just put those books on the table. As her eyes gets heavy, she thought. I'm so sleepy. Did I forget anything? She asked, blinking her tired eyes. Lena, were there any letters addressed to me? Lena replied. None, my lady, Aristia asked. Really? She thought. Alandis didn't send anything today too. I wonder if he's busy. I should be the one to contact him first, but I'm just postponing it. He's my precious friend, who supported me when I was having a hard time, she resolves. I'll go see him later, when I'm free, before winter comes. Meanwhile, the prince was in Borderlands. He said to himself, I should go back soon. Before winter comes, Heron said. Well, we'll be heading back earlier than expected. Will that be all right? Once we return to the capital, the other countries will be quite aggressive. Didn't you come all the way here to avoid that mess with the future empress? He asked with a knowing smile. The prince grumbled. There was that problem, he said. Yes, but even without that, we must head back now. I have to return now, or else I'll be late. After hearing his reply, Heron thought, I see. There's a certain day during winter when he's like this. I wonder if she knows. Letitia was giving books to Aristia. Be careful, Squire Aristia. It's pretty heavy, Letitia warned as she handed her a stack of books. Is this the last one? Letitia asked. Aristia replied. Yes, these are all the books the commander requested. You two really helped me a lot. Next time, please visit the manor. I'll make sure to welcome you well. If you're inviting us, of course we'll go. They laughed as they talked. Suddenly, Aristia stopped, noticing a familiar head of red hair passing by. That red hair, could it be Carcian? She wondered as she ran towards him. Lady Aristia, Letitia called her from behind. He was Cajun. Cajun notices her. Oh, Lady Aristia? She turned to see Sir Cajun. Oh, Sir Cajun. She wasn't expecting him, Cajun said. Ah, you're Squire Aristia now. Congratulations on joining the squad. Thank you, she replied with a small smile. She thought. Right, of course, he wouldn't be in the palace, Letitia asked from behind. Squire Aristia? What is it? As they gets close to her, Letitia greeted. Oh, Sir Cajun, it's been a while. Cajun, were you two helping Squire Aristia? I trust you'll do well. My father must be very relieved as well, they replied. We're honored. Aristia took a moment, then asked. How is Carcian? Is he doing well these days? Oh, sane? Cajun paused, considering. I'm not sure I'd say he's doing well. Aristia gets worried. Did something happen? Cajun replied. Nothing is wrong. He's training every day like usual. But perhaps he's just working very hard. I don't know what it is, but there's a sort of desperation about him. Still, he won't tell me, so I'm not sure. Desperation, Aristia echoed. She thought. I see. Carcian is trying his best as well. I'm sure he's training hard to become a knight. Then Letitia said. Sir Cajun, we're sad we don't see you more. You should stop by the first squad more often. Cajun chuckled. I'd like to, but I'm the aide for the second squad now, Letitia insisted. But still, Sir Sudden intervened. Don't be stubborn. You should already know how busy it is being an aide just by looking at me, Letitia said. Isn't that because you lack talent? Oh, come on. You should already know how busy it is being an aide, just by looking at me, Cajun said. Later, when I return to the first squad, we'll be spending so much time together, you'll get sick of each other. Yes, sir. Of course, they all replied. Aristia reflected on her friends. Alandis, Carcian, and even me, we're all busy, so we won't have time to see each other that often. But there's nothing that can be done. Aristia's father called Lena and said, Wait a moment. As she was carrying the letter, she replied. Ah, yes, Your Grace. He asked. Is that another letter addressed to Tia? Yes, from House Verita. Lena replied with a slight hesitation. He took it immediately and said, I'll take it. Lena complied yes. Her father puts Alandis' letter in a drawer. When should I tell the young lady about this? Lena asked uncertainly. He said, There's no need to inform her. Keep quiet about it. Lena thought uncomfortably. I wonder if this is really all right. Her father puts the letter in the drawer and locks it. He wrote a letter to Alandis. Sir Alandis, I'll be direct. I'd like you to refrain from contacting my daughter. I'm sure you're aware she is still the fiancée of the royal prince. Now that she has debuted in society, I'm worried she'll be involved in meaningless rumors. As her father, I had to send this letter out of concern. You have good sense, so I know you'll understand what I mean. Kyrian La Monique. Alandis crumpled the letter saying, So you plan to interfere with me, Marquis? He slams his hands on the table. After gritting his teeth he quickly turns and said, Humph, to hell with him. He toppled all the books in anger saying, Looks like you want to separate us. What? Refrain from contacting her? She's still the prince's fiancée? So what, butler? He shouted. Yes, young master? The butler appeared at his side. Alandis ordered, Send someone to House Hamel now. And make sure no one knows of this. As the butler hurried off, Alandis muttered bitterly. I was trying to respect your wishes since you're my lady's father, Tia. You are a member of House Monique, A family that swears loyalty to the royal family. That's why I was going to stay quiet under the influence of the royal order. But if this is how you're going to be, then I'll change my plans. I won't just stand by while she's being taken away from me. Did the ink run out? Aristia muttered, checking her pen. She opens the drawer and glanced at the stack of letters Alandis had sent her while she was at the Monique estate. She was wondering, he had suddenly stopped writing. Lena announced cheerfully. Now then, my lady, it's time for tea. I'll go prepare some for you. Oh, Lena, hold on a moment, Aristia interrupted. Are there no letters for me today as well? Specifically from House Verita? Aristia thought. Alandis sent me a letter every week, even when I was at the Monique estate. It's odd that he suddenly stopped, she said to Lena. Can you just make sure and check that it hasn't gotten mixed up with someone else's letters? Lena looked hesitant. There's really none, my lady, she stammered. Aristia's eyes narrowed slightly. You're hiding something, aren't you? I won't get mad, so tell me the truth. Oh, ugh. Lena hesitated before saying. But I was told not to say anything. Lena. Aristia's tone was gentle but firm. Lena confessed. The truth is, you did get letters. Several letters, in fact. But, Aristia murmured. I knew it, Lena continued. The Marquis said not to tell you about them. The Marquis said that you wanted this, that you had to focus on your work for a while. I'm terribly sorry, Lena explained. She thought. He said I wanted this. Papa, she then said. Lena, I need to go out. Oh? Where will you be going, my lady? Lena asked, surprised. She replied. To the Verita Manor. Moments later, Aristia arrived at the Verita estate. Alendis's mother greeted her. Oh, lazy Aristia? She said while bowing politely. Greetings, your grace. Please excuse me for visiting without prior notice. Came the warm reply. Do not worry, I'm actually glad that you're here. You're here to see Alandis, right? I'll have someone show you the way. As she was led through the hallways, Aristia's mind raced. I wonder why Papa went so far as to hide his letters. I always knew he wasn't pleased with me being friends with Alandis, but still, hiding his letters without telling me? That's not like him. Asterisk. Reaching the door, she knocked. She heard a voice from inside. Go away. I remember saying that no one is allowed to enter this room. Aristia froze. Her heart was sinking. What was that, just now? Was that really Alendis's voice? I've never heard him use such a cold, harsh tone. She felt a pang of guilt, realizing that he might be upset, perhaps thinking that she'd ignored all his letters. Alandis turned and said, Didn't you hear me? I told you to get out. He started, but then stopped abruptly as he caught sight of her. Tia? Alandis stared, disbelief etched across his face. He muttered bitterly. Right. Now I'm hallucinating. If I'm seeing things like this, I suppose it means I've been working too hard lately. Or perhaps, I miss you so much that I'd even come up with an illusion like this. He continued. You know, Tia, I heard you had returned, but you haven't contacted me at all. Have you forgotten about me? Or perhaps, you still can't forgive me? After hearing that, Aristia called out. Alan! It's me! Alandis stands up in shock. He walks to her in disbelief. Tia? Alandis called as he moved closer. Is it really you? He extends his hand to touch her, but Aristia backs away a little. Then she quickly realized. Oh no, why did I try to avoid him? He must be hurt. She then grabs his hand and said, Alan! I'm so late, aren't I? I was going to visit you, but things got so hectic that I didn't have time to spare. I'm so sorry. Will you forgive me? Alandis pulls her towards him and embraced her. Tia! He breathed. Tears start scalding from his eyes. Tia! It's really you! Alan, are you crying? Aristia asked softly, noticing his misty eyes. He said, I thought I'd never see you again, she replied. That wouldn't happen, she thought. Looks like we've been apart for too long. After a few moments, Aristia asked, You seemed really busy. Are you sure I'm not intruding? He assured her. Intruding? You're always welcome. Oh, take a seat first. I have something I wanted to give you. All right, Aristia said, settling down and glancing around at the stacks of books. He has so many books here. Is he researching something? She notices a familiar letter on his table. Just then, Alandis returned, holding a jar. Sorry to keep you waiting, Tia. Oh, it's all right, she replied. She then asked, What's this, Alan? Inside the box was a delicate flowers unlike any she had ever seen. He explained, It's called Blue Mellow, and it only blooms on our family's estate. Wow, it's so pretty! Aristia exclaimed, admiring the vibrant blue tea. Alandus said. Isn't it? But that's not all. He juiced a lemon on the tea and it clear changes from blue to pink. It gradually changed from blue to a lovely shade of pink. While amazed, Aristia asked, How did this happen? It's amazing. It turned pink, Alandus replied. I thought you might enjoy this, so I'm happy. The box is a gift for you, so take it with you later. She asked. But isn't this rare? You said it only grows on the Verita estate, he replied. It's all right. I prepared this especially for you. Really? Thank you, Alan. She beamed. Alandus stared at her. What's wrong? She asked, noticing his gaze. He replied, Oh, it's nothing. It's just, I've never seen you smile like that before. So brightly. Really? Is it weird? She asked, a bit self-conscious. He replied, Not at all. But don't smile like that just anywhere. What if someone falls for you after seeing your smile? Aristia replied with a chuckle. Gosh, Alan, I see you still enjoy making those jokes. They continued chatting for long until it gets evening. Then, glancing at the time, she gasped. Oh, look at the time. I should get going. Yes, it's gotten quite late. Alan disagreed. Aristia asked as she was about to leave. So won't you be training anymore? He replied. Yes, well, pretty much. I won't quit completely, but I won't be able to spend as much time on the sword as I used to. I have to help my father now. Then, were all those books for work? You had so many in that room, she asked. He confirmed. Yes, they're for my father, she advised. I see. Don't overwork yourself, Alan. I'll write to you soon. As she was getting on carriage, Alandus said, Tia, I'd like to see you off myself. May I? As they were on carriage, Aristia thought, From now on, Alan and I won't be crossing paths so often. I was expecting this, and still, I can't help feeling a bit blue. She also recalled seeing a letter inside his room. The color of that letter was. As they reached the gates, Aristia turned to Alandus. Thank you for coming all this way, Alan, he said. It's really dark now. You should hurry inside. As they were saying their goodbyes, the Marquis was waiting for her. You've finally returned, Tia? Papa! She gasped in surprise. She hadn't expected him to be home so soon. Alandus said. Greetings, Your Grace. It's been a while, Sir Alandus, her father said curtly. He asked. Tia, are you just now returning after seeing Sir Alandus? She replied. Yes. Let's go inside, the Marquis ordered. He then said. Thank you for bringing my daughter home, Sir Alandus. But you'll have to excuse me. It's too late to invite you inside. It's fine, I understand. Goodbye, Tia. I'll see you next time, Alandus said. Aristia replied. Take care, Alan. Then they head inside as Alandus was standing there watching them. After they reached inside the building, her father turned to her, his expression stern. Tia, I need to have a word with you, she thought. He must be upset that I left without finishing my work, she then said. I'm sorry for leaving without telling you, Papa, she apologized. But something weighed on her mind, something she needed to ask. Papa, I also need to ask you something, Aristia asked. I heard you were keeping all the letters Alandus had sent to me. Yes, I was, her father admitted. She demanded. But why? I already knew that you didn't like him very much. But you've been watching over us without a word until now. So why, after all this time, were you suddenly taking all the messages that were sent to me? You didn't tell me anything. Papa! Her mind raced, and she recalled the silver letter she'd seen earlier. That letter must have been from Papa, she then questioned. How could you? That's so cruel, she thought. What did he say to Alan? Alan thought we would never meet again. He even cried because of it. Her father sighed. Tia, things may change in the future, but right now, you're still the prince's fiancée. You're different from the daughters of other noble families. I'm sure you know that rumors will spread when you meet with others. That's why I taught you, since you were young, to keep a distance. But somehow, you naturally befriended Sir Alandus and Sir Carcian. Although I was worried about the possible rumors, I didn't stop you, because I saw how happy you were spending time with them. He took a momentarily pause, then continued. But then, I heard that Sir Alandus visited you the day before the prince's coming-of-age ceremony, and you suddenly banned him from here. After that, you seemed to be suffering. Since the prince is not here in the capital, there are many eyes watching. If you're going to be hurt by someone instead of being comforted, Then there's no reason for me to overlook you two getting close. Aristia looked down while thinking and said, Still, you didn't have to hide the letters like that. He nodded, a hint of guilt shadowing his features. You're right. I do admit that was my fault. I hid them because I didn't know what the letters contained. You were finally better, so I was worried you might get hurt again. I was happy to see you working so hard with such a bright smile, and I ended up getting too greedy. I'm sorry, Tia. Her father looked at her with a newfound warmth. Aristia took a deep breath, her frustration easing slightly. Right. If I think about it, it's partly my fault for making him worry so much. She apologized. I'm sorry for being childish, her father then said. I left the letters unopened. Would you like to take them? Aristia shakes her head and said, You can give them to me later, when you think it's fine to do so. As Aristia was about to leave, her father called her. Tia, don't you despise me for doing this? She chuckled and said, You know very well that could never happen. Then she closes the door and left. Her father suddenly remembered her mother. You know very well that could never happen. He gave a small smile and looked outside the window. He called, Jeremiah. Meanwhile, Alandis, as he was leaving in the carriage, he said to himself while imagining Aristia, Tia, you've changed so much. I wonder what happened to you while I wasn't by your side, but no matter what happens, you're still my precious lady. He remembered her. Her calm and quiet presence, her long, soft silver hair, her golden eyes filled with warmth and affection. All of that, for I have been captivated by you, since the day I swore that lie. Suddenly, a loud call broke the moment. His Royal Highness will be returning! His Royal Highness will be returning! All the knights began to gather, standing in formation to greet the returning prince. Aristia's heart skipped a beat. He's returning? Not long after the start of winter, news of the prince's return from inspecting the borders spread quickly. The palace was abuzz with his earlier-than-expected arrival. All the knights gathered to welcome the prince. Aristia and her knights were also there. I heard he was inspecting the borders to reorganize the troops, a knight murmured. Will there be changes to the army? We recently recruited more knights, another replied. It's possible there'll be a big change. What do you think, Squire Aristia? She replied. Yes? Huh. Oh, well, I think. The prince noticed Aristia in the crowd as she was talking to her fellow knights. The prince went to his father and said, I've returned, father. Good work, my son, his father replied. How was the inspection? The prince reported. I found some problem areas in our policies that will need restructuring. Additionally, our aid wasn't enough to resolve all of the issues brought about by the recent drought. I believe that will need immediate attention, his father instructed. I see. Then later, we will discuss your inspection report along with the current status of the borders and their policies. Make sure you are well prepared, the prince replied. Yes, father. Oh, and since you're back, you should relax, the king advised with a gentle smile. A nice walk around the palace might do you some good, the prince responded. Understood. While he was walking in the palace, Heron suggested, Your Highness, perhaps you should rest first, even for just a moment, the prince replied. Before that, there are some things I must take care of. Arrange a meeting with the council. Ask the chancellor to set a date as soon as possible. However, Heron filled in. Keep the day after tomorrow open. Correct? The prince replied. Yes. The attendant hesitated. So, I wasn't mistaken, she joined the knight squad? The prince saw Aristia walking in the knight uniform with her fellow squires. The prince wondered. So I wasn't mistaken. Did she join the knight squad? Father probably told me to take a walk around the palace because of her, really. The prince cut him off. Let her be. She probably doesn't remember. As the prince started walking, Aristia also noticed him. She gets startled. Ans accidentally dropped her books. Squire Aristia! You dropped your books, Letitia exclaimed, picking them up for her. Oh, sorry, she muttered. Letitia added. You've been acting strange lately. Do you have something on your mind? Or are you tired? Aristia answered, brushing it off. No, I'm all right, she thought to herself. It's fine, of course, I'd run into him. This is the palace. I'm nervous because it's been a while. It's just, I haven't seen him since the night I collapsed. At night, unable to sleep, Aristia decided to take a walk around the manor. As she wandered through the quiet halls, she noticed something odd. Is someone else still up at this hour? She wondered. The rooms in this hallway are all empty. Why would someone leave a door open? She peeked inside and saw someone, standing alone, lost in thought. She thought, "Someone's in here. Why won't they be here at this hour? Could it be an intruder?" She hid herself at a corner. The person spoke. "It's already been 7 years since you left, Jeremiah." It was Aristia's father. He murmured, unaware of Aristia's presence. "Phew, that surprised me. It's just Papa," she thought, relieved. Her father continued, looking at her painting. "Our time together was so short, yet the time we're apart continues on. Have you been watching? Jeremiah, our daughter has grown up so much. Jeremiah, that's the name of my mother who passed away." Aristia realized with a pang of sadness. Her father continued, "I'm sorry, the day you left is tomorrow. But I don't think I can bring Tia with me this year as well. She's still a delicate child, and I'm afraid to have her remember you." He looked at the delicate flower, offering it as if to an unseen presence. "Do you like the gift I brought you? It's your favorite flower. I had hoped to show you how precious our daughter is now. She's resembling you more and more. And now, our child wants to inherit this family." His gaze grew distant. "I wanted our daughter to live a peaceful life at least. I wanted it as a way to atone for you, who had to leave like that. I didn't want to pass down the curse that runs in the blood of this family." Aristia stiffened at his words. "Curse?" Aristia thought. The blood vow between House Monique and the imperial family is a double-edged sword. "I know Father doesn't want to talk about it, but I didn't think he hated it so much that he'd call it a curse," her father said. "I've always agreed with His Majesty's ideals and worked tirelessly to bring them to life. I've even stained my hands with blood several times for those ideals. You probably knew that very well. I don't want Tia to bloody her small hands. I want her to be free." Aristia felt touched after hearing that. "Papa," her father continued, "I couldn't fall asleep, and I ended up just coming here to talk to you. I should go now. I'll be back tomorrow." And after that he walks away. Aristia thought to herself, "Tomorrow is the day my mother died. I thought Papa didn't want to talk about Mother out of grief, but it was because he was worried about me." She went to where her father was standing and looks at the painting. "It's too dark for me to see her face clearly. Sasanqua camellias. I think they were my mother's favorite flower. My mother passed away when I was 6, but I don't remember anything. All I know is how sadly I cried. But, even though it happened when I was young, why can't I recall anything at all? Have I been too ignorant this whole time?" She remembered. "Yes, even before time was turned back. I think I talked about my mother. Huh!" Just then, she almost remembered something. The next morning, Father greeted me warmly. "Good morning, Tia," she replied. "Good morning," her father said. "You're wearing your uniform. Are you going to work?" she replied. "Yes, I didn't complete my work yesterday. Are you going to work too, Papa?" He shook his head gently. "I'm taking the day off today. Take care." Oh, she thought, perhaps he might be visiting Mother's grave. Today is that day, but somehow, I couldn't bring myself to mention it. Papa doesn't want me to inherit House Monique, yet he still supports me. I wonder how he feels. As she focused on her duties, Commander approached. "Squire Aristia." "Why, yes, Commander," she stammered, startled. He suggested, "You'll get a headache from looking at those papers all day. Why not get some fresh air outside?" Aristia replied, "My apologies. I lost focus and," she thought. He noticed that I was lost in thought. He chuckled, sensing her distraction. "It's fine. Go take a break. The exit is right behind you, in case you didn't know." "I'll return immediately," she mumbled while embarrassed. After she left, the Duke said to himself, "Gee, and here I thought she didn't know. Kyrian must have been really obvious about it. Of course it's difficult to focus on a day like this." As she walked out, her thoughts swirled. Today was the day of my mother's death, a subject too painful to speak of. The curse in our blood, and the inheritance of the family name. She remembered her father's word. "I want her to be free," she thought. "I didn't know Papa was troubled by these things. He has always quietly supported me, standing by my side. Perhaps that's why, in the past, Father sent me to the imperial family. He didn't want me to be bound to the name of House Monique." Thinking about it blurred her thoughts even more. As she reached the garden, she said, "It's been a while since I came to this garden. I keep returning here when I'm lost in thought. I guess I can't break that habit. The sky is cloudy. I wonder if it'll rain," her thought wondered. "I know I shouldn't come here, but just for today, just for a moment." Then she saw the prince coming while holding flowers. Both of them saw each other, and were surprised to see each other. Panically, Aristia said, "Greetings, Prince Ruvlis, future son of the Empire." She thought to herself, "What am I doing? Don't just stare at him like that," he said. "Oh, yes, it's been a while," he asked. "What brings you here?" she said. "Please excuse me, I was simply taking a short break," he observed. "Judging by your uniform, you must be in the first squadron," she replied. "Yes, Your Highness." After a pause, he asked, "Then are you not having any nightmares these days?" After hearing that, her mind raced. "Nightmares? Does he know about the past that I spoke of with Papa and Alan? Is he trying to test me? Did he hear someone talking about the daughter of House Monique having nightmares? Or did I mumble something in my sleep when I collapsed at our estate?" She gets stiffened thinking. "Nightmares, what is he talking about? How should I answer him?" The prince shrugged it off. "No. Let's just forget what I said," she agreed. "Yes." As a moment of awkward silence began, the prince thought, "I should probably say something." Aristia thought the same. "I should just say anything and leave," both of them thought. "This is so awkward. I don't know what to say." Suddenly a maid came and said, "Your Highness." "Ah, right," he replied as the maid approached. The maid said, "Shall I place these in your chamber as usual?" The prince said, "Yes," Aristia thought. "As usual." Aristia began hesitantly. "Your Highness, do you like Sasanqua camellias? I heard my mother also liked that flower." "She did," he responded simply. Aristia gets surprised. "She did?" she asked. "Did you know my mother?" But he spoke. "I could ask you a similar question. How did you know about that flower?" "I thought you weren't aware of the anniversary of her death," she replied, feeling embarrassed. "I learned of it, by chance, a while ago." She thought, "This is shameful. He already knew that I hadn't known about the day." The prince said, "I see." As a gust of wind passed, the prince looked a little distant. Looking at him, Aristia thought, "What does that expression mean? He seems somehow different from before." Suddenly it started snowing. Aristia thought, "Wow, the snowflakes are so big and beautiful, and quite pretty." The prince stared at her, watching the snow fall gently around them. He then asked, "Will you walk with me for a bit?" As they walked, the crunch of snow and rustling of grass filled the silence. Aristia thought to herself, "This place hasn't been tended to in a while. It's strange that the Emperor's garden would be so neglected. If it continues like this, everything will wilt." The prince suddenly said, "How odd." She agreed unknowingly. "Yes, that's..." She then realized and said, "Pardon?" he asked, glancing at a barren tree in front of them. He said, "This tree, it should be blooming with flowers around this time of year." Aristia asked, "Have you seen this tree in bloom before?" He replied, "I saw it once when I was little. Occasionally it blooms, but it's a bit irregular. Its flowers aren't particularly impressive, but their silver color makes them look very elegant." She said, "I see, I wonder that they look like..." Suddenly she realized, "Just now, did he really talk to me about a flower?" Then the prince asked, "Have you heard of the Della flower? They say that if a couple shares the white flowers from a single branch, their love will come true." She replied, surprised by his knowledge. "Oh yes, that flower blooms in the summer, right?" he said. "Yes. It resembles this tree somewhat." Aristia thought, "The Della flower has 6 pure white petals that open up shyly when it blooms. It's praised for being as beautiful as someone who has fallen in love, similar to how this tree's flowers look," she said, imagining it. "Really, it must be beautiful." Looking at her smile, the prince said, "You finally look healthy now." With a gentle smile, turning back toward the palace, Aristia said, "Pardon," the prince said. "We should return?" she replied. "Ah, yes, Your Highness." As the prince was walking away, he said, "You look very much like your mother." Later, standing in the hallway, she tried to open the door that was locked. She thought, "It's locked today. I wanted to see her portrait again. Perhaps someone else might know." She noticed Lena and Sir Liege talking to each other. Aristia walks to them and said, "Sir Liege, I'd like to ask you something." He replied, "Yes, my lady." "What is it about?" she asked. "Sir Liege, you've seen my mother before, right?" he replied. "You mean the late Marchioness?" "Yes, of course I knew her," she asked. "Then, do you think I look like my mother?" He paused, his gaze growing thoughtful. "The Marquis wouldn't have said that." "Who told you this, my lady?" she told. "It was, actually, the prince who mentioned it," Sir Liege then said. "So that's what happened. I suppose His Highness remembers this day as well, he added quietly, his gaze distant with the memory. His Highness was present when the Marchioness passed away. Aristia was shocked. The prince was that close to my mother? This is my first time hearing that. Neither the prince nor Papa ever mentioned it. Sir Liege looked at her kindly. You probably don't remember that day. When you learned of her passing, you cried so much that you went into shock. The Marquis comforted you when he arrived, but you could have fallen terribly ill. After that, he forbade anyone from mentioning the Marchioness in front of you. She concluded, so that's why Father didn't tell me about the anniversary of Mother's death. But how did the prince end up witnessing my mother's passing? Sir Liege added. You look very much like her, Aristia murmured almost as if lost in thought. Pardon, Sir Liege said. You do resemble the late Marchioness. Except for the color of your hair, you look very much alike, he replied softly, studying her face. Then Aristia said, Sir Liege, it's late now. You should rest, Lena added. Let's go to your chamber together, my lady. She hesitated, sensing that she shouldn't press him with any more questions. She thought to herself, there was so much I still didn't know. What kind of woman was she? How did she meet my father? Why did she pass away? Will I get to know someday about their story? Cassian was still training hard in winter. Phew, this isn't working out, his brother, who was looking at him, said. Sane, you need to calm down. Aren't you cold wearing only that in this weather? Cassian replied. What? I'm busy, so if you've got something to say, hurry up, his brother said. Busy? It's still pretty early in the morning. Don't bother me if you've got nothing to say, Cassian replied, exasperated. His brother agreed. Fine, I just thought you'd be curious to hear what happened to Lady Aristia. But it looks like you're not interested, he said knowingly that Cassian will react. Cassian grabbed his shoulder as he was about to leave. What happened to her? He smirkingly asked. Want to know? Cassian shot back. Suddenly, I don't want to know anymore, he coaxed. Come on, hear me out. Seems like she started the lessons to inherit House Monique. She's working as a squire in the 1st Squadron. Cassian remembered her words. I will follow in the footsteps of my family. Her words echoed in his mind, he said with a bright smile. I see. She's a squire now, his brother added. She's wearing the red uniform of our 1st Squadron. You know what that means, right? So you should stop and… Cassian cut him off while feeling pumped. All right. I can't just sit here and stand back after hearing that. I'm training all day today. Wait, what? Sane. What are you talking about? You're already… His called after him, but he was already gone. As the year came to an end, the Imperial Palace was bustling with appointments and transfers, filling every division with new recruits due to policy changes initiated after the Crown Prince's report on the border. The entire palace seemed invigorated by this new wave of talent, Sir Sudden asked while groaning. Meanwhile, you gave up on your official knighthood promotion again? He added. What a lazy soul, Letitia smirkingly said. This Letitia Sulien only wishes for a free and happy life, Sudden added. What are you talking about? I saw you groaning from a hangover. Letitia stopped him by pushing a book at his face. Watch that mouth of yours, she shouted, covering Aristia's ears. My dear Squire Aristia shouldn't have to hear such terrible gossip, Sudden shouted. If you know it's terrible, shouldn't you consider stopping first? Letitia answered. There will be more squadrons soon, so why be so worried? Aristia said. But I heard the promotion exam was really difficult this year, Sudden told. The promotion exam was difficult even in the past when there were 5 squadrons, Aristia thought. There are only 3 squadrons now, so the competition is fierce. Yet people say the exam is easier these days. I have to keep my focus. I'm a squire now, but I'll be the laughing stock of the squad if I fail to become a proper knight. Then Letitia said. By the way, I passed by the administration earlier. I heard there's a new genius there. The Chancellor's youngest son, Aristia realized. It's Alan. So he's working in administration now? Letitia told. He youngest officer not only among the new recruits but also among those in the entire Imperial office. He must really be a genius, as they say. After hearing that, Aristia smiles. Alan really is amazing. He's the youngest administration officer. Suddenly they heard footsteps. Oh, the commander is here, Letitia exclaimed. Sudden said. Move your lazy self over there. Commanding officer strode into view as Cassian was asking. Come on, father. Let me, the Duke replied. A no is a no. Maybe Cajun, but you're too young. Oh, Carcian? Aristia exclaimed in surprise, noticing him for the first time. Aristia! He stammered, looking flustered. She asked, why are you here? Wait, I mean, it's been a while. Carcian looks at her stepping forward. He grabs her hand saying, great timing! Let's talk about that later. I have some business with her. The Duke shrugged it off. Right, let's talk about it at home. Squire Aristia, you may leave for the day, he added. Just go, Aristia said. Pardon? Wait, but Commander, I'll be go. Slam! The doors shut behind them. Sir Sudden asked. Commander was that, he replied. My youngest son. I apologize for his rude behavior, Sir Sudden said. It's fine, sir, he murmured. Looks like they're as close as the rumors say. As the rumors say? The commander responded, frowning. Letitia explained. I heard they spent a lot of time together at the Monique estate, and even trained together. Some people say they're more than just friends. The commander slams his fist on the table. Watch what you say. Squire Aristia is the future fiancé of the Crown Prince. Yes, Commander. Our apologies, Commander. The other stammered, backing away. The Duke thought. I knew there'd be gossip after sending Sane to the estate. But now, with more people in the Imperial Palace, word will spread faster. No one must know that Lady Aristia wishes to inherit her family's house. Her giving up her role as the future Empress would greatly affect the Imperial faction. Anyway, we have to wait until His Majesty makes a decision. He sighed, deep in thought. I must tell Carcian not to be so rash. Carcian, where are you taking me? Aristia called, feeling a mix of excitement and curiosity. She hadn't seen Carcian in a while, and as she glanced up at him, she realized he seemed even taller. After they stopped. It's been a while, he greeted her. Aristia replied. Yes. How have you been, Carcian? Carcian said. Well, so I guess, she asked. So? That's so generic, Carcian said. So what? You're still short, I see. Is that what I should say? And that's unnecessary, she replied, rolling her eyes at him. Is that so? Carcian suddenly leaned closer, causing her to flinch. She said, Hey, Carcian, why are you getting closer? Wait, hold on. You're too close. A flick to her forehead interrupted her protest. Oh, what was that for? She demanded, rubbing the spot. Clearing his throat, Carcian smirked. Don't be so rude to your superior, she wondered. H-U-H? Superior? He explained. After passing the test, didn't you become a squire? She replied. Oh, yes. It's all thanks to your lessons, he said. Right, and you know that a squire will always be below an official knight, right? He patted her head and said. So then I'll be your superior from now on. Aristia was surprised. What, I don't believe it. Carcian, did you? That's right, he announced proudly. I'll be officially knighted next month. Aristia's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, he's already a knight? But this year's exam was supposed to be difficult. I knew he were a genius, but I didn't realize he were that good. She trailed off, genuinely impressed. Finally realizing how amazing I am? Carcian replied, basking in her admiration. Now show me some respect, my cute little junior, she huffed. But you're not my superior yet. And remember, I joined the squadron before you, so that technically makes me your superior. Carcian laughed. I was wondering where you were going with that. But the one who is higher in rank and better should be the superior. Aristia turns and started walking. As you wish, then, he called her. Huh? Hey, are you upset? He said. Really? Are you seriously angry? I was just joking since it's been so long. Hey, look, you're no different from when I last saw you back at the estate. Hey, wait for me. Aristia chuckled, thinking. He's grown taller, but he's still the same person. I feel like I turn into a little child whenever I'm with Carcian. Perhaps I'm being affected by his personality. He's like a flame that burns freely, Carcian said. You haven't had dinner yet, right? There's a good restaurant that I know. I'll let you come with me, Aristia asked. Huh? Today? Carcian said. You're too skinny. If you're a knight, you should eat more and put on some weight. Look, your wrist dangles like a twig. One should always have a full belly. You better eat everything, a voice interrupted. I agree. That sounds good. May I join? Aristia called. Alandis replied. Good to see you, Sir Carcian, Carcian said. There's no way I'm paying for you, all right? So, shoo, Aristia said. I heard that you're an officer in the administration now. Congratulations, he replied. Thank you. They did say this was exceptional since I still have not celebrated my coming of age, Aristia thought. That's right, I forgot since I've been so close to them. They're both geniuses of the century, but wait, before his coming of age? In the past, they became an officer and a knight only after becoming adults, and even back then, they were still the youngest in history. Now, they're still 16 years old. It's happened a lot faster here, Alandis said. By the way, Sir Carcian, we're in the Imperial Palace, and there are a lot of eyes here. Shouldn't you be more careful? You attract attention wherever you go, and I'm sure a certain somebody will be disgruntled by your actions, Carcian replied. What? Stop nagging us about something unnecessary again, Aristia said. Alandis is right. We should be careful, Carcian said. TSK. This is fine between friends. Don't be so uptight. Aristia wondered, what's with this atmosphere? She asked. Carcian, where is that famous restaurant you mentioned? Alandis filled in. Right, Aristia wants to go. Lead the way. I'm quite curious about your palate, Carcian said. So you plan on following us, huh? As they were having dinner, there was a rivalry between Alandis and Carcian. The prince was coughing continuously, Hurin said as he pours tea. You've been coughing more today. Should I summon the royal doctor? Perhaps you should get examined, the prince replied. I'm fine, Hurin said. I'd say it's probably because of your sudden walk in the garden a few days ago. It was snowing, the prince questioned. Is that why? Hurin said. You usually never go outside during this time of the year, so that was unusual. What changed your mind? He replied while thoughtful. Well, I suppose it is indeed unusual. I wonder why I did that. His mind was thinking about Aristia. That child. I never thought she'd talk to me again, with such surprise, curiosity, and joy showing on her face. Actually, I wanted to ask if what was written in that letter was true, or if it was just a dream. I saw something that I thought I'd never see again. So I thought that I should at least tell you something, anything, he said to himself. I don't like winter. It reminds me of the one who was sick, and also of you. Meanwhile, the king announced. Right. I suppose it's time I made a decision. Summon everyone tomorrow. We will discuss the matter of my son and Lady Aristia, and of what is to follow. The next day, Alandis greeted her. Hello? You're not wearing your uniform today? Alandis and Carcian noticed her casual attire. She explained. Alandis, Carcian. I'm not working today. I'm here for an audience with His Majesty. Alandis responded with a casual nod. I see. She then asked. What about you, Carcian? You haven't been knighted yet. Carcian sighed. My father keeps dragging me here, saying I should get to know everyone. Alandis said. All right. Aristia, do you have some free time at the end of the year? My mother is planning to hold a garden party. A garden party? In this season? Aristia asked, surprised. Alandis explained. Looks like she wants to show off our greenhouse since everything is growing so well this year. She hasn't decided on the date yet, but we'll be sending out invitations to other houses soon. You should definitely look forward to it. Aristia smiled. All right, do invite me. I'll make sure to attend. Carcian grinned. You'll definitely be the shortest person there. Then, turning to Carcian, Alandis added, You're invited too, Sir Carcian. Then Atisha went to have an audience with the king. Carcian narrowed his eyes suspiciously. What are you scheming? Alandis shrugged playfully. That's none of your business. Carcian reminded Alandis. You haven't forgotten that you owe me one, right? For that letter. Alandis agreed. Of course. That's why I'm holding myself back right now. Otherwise, I would have broken the hand that just touched my lady's hair. Carcian smirked. So, you still think creepy thoughts even when you're smiling, I see. Do you seriously believe I would just let you break my hand? Carcian challenged. Meanwhile, a conversation continued regarding Lady Aristia's role. The king mentioned, I see Lady Aristia has adjusted to her work as a squire then. I'm sure you must be concerned about the rumors regarding your son too. The Duke Archant replied, Not at all, Your Majesty. I don't really mind. The king commented, Oh, look at you! Have you also set your sights on the young lady? The Duke nodded. Well, I can't say I'm not at all interested. But Kirin isn't someone who would stay quiet about his daughter, right? That's true, the king replied thoughtfully. Since Kirin likely won't marry again, it's not a bad idea to have Lady Aristia inherit the family's name. Duke Ruth filled in. Your Majesty, but letting those rumors run wild could affect our party and unsettle the nobles. It's already been 25 years since you were crowned and subdued the knights and those who opposed you, Duke Arkant said. Right, it's only a matter of time for them to rise again. Everyone knows how deep the loyalty is between the imperial family and House Monique. Taking back an engagement that has already been announced will surely be a good target for them. It's obvious they'll try to push one of their own to be the crown prince's fiancé. Word has already spread, so people will surely talk about it during the New Year celebration. Duke Ruth suggested. It is time to make a decision regarding the engagement between the crown prince and Lady Aristia. Even if Lady Aristia chooses to give up her position as the future empress, we must prevent any damage towards the honor of the imperial family, the king said, glancing toward his son. Right. Then let's hear from him directly. What are your thoughts on the matter, my son? The crown prince looked hesitant. He notices smoke in the glass window. What? Is that? Before he could finish, a messenger burst in, exclaiming, Pardon me, Your Majesty! There's an emergency in the West Wing. Meanwhile, Aristia and his friends also heard the commotion. The servants were rushing in hurry. Aristia wondered. Did something happen? She asked one of the servants. What's this commotion? He replied. My lady, please do not head towards the west wing of the palace grounds. A fire has broken out at Ver Palace. Aristia's heart sank. At Ver Palace, she asked. Where? The servant told. In the garden. Please do not approach that area. Her heart sank even more. The garden. No. Why there of all places? That garden, that's where the tree is. She remembered the prince's words. Once in a while it blooms. But it's a bit irregular. Its flowers may not be impressive, but they're very elegant. The silver flowers. She remembered. The silver flowers. Her heart was in shambles. Meanwhile, Alandis said. A fire in the Empress's garden. Carcian added. There aren't many people there, so it could happen. Alandis filled in. The knights and other subjects in the palace will put it out, so we should stay here, in the main palace. However, Aristia couldn't stay still. She dashed towards the place. Alandis and Carcian watched as Aristia suddenly dashed toward the palace grounds. Alandis called out after her. Aristia! Where are you going? Hey! As she dossed towards the place, she recalls. Lately that garden hasn't been looked after very well. In such dry weather as today, if the fire isn't put out right away, it might spread too quickly. She concluded. I might stand out again by going there like this, but I have to at least see it. Both Alandis and Carcian followed her but lost her. Carcian, bewildered, muttered, We lost her! Darn it, where is Ver Palace anyway? Outside, the palace grounds were in chaos as servants and knights scrambled to bring water. Bring more water! Shouted a knight. The fire is spreading! Have the other knights arrived yet? Aristia reached the garden and was shocked seeing everything on fire. Looking at the fire, she thought, before returning to this time, and until now, this garden and this tree have always comforted me. She prayed. Please don't disappear. No! She remembered a scene from her past life, when she was 15, before she became the empress. The emperor said while walking towards the tree. My dear, come closer, he said. My dear, do you know what type of tree this is? Aristia replied. No, I've never seen this tree before, Your Majesty, the emperor told. This tree itself is a rare species, but its flowers are even rarer, Aristia said. If it's so rare, I wonder what type of flowers will bloom, the emperor said. Even I've only ever seen it bloom once. This tree is unique since it blooms in winter. Its silver flowers glow beautifully under the moonlight. Aristia remembered. Before I went back in time, when I was 13, I heard this tree never bloomed after it was burned in a fire in the Ver Palace. Back then, I didn't think much of it and moved on. But the next year, when I was growing weary from negligence after marrying the crown prince, I saw that tree again. I should have been enjoying my life, yet I was growing weary, just like that tree. Since then, I would visit that tree whenever I felt so badly hurt that it was hard to endure. I thought that perhaps, if this nameless tree bloomed one day, I might also be able to escape from my humiliating and heartbroken days. I took great care of that tree, waiting every day for it to bloom, but I never once saw it happen, even up until the day I died at age 17. Back to the present, she reached in front of the tree and thinks, if this continues, the tree will die. She noticed the silver buds at the tree branches. A knight came calling, Lady Aristia, it's dangerous here. The fire will spread this way soon. You must leave the garden now. Please come this way. Maids and other servants were carrying water buckets to the fire. Suddenly Aristia turns and starts commanding the servants. Do not rush yourselves, everyone. Are you all so incompetent that this is enough to startle you? All servants, remove any leaves in the path of the fire and pour dirt. All maids, gather every piece of cloth in the Ver Palace and soak them. Tell those downstairs we need more water. Maids and servants were shocked by Aristia. My lady, how did you? Aristia continued. Why have you not moved? Will you start moving after the emperor's garden crumbles to ash? Knights, what are you all standing there for? Dig and cover the flames with dirt. Everyone acknowledged. Yes, my lady. Understood. Meanwhile, Alandis and Carcian also came to the site. Looking at Aristia, Alandis starts calling her. Aristia, what are you doing? As the knights and servants were busy calming down the fire, a knight stopped Alandis from going forward. He said, You must stay here. Alandis shouted. Let go! Tia! Carcian and Alandis rushed forwards towards Aristia but were stopped by fire. Aristia's father and both dukes also reached at the fire. Looking at the fire, her father shouted, No! Tia! Get out of there! Tia! The crown prince also reached there. Meanwhile, Aristia thought, I think I heard Papa's voice. But I don't have time to spare right now. This must be the fire that happened when I was 13, before I traveled back in time. We can save it now. It's not too late. As she rushed towards the tree, the knight called her. My lady! Be careful! Embers of fire reached Aristia. Everyone who was looking at her worriedly shouts her name. Tia! Aristia! Aristia quickly grabs the knight's sword and with a swing she pushed away embers of fire. Everyone was shocked at her action. She bravely pushed away the fire. After a while, when the fire calmed down, she thinks, the flames have died down. Phew! I'm sure everyone can handle this by themselves now. Then she noticed the emperor standing with others. She quickly bowed and greeted him. Your Majesty, I didn't realize you were here. I ended up showing you such discourtesy. The emperor remarked. No, you did well. Aristia added. Please punish me as you see fit for ordering the people of this palace without your permission, Your Majesty. She wondered. How much did they see? Were they here from the beginning? The emperor said. Ha, what to do? Aristia said. Your Majesty, the emperor continued. Because of Marquis Kyrian, I was thinking of giving up. But the more I see you, the more I think it would be a pity to do so. Carcian and Alandis were shocked for a moment. He then said, I apologize, Kyrian, but I think I must watch your daughter for a while longer. Her father said. Your Majesty, the emperor added, there's still some time until her comingafage, regardless of the decision. Right? Today's meeting never happened. You are all dismissed. Everyone agreed. Yes, Your Majesty. As the emperor was leaving, he said, Really, it would be a pity to give up on such a youth. Then, we'll be off now. You did well, Lady Aristia. After the emperor left, Alandis and his father doesn't say a thing. Carcian shows his disapproval. TSK. Darn it, his father said. Carcian, settle down. Then Aristia said to her father, Papa, I'm sorry for making things end up like this, she asked. Are you upset? Her father leaned and hugged her. He said, It's all right. You didn't get hurt, he added. Why do you take after her so much? Aristia concluded. Perhaps I should have turned a blind eye to the fire. That might have been best if I wanted to avoid getting more attention from the emperor. But I don't regret this, because I saved you. Then she looked towards the tree and said, Will you show me your flowers one day? The prince was looking towards her standing in the balcony. He thought, she looks so frail, as though she could faint at any moment. But other times, she's surprisingly strong. What is it that makes you like that? A few days later, at the Verita Manor, the Duchess greeted everyone. Thank you for coming, everyone, Lady Iliya said. Thank you for inviting us, Duchess, Lady Niave replied. This greenhouse is beautiful. It just lives up to its reputation, then the Duchess said. My dear Alandis doesn't go out much, and I was worried that he would be lonely without a friend to share his thoughts with. So I was very surprised when he thought up this event himself, Lady Iliya praised. We were all waiting for an opportunity to meet with Sir Alandis, as he is praised as the genius of the century. We're the ones who would like to thank you for this chance, really, the Duchess replied. Oh my! Looking at her, Aristia thought. The Duchess, she seems more lively than usual. She usually looks quite ill and exhausted. Then Alandis said, Mother, are you all right? I thought you were busy today. I'll take care of everything from here on. So it's all right for you to leave now, Mother, she complied. Oh, all right. Now then, I hope you all enjoy your time here. After she left, Aristia asked Alandis, How is your mother feeling these days? He replied without concern. Same as usual. No need to worry about her, Aristia said. I see. Then Aristia noticed. I feel someone's gaze. She saw Lady Iliya looking towards her. Noticing Aristia looking at her, she quickly turns her head as someone called. Lady Iliya, look at that flower over there. Aristia wondered, was it my imagination? Then Carcian came and said, Am I the last one to arrive? Lady Iliya said. Oh, Sir Carcian, you're here. Alandis greeted him. Welcome, Carcian. Thank you for coming. Noticing Alandis' carefree manner, Carcian wondered. Why is he acting so friendly? He said. Sorry for being late. As they shakes each other hand, Alandis said. Not at all. Shall we take a seat? After they settled down, both Alandis and Carcian sat beside Aristia. She thought. Huh! What's going on? House Ras is the highest in status here, so Carcian should be at the head of the table. So why are they both? She whispered. Carcian, why are you sitting here? He ignored her question. Then Lady Iliya spoke. Lady Aristia, I watched your debut at the Prince's Comingafage ceremony, but it's new seeing you at a social gathering like this. Aristia replied. Yes. I was staying at my family's estate, so I didn't have the chance to attend such an event until now. Then Lady Niave asked. Oh, with that being said, Sir Carcian traveled with you there, right? How did you two end up staying there together? As Aristia began. Oh, that's... She got cut off by Alandis. Now, there's no need to hurry. How about some tea before we chat? As the tree arrived, Aristia thought. Hibiscus tea. I thought it would be blue mallow. I suppose it's a very rare tea. Carcian was awkwardly staring at the tea. Noticing that Aristia puts 2 sugar cubes in his tea, he replied. Thanks, Aristia thinks in her mind. He really doesn't look like the type to like sweets. She then noticed. Huh, why is everyone staring? Did I do something weird? Then Alandis asked. Aristia, would you pass me some sugar too? She replied. But Alandis, I thought you didn't like sweet things, he said. Yes, but I'm craving them today for some reason, Lady Karina said. You seem very close with both of them, Lady Aristia, Daniel also remarked. Yes. Now I can see you're close with both, Lady Niave filled in. I was confused for a moment, since you know about small things like that. I might have mistaken the rumors to be true if I didn't know better. Aristia was shocked. What? What rumors? Lady Niave added. What a relief. I was worried that our faction might end up divided, Aristia asked. Wait, Lady Niave. What rumors? Lady Niave cheerfully replied. Oh, don't pretend you don't know. You just showed us how close you are now, too. Well, the ones involved are always the last to know, I suppose. Aristia was still shocked. A rumor big enough to divide the faction from within? She quickly asked. Please tell me in more detail. What are these rumors? Lady Niave said. They are about the two of you, of course. People say that you and Sir Carcian are seeing. She wasn't able to complete as she noticed Alandis and flinched. There was an ominous aura around Alandis, and she flinched. She wasn't able to speak further. Aristia called. Lady Niave? Carcian noticed Alandis and wondered. Huh, what's this? Everyone was looking towards Lady Niave with concern. Lady Niave, what's wrong? Do continue. Lady and I. Panicking, she said. Yes. Accidentally she spilled tea on her clothes. Aristia shouted. Your dress. Lady Niave, are you all right? Alandis quickly stands up from his place and asked. Are you hurt anywhere? he offered. You should wipe it off with this for now. She was still looking shocked and frightened. Yes. Thank you. Looking at her, Aristia thought. Why is she like this all of a sudden? She seems frightened by something. Then Alandis said, Your beautiful dress is all dirty now. Did you bring anything else to change into? Lady Niave replied. Oh no. I didn't think of bringing another outfit, Aristia asked. Lady Ilia, Lady Karina, did you bring other dresses with you? Our heights are different, so a dress from me won't fit. Lady Ilia and Karina glanced at each other, then Lady Ilia first said. I didn't. Lady Karina said. Neither did I, Lady Aristia. Lady Niave then said. I'm all right. I didn't. But I can't stay here like this. Today, I'll have to leave first, Alandis said. Is that so? I apologize for what has happened. It's all due to my carelessness, Lady Niave replied. Not at all, he said. I'll escort Lady Niave out. Don't mind us and please enjoy yourselves in the meantime, Lady Niave said. As Sir Alandis. I'm quite all right, he said. I won't be happy simply sending you away. Please, there's no need to be shy. After they left, Aristia thought. I feel bad for Lady Niave. Carcian chuckled and then burst out laughing. Ha ha! What a show, really. It's nothing new, but this is really something, Aristia asked. What do you mean, Carcian? He replied. Ha, are you ignorant, or do you just have that much faith? Normally, one would have noticed by now if it's gone this far. Well, it's fine. I got to see something funny, so at least it was worth dragging myself over here today. Turning towards others, he said. Now then, how about we continue our chat until Sir Alandis returns? What should we talk about? The latest rumors in society? Or any slander about Sir Alandis? Lady Karina said. Oh dear, don't say such a thing. As they began chattering, Aristia thinks. I wonder what Lady Niave was going to say. It's a bit awkward to ask about it now since the topic has changed. Those rumors, I should look into them. Meanwhile, Lady Niave gets on her carriage and said, Then, I'll be off. Thank you for escorting me. As she was about to leave, Alandis leaned towards her and said, Lady Niave, don't you think a jewel mine is a dangerous place? Many seek it out for greed, but you never know when an accident might occur. Lady Niave, who was frightened, asked, Pardon, Alandis added. I've heard some rumors that a lot of people are looking into that mine on your family's land. So please, do take caution. While shaking, Lady Niave said, Oh yes, thank you. As the carriage left, Alandis said, looking at it, You should watch that tongue of yours. If you dare speak about such worthless rumors to my lady again, there won't be a next time. The first day of the new year of 962, all the nobles of the empire gathered in the imperial palace to greet the emperor and the crown prince for the new year. The order of audience begins with House Ras, according to their formal status, followed by House Verita. This order signifies the status and position of a house within the empire. Duchess Verita called. Over here, Lady Aristia, Aristia said. Duchess Verita, thank you for inviting me to your home before the new year. I really enjoyed my time there, the Duchess said. You're always welcome, so do visit often. And let me introduce you to my eldest son. This is your first time meeting him, correct? He introduced himself. Hello? I'm Alexis de Verita, she greeted him. Greetings, Sir Alexis. I'm Aristia la Monique, Alexis said. I've always wanted to meet you, Lady Aristia. I've heard you are the one who made Alandis turn into a gentle lamb, so I was very curious about you, Aristia asked. Pardon? What do you mean by? Suddenly Alandis called. Brother, Alexis asked. What's wrong, Alandis? Perhaps I've said something unnecessary again. Suddenly the announcer said. Next, second in rank, House Verita may enter for the New Year's greeting, Duke Verita said. Let's go in. As they were going, Alandis said. See you later, Aristia. Alandis then glanced towards a noble who was standing in the back in audience, and then he went inside with his family. Then a noble man approached. Marquis Kyrian, it's been a long time. As they started talking, Aristia glanced around. I don't know anyone here. She suddenly noticed a sharp gaze at her. What? I feel like somebody is. She quickly turns and saw a person standing behind her. She remembered. This person is the leader of the aristocrat faction, Duke Sina. He's a noble who has lost all power, yet the emperor still treats him with respect. His very presence is intimidating, and I don't know why, but he appears very hostile toward me. Then her father quickly grabs her and said, Tia, come this way, she called. Papa, he said, it's our turn to go in. Her father and the Duke glanced at each other. After they went in, the Emperor said, Welcome, Marquis Kirian and Lady Aristia, her father said. Greetings, Your Majesty, sole son of the Empire, and Prince Ruvlis, future son of the Empire, the Emperor said. Now, we don't really need a New Year's greeting between us. Let's chat a bit. You acted well during the fire in Ver Palace. Not a lot of people visit there, so it wasn't being managed properly. That's why the fire was discovered so late. But now I'm planning to ensure that the garden is well maintained. We cannot have such a mistake happen again, Aristia replied. I am honored, Your Majesty. As he was taking a sip, the Emperor said, Oh, and I've heard quite a few interesting rumors these days. What were they? Some people are saying that Sir Carcian and Lady Aristia are lovers. Aristia spoke. Your Majesty, the Emperor continued. Quite interesting, really. They say Lady Aristia and Sir Carcian fled to the Monique estate, and Ruv, using the border inspection as an excuse, ended up passing by there as well, her father began. I apologize, Your Majesty. It's my fault that we have dishonored. The Emperor cut him off. Oh, calm down, Kirian. I wasn't trying to question anyone, and I already know the truth behind these rumors. It's obvious who's behind it. Aristia already knew. Just as I thought, the Emperor continued. They find it suspicious that Lady Aristia has joined the Night Squad, so now they are trying to test the bond between the Imperial family and House Monique. Then he turns towards Aristia and said, Aristia, you must know what I'm about to say, right? They've started to take action. It would be best to watch your surroundings. After that, as Aristia and her father were leaving, she thinks, As I thought, the aristocrats are behind such rumors. How dare they spread such a despicable story? Suddenly a door closed and Duke Xena said, It's been a while, Marquis Kirian, her father said. Indeed, Duke Xena, the Duke said. Shouldn't you be watching your tone with me? I'm a Duke, while you're a Marquis. There is a big difference in our status, her father countered. Yes, you're the Duke who comes after a Marquis in this ceremony. You must be very proud, the Duke shouted. Watch that rude mouth of yours. Then he turned towards Aristia and said, Humph, so you're that daughter. Those rumors are quite shameful, Aristia replied. Excuse me, but those rumors are baseless defamation. However, I'm sure you already know that, Duke Xena, the Duke said. Just who do you think you're speaking to, you arrogant wench? Looks like that vulgar blood of yours can't be hidden, her father shouted. You should be the one watching their tongue, Duke. Aristia was shocked. Papa, suddenly the announcer said, it is now time for Duke Xena, the fourth in ceremony, to enter. Please follow me to the audience hall. Then the Duke went past by Marquis and said, Humph, the Empire's discipline has gone to ruin. After he left, Aristia said, Papa, what the Duke just said. Her father grits his teeth in anger, and then starts walking. He said, You don't need to worry. It's just slander, Aristia thought. I knew he wouldn't tell me. Vulgar blood. Is that really just baseless slander? But if that was a lie, Papa wouldn't get so angry. I've never seen Papa make such a scary expression before. And the Duke's eyes were full of contempt. I don't know what's going on. Suddenly she heard someone talking. Did you hear the bad rumors that have been circulating recently? Someone said. You know, the ones about Lady Aristia? Another replied. You mean about her relationship with Sir Carcian? Everyone knows since it's a hot topic these days. Aristia was surprised. What? They continued. Even if she knew him since they were little, how could she behave like that and let such scandalous stories spread? When we had tea at Sir Elendis's garden party, she personally added sugar to the cups of the two gentlemen herself. Aristia took a peek. Who's saying all those things? It was Lady Karina, she said. They didn't even ask for it, yet she added the sugar so tenderly, as if they were lovers. The other noble lady said, Oh dear, she's already engaged to the prince, yet she does such a vulgar thing while everyone is watching? I heard she's even become a squire. So she really isn't planning to become the empress. But she's the child of the prophecy, Lady Karina replied. Does that really matter? Everyone knows that His Majesty doesn't favor the temple. Their engagement would have been cancelled a long time ago if she wasn't from House Monique, the noble lady said. Oh, that's for sure, suddenly Lady Ilia said. That's enough. This isn't pleasing to watch, Karina called her. Lady Ilia, Lady Ilia said. It's dishonorable to be involved in such a vulgar scandal. But despite her obscene flaws, she is still the future empress. So please watch what you say, everyone agreed. Yes, Lady Ilia, After hearing that, Aristia clenched her fists in anger. What? The lady said. I say, Lady Ilia is so much more suitable to be the empress. Lady Karina filled in. Right. Your dignity and elegance, Aristia thought. Such cowards speaking behind my back. As part of the same faction, they should be arguing against the rumors the aristocrats have started. And yet these ladies of the imperial faction are enjoying them. So they're all planning to slander me together. I've neglected my social duties for too long. Then her father came and said, Tia, let's return home, she said. Just a moment, Papa. I have a favor to ask. Later at night, her father presented her with some documents and said, Here, Tia. This is the information you asked for. Make sure to burn it after you're done. Ruth might get in trouble, she replied. Yes, Papa. Thank you, her father asked. Is there anything else you need? I can tell you're determined to do something since you asked for this, she replied. This is fine for now. Her father agreed and left. He thinks in his mind, she doesn't seem concerned about what Duke Xena said today. I didn't want her to get involved in political matters if possible. But this must simply be the fate of a noble born in this empire. Aristia looked at the documents and thought. Detailed information on the houses within our faction. Everything is written here, from the insignificant to the important. As expected of the Chancellor of the Empire, it's scary that he has this much information. Some things might differ from the past. I must be careful and prepare for every possibility. After reading all of that, she burnt the documents. She remembered. Even when I was queen, I had to deal with high society. It's the same as before. Our opponent has always been the aristocrats with extremist views. Thus, the imperial faction shouldn't be fighting among themselves. But in order to unite the party, I need to prove my position within. I've forgotten that for too long. It's been a while since I practiced how to smile. I won't flee from the fight they've started. I am the successor of House Monique, the third family of importance in the empire. A few days later, at a party held in Nun Manor, the host greeted them. Marquis Kyrian and Lady Aristia, I am honored at your visit to our humble abode. I am Beverly Sunuin, Aristia replied. Thank you for the invitation, Viscountess, she replied. I never dreamed that I would one day welcome the Marquis and the future Empress to our manor. Now come this way. Aristia thinks in her mind. House Nguyen is a Viscount family. They have mines filled with rubies and diamonds, making them one of the wealthier houses in the empire. She's the lady of a wealthy house, but she seems quite innocent for someone of her position. She's just the one I need. Her father looked at her and chuckled. Aristia asked, Do you not like seeing me like this? He replied, No. This is better than being attacked without a clue. If you're determined to start this, then go in and do your best, she said. Yes, Papa. Then she approached the noble ladies and said, It's been a while, Lady Niave. Lady Niave said, Lady Aristia, thank you for accepting my invitation, and I would like to apologize for what happened last time. I was careless, Aristia said. Oh, not at all. I should be the one apologizing since I couldn't do more for you that day. If I were a bit more mature, I would have been able to properly help you, Lady Niave. Lady Niave said. I know you tried your best, Lady Aristia, one of the ladies said. Do you know what they're talking about? The other one replied. I wonder. Aristia continued. I was so happy when I received an invitation for today. I've been very lonely since I don't have any close friends around my age. Lady Niave said. But you've known those of House Verita and House Ras since you were little, no? Aristia replied. Yes, but they're both boys. I've always wanted a female friend, someone I could easily talk with, and now I've finally found the chance. Lady Niave gulped. Are you referring to me? Aristia thought. She's innocent, but not too ignorant, and also has a high status. But she's not part of the leaders of the social circles within the imperial faction, so she knows how to recognize an opportunity like this. Aristia gladly said. Only if you agree, Lady Niave. Lady Niave said. Thank you, Lady Aristia. I'll make sure not to disappoint you while in your service, Aristia said. Oh, it's odd to say that you're in my service when we're friends. I hope we'll become good friends, Niave. Lady Niave beamed with joy. Of course, Aristia then said. Now, won't you introduce me to your friends? I haven't been attending many social gatherings, so I'm afraid I don't know a lot of people, she complied. Of course. From the left is Lady Sharia, Lady Naira, and Lady Sakei, Aristia said. Greetings, everyone. I hope you'll become good friends of mine, just like Lady Niave. They accepted. We're honored, Lady Aristia. Viscount Neira is also famous for jewels, almost on par with House Nguyen. Viscount Churia runs a group of merchants, while Viscount Sakei has several artisans who craft jewels. Aristia thought. This wasn't bad for my first time. I will provide them with an opportunity to be part of the leading group. In turn, they will provide me with the support I need in social circles. This is an adequate trade, isn't it? They smile at me warmly after judging my potential value, and I approach them with a trade in mind. Everyone is the same. Suddenly she recalled Alandis and Carcian. She then tells herself, "Don't think about them right now," her father said. "I'm sure it must have been tiring since it was your first time. But you did well," Aristia said. "Really? If you're saying that, then it looks like I really did do well," he said. "I never knew my daughter had this kind of side to her," Aristia thought to herself. "The battleground where nobles hide blades behind their smiles. I didn't want to be involved in this again in my new life, but I can't protect the people who are precious to me with only a sword in hand. Sometimes I have to fight just like my enemies. It's fine. I'm used to this," she asked. "You're not disappointed in me, are you?" her father replied. "Of course not. It's a necessary skill in order to survive in this society. No matter how thick your mask is, I know there's a gentle and kind child behind it." Aristia wondered. Will other people think the same? She remembered. Before, I was never afraid of people hating me because this was what everyone did to find fake friends. I didn't trust anyone and learned that those around me were tools I could use. But now I'm afraid. I know how precious it is to have people I can honestly talk to. What if they become disgusted with me after this? What if they turn their backs on me? Her father squeezed her close and said, "Anyone who has watched you closely will know. So don't worry." Some days later, the noble ladies were talking to each other. "There's a tea party being held by House Monique?" Lady Karina said. "Yes. I heard Lady Aristia sent invitations out to some other ladies within the same faction," one of the ladies said. "Then why didn't we get anything? I mean, perhaps it's fine to ignore us, but she left out Lady Ilia, the most influential lady in our social circle," Lady Karina said. "Lady Ilia! She's excluding us on purpose. Don't you agree?" Lady Ilia thought. "Looks like she's finally made up her mind," Karina said. "Lady Ilia, shouldn't we plan something in retaliation?" she replied. "There's nothing to worry about. We shouldn't move so hastily. Let's see what Lady Aristia can do." Meanwhile at the tea party, Aristia asked, "So then, does anyone have a unique hobby?" "I believe I do, and I would like to talk about it if you don't mind," Lady Niave asked. "What is it, Lady Aristia?" she replied. "I like to design jewelry and accessories. It's nothing much, but I really like how my most recent idea has turned out. I'd like to hear your opinions if possible." She showed them a design she drew. Lady Sharia and Lady Sakei looked at the design. Lady Sakei said, Isn't this a binyo?" Aristia remembered. "In my past life, binyos became quite popular around the time I became an adult. The binyos we have now are simple accessories since crafting techniques aren't advanced at the moment. However, an unknown jewel crafter made a hairpin that was said to be the work of God. Binyos were revived as beautiful and functional accessories, and they became immensely popular." Lady Sakei said, "This is quite unique. With this, it'll be easy to tie up long hair, and this other one can even be used with shorter hairstyles," she remarked. "This is groundbreaking," Aristia asked. "You think so?" she added. "This updo will look especially nice with a binyo," Aristia recalled. "I spent a lot of time thinking up styles and using my memories of the past. I came up with a hairstyle I thought would go well with a binyo," Lady Sharia suggested. "Lady Aristia, what do you think about actually making this into a business?" Aristia said. "It's just a small hobby of mine. I've never thought about actually making it," Lady Sharia said. "Do think again, Lady Aristia. This is revolutionary, and it will become a popular accessory. You have my word as a member of House Sharia and that of the National Merchant Association. We can add high-quality jewels from House Neira and House Nguyen, and we have the craftsmen from House Sakei. Plus, if the merchants of my house sell them, this will be very profitable," Aristia concluded. "Right, Entaya. I knew you'd want this the most since you want to surpass your brother, who is said to have no skill, and become the heir of the Merchant Association. This will be a great opportunity for you," Aristia said. "I don't think it's that great an idea," But if it can be of help to my dear friends, then it's fine. I don't need the profit, so you can share that amongst yourselves, she asked. Lady Aristia. Why? Aristia replied. I don't want money to affect our good friendship, that's all. But I'd like to be the first one to see the product when it's finished. That's all I ask for, Lady Sharia said. Thank you, Lady Aristia. I'll be sure to match your expectations. Looking at the other noble children that were present there, Aristia said inwardly. You all saw that, right? And now you realize what kind of rewards you can get by being on my side. Next, I have to find that jewel crafter and bring them in to finish this business. I wonder how Lady Ilia's group will react then? Meanwhile, in the prince's office, the Duke reported. That is all for today, Your Highness, the prince said. Great work. I hear Sir Alandis is already excelling at his work. I'll make sure he can get his own office if the outcome goes well, Duke Roos said. I am honored, Your Highness. We've only done what we must. Speaking of outcomes, have you heard of Lady Aristia's recent accomplishments? Duke Arkin thought. Oh, he's poking him on purpose again, Duke Ruth continued. She's already started to gather a decent following after holding just 2 parties. She has an excellent sense of politics, don't you think, Your Highness? The prince began. Hold on. Duke Arkin think. I knew it. Things are going to get chilly in here. The prince continued. You mean she's doing her duties as a squire while at the same time hosting social gatherings? Duke Ruth replied. Pardon? Yes, that's true. Is something wrong? The prince instructed. Duke Arkint, she gets sick quite easily. Make sure she doesn't strain herself by doing too much. Both of the dukes were shocked at his reply. Then the duke replied. Understood, Your Highness, as they left both of them thought. He's changed. But why? Then Heron asked. Your Highness, will advising them be enough? The prince asked. What are you trying to say? He replied. It would be better to visit her in person or send her a gift, the prince said. She'll be scared and suspect me if I go in person, Heron replied. You never know. Didn't you two take a walk in the garden together on the anniversary of her mother's death? While remembering her, he replied. That was because it was a special day. Or are you confident that she won't put her guard up around me? Heron replied. Of course. Suddenly he remembered she passed out in the past. Then he said, wait, I can't promise that. The prince then lost in thoughts. Looking at him, Heron thought. His Highness is worrying so much about someone, and he used to refrain from getting involved with other people. Heron chuckled to himself. Heron then said, Your Highness, today happens to be the knighting ceremony. Lady Aristia will be attending the event as a squire. Why don't you also attend for a short time? Meanwhile, Carcian asked. You're coming, right? To the knighting ceremony? She replied. Of course. I'm a squire of the commander, you know, Carcian said. Right. I highly respect your diligence. But today, you should watch this dignified genius here, Aristia thought. It must be nice. He's becoming an official knight, Carcian asked. You don't need to look so jealous. Just you wait. I'll make you into an official knight in no time, she asked. Really? Thank you, Carcian, Carcian said. Don't change your mind later, all right? I'm going to train you every day till you're sore, so be ready, she replied with confidence. I'm always ready. Meanwhile, Duke Arkint was grinning and smirking while in presence of the Emperor. The Emperor said, Well, you look happy, he boasted. How could I not be? My son is the youngest in the Empire's history to be knighted, Your Majesty. Both of my sons are excelling, and our family is bound to succeed. We will be contributing to the Empire's peace for generations, don't you think? The Emperor said. Right. Duke Arkint continued. Listen to this, Your Majesty. I mean, Kyrian used to be so stubborn before, but now he's asking me to teach Lady Aristia the female fencing technique of House Ras. Hearing that, both the Emperor and Duke Ruth were surprised for a moment. Duke Arkint continued. Exchanging the unique techniques of both houses will surely make them stronger, the Emperor concluded. So he's planning to make her the heir for sure, the Emperor then spoke. Why don't you at least try to show some effort and be careful? Your genius son is involved in a rumor with my son's fiancée, you know, he replied. But you know very well that there's nothing going on between them, Your Majesty. Duke Ruth waved at the servant to leave. The Emperor said. Then I wonder why I find you so annoying right now, he remembered. I can't forget how he looked this morning. He remembered the prince looking at Aristia and Carcian from balcony. Duke Arkint added. And so, Carcian will be learning the technique of House Monique in return. What do you think, Ruth? Isn't my son amazing? Right? You have to say yes. He was shaking Duke Ruth with excitement. Looking at him excited, the Emperor said. Right. You're going to keep laughing about this, I see, Duke Arkant replied. Yes. Well, pardon? Later at the ceremony, Carcian asked. Oh, what's this? What brings you here, Weedhead? So you've finally acknowledged how great I am and came to watch this glorious moment, Alandis replied. I don't care what you do or what happens to you. I'm only here for my lady. I want to see her new uniform, Carcian said. Geez, you're so annoying. You could congratulate me a little on a day like this, you know, Alandis said. Then, would you be able to sincerely congratulate me if something good came my way? Carcian shows his disgust. Ugh. Then glancing around, Alandis said. On that note, where is Tia? Carcian replied. I wonder, Duke Arkant shouted. Your Majesty, how can you do this? Last time, you said you didn't mind, the Emperor replied. Of course, I don't mind. It's a false rumor, in the end. But they did end up giving them a reason to make one, so they should be punished. The Duke was shocked. But then, why are you punishing only one person? And you're making me do it. What am I going to tell Kyrian? The Emperor said. Your son will be punished too, the Duke said. But a squire shouldn't be banned from the ceremony, the Emperor replied. I didn't say she couldn't come. It's fine as long as she finishes what is given to her. Meanwhile, Aristia was assigned to organize the library in which thousands of books were lying in dust. Looking at them, Aristia wondered, when will I finish organizing all of this? This is the Knight's Library, but there are all sorts of things here. A directory of the Empire's nobles? Why is this here? I feel like everything was shoved into this one place. Oh well, I'll have to go through them one by one. At the knighting ceremony, the chatter grew louder. Alandis and Carcian were still looking for Aristia. The announcer said. The appointment of the Knights of the Castina Empire shall now begin. May the new knights come forth, Marquis asked. Arkant, where's my daughter? The Duke replied. I'm sorry, I have nothing to say. Then the Emperor stands in front of his throne and said, The Empire and the Imperial family will forever remember your loyalty. All the knights shouted. We are honored, Your Majesty. We will now proceed with the oath of loyalty to the one we serve. The prince recalled the Duke saying, Your Majesty, isn't that the same as forbidding her from attending? The oath was as it is. The one who gave me life is Vida, but the one I will offer my life to is my Lord. I offer my blood and flesh to my Lord. O Lord of my heart, please take us as you may. The Emperor performed the ceremony with his sword. The knight took the oath. Loyalty to the lion, and honor to the Empire. Honor to the Empire, and glory to you, the announcer said. Next, Sir Heinrich Lowwinter. Come forward. Meanwhile, Aristia was in the library. Gosh, everything toppled over, and I was almost done. I should start over, the announcer said. Next, Sir Carcian de Ras. Come forward. Carcian took the oath. Loyalty to the lion, and honor to the Empire. Honor to the Empire, and glory to you, he thought. She must be watching from somewhere, right? Suddenly the prince dashed away from the ceremony. Heron called him. Your Highness? Where are you going? The ceremony isn't over, he replied. I'll be right back. Heron tried to stop him. Your Highness! The Emperor also noticed him leaving. Meanwhile, Aristia looked outside the window and said, It's already this late. It must be almost over by now. I thought watching the knighting ceremony would help with my own determination, and that perhaps I can become a knight soon, if I just work a bit harder. I really wanted to watch it today. Suddenly the door opened and she jolted. She quickly turned and said, I apologize, Commander. I haven't finished what you told me to do yet, and she saw the prince standing there. Your Highness. Greetings, future son of the Empire. What brings you to this library? She wondered. Huh! Isn't the ceremony going on right now? How come he's here? The prince said. It's not too late if you leave now, for the knighting ceremony. Aristia was taken aback. What? Did he come here to get me? That can't be, but, she replied. I apologize, but I have to organize everything in here, the prince said. You can finish that after, she said. But, the prince filled in. Didn't you want to watch the ceremony? Aristia wondered. How did he know? The prince offered his hand and Aristia grasped it. Yes, Your Highness, she thought. How did he know that I wanted to be there? At the knighting ceremony, the Emperor said, Today, the 7 of you are now proud knights of this empire. All of them jumped with joy. The audience gave their congratulations. Congratulations, Sir Carcian! Congratulations, Sir Benedict! Suddenly the door opened and everyone looked towards the door. Aristia and Prince came together. Everyone was surprised. Huh! How come they're coming in together? The people in audience started murmuring and whispering. Isn't that Lady Aristia next to His Highness? So it's true that she joined the knight's squad. She's quite late to the ceremony, but she's here with the prince. Heron was surprised at first, then he smiled and thinks, I was wondering where he headed off to in such a hurry. The emperor looked towards them and thinks, ah, that boy. The prince and Aristia went to Carcian. Duke Arkint was also surprised and blurted out, oh? Did she finish organizing the library? Marquis twitched after hearing that. What did you say? Then the prince said, I congratulate all of you who were knighted today. I hope you will all become strong shields and swords of this empire. Especially Sir Carcian, who is now, officially, a knight. You've shown such growth in a short time. I don't know what to say to properly congratulate you, Carcian replied. I am honored, Your Highness, the prince said. I've always been grateful for what you've done. So keep accomplishing great things as a knight, and please continue to be a good friend to my fiancée. She grew up as my betrothed since she was young, so she was quite lonely. I've always thought it was a pity, and have felt sorry for that. But recently, she's become brighter thanks to you and Sir Alandis. Carcian flinched after hearing that. The prince continued, You've both become such loyal friends to her, so of course I can put my mind at ease. The prince went close to Carcian and near his ear said, I will continue to trust you in the future as well, Sir Carcian. Carcian replied. Of course, Your Highness, then the prince said. A grand banquet had been prepared, and the honored guests were encouraged to enjoy themselves. Thank you, Your Highness! The knights responded enthusiastically. Aristia said to herself, Huh! You're leaving just like that? What about me? You brought me here. Then Carcian asked, What's with you? You came after everything was over. Oh, sorry, came the reply. I had too much work to do. I might get punished later. Carcian teased. I thought I couldn't find you because you're so small, Aristia said. Congratulations on officially being named a knight, Sir Carcian. She thought, though I didn't witness the oath, but still I can enjoy the celebratory atmosphere. Reflecting on the ceremony, she resolved, one day, I also want to be officially knighted right here, and recite the oath. In a meeting of aristocratic faction, a noble said, As I thought, she's a bother. We must take down that daughter of House Monique as soon as possible. One of them said, House Monique is an eyesore. They're the imperial family's dog, and now they've become arrogant thinking that they're on the same level as a duke. The crown prince is an adult now. We can have him find a new woman if only she wasn't there. He then asked, How is that other case going? He replied, We're looking for an opportunity. That sly emperor noticed something and put his guard up, so it hasn't been easy. But the guards won't be as alert on Foundation Day. We'll seize the opportunity. And remember, the next empress must be a member of the aristocrat faction. Meanwhile, Alandis was tapping on the book deep in his thought while remembering the knighting ceremony scene. A person called, Hey, Sir Alandis, about the data on last year's tax totals on each estate, and this year's budget for events. It would be nice if you could organize them as soon as possible. It's a lot to go through, but you're a genius, so it should only take about 2 days. Alandis shuffled some document and stacked them at his hands. Looking at them, the person asked, You're done. As they were leaving, he said, Last time, it took the 3 of us a whole week, yet he finished this all by himself? It's freaky rather than amazing. Alandis was deep in thought. The rumors about Carcian and Tia are dying down since the knighting ceremony. I don't care about the carrot. But if nothing was done, Tia would have lost her dignity and been accused of causing a scandal since she's the prince's fiancée, just as they wanted. And I even had to ask a favor from that person, in order to ensure the rumor didn't spread further. But I couldn't hold back when I actually heard it. Yet, the one who managed to stop that rumor was the prince, who displayed his trust for House Ras. He shouted, Darn it! He thinks. The prince. Could it be? You dared to take my lady after all this time? Aristia was carrying loads of books, remembering the duke saying, I'm sorry, Aristia. I had my reasons, she said. I wonder what the commander meant. She remembered him saying, Anyway, you can finish organizing the library by yourself, since you'll be exempt from your duties as my squire for today. Don't worry. You're not the only one being scolded, she concluded. I don't think I was scolded enough for disobeying orders. I was prepared to be put on probation. And what did he mean that I'm not the only one? She thinks. Still, I'm glad that I could be there. Carcian, on his first day, was put in charge of cleaning the training ground. As she was walking, she saw Alandis walking. She called, "Huh! Alan! Alandis!" As he didn't respond and walked away, she wondered, did he not hear me? Suddenly Heron came holding tea. Lady Aristia, she greeted him. "Sir Heron! It's been a while," Heron asked. "Lady Aristia, what brings you here to the prince's palace? And you're carrying so many books," she replied. "I'm here to return these after organizing the knight's library. There were a couple of odd books, and I realized they're from here," Heron told. "But this isn't the way to the main library. This leads to the prince's personal study," he realized. "I see, you must be lost. Should I show you the way? To get to the library, go left, turn right, then turn 180 degrees and go straight," she asked. "Wouldn't turning 180 degrees take me back to where I came from?" "Oh, it's all right. I must have gotten a bit confused, but I'm not lost," Heron said. That doesn't seem to be the case, he thought. But she's carrying so many books. Do squires have that much work to do? And she was late to the ceremony because of it. Then he remembered. Wait a minute, His Majesty definitely said. He shouted. "Oh!" He jumped after realizing, and Aristia gets startled from it. She asked, "Sir Heron? What's wrong?" "You suddenly shouted," he said. This is troubling. I needed to get something from the library, but I kind of forgot," Aristia asked. "Pardon?" he said. "It's very urgent, so I need to hurry." "This is terrible, really," Aristia said. "Is that so?" she thought. "He must be in a hurry," she said. "Since I'm going there, would you like me to get it for you?" "If you tell me what you need, then," he shouted. "No! I must get it. It has to be me. I have to go in person. It's confidential. I can't go into more detail, but that's the case." There was a burning fire in his eyes. Then he said, "But His Highness is very tired from work, and I shouldn't neglect my duties of delivering this tea. It would be very helpful if someone could deliver this to His Highness instead of me," Aristia said. "I'll take it," he beamed with joy. "Oh, would you?" he said. "I'll return these books then. Thanks so much." Aristia was standing there dazed as to what had happened. As Heron was walking to the library, he was thinking, so, the Emperor was punishing her for the rumor involving Lady Aristia. That means all the extra work delivered to the Crown Prince today must have been his punishment for helping her. When Aristia entered, she found him asleep. Looking at him, she wondered, "He's sleeping? Should I wake him up? Or should I just leave this here? What do I do?" she fretted. "I've never seen him like this before. He was always so stern, so I assumed he would look serious even while asleep. But he looks so normal. Now, for once, you look just like any other person," she thought, noticing a peacefulness in his expression. That smile, those words I'd never heard in my past life, and the way he had sought me out during the ceremony. They were all signs that he was not the same as before. She realized. I've changed, and so has he. People tend to affect each other as they change. If I was like this in the past, could I have avoided that tragedy? She dismissed the thought. No, there's something more important than that. June would arrive soon. A girl from another world, blessed and loved by God. If June appears and he chooses her, my position will be vastly different, she concluded. Well, it's no use thinking about that now. Meanwhile, Carcian was lamenting his punishment, having been tasked with cleaning an enormous training ground all by himself. This is a conspiracy. How am I supposed to clean this whole area by myself? He muttered. He remembered his father's words. I'm sorry, but this is all your fault, you know. What did I do, father? Is it my bright talent, my handsome face, or my amazing personality? He groaned in frustration. Finally he admitted. Whatever. I can't clean this place by myself. Suddenly he saw Alandis walking somewhere. He went to him. Hey, Weed. Where are you going in such a hurry? Did you get sore from staring at papers all day in the administration office? If so, why don't you help me clean this training ground before your head? Alandis said with disgust and anger. Shut up. Don't talk to me. Carcian was shocked. What? Hey! I was being nice by talking to you first, and that's how you react? That's why you don't have any friends. After Alandis left, he said, Geez, He has such a horrible personality. Seriously, Tisk. As Aristia looked around the prince's study, she marveled at the wealth of knowledge it held. Books on politics, economy, history, strategy, and tactics lined the shelves, each well-worn, evidence of their use. He must have read all of them, she thought, impressed by his diligence. One book caught her attention. Directory of Nobles. Flipping through its pages, she noted, "The directory is updated every 5 years, so only the most recent editions are kept in noble houses. But here, all the past editions are stored." Suddenly she remembered Duke Xena's word. "Look like that vulgar blood of yours can't be hidden." She scanned the records, looking back 20 years. The list was as follows. First in formal order of precedence is Shield of the Empire, House Casil Duke. Second in formal order of precedence is Red Rose, House Heidel Duke. Third in formal order of precedence is Sword of the Empire, House Ras Duke. Fourth in formal order of precedence is Glory of Victory, House Laurel Duke. Fifth in formal order of precedence is Black Rose, House Xena Duke. She remembered, House Xena was fifth in rank 20 years ago. Then, the other houses. She then noticed. The family tree of House Monique. House Sonia Baron managed a small town on the Monique estate. Through the marriage of their sole legitimate daughter, Jeremiah Lo Sonia, their title was withdrawn. Her thoughts were interrupted by the prince's voice. "What are you reading?" he asked, startling her. She apologized, explaining that she hadn't realized he was awake. "You don't need to apologize for that," he assured her, sitting up. "I must have fallen asleep." Then Aristia said, "Your Highness, I brought you some tea," he said. "So you were the one to deliver it." "Thank you. Since you're here, does that mean you're done organizing that other library?" she replied. "No, but I think I'll be done by today," he said. "Is that so?" Aristia then said. "You seem to have a lot of work as well." Looking at the stacks of paper, he said, "This is the price I have to pay for acting impulsively," she asked. "Is there anything I can help you with?" he asked. "Why?" Aristia was speechless for a moment. "Why?" she wondered. "Oh, did I overstep my bounds?" she began. "Because you helped me on the day of the ceremony." The prince accepted. "I see. I'm fine for today. I'll ask for your help on another day when I need a hand." Then the prince said, "You must be busy. You may go now," she replied. "Oh, then, yes, I'll take my leave." As she left, the prince looks at the list of potential guests for Foundation Day. After leaving, Aristia was deep in her thoughts, thinking about what she saw in there. Carcian saw her walking and called for her. "Hey, you're here? Let's leave together when we're done." But Aristia didn't hear him as she was lost in thoughts. She reflected on what she saw. Sonia, a house which had the rank of Baron. It was definitely the family tree of our house, and the name in the directory was my mother's. Even if they are rivals, nobody can dare say that House Monique is vulgar. So I thought it was directed towards my mother's family. Yet, according to the directory, they're both from noble houses. She wondered. Then, why did Duke Xena say something like that? And even in my past life, I've never heard of House Sonia. Suddenly Carcian grabs her. She looked towards him. "Oh, Carcian," he asked. "What are you thinking about so seriously that you can't even hear me? Why do I keep getting ignored today?" she asked. "What are you doing here?" he replied. "That's what I want to ask. I'm supposed to clean this all by myself. Isn't that hazing?" she said. "There's no way it's that." Carcian changed the topic. "Anyway, we should start soon, right?" Aristia was oblivious. "Huh?" Carcian said. "Don't say huh. You're training to become an official knight." Aristia remembered. "Oh, right." He pointed towards her and said, "Don't think you can miss even one day. As you well know, my method is very Spartan, so I won't go easy on you." She gladly agreed. "Yes, of course." Carcian felt relieved. "Good. Now I can finally hold a sword. I'm never cleaning like this again," she thought. "I think I should ask someone who knows. Could it be that my mother?" She asked her father's soldiers. They replied, "Your mother's family? Why are you asking so suddenly?" She knew. "Because Papa probably won't tell me even if I asked him," one of them replied. "Your mother was from House Sonia, and they were barons. But their house doesn't exist anymore. Your mother was their last descendant, and once she got married, their title was taken away." She asked. "Was my mother adopted into that family?" he replied. "Pardon? No, I'm sure she was a direct descendant. Why would you think otherwise? She get to know. So that's not what it was? She asked again. What kind of house was House Sonia? He replied. They originally served House Monique. It was quite the scandal back then. The commander broke off his engagement and asked the Marchioness to marry him. Aristia was shocked. His engagement? My father had a fiancée, he added. Oh, I heard about how amazing it was. I mean, the commander was engaged too. He told her that the Duchess Ernia was his fiancée. Meanwhile, the Duchess called for his son. Cajun, where are you? He replied. Were you looking for me, mother? The Duchess said. Please come down so we can get your measurements for Foundation Day. And bring Sane here too, Cajun said. Wait, wasn't he with you in the sitting room? She replied. He couldn't stay still for 1 second and ran away, just like someone else I know. Aristia was in shock. What? Duchess Ernia and Papa? The soldier said to the other one. Hey, stop. I think we've said enough, he said. Would that be all, my lady? I didn't know you were so curious about your mother. You should ask the commander himself, when you get the chance. I'm sure that he would be happy to tell you, Aristia said inwardly. Papa, is that true? Will you really tell me someday? She said. All right. I'll wait until Papa tells me, she thought. Right. Whatever Duke Xena said isn't important to me right now. She went to her father and hugged him. He was surprised. What is it, Tia? You're acting childish today, she replied. I just felt like doing this, her father said. Something must have happened, I see, Aristia was thinking. There are still a lot of things I don't know about Papa. I kept reaching out because I was anxious to know more, but I didn't consider his feelings, her father said. Whatever it is, it will be all right, my daughter. The morning before Foundation Day, Lena suggested. My lady, you can take a break for once today, Aristia said. I know. I haven't been so relaxed in the morning for a long time, Lena asked. You'll be staying home during the holiday, right? You haven't rested properly lately, the other maid told. Lena is always worried about you, my lady. She's been upset since she couldn't spend a lot of time with you lately. Aristia chuckled hearing that. Ha, Lena said. Taylor, you were the same. Then Lena casually said while preparing her. Don't worry. I'll work hard to make you look fabulous today. Look forward to. The biniou snapped in her hands. Realizing what had happened, Lena screamed. The biniou! My lady's biniou! She shouted. The limited edition biniou from Rua Kingdom. The one biniou that always decorated my lady's hair. The one I've always kept clean, so that it wouldn't rust. Aristia tried to comfort her. Calm down. I'm all right, Lena said. My lady, please punish me, she said. Lena, Taylor, it's fine, really. Observing the biniou, she said. This accessory isn't very sturdy, that's for sure. That crafter was good at making these durable. I wonder how things are going. I haven't heard any news yet. Then the servant came and informed. My lady, Lady Antea Sharia and Lady Catherine Sakei are here to see you. She went to them and asked, What is it? Antea Catherine, Lady Sakei began. Lady Aristia, forgive us for coming at such an early hour. Aristia cut her off. But this is great. Did you happen to find the crafter? Lady Sharia said. Actually, we're here to discuss that matter. They told her about the situation. Aristia was shocked. What? He won't cooperate, she told. Yes. We offered him the best position and status as a crafter of House Sakei, but he didn't even listen, Lady Sharia said. Since you told us he is essential, we've tried to draw him in by offering him several different things, but he's hard to please. It's going to be difficult since he's rejecting our offers. Aristia thinks for a moment, then she asked, Where does he live? Lady Sharia was surprised. Lady Aristia, are you planning to go there in person? It's in a very dark and unsafe area where the commoners live, Aristia said. That's not important. With determination, she said. We must bring that crafter. No, we must earn his trust and cooperation. I will go wherever I need to. Lady Sharia was surprised by her resolve. Lady Aristia, she said. Then we will go with you. Suddenly Alandis and Carcian also came. Alandis said. Excuse us. We happened to hear what you were talking about. But now that we know what's going on, we can't let you go alone. We should all go together. It's better to have more people. Carcian filled in. Right. And we can help where necessary, he said. It might be dangerous if that person tries to attack, you know? Aristia was sure. That wouldn't happen. It's not like he's a wild animal. 2 hours later, in the commoner quarters, they were kicked out by the crafter. All of them were shocked. What was that about? Aristia remembered. The crafter, Ventus, will later be nicknamed the Hand of God. His delicate and beautiful crafting skill was praised as magic from the old ages. He will become a legend who will charm people all over the land. But right now, he's a normal crafter with a peculiar personality. A while ago, while walking to the crafter, Lady Sharia told, he can work with both jewels and metals, but he's too stubborn about his materials. He often gets into arguments with his clients and the merchants. They went to his abode and Lady Sharia confirmed. Lady Aristia, are you really going inside? Aristia knocked on the door and asked. Is this Sir Ventus' workshop? He asked. Who's there? He opened the door looking worn out and exhausted. He asked. What do you want to order? She introduced herself. Greetings, I'm Aristia La Monique. I've heard of your exceptional jewel crafting skills. We're planning to create an accessory, and we need your help. So we came looking for you, Sir Ventus. Please craft a beautiful binyo with your skill. She bowed as she said that. All of them gets shocked. Lady Sharia said, My lady, you don't have to go so far for a commoner. Lady Sakei also added, Right. To bow before him is, the crafter said. House Monique. I've heard that name quite often. I'm honored that a member of a founding house has come to visit my humble abode. But you all aren't the only nobles who've come looking for me. Of course, I rejected them all, Aristia quickly said. I shall offer you your own personal boutique to showcase your work. Suddenly he looked sparkled. Oh, my own personal boutique. You know what people want. It's true, many would want their own boutique. Lady Sharia wondered. Is he falling for it? He's sparkling all of a sudden, then the crafter said. But, he suddenly shouted. Don't underestimate me! They screamed in fear. Aristia remembered Carcian's word. He might attack you, ha ha ha! She thought. He's really going to attack, the crafter said. Who do you take me for? I'm not like that. Alandis and Carcian rushed towards him. Carcian grabbed him as he was fuming. Money and boutiques paid for by nobles? What does it matter? My only goal is to create the highest and best in quality, for art and beauty. Don't you dare think that I'm the same as some old crafter in the street. As he wasn't calming down, Carcian said, Everyone, get outside. As they rushed outside, the crafter said from behind, I will only ever make what I want. You nobles don't understand my beautiful art. Do you even know how delicate crafting is? I don't want to be tied down by merchants who count the cost of materials. Such fools. I hate them. Aristia was lying on the ground, he said. That expression on your face. I love it. It's easy for an expert like me to make even a noble look like that. Well then, bye. He slammed the door close. After he left, Carcian said, Wow, he suddenly went crazy. Aristia asked. Carcian, how did you know that he might attack us? Alandis remarked. Well, they say a beast recognizes other beasts. Carcian shouted. Who are you calling a beast? That's just nonsense. Then Lady Sharia said. Anyway, that's how he is. He refuses both money and fame. Lady Sakei said. Wouldn't it be better to find someone else? I wonder what happened between him and the other merchants that made him like this. Aristia thinks for a moment. Entire. Catherine. Then she said. But he's working in such poor conditions. I'm sure it would affect his crafting. Let's try a bit more. Then for the next few days Aristia visited him, but he refused every day. Second day. Good morning, Sir Ventus. Go away. Third day. Sir Ventus. Sir Ventus, please look this way. Nope. Fourth day. Sir Ventus, that apple is rotten. Oh, Hey! Stop meddling! Fifth day. Sir Ventus! Please, let's discuss. Get out! Sixth day. Aristia said. You're working in such poor conditions. We'll provide you with better tools and better equipment for your craft. He shouted. How can you say such a horrible thing? She asked. Did I say something bad? He replied. I would never see my tools in that way. I'm not a crafter who blames my tools as an excuse. You're the one insulting the tools I've spent my whole life with. You are very, very arrogant, Lady Sharia snapped. Who's the one being arrogant here, you wild boar? Aristia stopped her. Entire! Calm down! Lady Sharia wasn't stopping. Let me go, Lady Aristia. I'll teach him a lesson, Aristia said. You must think of your dignity. Don't say, Lady Sharia shouted. I'm going to grab that man and pull his ears until, he countered. What? I see you've underestimated this crafter by bringing these petty people with you. Carcian and Alandis were watching as the drama unfolded. Carcian said, What's wrong with them? Did they both wake up on the wrong side of the bed? Alandis was furious. Let go. How dare he say those things to Tia? The crafter again snapped. You shameless people! Leave my house at once! He starts throwing tools and things around. Aristia tried to stop Lady Sharia. And Tia! It's dangerous! Suddenly a tool slashed Aristia at her hand and blood starts dripping from the cut. Carcian and Alandis both shouted. Aristia! Lady Sharia said. Lady Aristia, you're bleeding. Seeing that, Carcian grabbed the crafter from his shirt and shouted. How dare you! You think we'll let you get away with this? The crafter said. What? You're the ones who barged in here in the first place. Alandis, who was also furious, said. That's not something someone who has suddenly lashed out at a guest should say. He continued. You've harmed a noble, so you won't mind if the same is done to you then? A crafter's hands are their life. It would be troublesome if your muscle or ligament were to be cut by accident, right? Aristia stopped him. Wait. I'm all right. It's only a small cut, she said. I apologize for this, Sir Ventus. I was careless. We'll be leaving for today. Please excuse us. And so, they retreated. Lady Sharia. Lady Aristia, why don't you stop here? Even if he agrees to work with us, it might cause more trouble than it's worth. Lady Sake agreed. Right, with our influence, we can easily find someone else. Why not just announce that we're looking for a crafter? Aristia hesitated, deep in thought. But, Alandis said. I agree. People like him tend to stay put. Look at him now still being stubborn, even though someone got hurt. Carcian also agreed. I think it's best to give up. You too, Aristia said. She couldn't deny their points, but the thought of giving up on someone with such immense potential felt like a loss. It's such a pity to leave behind someone like him. I understand how he became so disgruntled living like that, but he'll be recognized for his talent one day. He's someone who could truly shine and become even greater if only he had a supportive environment. Is giving up really the only choice? Just then, a sparkle caught her eye. She paused, standing abruptly. What is it? Alandis asked. Aristia approached a stall nearby. Welcome! We're selling all these at a bargain, the merchant said. Plenty of items to suit a lady like you, so take a look. As she rifled through the collection, Aristia exclaimed. This is, her companion asked. Did you find something? What? Looking at the items, they said. Ugh, they're all covered in dirt. Do these things even sell? Aristia bought the accessory that caught her eye from the merchant. Aristia's determination hardened. They went back to the crafter. They found themselves once again at Ventus' door. Lady Sharia said nervously. I think this time we'll definitely be chased out for good. Aristia knocked the door, saying, It's all right. The door creaked open. Ventus sits there, frowning. So, you're here again? Yes, I am, Aristia declared confidently. You're quite persistent, he muttered. Not as much as you, she countered. You're the one who always rejects us. Please, hear what I have to say once more, all of her companions thought. He's gonna kick us out again. Ventus sighed, stepping aside. All right. I've got nothing better to do anyway. Her companions exchanged incredulous glances. What? He's changed his mind? He complained. My tools, they're all broken, Carcian thought. But he's the one who threw them. Aristia put a small piece of jewelry from her pocket. This. It was being sold at a stall out front. You made this, didn't you? She said. It was collecting dust in the corner, but I knew right away. I am Yoper Fan, after all. Ventus' eyes widened. Fan? The jewelry glimmered and the light fills the room. All of them were dazed, Aristia said. Even this small piece of jewelry can fill a room with such light. You're the only one who can create something like this. Humph, is that so? Ventus replied, trying to mask his pride. Aristia added. Moreover, you cut the jewels yourself and crafted it in your style, he replied. Well, I do make them. Aristia's admiration didn't falter. You've turned regular designs into elegant works of art that tell their own story. The subtle changes in the angle of your cuts create patterns that resemble the forgotten magic of the old ages. You're not someone who should be holed up in a place like this. You need to go where people will recognize your talent. Her companions looked on in astonishment. Tia, does she realize what she's saying? Alandus thought. Aristia pressed on. I believe your name will be written down in history, Sir Ventus. Just 3 months. Please work with us for 3 months. If you still don't like us after that, I'll give up. But for now, please consider this offer. Ventus was silent for a moment before he smiled. You're more daring than you look. All right, you win. I'll work with you, Sir Ventus. Aristia's face lit up with joy. He added, Your passion has moved my heart. Aristia said, I'm honored. Sir Ventus, the crafter said. What makes an artisan move isn't money, but a fan. Her companions were in disbelief. Alandus said, No, you're moving because of money, Carcian reminded. His tools are all broken. As the gets outside, the crafter said, Goodbye, then. Oh, sorry about your hand, Aristia replied. We'll come to help you move soon. The group left with a renewed sense of accomplishment. That was amazing, Lady Aristia, one remarked. You managed to persuade that grumpy man. Oh, it was my last desperate attempt, Aristia admitted. Her companion observed her thoughtfully. You're quite interesting, you know. You understand how to use us and make us move as if you've been in high society for 10 years. Yet, at times like these, you're surprisingly innocent and passionate. Aristia flinched hearing that. Lady Sharia said, You seem like someone unafraid to get hurt. That's not true, Antea. I do care about myself, she insisted. Lady Sharia persisted. Really? Then, what should I do? I'm quite curious now. Would you allow me to learn more about you? About what kind of person you are, Lady Aristia, Aristia said. You can stop calling me lady. It's kind of embarrassing. Oh, but you know I can't do that, Lady Sharia said gently. One day, you'll be leading us all. Right, and you were so polite to that crafter, too, when they returned in the carriage. Aristia was sleeping as she was tired from the day. While she was sleeping, Alandus grabbed her hand and said, Tia, this is upsetting. I thought I knew everything about you. But the more time goes by, the more I don't know. I don't understand what you're thinking. Right now, I don't know anything about these different sides of you. Perhaps I went too far, and left you behind. He kissed her hand and said, What should I do with you, my dear lady? And like that, Foundation Day arrived. Foundation Day is held during the season when the flowers bloom most marvelously. Honored guests from various countries are invited to celebrate this grand event in the Empire. The Imperial Palace was bustling day and night, preparing to welcome all the royals and nobles. Unlike before, what stood out most about this year's occasion was the invitation extended to princesses from different countries. The Emperor said, They were invited as guests, but in truth, they had come to be considered as candidates for the Crown Prince's fiancé. I'm sure you're ecstatic on the inside right now, Your Majesty, Aristia remarked. The Emperor continued, Isn't that true? If you're lucky, someone might replace your position this time, he asked. But will things really go as you wish? Aristia replied. We'll have to see about that. As she was walking back, she thought, To be honest, this situation is better for me. If one of the princesses were chosen as the prince's fiancé, I can be free sooner than I expected. For now, though, she had to focus on her work. She opened the door. Commander, she began. I brought the information on the night's deployment. The prince was there instead of the duke. The duke is away at the moment, he informed her. Aristia bowed. Greetings, future son of the Empire. What brings you here today? I stopped by during my inspection, the prince replied. But it looks like my timing was off. Tell the duke to come to my office later, she complied. Yes, understood. Then, turning his attention to Aristia, the prince inquired, And you, has anything happened to you lately? No, nothing in particular, Your Highness, she replied. She said inwardly, Except for the fact that I'm busy every day. Confused, she wondered. Why was he asking such a question all of a sudden? The prince looked thoughtful for a moment before speaking again. Is that so? I see. Don't think too much about what I just said. With that, he turned and left. Aristia stood there for a moment, puzzled. What was that about? Elsewhere in the palace, things were bustling in preparation for the evening gathering of young nobles before Foundation Day. Aristia arrived to find an unusual commotion. What's going on here? Edia Niave? She asked. Lady Sharia looked towards her. Lady Aristia? Aristia asked. Isn't this supposed to be the evening gathering of young nobles before Foundation Day? What's going on here? Lady Sharia replied. Lady Ilia and Lady Rhea are at it again, Lady Ilia shouted. Even so, this is too much. Aristia went to them. What's going on here, Lady Ilia? I heard quite the uproar. Lady Ilia hesitated before answering. Well, I called for a servant holding some drinks, but Lady Rhea argued that the servant should come to her first. Really? Aristia asked. Then, who called the servant first? It was definitely me, Lady Ilia insisted. What are you saying? Lady Rhea shot back. I was the one who called him first, yet you're still arguing that it was you, Ilia argued. Didn't you call for him after he came to me? Lady Rhea retorted. No. In the first place, the servant was coming to me. You were the one who cut in between, Aristia sighed, addressing Lady Rhea. Are you the granddaughter of Duke Xena by any chance? Lady Rhea replied. Oh, are you saying that just because of the color of my hair? I am definitely related to Duke Xena by blood, but Duke Xena doesn't have any granddaughters, Aristia said coolly. The nobles present there giggled. Lady Rhea protested. Even a new member of high society would know a fact like that. Yet you don't seem to have any common sense. At least have some shame, Aristia agreed. That's right. Anyone would know that Duke Xena doesn't have any granddaughters. And they would also know who I am, wouldn't they? Lady Rhea began without batting an eye. Well, of course. You're from House Monique, and Marquis Kyrian's. She wasn't able to complete as she realized what she had done wrong. Then Aristia began. Looks like your etiquette tutor must be punished. Your tutor must have forgotten to teach you that it's rude to cut into a conversation when someone of higher status is speaking. Looks like I must question you of your offense in bringing shame to this high society. Lady Rhea's face was in despair. Oh, well. The meeting fell silent as Aristia continued. Do you all realize what kind of time it is now? Guests from different countries are arriving to celebrate our Foundation Day, yet here you are, causing an uproar in the palace over something so trivial. Do you think this isn't a shame for the Empire? Do you think this isn't a disloyal act to the royal family? The nobles present there hung their heads. I'm sorry. I apologize, Lady Aristia, they murmured. Aristia commanded. I'm glad you understand. Let's remove the cause of this uproar, shall we? You, over there, a servant snapped to attention. Yes, call all your fellow workers and serve everyone here some refreshments, Aristia ordered. He complied. Yes. As you command. The incident quickly diffused, and the nobles expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Lady Aristia. Walking away from the scene, Lady Rhea sighed internally. Aristia thought. Rhea say Hamel. I heard she's the daughter of a count, yet she acts high and mighty thanks to being related to Duke Xena. Now that I see her in person, she's audacious indeed. Obviously, other people wouldn't be able to stop her when she's like that. Still, I didn't really wanted to use my status and title to make others obey. Later, in another part of the palace, Aristia briefed the Duke on the security arrangements. The knights are all in place, she reported. The Duke said. Good hob. The guests from other countries will be arriving starting today, so don't forget to check one last time. Yes, sir, Aristia replied. The Duke said. And Squire Aristia, I'm sure you're busy preparing for Foundation Day, so I apologize for making you work until the last minute. Not at all, Aristia replied. This is my job, he said. All right. Let's go discuss the matter of security with the visiting knights, she complied. Yes, Commander. As they were about to leave, someone approached. Excuse me, sirs, Aristia asked. Did you call for us? The lady said. I'm not quite familiar with this place. So why don't you show me the way? Commander, I think this person is… Aristia hesitated, staring. Why aren't you answering me? Are you ignoring my request? The woman demanded. The Duke asked. Are you a member of a royal family? The woman continued. So, you know that I'm a royal, yet you still expect me to introduce myself first? Looks like the Empire doesn't know how to welcome its guests, she sighed dramatically. The Duke said. All right then. Let me introduce myself. I am Arkinta Ras, the Duke of House Ras. At this, the woman said. Oh my, so you are the sword of the Empire, the head of House Ras. I do apologize for not recognizing you immediately. She adjusted her posture, offering a respectful nod. I am Mora de Yit, the eldest princess of the Kingdom of Yit, she continued. A Duke of the Empire is equivalent to a royal in a kingdom. Indeed, I haven't shown proper manners in front of someone such as yourself. The Duke didn't let up. This may be an unofficial visit, but I wonder, How could someone invited to meet the prince of this empire not be taught how to recognize noble families? The Duke tuned and said. Well, I suppose that can happen. Squire Aristia, let's go. Aristia complied. Yes, Commander. Again as they were about to leave. Wait, Moira called after them. Arkin turned, his patience wearing thin. What is it now, Princess? She began. I admit that my attitude may have been in bad taste, however, what about the discourtesy this knight has shown me? She pointed towards Aristia. She is from House Monique, a daughter of a marquis. Even if the Marquis of House Monique is praised, he is not, in fact, on the same level as a duke. Therefore, I rank higher than her. Moira's gaze sharpened as she added. Even if she is the prince's fiancée, I am a member of a royal family. The duke sighed internally. This is what she was after. She knew who I was from the start. Feigning innocence, she intended to blame Aristia and make her kneel. He thought. Look at her acting like she's the future empress. There must be some way to avoid. Gathering herself, Aristia stepped forward. She came forward and said, Pardon me, I am Aristia la Monique, and I welcome you, Princess. Suddenly the prince came and interjected. Good work, Duke Arkent. They were surprised to see the prince here. Moira cheerfully dashed towards the prince and said, Your Highness, we finally get to meet. Her demeanor shifted, all smiles and excitement. I've wanted to meet you for so long. I am Moira de Yit, the eldest princess of the kingdom of Yit. Please do call me Mona, Your Highness. The prince's response was measured and he was unmoved. Greetings, Princess, she said boldly. I've come to be your fiancé, but it's so hard to see you. Duke Arkent thought to himself, grinning. How bold! Even though he just rejected her, Moira pressed on. But since we've met here like this, it seems fate truly does exist. If I'm not being too much of a bother, won't you please spare some time to accompany me for a bit? He glanced towards Aristia and said, I'm very busy at the moment, he replied curtly. Then I won't bother you at all. I'll be fine if you just let me walk with you, she insisted. The prince said, Do as you wish, Duke Arkent, I'll see you later. The prince added, dismissing him. The duke replied, Yes, Your Highness. Do take care. As Moira and the prince walked away, Moira looked towards Aristia and smirked as it seemed like that she feels that she had won. Arkent's expression remained neutral. He reflected on the situation. Not an easy one, as expected, Aristia thought. That hostility feels familiar, the duke said. Remember well, all right? That person is the princess the aristocrat faction is pushing as the prince's fiancée. But judging by her attitude, she's aiming for the title of empress. Aristia nodded faintly. She definitely seems like part of the aristocrat faction, especially considering how she tried to undermine me earlier. But what she said is true. I am a knight, and I may have to serve her one day, the duke said. I believe it'd be better for the empire if you were to become the future empress, Your Grace. Aristia responded carefully. That is, the duke starts walking, saying, I fear what will happen if an arrogant princess like her becomes the mother of this empire. I don't understand what His Majesty is thinking. The days passed in a blur as the palace was abuzz with activity. Everyone was busy escorting guests and guarding the capital. Carsien groaned. Ugh, this is so boring. I can't stand being on guard all the time. When will it end? Aristia told. The most important events haven't even started yet, Carsien prayed. What? Please tell me that's a lie. Suddenly, a figure in distinct attire caught their attention. Who's that? Those clothes really stand out, Carsien remarked. Wouldn't that be one of the guests who was invited? Aristia suggested. Carsien questioned. So then, why is that person walking around here without a guard? Suddenly Cassian came rushing to that person. That's my brother, Carsien confirmed. They must be a guest from the palace that your brother is in charge of, Aristia replied dismissively. Carsien said. Well, I guess there's no reason to worry then, Aristia said. Yes, it looks like he's here to escort that person. Right, they must be going back. But Cassian and that person sneaked back to somewhere else. Looking at them, Carsien and Aristia both wondered. Why are they heading towards the back road out of the palace? Let's follow them, she urged. We don't know where that person is from, but they must be a royal guest. What if something happens while Sir Cassian is guarding that person all by himself? Carsien complained. Ugh, what a bother. They followed discreetly, finally catching up. Cassian! His brother was surprised. What, Sane? Why are you here? I should be the one asking that. Carsien shot back. Aristia said. Sir Kajin, are you sure you have permission to go outside? You're not even taking a carriage, Kajin said. Even Lady Aristia. Oh, could it be that you two followed us here? We were worried that something could happen, Aristia admitted. Just then, the mysterious guest turned to Aristia with a warm smile. Oh, so this is Lady Aristia? Pardon? Aristia replied cautiously. She said, I've heard so much about you. Looks like this is where we meet. It's a pleasure. I am Princia de Rua, the second princess of the kingdom of Rua. Aristia introduced herself after receiving unexpected greetings. Oh, greetings. I am Aristia Monique, a daughter of House Monique, she realized. She was a royal. I've always wanted to meet you at least once, Lady Aristia, Princia said warmly. I've been looking for a chance to become friends with you. I'm glad we would meet like this. Aristia found this rather surprising. That's strange, she thought. The kingdom of Rua was a powerful nation on par with their own. Still skeptical, Aristia pondered. Why would a royal from there be interested in me? Then the princess asked Carcian. And you are? He said bluntly. I'm Carcian de Ras, Princia said. So you're Sir Kajin's little brother? I thought you two looked similar. Princia, seemingly delighted, suggested. Since we met like this, why don't you join us for a meal? Aristia hesitated. Actually, I think it would be best for you to return to the palace, Your Highness. There are a lot of eyes watching, she warned. Can I stay outside a bit longer? We just got out, Princia pleaded. Aristia said. But just the three of us isn't enough to guard you safely. You can get an official request too. Please, Princia interrupted. I wanted to see the Empire's capital. I don't want to go back home without seeing anything after coming all the way here. Reluctantly, the group relented. As they walked, Carcian pointed ahead. There's a great restaurant over there. Oh, let's go, Princia said cheerfully. Then Aristia looked towards Kajin and asked, Sir Kajin, what kind of… Kajin was dazed, looking towards the princess. She said again, Sir Kajin. Caught off guard, Kajin replied. Oh yes. What kind of person is the princess? I don't really know her, so… she asked. Kajin replied while beaming. Oh yes. She's very kind and gentle. She treats us very kindly even though we're just knights from another country. And when she needs to be dignified, she knows how to behave herself, he added. One time, she met with another princess, yet she was so calm and cool-headed. She's confident, elegant, and the perfect example of how a royal should be. In short, she's an amazing person, Kajin concluded with admiration. Aristia smiled. I see. Later, the topic of food arose, sparking a lively debate. You should order the steak and the salmon salad, Carcian advised. What? How come? Aristia protested. A knight should have more stamina, so you have to eat more. If you eat another plate of plants, I'm gonna scold you, Carcian teased. Can I eat what I want? Came the response. No. You're 10 years too soon if you want to complain about your diet, Carcian retorted. Princess observed them for a moment, then she said, Sir Kajin, won't you suggest something for me? He gets startled. Me? He then said. The beefsteak is pretty standard, but sometimes the meat here isn't always great. Looking at the menu, he said, Oh, how about seafood? The seafood dishes here are quite well made, the princess said. Is that so? Kajin continued. Oh, but seafood isn't common in the kingdom of Rua, so it might not suit your tastes. But if you order it flambéed, the flavor is very rich. Oh, how about some truffle pie? He excitedly suggested many things. Carcian broke the tension. The steak here is good, Your Highness. As he said that, there was a moment of awkwardness. After they ate, the princess said, This is delicious. I'm glad I ordered the steak, as Sir Carcian recommended. The broth is rich, and the meat is soft, he said. I'm glad you like it, Your Highness. Kajin was feeling dejected. Princia called him Sir Kajin, he replied. Yes, Your Highness, she said. After trying the steak here, I'm sure the other dishes must be tasty too. I'll try the menu you recommended next time, and you'll accompany me then too, right? She added playfully. If you wish, Your Highness, Kajin responded politely. While observing them, Carcian whispered to Aristia. Don't you think my brother is acting really strange today? She replied. I know. I think this is kind of risky. I wonder if that's really alright. Meanwhile at palace, Moira said, Your Highness, why don't you join me for some tea and refreshments today? I've brought some fruits that are a delicacy in our kingdom, the prince replied. Princess, I'll be troubled if you visit me like this every day. I'm very busy with work and… Moira interrupted. But you must rest even if you're busy. If you need to rest, why don't you take a walk with me in the garden later? The sunset looks marvelous in the garden, and I'd love to watch it with you. Oh, and I'll have dinner prepared at my palace, so please come by. Heron was standing there thinking. It looks like she won't let him go. Someone knocked on the door. The princess said to Moira. Princess, do excuse me, but this is… Heron came and said. Your Highness, the gift you ordered has arrived, the prince said. Is that so? Let me take a look. Moira wondered. A gift? A pair of shoes. As you requested, they're made from only the best jewels and materials. The prince smiled and said. Good. Send my regards, and have it well prepared before sending it to House Monique. Heron complied. As you wish, Your Highness. Moira thinks in her mind. He's sending such a grand gift to some skinny girl like her? Even though a princess like me is right here. How annoying! I hate this. I really hate it. As they continued dining, Lady Karina approached and said, So this is where we meet, Sir Carcian? Carcian asked. Pardon me, but who may you be? She introduced herself. I am Karina Sevier. We met at House Veritas garden party. Carcian remembered. Oh, that time, Karina said. I also watched the ceremony where you were officially knighted. You were the most splendid among all the new knights. Carcian replied. Thank you. Well, I am quite amazing, she then said. Oh dear. Well, since you're eating with others, I'll take my leave now. I hope to see you again, Carcian said. Yeah, sure. After they left the restaurant, Princia remarked. That lady just now seemed interested in Sir Carcian. Carcian said. What? That can't be, she said. So you didn't notice? It was pretty obvious to me, right? Lady Aristia? Aristia hesitated. Pardon? Well, Carcian spoke. Even so, I'm not interested, Princia then said. Oh, is that so? Then do you have someone in mind? What type of lady do you like? I really enjoyed today, thanks to the two of you. Lady Aristia, next time, do visit me where I'm staying. We should have tea together, Princia said with a smile. All right. Have a good evening, Your Highness, Aristia responded. Carcian said. See you again. As the group parted ways, Cassian remarked. I have to stay at the palace since I'm on night duty. You guys go ahead. Reflecting on the day, Aristia noted. Sir Cassian is usually pretty calm, but he was acting kind of strange today, Carcian said. If you noticed, then there's really no hope for him. That silly brother of mine. I hope nobody else figures it out, he added, glancing towards Aristia. I suppose. I'm not in a position to say that either, Carcian answered Princia a while ago. I like someone who resembles a sword, she said aloud. Really? And here I thought that was a very model answer for a knight. What do you mean? Aristia asked. Little kids don't need to know, Carcian quipped. Someone who resembles a sword, Princia repeated, looking towards Carcian and Aristia. So that's what you meant. The next day a messenger informed. Lady Aristia, the prince is looking for you, she replied. Oh, please tell him I'll be there soon, she wondered. He should be busy with the banquet. I wonder what this is about. I hear all the princesses are visiting the prince's palace one by one lately. I hope I don't have to awkwardly face another princess like last time. She knocked at the door. Heron opened the door, and while looking dead fish-eyed said, Pardon me, but His Highness is very busy at the moment. Aristia gets shocked. Huh? Looking at her, Heron's attitude take 180. Oh, look who's here. Welcome, Lady Aristia. I heard I was needed, but should I come at another time? She asked, unsure. No. Do come in. Please come in, he insisted. He added, We've been waiting for your arrival, the prince said. You're here? Wait a moment. I'll be done soon, Heron whispered. The princesses won't be visiting for a while, so he's busy getting work done. Heron, don't talk about something unnecessary, the prince warned. Well, there are 5 candidates here, and 3 of them seem to be very enthusiastic. Aristia observed the prince's tired expression and thought, he must have no time for himself. So, how have you been? The prince asked Aristia. Thank you for your concern. I have been well. How about you, Your Highness? She replied politely. How do I look to you? He asked, glancing at the stacks of paper. Caught off guard, Aristia stammered. Well, today, I'd like tea that's been brewed by you. Would that be possible? He asked. She was taken aback for a moment. Of course, I'll prepare it now, she answered. As she brewed the tea, he inquired, "What colors will you be wearing for this banquet?" "Pardon?" Aristia asked, startled. "Why are you surprised? We always match our outfits for official events," he said. "I thought we wouldn't do it this time because of all the other candidates," she thought. "That's true, but I suppose he didn't send any messages this time because he was so busy." She remembered her maids. Lena said, "My lady, the royal family hasn't sent word yet." Aristia mentioned a few color options. "Dark green, navy blue, violet blue, dark red, and black are the colors I say in mind. You seem to prefer dark colors," the prince noted. She wondered, "Oh, do I?" Now that I think about it, Lena said the same thing. She remembered Lena saying, "My lady, do you really want to wear that? I believe you like rich colors more." Aristia reflected. "Before, I tried to choose bright colors on purpose." "Why was that?" Then she said, serving him tea. "Your Highness, your tea." She saw the prince fell asleep. Heron then said, "I thought he was doing well staying up this long, but he fell asleep in the end." Aristia noticed his fatigue. "Does His Highness work until late at night?" "Yes," Heron confirmed. "The princesses have been visiting him quite often, and His Majesty has transferred many duties to him. He didn't have any time to rest at all," Heron said. "Thank goodness you came to visit him," Aristia said. "Suppose it's fine to rest a bit." Aristia then tried to wake him up. "Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness, you should wake up, Your Highness." The prince opened his eyes and saw her face looking down at him. The prince asked, "So I fell asleep. How long has it been?" She told. "About 30 minutes. The tea went cold, so I brewed it again." The prince apologized. "I requested this and didn't even drink it. My apologies." The prince takes a sip and muffed as the tea was hot. Aristia asked him, "Are you all right, Your Highness?" "That must be really hot," he replied. "I'm fine. The tea is really good." Heron prayed, looking at the prince. In another corner of the capital, plans were being made in secret. Alandis said, "I'm surprised to find out this was a secret gathering place. We are showing you this location out of trust, since you agreed to cooperate, Sir Allende," someone said. He added, "You're very smart. You memorized all the important documents related to the imperialists." "I am simply astonished," he said. "Things have gotten complicated after the daughter of House Monique has gathered the ones with connections to merchants, gem mines, and craftsmen. She started a new trend with Binyo accessories. We aristocrats must find another financial route with our merchants." Alandis thought. When it comes to power, nothing is more important than controlling money. While remembering Aristia, he thinks, "You're amazing, my dear lady." Though they were imperialists, they never stood out before, but she managed to gather them together on her own and foster a new, rising power. That small, silver lady has now grown to shine so brilliantly. "Looks like you don't need my help anymore." The person guided Alandis. "Now, Sir Allende, this way." Alandis resolved while following him. "You made your choice, and I've made mine." Day 1 of the Foundation Day banquet. The grand celebration of Foundation Day was about to begin. Tia stood in her chambers, preparing herself. "Are you ready, Tia?" her father called from outside. "Yes, I'll be down soon," she replied. Moments later, she met her father. "Did you wait long, Papa?" "Let's hurry." Her father smiled warmly. "That looks good on you, but isn't that different from what you chose earlier?" "There's a reason for this," she explained. "The Foundation Day is a significant celebration, with honored guests from various countries attending." She remembered the prince's word. "You seem to prefer dark colors." She thought it would be better to wear something bright on the first day, even though I usually prefer dark colors. The prince saw her in bright clothes, but he was wearing dark clothes. He raised an eyebrow. Aristia thought, "You're the one who often remarks on my preference for dark shades, yet now you're in black?" The emperor laughed lightly. "Lady Aristia, you look fabulous today as well." Confusion flickered across Prince's face. "Didn't she say dark green for the first day?" Aristia replied to the emperor. "Oh, yes, I am honored," Prince thought. "I was hoping to match her color, so what happened?" Aristia thought. "He usually liked bright colors. I wonder what happened?" The banquet commenced in grandeur. The emperor stood before the gathered dignitaries. "Thank you all for coming to this grand event of the empire. To the princesses who have traveled far, I hope you enjoy your time here." "We are honored, Your Majesty," came the unified reply. As the festivities unfolded, Tia found herself approached by the prince. He said, "We should start the banquet," she replied. "Yes, Your Highness." Did you return safely that day? He inquired. Yes, Your Highness. Thank you for escorting me, she responded. And I finished the tea you left behind? He added casually. But it would have been cold by then, she replied, confused. Cold tea isn't so bad, he mused. It was excellent. Would you allow me the chance to have more another time? Caught off guard, Tia nodded hesitantly. Oh, yes, Your Highness. As they danced, compliments and subtle jabs filled the air. You danced well today, Lady Aristia, the prince remarked. You've improved, she thought. Still, I almost made a mistake when he told me he drank cold tea, another teased. But doesn't that mean you weren't so graceful before? Someone remarked. Your Highness, you were amazing. It was a pleasure to watch you two dance. But, Lady Aristia, if you danced well today, then that means before you were 8th Princess of Sopa Kingdom, Viri de Sopa. Oh, could it be that you tripped during an official event? Said the 3rd Princess of Sono Kingdom, Nema de Sono. Moira sarcastically added. It's because Lady Aristia is a knight. I'm sure she's too busy to care about ladylike duties such as dancing. You looked very manly while wearing that knight's uniform last time. It suits you so well. I couldn't recognize that you were the daughter of a marquis. Someone chuckled. Oh, I can see why. She's so small, almost like a servant of a country noble. Aristia countered. I understand. I haven't had my comingafage ceremony after all. But I am proud to work as a knight of this empire, Princess Viri said. Is that so? Moira said. If you're so proud to be a knight, standing in that position and title now must be very uncomfortable. Why not consider relinquishing the responsibilities you aren't fit for? Ealing annoyed Aristia said to herself. Just endure it. It doesn't matter to me who becomes the prince's fiancé because once June appears in this world, everything will revolve around her, including the title of the prince's fiancé. I just have to hold my position until June appears. Then I can step down. The prince, noticing the situation, added. I hear you are quite skilled with a sword as well, Princess Moira. Moira fretted. Oh, you humble me, Your Highness. You already heard about that? It's nothing to brag about, but I am told that I have talent, the prince said. After hearing that, I'm eager to see your skills in person. Would you show me? She accepted. Of course, Your Highness. Then, I would like to set a date and fight against Lady Aristia if possible. Aristia's mind raced. Me? Moira added. If I win, give me what you showed me in your office that day. The gift you were planning to give Lady Aristia. What do you think? Princess Viri said. In his office? Could they already be? Princess Nema complained. But Your Highness, you didn't show us anything. The prince agreed. That sounds fine. If that is your wish, Princess, he asked Aristia. So, will you accept this duel? Aristia thought. I don't know what he's thinking. After she left the event, her mind was still reflecting on what happened. But a sudden duel with the princess isn't just some casual event. But why did she say that it was for me? Huh? Does he like Princess Moira? Maybe he just needs an excuse to give her a gift. Soon she came to her senses and realized that she's gone astray. Oh, I thought the lounge was this way. I must have gotten turned around. I should hurry and leave. Suddenly she heard a whisper. It seems everyone is so brave on days where there are banquets. Some people were talking inside the room. Another added, What are you talking about? An event like this is the perfect time, precisely because there are so many people. It was a good idea to recommend Princess Moira. She seems to be doing well keeping Lady Aristia in check. Aristia realized. That voice, it must be a secret gathering for the aristocrats who are with Duke Xena. The voice continued. We're both desperate to survive, that country and us. So, you said we need to wait for an opportunity to replace that document? Hearing that, Aristia wondered. Replace? Duke Xena said. I'm relieved to know that someone as talented as you is on our side. After hearing that, Aristia realized. Is there among the imperialists? Aristia tried to peek by opening the door slightly. I think I can see who it is if I just... But opening the door made a creak sound. Aristocrats present there gets alarmed. Who's there? Someone was eavesdropping. Get them! Aristia freaked out. They noticed, one of them said. You rat! How dare you sneak around like that? Aristia was panicking. What should I do? If there's a spy, I can't be found here. I have to hide somewhere. Suddenly someone grabbed her and puts his hand on her mouth. The aristocrats opened the door and saw two knights standing there. Duke Xena asked. And what would you knights be doing here? Sir June replied. We are on duty, Your Grace, he asked. At a place like this? They hid Aristia behind another door. Knight replied. We were patrolling the area, Duke Xena said. Good work, then. They left as he said that. Then Sir Seymour asked. Are you all right, Lady Arista? She replied. Yes, thank you, Sir June, Sir Seymour. How did you get here? He replied. Well, we were passing by, he added. I think you should go back to the banquet hall now. We will leave first, so wait a moment before following. She shrugged it off. All right. Even if that was an excuse, after they left, Aristia recalled. Anyway, I wasn't caught thanks to this room being right next door. But the aristocrats are shamelessly discussing their plans within the palace. Princess Moira, and a spy. Now, what should I do? Suddenly someone called her. Tia? What are you doing here? Aristia saw Alandis standing there. She replied. I could ask you the same question, Alan, he said. It was a bit stuffy in the banquet hall, so I was getting some fresh air. Aristia looks towards the door from which Alandis came. There's a door here too, she asked. Then Alan, didn't you hear some people talking in the room next door? He played ignorant. What people? Is someone next door? Aristia thinks for a moment, and then shakes her head. It's nothing. I must have been mistaken. Then she turned and started walking. She thought, I knew the aristocrats were keeping an eye on me. I shouldn't drag Alan into this. As she was walking, Alandis stopped her. Tia, aren't you tired arguing with the princesses about being a knight or a fiancé? You must be exhausted. He pulled her close and continued. How about we leave the banquet and sneak outside? Just the two of us. Well, Tia, come with me. Aristia denied. Gosh, Alan. You're only thinking of how to slack off on a day like this? Don't you know all the ladies are waiting for you? Let's go back. You should at least dance to one song. She then tuned and started walking while saying, Let's go back. It'll be fun once you start talking with Antea and Catherine from before. As she left, she wondered, which way did I come from? After she left, Alandis stands there looking at his hand that Aristia left. The next day, House Monique's knight said, Understood, my lady. You won't lose as long as you remember what we said. Don't worry. What we taught you will definitely help you win. They all looked cheerful. Carcian added, Arista, you have to do well. No, you have to crush her. Think about my honor as your teacher. You have to win no matter what, her colleague said. I'm rooting for you, Squire Arista, she thinks in her mind. Everyone is so excited. Even though I'm dueling a princess from another kingdom. Still, the kingdom of Yet might not be happy with what might happen. Then her father asked her. Are you worried? Aristia said. Papa, what do you think I should do? If I'm the representative of the Empire's knights, I shouldn't lose. Right? And for those who support me too, she thought, holding the sword. I don't know what is correct anymore. Why did he accept this? Her father said. Tia, we aren't weak enough to be swayed by the result of one duel. Don't think too much about this, and do as you wish. Because I will protect you no matter what happens. She felt touched. You're kind to me. Thank you, Papa, he said. Does it matter? I'm being kind to my own daughter. Then Moira came and taunted. You've made me wait quite a long time. Don't tell me you're already scared, Aristia said. I'm ready, Evaluator said. You may begin, and Aristia and Princess Moira started their duel, clashing their swords. In the audience, Princia asked, You seem conflicted, Your Highness. Who are you cheering for now? He looked towards Aristia and said, I wonder. I would prefer if Princess Moira won today. The prince and the princesses from other kingdoms were observing the duel. After a few moments, as the duel continued, Moira realized, What the? I thought she was just playing around, but she's actually good. She then tried harder. Still, she's just a skinny little girl. Don't be so arrogant, Lady of Prophecy. Even though you're purposefully letting it slip that you want to break the engagement, you still stand next to him during official events. You're an eyesore. She then struck Aristia's sword with full might, and Aristia lost her sword. Her sword fell to the ground. Aristia said, I lost, Your Highness. Carcian and her colleague gets shocked. Carcian shouted, Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? You were obviously winning just now, so why did you let go of your sword? You should have embarrassed that woman. The knight added, That's right, my lady. We were all looking forward to it, Aristia said. Carcian, your voice is too loud, he asked. Be honest. You did that on purpose, right? She replied. No, I watch you train every day. Do you really think I wouldn't know? Aristia explained. But the princess wouldn't have been satisfied if I won. She's an honored guest who is here to represent her kingdom. I can't start an argument between the empire and another country. I just thought that it's more important not to embarrass our guest, and to think she didn't like me from the beginning, the knight said. My lady, that's what you were thinking? Castina added. You're too naive. Now that you've lost, that princess is going to brag about it wherever she goes. Aristia smiled. I can handle that much. Then her father called her. Tia. She quickly stands up seeing her father. Papa, he complimented. Good job. Aristia smiled thinking. Right, this is enough. Actually, I didn't want to lose since I trained so hard. After some time, in the prince room Heron said. The result was as expected, Your Highness, the prince replied. Right. After thinking for a moment he said, I thought she would bend instead of fight back against the princess. Then he ordered, Send the shoes to the princess. At the ball Princess Moira was wearing those shoes and was looking happy. She was dancing with the prince. Looking at them Aristia thought, Princess Moira, she seems pleased. It's difficult to handle someone who has such strong emotions, she recalled. Now that I think about it, I think June was kind of like that. They're similar in terms of how they openly show their emotions, she wondered. Does he like that kind of personality? If Princess Moira really becomes his fiancée, what will happen to the imperialists who support the royal family? As she was busy thinking she noticed the people whispering and murmuring. She asked, What's going on? Looking at the prince and Princess Moira someone said. They suddenly stopped dancing. Something must be wrong with Princess Moira. I wonder what happened? Meanwhile the prince asked Moira. Princess Moira, you look a bit pale. Is there something wrong? She looked shocked. Your Highness, the prince added. Tell me. I'll call the royal doctor if you're not feeling well, she replied. Not at all. Another lady who was dancing besides them noticed and said, Oh, I think I stepped on something. What's this? She shouted. What a shoe! The nobles started whispering among them. The sole broke. Well, of course. It didn't fit her. They were supposed to be 4. Other princesses besides her giggled. Moira felt embarrassed. Then the prince said, Looks like I was careless and exhausted you. You must be tired from the duel today, princess. How about you return to your room and rest? She trebled and said. Yes, your highness. Please excuse me. She dashed away as she said that. Aristia thought. The sole broke because they didn't fit her feet. The shoes were too small. If they were supposed to be for Princess Moira, why would that happen? Then the prince came to Aristia and said, And how are you? She replied, Your highness? What do you mean by that? He explained. I'm asking if you were pleased with this a bit. I expected this to happen when I first showed your gift to the princess, because Princess Moira was hostile toward you from the beginning. Aristia thinks in her mind. Am I pleased? So, he did that for me. Is this really the same person that I used to know? It's as if he was being considerate of my feelings, she said. That wasn't like you. You're mixing your personal feelings with important state affairs. This could turn into an argument with the kingdom of Yit. The prince looked towards her in shock. Do you really want me to find another fiancé? Even if it were a princess the aristocrats are pushing for? She said. Your highness, it can't be helped, he said inwardly. They dare to desire what is yours, and you say it can't be helped. Then he turned and started walking. All right, I'll keep that in mind. After he left, Aristia thinks in her mind. What is happening? He's supposed to be objective and level-headed all the time. Well, to be honest, it did please me a bit. Meanwhile, Princess Moira was lashing out. How can he do this to me? How dare you? Suddenly Princia came and said, That is what happens when you get greedy for something that isn't yours. A princess of a nation should be able to discern that much, don't you think? Moira smirked. Humph. And you're the one saying this, Princess Princia. You pretend to be aloof regarding this matter. But did you think I wouldn't notice? Out of all of us, you are the one who visits the prince the most, she replied. Isn't it obvious that you should be diligent if you want to get what you wish for? Do you not agree with my method? Moira said. No, and I refuse to listen to your preaching. At least I don't pretend to be all innocent like you do. After Moira left, she resolved. I can't give up now. I will be the prince's fiancée. No, I have to become the empress. The next day, Aristia and Castina were walking together when they saw Heron walking holding some documents. Aristia called. Sir Heron! Pardon me, he asked. Lady Aristia, did you return home safely yesterday? She replied. Yes. But I need to discuss something with you. I would like to see His Highness for a moment before the banquet today. When will he be free? He looked flustered after hearing that. Oh, After thinking for a moment, he said, I apologize, my lady, but you can't see him at the moment. He has to deal with some administrative work. It's very urgent, so please understand. And His Highness won't be participating in today's banquet. After hearing that, Aristia said, Oh, I see, he added. You also don't have to attend if you would like to rest. Then he said, Well, I'm quite busy now. I'll see you next time. After he left, Castina asked, What will you do? Are you going to go to work? She replied, Yeah, I'll just show up for a short while. Castina asked, But is he really working during the Foundation Day holiday? Aristia thinks in her mind, Perhaps what I said yesterday was a bit rash. He's the crown prince, so of course he would have thought about the nation's relationship with the kingdom of Yit. Though I'm not sure if he really did that for me. After Heron left from there, he rushed to the prince. He opened the door and hurriedly said, Your Highness, the first report regarding each kingdom has arrived. The prince quickly replied, Bring it to me, he ordered. Make sure to lock down this room and forbid anyone from coming in. After they settled the documents, he asked, Now where do we begin? Heron answered, The kingdoms of Sono and Sopa. As the prince was analyzing the reports, Heron said, Your Highness, shouldn't you at least warn Lady Aristia about this? He asked. Why should I? Heron explained. If she understands our plan, she might be able to help against the princesses. The prince replied. I was scolded, just as you saw, Heron continued, but as a subject of this nation. As he said that, the prince looked at him furiously. Heron said, She had to say something like, He didn't, continued as he saw Prince furious. He said, Forgive me. You don't like me calling her a subject, and you don't want to get her involved, I get it. Then the prince analyzed the remaining reports. Later at the banquet, Aristia apologized to Moira. I sincerely apologize, Princess Moira. Moira said, It wasn't your fault. I was humiliated because I was greedy for something that was supposed to be yours. Aristia said, I will take responsibility and make sure those uncomfortable rumors stop spreading. It is my duty to watch over them, yet I didn't perform my role properly. Lady Ilia and other ladies were surprised from Lady Aristia's action. Aristia added, I'm sure you must be hurt, but please do wipe your tears and forgive them with a generous heart. Moira grits her teeth as she heard that. Then she turned and started walking, saying, It's fine. I'm tired, so excuse me. Aristia's mind raced. I didn't think the incident with Princess Moira's shoes would turn the atmosphere here so hostile. Then Lady Ilia came to her and said, I apologize, Lady Aristia. I was careless. I couldn't stop the rumor, and people even talked in front of the princess. You shouldn't have bowed to that arrogant princess, Aristia said. I'm all right, Lady Ilia, Lady Karina added. But did you see how shameless the princess was? She was humiliated yesterday, but she's still so haughty. And now she's acting like an innocent victim in front of everyone. Hearing that, Aristia said, I won't ask you to stop talking about others behind their backs, but we vow our loyalty to His Majesty. Do remember that our mistakes can result in a loss for this empire and the royal family. She addressed towards Karina. I'm sure you understand what I mean, Lady Karina, she replied. I do, Lady Aristia. Then Lady Sharia asked, Lady Aristia? Where are you going? She replied. Pardon me, Entire Catherine. I want to be alone for a moment. As she was walking back, she saw Carcian. Carcian, what a surprise. He's actually working diligently. I thought he was always complaining, but he gets the job done when he needs to. Well, he did become a knight because he wanted to. As she was walking to a corridor, she thinks, the knights will be patrolling at this hour. I should find somewhere nice and quiet. She walked towards the garden thinking, I wonder if the garden at Ver Palace has finally been restored. After the fire, I couldn't go inside since it was under construction, but it's open today. She went to the garden and said, It's changed so much in the time I couldn't visit. Aristia saw Prince lying beside the tree on the ground sleeping. She gets shocked to see the prince lying there. She quickly asked, concerned, Your Highness! Your Highness! Are you feeling ill? The prince opened his eyes. Why are you here? She replied. You seemed ill, so I came in even though I know I shouldn't, the prince said. I came out here since it was a bit stuffy inside, Aristia said. But you look so pale, Your Highness. As she stand up to walk, the prince stopped her. He said, I'm all right, really. I'm not sick, But Aristia didn't stop and said, "I'll get the royal doctor right away." The prince grabbed her hand and said, "Wait, will you stay with me for a while?" She complied and sits beside him. She thought, "He's always overly neat, but now he looks so untidy. He must be ill, right?" Looking at her, he said, "You must have gone to the ball today as well, since you're wearing that." She replied, "Yes, Your Highness." He asked, "You could have rested. But was it fun?" Remembering her encounter with Moira, she replied, "Oh, yes," he said. "You don't look like you enjoyed it. You say I'm pale, but it's not like you look that good either." "Did something happen during the ball?" she replied. "Not at all, Your Highness. There's nothing you need to concern yourself with." He looks at her and doesn't say anything. Then Aristia stands up and looks at the garden. "Ah, the garden has almost fully recovered. But the flowers on this tree still haven't bloomed," the prince added. "It probably hasn't recovered from the fire yet, since it was burnt at the bottom," she said. "Right. I wonder when then," the prince then said. "Would you like to take a look?" While flustered after hearing that, she replied, "Pardon? No, I'm all right, Your Highness." The prince pointed towards Heron and the knight, saying, "There's no need to be humble. You want to see it yourself, right?" The servants brought a stair and placed it beside the tree. Aristia climbs the stairs holding the prince's hand. Looking at the branches, she thinks, "As I thought, I don't see any silver flowers." She noticed, "Huh! Those are flower buds. I didn't know since the tree was so tall. How long have they been there?" she said. "Your Highness, there are flower buds here." The prince was surprised for a moment. "Oh," but then he said, "No, those buds have been there for several years." Then Aristia asked, "Will the flowers bloom soon? It must be close, right?" The prince wasn't able to answer. "Well," Aristia felt a little down. "I see. It's been like this for years. Then, we would have to wait another several years, no?" the prince added. "Well, perhaps." As the prince wasn't able to say anything, both of them felt awkward. Then she starts to get down. "Oh, I'm so embarrassed. I should get down now." Her foot slipped, and she starts falling. The prince shouted, "Be care!" while trying to catch her. He caught her from falling to the ground. Aristia said, "Thank you, Your Highness. I'm all right now, so you can put me down." After that, he said, "You don't seem to be afraid of me anymore. Now, unlike before, you don't avoid my eyes." She doesn't say anything. "Huh!" Then they both looked towards the tree. The prince said, "The buds should bloom when the time is right. As long as the buds are there, they will bloom marvelously one day. Whenever that time may be, we will just have to wait, and the flowers that will finally bloom will be beautiful and worth the wait." The next day, Castina was looking outside from the window while complaining. "It was such a clear day yesterday, but it's only morning now, and the sky is so gloomy." Aristia added, "It might rain in the evening," she said. "Thank goodness we're working inside today. Otherwise, we would be standing on guard in the rain," Castina said. "I know." Looking from the window, he saw his brother and Princia walking outside. Aristia continued, "And the castle where the princesses are staying should be fine. Sir Cassian is in charge, after all," Castina replied while feeling concerned. Yeah, well, I suppose." Suddenly someone called her. "Aristia." It was Alandis. Aristia said, "Alandis, what brings you to the knight's office?" Peeking from the door, he said, "I had some extra time, so I came to see how my lady was doing," Castina said. "Administration must be real nice since you're enjoying a break instead of working," Alandis told. "Yes, well, I'm done with most of my work, so I can rest a bit," pointing towards Castina, he said. "And that's because I'm quite smart, unlike this carrot head in front of me," Castina furiously asked. "Oh, do you want to test that theory?" Alandis showed chessboard in his hands. 10 minutes later, Castina toppled everything in anger and shouted, "I was at a disadvantage since this is your hobby. Don't think you won with this, you weed head. Let's duel with swords this time," Alandis countered. "I thought you wanted to prove that you were smart," Aristia said. "Castina, how about you learn how to play chess from Alandis?" he shouted. "How could I?" He left while lashing out. "Darn it, I can't do this," Aristia asked. "Where are you going?" he said. "I feel like I'm gonna explode if I keep looking at your face, so I'm gonna go drink some water." After he left, Alandis felt relieved. "Phew, it's finally quiet now. That eyesore is gone." He then showed a box to Aristia and said, "Actually, I came here because I wanted to give this to you," Aristia said. "Ribbons? This many?" he said. "I didn't know which color you would prefer. They're all yours, she said. What will I do with you, Alan? You always give me more than I deserve, and you don't hold back at all, he said. I'll take that as a compliment. Then Aristia sat down and Alan brushed her hair. He said, Tia, why don't we go into town later? The town festival will continue a few days more, even after the holiday, she replied. Really? I saw it in passing once. It looked fun, he asked. Then, let's go together. It's a promise, she agreed. All right? She then thinks. It's quiet. Today is so peaceful, as if what happened yesterday was a dream. Alan's hands are so gentle. She dozed off. Alan called her. Tia? He then noticed her bare neck. At first he tried to grab it, then stopped in the middle. Aristia opened her eyes. Oh, did I fall asleep? She then looked towards the window and saw Alan in the reflection. Alan, I saw him. What do I do? He quickly turned, saying. Alan, you know. She stopped in the middle. He said. Don't make that face, Tia. I didn't say anything to you yet. She began. Wait, Alan spoke. I should get going now. I've left my desk for too long. Now then, Tia. Take care that you don't catch a cold. See you later. He left after saying that. Aristia said to herself. Alan, what should I do with you? Even though you smile like that, it's pitiful to see you avoiding my words. Meanwhile outside Carcian asked. What took you so long in there? Alan replied. It's none of your business. Why don't you drink the rain that's about to come? Carcian said. Do you have to talk like that? Then they saw the prince coming towards them. A knight went to Aristia. Squire Aristia, are you busy at the moment? She replied. No. But what brings a royal guard here? He told. His Highness is currently inspecting the palace. If you're not busy, he would like to visit you for a bit, she asked. In here? She started walking. I'll go to him. Please lead the way. She went to the prince. Greetings, Your Highness, the future son of the Empire, the prince said. Well then, let's walk for a bit, he asked. Are you still determined to succeed your house? She replied. Yes, Your Highness. I am still determined to do so. He glanced towards her and said. I see, she thought. Huh, that's it. I thought this was about something urgent, she then said. Your Highness, didn't you? The prince noticed something and shushed her to keep quiet. Sure, there were two people in the garden whispering to each other. Aristia asked. Your Highness, did you allow someone to enter this garden? He replied. No. Whoever it is must be very brave, Heron whispered to her. That's Princess Beatrice de Lisa and her personal guard, Your Highness, Aristia whispered back. The Princess of Lisa? Looking at her, Aristia thinks. She's always been timid and never stood out. Yet she came into the prince's palace without permission. Did she decide to be bold now that the festivities for Foundation Day are almost over? Princess Beatrice said to her guard. There are just 2 days left now. Rian, I felt like I've been walking on thin ice for the past month. I've been staying quiet so that I don't stand out, and everything should be over by tomorrow, her guard said. You've done well, Triss. If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have let you suffer like this, Beatrice said. Perhaps this was for the best. And for this child, too? Once we leave the border, let's run away together, Rian. Let's live together, the three of us, where nobody can find us. The prince and Aristia gets shocked after hearing that. Her guard called her Triss, and they hugged each other. Aristia thinks in her mind, oh no, what was the kingdom of Lisa thinking by sending her? They sent a princess who is already pregnant with another man's child to be the prince's fiancée. But the crown prince himself just found out the truth, and if the other nobles find out, this could lead to a war with the kingdom of Lisa. He must be really mad, right? She glanced towards the prince, and he was in deep thoughts. He was level-headed looking at the situation. Soon the rain started falling. Aristia said, Your Highness, we should go inside. The prince puts his coat on Aristia and said, Right. Let's go inside. He started walking. Aristia said, Your Highness, I shouldn't do this. By custom, a knight must not avoid the rain when wearing a knight's uniform. Moreover, I can't let you get wet. The prince filled in. When you're looking like that, she said. What's wrong with my? She looked at herself and realized. She felt embarrassed. Oh. The prince looked embarrassed and blushed at the same time. While walking back, she said, Thank you, Your Highness. After they get inside, Heron commanded to the servants, Prepare his bath right away. The prince said to Aristia, Come to my study after you warm yourself up. He then said, You knights too, go and rest. They replied, We are fine, Your Highness. The prince said, Why are all these knights so stubborn? It would be a dishonor if you didn't look after your own health and failed to carry out your tasks. Leave now and rest. That's an order. They complied. We are honored, Your Highness. Aristia thinks in her mind while taking bath. The kingdom of Lisa. They have a very strong army. If this really turns into a war, the empire will also suffer gravely. But it's too important of an issue to simply ignore it. A fiancé candidate who has a child with her guard. What does His Highness plan to do? Later the prince said. I have something in mind, but I must discuss this matter with my father first. So will you keep it a secret until tomorrow? She replied. Yes, of course, Your Highness. Looking at him, she thinks. That's a surprise. I thought he'd say that it's none of my business. In the past, he wouldn't care even if I got drenched in the rain, the prince said. You were in the rain for a while, so it would be better for you to rest instead of attending the ball. He gives her a present, she replied. Yes, Your Highness. Final day of Foundation Day celebrations. Looking at the dress, Lena said. My lady, it looks so good on you. The dress and the jewels look like they were made for you, Taylor added. His Highness sent such a marvelous gift. When her father looked at her, he said, I knew my daughter was beautiful, but you look so splendid today that I'm at a loss for words. She felt blushed. Oh, Papa, she thinks in her mind. When did His Highness have the time to prepare this? And the shoes? These are different from the ones that Princess Moira received, her father said. We must thank His Highness later, Lena added. You should let your hair down today, Aristia then said. I have a guest waiting for me, so please hurry, Lena. Aristia went to Lady Ilia and said, I apologize for making you wait, Lady Ilia. I'm surprised that you came here in person, Lady Ilia say Genoa. What did you want to talk to me about? She thought. Ilia say Genoa. What does she wish to discuss this early in the morning? Even though we're in the same faction, we both know that we don't like each other. Ilia took a sip of tea and then said, I'm not very good at speaking in a roundabout manner, so I'll get straight to my point. She began. How long do you plan on letting those princesses roam free? Your father is the emperor's most trusted subject, and you are also the fated one of the prophecy. If you disagreed with this from the beginning, the princesses wouldn't even be here. The princesses are openly looking down on you after last time. They're simply candidates, yet they're undermining a future empress. Why do you let them disrespect you? Aristia gets surprised by her words. She said, Lady Ilia, I have to say that after hearing what you've told me, it sounds like you're worried about me. Didn't you all dislike my presence? I thought you would be happy if I was taken down as the future empress. Ilia kept quiet for a moment, then began. Of course, you would think so. But Lady Karina Sevier and her friends aren't my supporters, to be exact. They just use me as an excuse to complain. I do not have the power to control them. Aristia thought a lack of power. She must have put down her pride in order to say that as a lady of a noble house. I thought of her as incapable when she couldn't stop Lady Karina's gossip. But in fact, she understood everything. However, she couldn't resolve it, so she chose to restrain herself. She then stands up and gets close to Aristia. Lady Aristia La Monique, I've been waiting for you to show yourself in high society. She bowed to Aristia. After a few moments while leaving, Ilia said, Please don't misunderstand, Lady Aristia. We never wanted you to be taken down, and that includes me and Lady Karina Sevier, Aristia said. I see. You just didn't like me as a person, right? There's nothing we can do if our personalities clash, she replied. I won't deny that. I hope you will safely overcome this. The ladies of the Imperialists are on your side and are ready to support you. After saying that, she left in the carriage. After reaching the palace, the emperor asked her, Lady Aristia, who do you think would be the best candidate for the prince's fiancé? Pardon? She asked. Came the response. You've seen them all in person, so I'd like to hear your opinion. In my opinion, Aristia replied after a brief pause, I believe Princess Princia de Rua is the most suitable. She is very calm and wise. I'm sure she would be a trustworthy aide for the Empire and for Prince Rivlis. The Emperor chuckled. Haha, I see. So that's what you think. Well then, I'll take that into consideration. By the way, you look splendid today, Aristia. But you seem to be missing something. Pardon? She said again, confused. At that moment, the king presented her with a tiara. Is that a tiara? Aristia stammered. Her father asked. Why are you bestowing such an accessory that is only allowed to be worn by members of the royal family? There's no other intention behind it, the king said calmly. I just thought Lady Aristia should have more on her head. Aristia looked serious, prompting the king to reassure her. All right, I'll explain, so don't look so serious. I've already heard about the Princess of Yit. The aristocrats will grow more aggressive. Don't they always attack Lady Aristia's ambiguous position? Whatever may happen after she becomes an adult, Lady Aristia is still named the future empress. As such, it would be better to openly announce her position for now. After a slight pause, the emperor continued. However, Kyrian, you do realize they won't stand still when we announce what we've discussed yesterday, don't you? The king's gaze was firm. Do know that I am doing this to protect Lady Aristia. I understand, your majesty, her father replied. The king addressed Aristia. Now come closer, he said, placing the tiara gently on her head. Good, it fits you perfectly. I am honored, your majesty. Your highness, Aristia said softly. Then Heron came to the prince and said, Your highness, the preparations are done. The prince replied. All right, Heron added. Today is the last day. Are you sure you can do it, your highness? Of course, came the confident reply. Later Moira said, I will be the empress. I won't let all the support you've shown our kingdom go to waste. I can't lose to a little brat like her. The prince is mine. She saw Aristia walking and noticed the tiara. She and Duke Xena both get shocked. She shouted, That's… How dare you! At that moment, there was a loud bang. Is there something you need me for? Aristia turned to see Duke Xena and Princess Moira approaching, their expressions severe. Are you really asking that out of ignorance? Duke said. His voice was laced with disdain. Moira said, Lady Aristia, do you know what you have on your head right now? How dare a mere daughter of a marquis wear a crown that is only worn by members of the royal family? The young ladies from Imperial faction quickly surrounds Aristia as to protect her. Aristia was surprised by their action. Duke Xena began. Even if you're a young child, wearing a tiara meant for royals is unforgivable. In our kingdom, it's treason if someone not of the royal family wears a tiara. I didn't know the Empire was so forgiving about such customs, Princess Nema said. His Royal Highness must have a lot of concerns, Princess Viri said. Indeed. His spouse is so young and foolish, Mira said. Is this your revenge because I took your present? How nice to hide behind others who are willing to defend you. As tensions escalated, Ilya spoke with conviction. You've been disrespectful from the beginning. You're all here as candidates for the prince's fiancé, aren't you? Yet you've been frequenting the prince's castle without notice or consent from Lady Aristia, the future empress. Regardless of your position, one should not purposely disturb His Highness and his duties. Such behavior is enough to be disqualified as a candidate. And weren't you greatly humiliated for wanting something that should have been given to Lady Aristia? And that wasn't all. You were punished for your own deed, yet you used that rumor to humiliate Lady Aristia's turn. That is not how a princess of a kingdom should behave. Moira's face twisted in anger. How dare you speak to me like that? She raised her hand at Ilya, but Aristia quickly grabbed her hand. Lady Aristia! Someone cried as Moira reached out aggressively. Everyone was shocked. Do not lay a hand on my people, Princess Moira! Aristia commanded. Moira shouted. Let go! How dare you go against me, a princess? I should be the empress instead of someone like you. At that moment, Prince Rivlis entered. This is quite the spectacle, he said. The room fell silent. Your Highness, this is… Moira began, but the prince cut her off. He unhanded both of them and said, I apologize. I should have expected this. But I didn't think thoroughly enough, Moira said. Your Highness, that lady humiliated me. I'm so distraught, the prince said. Princess Moira, I refuse to welcome a candidate who encourages trouble. You should return to your kingdom. Your Highness, I am innocent. That woman was the one who laid a hand on me first, Moira protested. I've been watching from the beginning, the prince said coldly. Yet you decide to make up an excuse? He turned to the gathered crowd. Since everyone is already here, I will announce this now. I will not choose any of these 5 princesses as my fiancé. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Came the protests. It is unjust to have the princesses come all the way here only to be rejected. You cannot do this. This is unacceptable, others exclaimed. Didn't you already promise to choose one? You cannot go back on your word now. Everyone was surprised by his decision. The prince's tone grew firm as he replied. House Monique has pledged their loyalty to the royal family. Did you really think Lady Aristia would wear the tiara for no reason? This is an order from my father, Duke Xena interjected. But your highness, you made a vow with us that you would choose a fiancé. The prince remained resolute. I shall announce my reasoning, so listen carefully. He said that holding a detailed book. His explanation unveiled the truths about each princess, actions driven by power, luxury, and pleasure, leaving everyone shocked. Princia de Rua, second princess of the kingdom of Rua, she responded gracefully. Oh my, am I going to be discussed as well? I understand. I will gladly step down as a candidate. The prince then turned to Beatrice de Lisa, fifth princess of the kingdom of Lisa. She said, I renounce my right. So please, your highness, she stammered. Not that. I understand, he said. However, people will hear of this soon. You should prepare yourself. Then he addressed Princess Moira de Yit with a stern tone. In particular, you are not acceptable. But you already know why, Duke Xena. He throws the book towards the Duke. The Duke looks at the details and stammered. This is... how? Then the Emperor came and said, I would be troubled if you underestimate us so much, Duke Xena. Then he turned towards Princia. Princess Princia de Rua, you were here to discuss an alliance with us from the beginning. I believe you will be quite satisfied with this result after our secret negotiations over the past month. Is that right? Of course, your majesty. Our king will be very pleased indeed, replied Princia. Then Emperor said, Thank you. The Empire will send a delegation soon. Princia looked towards Aristia and smiled. Aristia thinks in her mind, Princess Princia, I see. Being a candidate was a disguise. That's why she was never hostile towards me. Then the Emperor turned to Beatrice. Princess Beatrice de Lisa, you say you will give up your right as a candidate. Is that the decision of the kingdom of Lisa as well? That's... she faltered. The Emperor continued, Considering the heinous act you've committed, you should be thankful that the Empire isn't demolishing your nation right now. Don't you agree? She felt pressured. Yes, your majesty, the Emperor said. We will send an envoy to the kingdom of Lisa soon, so you may stay here in the Empire until then. The Emperor then addressed Moira. Now, Princess Moira de Yit, House Xena has transferred a significant amount of wealth to the kingdom of Yit. I wonder what was the meaning of this trade. The Empire's law forbids transferring wealth to a foreign nation. Violating this is a heavy crime. His voice was calm but cold. But don't worry, he continued. It isn't right to be so strict in matters concerning others. I bestowed the tiara because I care for my future daughter-in-law. I'm sure Duke Xena was thinking the same for our future alliance with the kingdom of Yit. Right? The Duke paled. It couldn't be that you were thinking of sending reinforcements to the kingdom of Yit together with the kingdom of Lisa to invade Rua. Surely, this trade wouldn't concern sharing any information regarding the royal family to Princess Moira. I believe none of this was done to sway Prince Ruvlis. The Emperor's mention of the names Casil, Heidel, and Laurel, houses executed 10 years ago, served as a final warning to those present. He asked, Am I right? The Duke replied, Indeed, your majesty. Then the Emperor said, Great! I was worried about what I'd have to do if I were wrong. The Emperor added with finality, All candidates are disqualified or have resigned from their position, so no one will be chosen at this time. Aristia pondered the implications. That is how a ruler governs. Casil, Heidel, and Laurel, houses executed 10 years ago. The Emperor mentioning their names must be a final warning. If I weren't from House Monique, the Emperor wouldn't have allowed such a long postponement. Even then, he would have made me wed the prince right away if that was what he needed. He was being generous, more than I deserve. The Emperor concluded. Now then, let us all enjoy the last day of our Foundation Day celebrations. Despite his reputation as a wise ruler, Aristia recalled his past ruthlessness. Later, in private, the Emperor remarked, My dear, I wasn't trying to surprise you. Forgive me, your majesty. Aristia replied, still taken aback. You seem to take after your father as time goes by. You used to follow me around so much when you were little. I'm a bit sad. Pardon? She exclaimed. You would walk towards me with your clumsy feet. When I carried you in my arms, you'd laugh and pull my hair, he reminisced. It was back in the day. Aristia reflected on his kindness. He is so kind and gentle to me. So why does he treat His Highness that way? Your Majesty, she asked cautiously. If you weren't going to name anyone, why did you allow the princesses to visit in the first place? I simply wanted to respect Ruv's decision, he replied. It was the prince's decision. Aristia realized the weight of the situation. Through this decision, the empire managed to keep the aristocrats in check, broke the alliance between Yit and Lisa, and strengthened their bond with Rua. They had gained much from one decision. Still, Aristia wondered. But isn't Princess Princia a perfect match? The emperor said. As you said, she is rare indeed. If she became Ruv's fiancée, our alliance with Rua would be strong, and she would support him with her insightful advice regarding politics, he told. So I asked Ruv's opinion, the prince said. I will not name anyone as my fiancé, the emperor then said. You seem confused. There's still time, so think about it. She reflected on Ruv's calm, logical demeanor. There's no way he wouldn't have noticed how insightful Princess Princia is. So why reject everyone? Her thoughts turned to the tiara. The pink dress, jewels, and shoes that he gave me, and the tiara with pink jewels bestowed by the emperor. They seem to be a set made together beforehand. Could it be? Do you like it? A voice interrupted her thoughts. Your Highness! Aristia turned to him. Could it be that you prepared this tiara, Your Highness? She asked hesitantly. But why would you bestow something so precious to me? He nodded. Because you are my fiancé. I had them prepared beforehand, but I wanted to know your thoughts first. According to the agreement, there's still some time left. Won't you reconsider your decision? Aristia, taken aback, could only stammer. Your Highness? The prince added. I hope you would. Looking at him, Aristia thought. Is this person in front of me really the one that I used to know? He hesitates when he reaches out his hand to me, when he requests something of me, or even when he asks about my thoughts and feelings. Is this really him? But you will go to June when she appears. So even if you asked me to stay with you now, the prince continued, whenever you look at me, I feel that you're comparing me to someone else. I'm not sure if they're the ones that I'm thinking of, or someone else. But won't you look at me as I am? You've watched me until now. So I hope you'll understand that this is my true self. As he left, Aristia thought. What he said was right. I've been comparing him to the past all this time. Why did I do that? What for? After a while, Casion proposed to Princia. Please marry me, Your Highness. No, Princia. The moment I met you I was stunned by your beauty, and when I saw how kind and gentle you were to everyone, I started falling for you. And when I saw how bold and elegant you were even during arguments with other princesses, my heart was completely captured by you. Aristia and her colleagues were shocked at his proposal. Carcian said, Casion, what are you doing all of a sudden? Aristia shushed him to keep quiet. Casion continued, I considered giving up since I thought we weren't meant to be. But in the end I couldn't. Though our meeting may have been short, please do not think that my feelings for you are fleeting. I admire you with all my heart. Princia, she replied. Sir Casion, I cannot accept this proposal. Casion was shocked at her rejection. Aristia thought, oh no! Sir Casion, what a pity. They looked so good together. Princia added, I don't want to get married without even dating someone first. That's unacceptable, Casion said. Your Highness? She continued, perhaps an engagement would work. Why don't we decide after we start seeing each other? Casion, you may call me Rin. He calls out her name. Rin! Looking at them, the prince said, I feel like I've helped someone else unwittingly. He then walks to them and said, Sir Casion, you will be on leave for a week, so go and escort the princess on her way back for a few days. It's not much, but bear with it for now. You will be part of the delegation that will visit the kingdom of Rua later. Looking at them, Aristia thinks in her mind, they must be ecstatic. I probably won't be able to love someone with such innocence like that again. I won't be able to return anyone's love even then. And I'll keep comparing the past to the present and drown in confusion. I'll just feel suspicious and uneasy. I'll always be afraid of being abandoned again. She then said, Let's go back, Carcian. Carcian was still confused. Huh, she said. Everyone already left. We should go back too. You didn't know either, did you? That your brother would propose, he said. Yeah, I did think he was acting weird, but I didn't expect him to do something on that scale. While walking, she noticed, did a pebble get stuck under my heel? Noticing that Carcian extends his hand for help, Aristia said. Huh! Oh, thanks. She then asked, Carcian? What's wrong? He said. Beautiful lady. Please, won't you give me the chance to serve you? She gets flustered. Huh? You and my. He pulled her close. Aristia, still surprised and confused, asked, Hey, what are you doing? C.A. Carcian. Ciarcian flicked her forehead and said, Hey, don't act so surprised. I know I'm cool, but if you get all serious, it's just embarrassing, Aristia said. You're playing a prank on me again? He said. Well, you were looking at those two with such admiration. I thought maybe this was what you wanted, she said. That's not true, Carcian said. Right. Are you mad, little one? She protested. I'm not a little one. The prince was observing them from a distance, and then he left. After a few days, Aristia went out with Alandis to town. He said, Tia, hurry! Over here! While following him, she said, Wait, Alan. Walk a bit slower, he said. It's the last day, so we have to hurry if we want to see it all. Looking around, she said, Wow! Amazing! Alandis asked. This is very different from the balls at the palace, right? And there's so much to see. While excited, she said, You're right! This looks like so much fun! Pointing towards the people, Alandis said, See there, Tia! There's a street band playing music. Let's go! After enjoying their music for some time, Alandis asked, Would you like to dance, my lady? While surprised, she asked, Here? He pulled her towards himself. Aristia said, But I don't know this song, he said. You can dance however you like here. People commented, Looking good. Oh my! What an adorable couple! After the dance, the saw announcement board. The renowned Shadow Theater will have its last performance today. What's a Shadow Theater? Tia wondered aloud. We'll find out once we go in, right? Alan replied. They entered the theater. Half of the stage was covered. How will they perform in such a small area? Tia thought, curious. A shadow loomed in her thoughts. I can't shake it off no matter how hard I try. The shadow of the past always follows me. I wonder if my life is like the play. Alan noticed her expression. What's wrong? He asked. What would someone with a shadow have to do if they wanted to escape from it? She mused. Something like this? He said, squeezing her close. Aristia said. Still, this is only temporary. The person can't avoid the light forever. But Tia, isn't that sad for the shadow? He continued. Because the shadow's very existence is being denied. After hearing that, she thinks, I see. Perhaps denying my memories of the past is like denying my past self, she realized. Alandis said. I'm jealous of the shadow, actually. What does a shadow mean to you, Alan? She asked. Well, let's see. Alan began, but the performance started, cutting him off. The theater lit up, and a voice announced, Thank you to everyone who is here to watch the Shadow Theater on the last day of the Foundation Day celebrations. A bright flash illuminated the white screen, and the actors began their performance using only shadows. It was a play about a beautiful young maiden from a small town. The maiden rejected many love proposals from several men until one day, she fell in love with a man who sent her letters, even though she didn't know what he looked like. No matter how long she waited, the man of the letters never appeared before her. He was a young and handsome noble from a neighboring town, but he couldn't show himself because he was an illegitimate child. Oh, if it wasn't for this wretched blood, the man lamented. The shadows danced with the flickering light, giving them an odd sense of life. The man's feeble older brother fell in love with the maiden at first sight, and their father decided to help his eldest marry her. Should I kill him? If not for my brother, she would be mine, the younger brother thought. But his love for his brother stopped him. No! My brother has been dear to me since I was young. How could I? The man tried to confess his feelings to the maiden but was showered in dirty water right in front of her and turned back. Unable to confess, the day of the wedding between his brother and the maiden arrived. In despair, the man threw himself off a cliff. Be happy, my dear loved ones, I will shower you all with my flowers of blessing. His voice echoed in the theater. The audience was stunned and they clapped. As the play ended, Tia whispered, That was a sad, but beautiful story. Right, Alan? 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 Tia called. Oh, huh? Ah, right. Shall we go now, Tia? He said, snapping out of his thoughts. Outside, Tia held the flower she had received during the performance. You've been staring at that flower all this time. Do you like it that much? Alan asked. Well, it's my first time receiving a flower, she admitted. I'm going to take it home. She smiled. Aren't you hungry, Tia? Let's go eat, he suggested. She agreed. All right. Later, Alan presented her with a bouquet. A gift for you. I wanted to be the first one to give you a bouquet of flowers. Thank you, Alan. They're so pretty, she exclaimed. My dear lady, there's something I want to tell you, Alan said as he kneeled. I like you, Tia. From the moment I met you, I've been so captivated that I couldn't take my eyes off of you. Alan, Tia whispered, taken aback. Won't you accept me? When you become the heir of your house one day, I don't care when that time comes, but if you'll be my dear lady forever, I can wait as long as you need, Alan declared. Tia's heart ached. She thought, so this day has finally come. I already knew, Alan, that you had feelings for me. Even before I saw that reflection in the window, I knew. Recalling the past, she thinks, you're the first friend I made after going back in time. You were a young boy with green hair, like the buds that bloom in spring. You cried and laughed with me. You were everything to me, along with my father. However, this glass heart, shaped by unconditional loyalty, in the end, she faltered. She began. Alan, I don't want to lose you, but I don't want to lie to you either. You know, Alan. Alan cut her off. It's fine. We should stop talking about this. You can give me your answer another time. Let's go back now. It's late. Alan! Wait! Tia called as Alan began to walk away. Marquise Monique will surely be upset with me. Let's hurry, Alan replied, avoiding her gaze. Alan! Listen to me, she pleaded. It's all my fault. Because I was selfish, I didn't give you an answer. I was afraid that you might leave me. I am. She paused, her voice breaking. She said in her mind. My dear, precious friend. You're the first one to give me flowers, she said. I am really sorry, Alan. I will only hurt you, she said inwardly. When I became 10 again, I was suddenly showered with love from my father, and I wanted to hide inside that shell. But that's when a boy appeared. Later that day at night, Lena and other servants were calling Aristia. My lady, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? My lady, please open the door. Her father was also worried. Tia, it's me. What happened? Open the door, please. His voice softened. Tia, is this something you can't even talk to me about? He interjected. Leave her alone for a while. Aristia was in her thought, recalling the past events. I remembered the day he looked at me with those brilliant emerald eyes. Greetings, Lady Aristia. I am Alan de Verita. He dragged me out into the real world when I was alone. Alan was the first one to become my friend. I, Alan de Verita, promise to Aristia la Monique, to serve you forever, as my lady. Dear Aristia, will you accept my oath? Wow! Now you're really my lady, he said with a bright smile. To me, Alan was like my brother, my family, and my only friend. I followed him without question because he comforted me so warmly. But a glass heart, built on unconditional loyalty, is fragile, and that's why our relationship was bound to shatter. When we met again, I realized it. My world would no longer revolve around Alan. As I learned to stand on my own, many people with different values began to fill my life. I was happy thanks to him. But at the same time, my heart never skipped for him. Some time ago, Aristia said to Alan Sorry. I'm sorry, Alan. Stop, Tia. Your lip is bleeding. Why did you bite down on it so hard? It looks painful. His voice was gentle, but his eyes betrayed his pain. I'll walk you back. Let me do that at least, he said. But Alan, you're the one who looks like you're in pain. She thought to herself. Back to the present, she thinks. I had no right to cry in front of him. I had done something cruel to protect my own heart, she said aloud. I'm sorry, Alan. Her father, who was standing outside her door, heard that. He thinks. Looks like she finally came to a conclusion with Alan Later in her room, Aristia looked at the chess pieces and thought. The pieces look like they're alive, just like the Shadow Theater earlier today, she remembered. After we finished our daily training outside, we played chess together. Alan always used the bishop as his weapon, while I gravitated toward the rook and knight. Checkmate, he declared during one game. I've won 78 times out of 78 games, Aristia said. Don't remember something like that. Why can't I win even once? Is it because you're a genius and I'm not? That's probably not the only reason, he teased. Tia, you tend to obsess over the rook and knight. I do? She asked. You'll never win against me like that, he said with a sly smile. She said. You're telling me I have to suffer from 78 losses forever? Why don't you try utilizing the other pieces more? He suggested. You could try using the bishop like me. And you also have the queen, the strongest of them all. Alan, let's play one more time. she exclaimed, determined. Sure, sure, he said. This time, the game ended differently. That's a draw. It's a draw, right? She exclaimed, pointing at the board. Oh, it's true, he agreed. Aristia was happy. I won for the first time after 79 games. See? So many things can change when you try using the other pieces, Alan said with a proud grin. This might become your main weapon from now on, he remarked. Maybe I shouldn't have taught you this. Me using the White Queen? She wondered aloud. You're wrong, Alan, she said. This piece doesn't suit me. How could I use this piece? All I have is the rook, like a castle that won't open, no matter who comes, sturdy, so it won't crumble. Until the real queen arrives, I want to stay in the corners of the game. I want to hide in the shadows forever, she said to herself. Alan, why did you fall for such a coward like me? Later, Alexis asked. How are you feeling, father? I'm feeling much better, Alexis. I read this book today, he replied. I like that one too, she said. All right then. Let's talk about it together. Have some of this tea, Alex. Meanwhile, Alan's thoughts lingered. Tia, you were all that I needed. Greetings, Sir Alandis, Aristia said, recalling the past. I am Aristia la Monique. When I met you, I recognized it right away. You were hiding some twisted feelings in your eyes that didn't suit such a young child. From the moment I discovered our similarities, I wanted to have you so much, no matter what. He recalled the past. I happened to hear about you by chance that day. It was the last opportunity given to me at that time, he saw his father saying to his wife. Dear, about Kirian's daughter. What do you think about her as Alexis' bride? His mother was surprised. Marquis Kirian's daughter? Wasn't she chosen to be Prince Ruvla's fiancée? How could you say such a thing? Someone might misunderstand and think we're conspiring against the Empire, his father replied. I see. Looks like I said something unnecessary, Alandis thought. Prince Ruvla's fiancé? My father is a cold, objective man, yet he chose to mention it. Does that mean the promised engagement between House Monique and the royal family might not happen? He sarcastically said. What a lofty dream, he thought. He wants the next empress to be a bride for that stupid, weak Alexis. Actually, that cunning father of mine might have already started some small tricks to purposely draw them apart. Like praising the other one too much, Alandis was deep in thought. What did he like about her? He's eager to ostracize even his own child if he doesn't like something, yet someone like him wants her to be in his family, he recalled. I still remember it clearly. He himself was called the genius of the Empire, but it took him a long time to solve that formula. Yet the expression he showed when a 5-year-old child solved it easily, he remembered. My parents only adore Alexis. And my brother smiles innocently in ignorance. I hated them all. I even hated my mind, which wouldn't let me forget, while wassailing he resolved. I'd rather take her myself than let Alexis have her. And if I get to marry her, the family title will be passed on to me. The reason I went to see you was partially due to jealousy. When Alandis first met Aristia, he thought. Her curly hair glowed softly, and her dreamy eyes seemed to shut out reality. I like that. It was the first time I could have a conversation with someone around my age, he asked Aristia. Do you know about the luxury tax that was just implemented? After Aristia told him, he jumped. I knew it. My guess was right. You must be a true genius. I'm so amazed. I heard you just turned 10 this year. Aristia flinched and backed away at his sudden approach. Aristia said, Sir. Seeing that, he said, Just call me Alandis. Seeing her reaction, Alandis thought. This child is like me, especially when she looks up at her father with those eyes. The raging obsession that lurked beneath. They were the eyes of yearning from those like me who haven't been loved. What if she looks at me with those eyes? If that madness and blind obsession were directed at me, it would surely feel insanely splendid. I want that. Later when they trained, he said, I'll go inside first. Come in when you're done, Aristia replied. Oh, all right. I'll be right there. It was Alandis who placed the book with oath in the shelves. He was thinking at that time. I will have her no matter what. Show that obsession and madness to me. He remembered when she found that book. We had this kind of book, he said. Oh, I know this one. It's about an oath between a lady and her knight, right? Then he took the oath in front of Aristia. Be my lady. Because I'm willing to swear a fake oath if you want. My lovely lady doll. Later Alandis poured the tea to the ground and said to the maid, again. She complied. Yes. Young master, he thought. Idiot. She can't even brew a simple cup of tea properly. My lady must be with the crown prince right now, he remembered Aristia saying. I'm sorry, Alandis. I have to go to the imperial palace today, he thinks in his mind. How annoying. The prince doesn't seem interested in her anyway. But if by chance the prince notices this immense beauty. He took a sip of tea as he was thinking about Aristia. He dropped that cup of tea and shouted to the maid. You can't even do this properly? The maid begged. I'm sorry, young master. Please forgive me, he shouted. Get out, he then resolved. This won't do. I must train her so that she sticks to me more. She refrained from even touching me before, but now she's used to my touch. I'll train her so she can never get away from me again. Little by little, she started to show them to me, those signs of obsession and madness. He then said out loud, I want to drink the tea my lady brews. Perhaps it was because of that anxiousness. At another time his father came and said, His Majesty has ordered that you come with me to oversee the relief operation. After hearing that, Alandis thought, the Emperor must have noticed that I've been visiting House Monique every day. Darn it. Seeing his father's dejected face, he thinks, he's looking at me as if I deserve this. I thought I'd prove my worth there and build a reputation, in preparation for the day I would have her follow me. But when I returned the next spring, there were more enemies. And when I became overcome with uncontrollable jealousy, that was when I realized it. I thought I'd captured the girl in my cage. But in fact, I was the one who was captured by her. And even that I didn't find so bad. He then remembered Carcian saying, I'm telling you, that Weedhead is really weird. Aristia reprimanded him. It's not good to speak ill of someone. I'll pretend that I didn't hear that, Carcian. Hearing that, Alandis thought, she is my lady. She swore an oath, only with me. Even though more people were starting to look at her, keep looking at me and yearn for me. I thought everything was going as planned, just like how I feel toward you. I didn't know that I would commit a grave mistake, due to the uneasiness that grew from the soil of obsession. Alandis gazed at Aristia and said, You're wearing a dress that is made to match another man. And you're dancing in the arms of that man. Look at me, Tia. Look at me, who only yearns for you. Please don't leave me. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an aristocrat approached Alandis. Lord Alandis, how long will you live under the shadow of your brother? Everyone in the Empire knows that you are better than him. So, how about it? Join us aristocrats, and we will promise you the title of Duke. Alandis considered the offer, thinking to himself, I'm not pleased that I have to help the foolish and weak aristocrats, but it's the best way to get rid of Marquis Monique and take my lady without any obstacles. However, unlike me, who was thinking like that in order to recover from my one mistake, you began to stand by yourself, without me. You were surrounded by more people. And he was the one person that I hoped would never know. But he noticed how beautiful you are. What do I have to do now? I know that your obsession directed at me is no longer there. I swallowed the despair disguised as hope, and gave you a ribbon with a lover's flower secretly embroidered inside. In the end, all I can be is your shadow. I can't be a star that shines by your moonlight. Tia, I can't live without you now. I'm going crazy because I can't let go of you. Later, Aristia came outside of her room. She said, I'm sorry, father said. It's fine, since you came out now. I know something upsetting happened to you, and that you didn't want to talk about it. So I won't force you and ask you about it. She hugged her father and thought inwardly, perhaps I'll never be able to smile and talk with Alan again. But Alan, at least know this. We may not share the same feelings, but you are still precious to me, along with my father. I'm grateful to you for being my first friend. You're a kind person who warmed my frozen heart. The eventful Foundation Day celebrations came to an end, and summer began. The knights prepared a mock battle to strengthen their unity and reorganize their strategy. Duke Arkint and Marquis Kyrian talked nearby where the knights' McDuels were happening. The Duke said, I hear the Princess of Yit made quite a scene when she left. It must have been a spectacle judging by her personality. Thanks to the trouble the aristocrats made, we now have the kingdoms of Lisa and Rua under our influence. I hope Duke Zeno will quiet down now. Didn't His Majesty give the Duke a final warning? He did it for your daughter, too, Marquis said. I wonder, he thinks. I'm not sure if he will step back. During the night's mock battle, Tia stood out. One knight said. Looks like the match is over, another added. Wow, that was excellent, Squire Aristia. I must apologize for underestimating you. It was a bit reckless, but a great strategy nonetheless. You'll become an excellent advisor if you keep working hard, Tia replied. I am flattered, Lieutenant. It's all thanks to everyone working together. After the match, an announcement was made. Leader Carcian de Ras and 9 others from Squadron 13 of the 1st Night Squad. Each of you will be given a sword and badge for your excellent display of bravery and strategy. The prince put a badge on Aristia's uniform and said, You did well, she replied. I am honored, Your Highness, Tia thought inwardly. This is my first accomplishment as a knight. I've been acknowledged a bit, right? After that, Heron said to the prince. Your Highness, is something wrong? I'm just feeling a little conflicted, he admitted. I'm happy that she is accomplishing so much. But it leads to a path that moves further away from me, Heron said. There's still some time left. Meanwhile, Marquis said. Tia, let's go home together today. I'd like us to spend some time together since I haven't been able to accompany you lately. Tia lit up with happiness. Really? I'm so happy! Nearby, the prince was watching. He said, Heron, he complied. Do not worry. I am meticulously carrying out your orders. After that, as Aristia and Carcian were walking back, he said, Today's victory is all thanks to this genius squadron leader here, Tia interjected playfully. Carcian, I'm the one who came up with today's strategy. Carcian smirked. Yes, and you could carry it out because I gave you my permission. Thank goodness that guard wasn't on their team. Otherwise, they would have known about our plan, Carcian added, thinking about Seymour. He knows how we tend to think, Tia asked. That reminds me. I haven't seen Sir Seymour today. I wonder if he's stationed in the inner palace. Carcian rolled his eyes and muttered, looking towards Alandis. Oh, an annoying one incoming, he called out. Hey, you! With the weed head. You see this badge? Aren't I amazing? This genius here just scored another accomplishment. You should watch out. And Alandis ignored him completely and walked away. Carcian shouted. Hey! You're completely ignoring me now? After he left, Carcian said. I wonder what pizzed him off this time. He then asked Aristia. Did you two get into another fight? Aristia protested. What do you mean another? It's not like that. Meanwhile, Aristia and her father spent time together. She asked. Where should we go first, Papa? Marquis Monique smiled. I wonder. Is there anything you wish to buy? Tia tugged his arm and asked. Do you not like this kind of stuff? He replied. Of course not. I'm honored to be with my daughter, Tia exclaimed. Let's go here. They approached a shop, and the Marquis noticed it was a tailor shop. Isn't this a tailor shop? She asked. Welcome. It's been a long time, Lady Aristia, a voice greeted warmly, and this gentleman must be Marquis Kyrian La Monique. I am honored to be of service. Madame Rosa, at your disposal, Aristia smiled and said. I'd like to order a few formal suits and some comfortable, casual ones. I see. Madame Rosa replied with enthusiasm. I will prepare for you my very best. Then the servant guided. Please come this way, Aristia whispered to her father. This tailor shop is very popular lately, her father said. What's the occasion? I thought we were buying dresses for you. But father, aren't you always wearing your uniform? She teased. Her father blinked, looking slightly caught off guard. I'm used to it, he replied with a shrug. Aristia frowned playfully. Still, I want to see you wear something more handsome, occasionally. He sighed but relented. Ha! All right. As they moved through the shop, Aristia's gaze wandered. Suddenly, she heard the whispers. Oh my, what is he doing here? Whispers fluttered among the other patrons. Marquis Kyrian? Really? He still looks so refined, Aristia thought. I know. Everyone thinks it's a waste. Papa is so young and handsome, but he's alone. Is he still not planning to get married again? Madame Rosa asked. What kind of fabric and design would you like? What do you prefer, father? Aristia asked. Her father said, I don't know. You can choose whatever you like, she chuckled. Then don't complain later, all right? He nodded before addressing Madame Rosa. Since we're both here, I'd like to order a formal outfit for my daughter as well. Aristia's eyes widened. For me? She asked, surprised. Her father gestured to Madame Rosa. Discuss the details with my daughter. With this in mind, make sure to embroider the emblem of our house on the collar. Both Madame Rosa and Aristia gasped. The emblem of a house on the collar. Aristia's heart raced. Father! You mean? She caught her breath, realizing what it symbolized. That would signify one as the head of the household and the official heir. Her voice trembled. Do you mean it? But this is so sudden, her father said. I thought you were ready when I saw you training today, Tia. When the situation requires it, you may act as the head of the house if need be. Tia's mind reeled. I can represent the head of the house, she thought. Her emotions swirled, a mix of pride and responsibility. I didn't know he acknowledged me this much. I should be happy, right? Later, as they left the shop, her father remarked, Actually, it's quite hot today, isn't it? Aristia replied. You're right. And it's only May. This year's summer is going to be troublesome. Meanwhile, at the palace, the prince said to his father, I shall excuse myself now. Please rest comfortably. Then murmurs of concern echoed in the halls. Your Highness. I heard His Majesty collapsed, the prince asked. You're all here to see my father? He felt slightly nauseous due to the sudden hot weather. The royal doctor said he'll recover by avoiding sunlight and eating healthy meals for a while. There's no need to worry. The tension eased as the court members expressed relief. I see. I'm glad to know it wasn't anything serious. Well, His Majesty has always been healthy, so there's nothing to worry about. The prince dismissed the group. As such, you may all leave and let my father rest comfortably. Chancellor, please stay behind for a moment, he replied. Yes, Your Highness. Once alone, the prince spoke in a low voice. Send your people, and locate the High Priest Tertius. The Chancellor stiffened. Your Highness, you mean? The High Priest, the prince said. Bring the priest to the palace immediately. However, be discreet. Do you understand? The Chancellor bowed deeply. Please do not worry. After the Duke left, Heron said, Your Highness. Could it be that? The prince stopped him. Do not say anything, Heron. Later, Aristia and her father wandered the streets together. Papa. I think we took the wrong path. I think we've come too far. Let's go back. Her father seemed lost in thought, his gaze fixed on a distant point. Papa? Aristia's voice softened. Looking at him, she thinks. In a desolate alley, Papa just kept staring straight ahead. It feels like his soul isn't here at all. She squeezed his arm and asked, Papa, what is it? Kirian shook his head as if shaking off a memory. It's nothing. Let's go back, Aristia later asked. Papa, don't you ever think of marrying again? Kirian stopped in his tracks. Why are you bringing that up all of a sudden? She took a deep breath. It's been over 8 years since Mother passed away. You can't live by yourself for the rest of your life, she thought. I wonder what he would think if I told him how lonely he looked on the anniversary of her death. Her father's voice lowered, tinged with old pain. Your mother may have passed away a long time ago. But who would be able to fill that void? Tia's heart ached. He devoted his whole life to Mother, Kirian continued. In order to be with your mother, I vowed on my blood to be loyal to the royal family. Do you understand what that means, Tia? He glanced at the alley they had just passed. That alley just now. That was where I first met your mother. Aristia's breath caught as he continued. In a dark, secluded alley, with walls covered in writing. It looked like a path nobody cared for. She was surrounded by several men who were threatening her. He smiled faintly, the memory vivid in his mind. When she looked me straight in the eyes and yelled, Don't just watch from there. Come help me. Kirian's voice softened as he spoke her name. She was Jeremiah, he continued. At that time, His Majesty had just risen to the throne. Noble houses battled against one another, and people faced death if they let their guard down for even a moment. Political parties continued their ambushes, and the common people lived miserable lives, lacking any protection. Her father's expression darkened slightly. Tia, you know about the oath that's been passed down in our family, don't you? She replied. Yes, Papa, there are 3 ancient spells in the Empire. One of them is the magic in the blood of House Monique, the blood oath with the royal family. The vow cast on the heart is a promise to serve the royal family with unending loyalty. It's a bond that proves the authority of the monarchy. It's unknown whether the price for breaking that oath is death or something worse. But the vow has bound House Monique to the monarchy for generations. Kirian's voice turned reflective. Back then, His Majesty lacked strong support among the people, and he sought the blood oath from me. But I hated the idea, he continued. Our family is held as the Empire's most loyal house thanks to that oath. But to me, without that oath, our loyalty could be seen as questionable. A vow that binds one's heart in exchange for a single wish is more like a curse. Forcing loyalty doesn't feel like true devotion, does it? His expression softened as he continued. But that day, I helped Jeremiah, who was being threatened. Protecting her, my heart fell for her without me even realizing it, he then recalled. Do you remember the fire at her palace? Aristia nodded, he told. In the past, your mother was just like you. I rushed to the mansion after hearing about the fire, and I found her commanding the servants, quickly assessing the situation. Despite her small frame, she was full of energy, just like you. It was then that I made my decision. I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her, even if it meant swearing the blood oath I had once despised. Papa. Aristia's voice was gentle, filled with understanding, she thought. That's why he chose to live alone. He devoted himself to Mother, and no one else could ever take her place, she said. I'm sorry. I was too rash. I didn't understand you or what happened to the two of you, he said. There's no need to apologize, Tia. You did nothing wrong. Her heart swelled with emotion. They shared a love so deep. I can't help but feel jealous of my mother, who was cherished so much by one person. Still, something feels off, she asked. My mother was part of Sonia, the house of a baron. How did you meet her in an alley where commoners lived? Her father asked. You knew about your mother's family? She told. I came across the noble directory while researching. Remembering Duke Xena, he said. I'm sure you're concerned about what Duke Xena said. You will understand everything when the time comes. For now, Tia, please don't ask about it. But Papa. Aristia hesitated, she thought. But he said Mother was being threatened at that time. He interrupted her gently but firmly. Tia, I may not have sworn a blood oath, but there's one person I vowed to protect with my life. And that's you, Tia. My lovely daughter. I wish for nothing higher than this life I'm spending together with you. Her father's words left her speechless. She looked at him, her heart conflicted yet touched. That's cunning, Papa. I can't ask you anything more if you say it like that. Meanwhile, Cassian asked his father. Papa, what did you like about Mother? He raised an eyebrow playfully. Are you saying you don't acknowledge how charming your mother was? That's not what I meant. Cassian guarded up, he said. Brother was writing a letter to the princess. He recalled where he was talking to his brother. Amazing. So the eldest son of a duke is in a relationship, instead of agreeing to an arranged marriage. This is going down in the history of our family, Cassian said. Huh? What are you talking about? Mother and father were lovers before they got married. You didn't know? Cassian was shocked after hearing that. His brother continued. Well, many do think they were an arranged marriage. After saying that, he continued writing the letter. Princia. I saw you in my dream last night again. Cassian was shocked and trembling. Was it that shocking? Back to his father, he said. I wonder. I think it was love at first sight. Cassian was again shocked. What? His father told. Your mother was a princess back then. And in those days, House Ras was closer to the aristocrats, so it was difficult for me to even share a word with her as we were in different factions, he remembered. Right, that was the first time I talked with her. His Majesty had ordered the extermination of several houses, and I was killing anyone in the palace who objected. You're saying that as if it was a walk in the garden. He bowed to her and said, Your Highness, you must not stay here. By royal order, all members of House Laurel in this palace will be killed. I will lead you out of here. Hurry, and Princess Ernia at that time slapped his hand and said, Do not touch me with those dirty hands. How rude, after recalling that he said. That's when I fell for her, Cassian again asked. Why, he said. I mean, that obvious look of disgust on her face shot right through my heart. Suddenly Cassian appeared. I know how that feels. Princia can be scary like that sometimes, too, Cassian shouted. No, I don't understand it at all, then his father said. Think about it. Betrayal and assassinations were common occurrences back then. And there was a knight covered in blood. He could have killed her at any moment. Yet she stood there proudly, even without a weapon. She was amazing, more than a mere knight like me. Both of you, keep this in mind. Wielding a sword is not the only duty of a knight, he then remembered. Now that I think about it, perhaps that is what made her stronger. Ernia and Jeremiah. Though they held no weapons in their hands, they were not ones to bend to an unjust threat. 2 months after settling in the Empire, Princess Beatrice is greeted warmly by an acquaintance. Aristia said, It's been almost 2 months since you've settled down in the Empire. How has it been, Your Highness? No, I should call you Lady Beatrice Fia then now. Beatrice responds with a smile. I've been quite well, thanks to your help, Aristia said. I heard Sir Rian passed the promotion trial for the 2nd Knight Squadron. I didn't know he was such a skilled knight, Beatrice reminisces fondly. Rian has always been skilled in sword fighting, even when he was little. I used to watch him secretly, Aristia said. Well, the Kingdom of Lisa has the strongest army after the Empire. Since he was a royal guard there, he must be very strong, she remembered. The Kingdom of Lisa is very aggressive, so they have a lot of military officers. Princess Beatrice visited the Empire as a candidate for the prince's fiancé during the Foundation Day celebrations. However, it was revealed that she was in love with her guard, Sir Rian, and was pregnant. The Empire took advantage of the situation to claim land from the Kingdom of Lisa. Yet, if she returned to Lisa, the angry royal family wouldn't have let her live. As such, His Majesty oversaw their marriage personally and allowed her to settle in the Empire, granting Sir Rian the title of Baron. Thanks to that, Cassian frequently visits the couple to learn Lisa's sword fighting techniques, Aristia remembered. Married noble ladies have their own gatherings. I can't always have her back. Right now, she can't go outside too much since she's pregnant, but I'm still worried though. I heard she is being left out of social gatherings since she betrayed her country and converted. I'm sure the Kingdom of Lisa won't let this go. She should be careful. On their way back, Aristia said to Rian. You didn't need to see us off, Sir Rian, he replied. No, please allow me the honor. It's good to have friends. Triss is always delighted when you visit, then Cassian asked Aristia. On that note, are you still at war with that weed? You two seem to argue every year. I won't help you this time, Aristia replied. I won't ask you to help, so don't worry, Cassian protested. Why are you mad at me? Did I make you two fight? Aristia said. Just leave me alone, Cassian lashed out. Do as you wish. Because I won't care even if you two stay like that for the rest of your lives, Aristia thought. Forever like this, with Alan. I don't want that, then Rian asked. Pardon me, but what do you mean by weed? Cassian jokingly said. Oh, there's this thing. This tall but weak thing. Their light-hearted exchange is interrupted when their carriage is ambushed. Rian shouted. Coachman! What is going on? Wait, the assassins first struck Coachman, and he fell down. As they get down from carriage they were surrounded by assassins. Assassins yelled. Fia then, you traitor! Pay for your sins with your life. Surround the group, Cassian, looking at the situation, said. We're surrounded, Rian wondered. Are they assassins from the Kingdom of Lisa? As the assassins started attacking, all of them fought back. Rian said to his companions. I'm sorry. You got involved in this because of me, Cassian reassures him. This isn't the time for that. They're trying to kill us all anyway. As they were fighting, Aristia said. How could this many assassins have come from Lisa? What's going on? Cassian said. Who cares? As an assassin was about to strike Rian, Aristia shouted. Sir Rian, be careful. Aristia's sword gets covered in blood as she strikes down an assassin, and she flinched seeing the blood. At a distance more people were rushing towards them. Seeing that, Cassian said. We already have our hands full here, Rian said. More assassins are coming. Aristia saw one of their capes. They were the royal garads. Royal guards arrived just in time. We are the royal guards! Stop what you're doing! You are all under arrest as per the laws of the Empire, the assassins curse under their breath. TSK. So they were waiting for us, Aristia said. We're saved, Carcian wondered. How did the royal guards find us? Sir Seymour said. You three, come over here. Are you all right? Aristia said. Thank you for coming. How did you know we were here? Before the guards can answer, an attacker lunges forward. With his sword pointing towards Aristia, he rushed forward. Someone shouted, Look out! Meanwhile, in the palace, Duke Ruth and Marquis Kyrian rushed towards the prince. He asked, Did you find the high priest? Duke replied, Yes. Luckily, someone ran into him while surveying the area, the prince said. Send someone to bring him here immediately, as the Duke began. Well, Your Highness, a mysterious figure asked. Are you Prince Ruvlus? I am amazed to see you all grown up like this, he introduced himself. I am the third root of Vita Tertius. I am here due to a summons from the future son of the Empire. At the same time where the assassins were attacking, Carcian jumped in front of Aristia, pushing her away. Stand back, assassin who were rushing towards her shouted. Don't get in the way. Amidst the chaos, Carcian sustains a severe injury. Then Sir Seymour jumped in and slashed the assassin. Then he ordered the guards to finish all of the remaining assassins. Aristia quickly holds Carcian, who was injured, and said, Carcian, show me your wound. Seeing the blood, Aristia cries out in anguish. Carcian! No! Get up! Carcian! Murmurs fill the air. We don't have enough towels! Someone shouted. Bring more warm water and bandages! Another called out. Rushing and scurrying noises ensue as everyone scrambles to assist. Aristia, trembling, her voice filled with desperation. Carcian, please! She pleads. A doctor bows apologetically to a Duchess Ernia. I apologize, Your Grace. While the other injuries will heal with time, he's already lost too much blood from his eyes. There's nothing else we can do. He will probably never see light again. The doctor explained gravely. Duchess's voice rises in panic. Are you saying he will go blind? He hasn't even had his coming-of-age ceremony yet, she exclaims. The doctor said. We sincerely apologize, but there is nothing more we can do, the Duchess said. This can't be. No, she cries. Send a message to my husband at the palace. No, send someone to His Majesty. I don't trust these fools. Bring the royal doctors. A servant hesitates. Your Grace, she cried. I won't let them get away with this. Sane, she sobs. Cassian said. Mother, calm down. When Carcian woke up, Aristia went to him. She called out his name. Carcian. Hearing that, Carcian asked. Oh, is it you? Trying to lighten the mood despite his injuries, he said. Looks like I got myself into trouble. I mean, how could I let them hurt me like this? But sometimes even monkeys fall from trees, right? Aristia stares at him, her eyes welling with tears. Carcian. Your eyes, she whispers. Carcian brushes it off casually. Oh, this. Why? Did they say it won't heal? That's not true. They're just trying to scare you, he says with forced optimism. This actually doesn't hurt that much, you know. This will heal in no time, so. He hesitates and then adds with a smile. Well, I can't teach you how to use a sword anymore. Carcian's voice softens. I want to rest now. All right. I'll go outside, she says reluctantly. As she was leaving, Carcian calls out her name, Aristia. Rex extending his hand towards her, but then he stopped in the middle. Seeing that, Aristia rushed towards him. Then Carcian warns her faintly, Go. But be careful, they might come back. After that, Aristia left to her home in carriage. After reaching back, guard and maids rushed to Aristia, visibly alarmed. Suddenly they heard voice of horses. Aristia's eyes widen as another royal guard approaches. The royal carriage! The prince burst out from carriage. Heron shouted, Your Highness! The carriage is still moving! The prince steps down from the carriage and addresses her. Aristia asked. Your Highness, why are you here? He said. I heard about the ambush from the royal guards. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Aristia looks at him and asked. You're here because of that? The prince said. Marquis Kyrian is also on his way. The guards are chasing after the attackers, so they won't be able to get here. He studies her pale face and asks with concern, You look pale. Are you all right? I heard Sir Carcian was injured. You must be in shock. Aristia's composure crumbles as guilt overtakes her. It's my fault. Carcian was injured because of me. She cries. He might. His eyes. He might lose his sight. He was badly wounded while protecting me. Her voice trembles as she recalls the scene. The blood. He bled too much. The prince tried to comfort her. Calm down, but she continued crying. It must have hurt. It must have been so painful. If only he didn't try to protect me. The prince cuts her off. That's not true, Aristia sobs. I should have avoided the attack. It's my fault. The prince raises his voice to snap her out of it. Aristia! It's not your fault. The ones who ambushed you are at fault. Don't blame yourself. Meanwhile, aristocrats speaking in the palace. A servant reports gravely. Your Grace. I heard they attempted an ambush. I don't know about House Monique, but the younger son of House Ras is seriously injured. Duke Xena smirked. Oh. Is that so? What a pity, the Paints said. He'll get better. A moment passes before he offers a more serious remark. It's all right. I sent the high priest to House Ras as soon as I heard the report. Aristia, stunned, gasps. Both Cajun and Duchess were shocked and gasped seeing the priest. A high priest. There are only 6 of them in this whole land. Priests are born with divine power. And one of them came to the capital, the prince reassured her. He will recover. Don't worry. After hearing that, Aristia said. That's a relief. Noticing her hand, the prince asked. But what about your hand? Aristia glances at her hand dismissively. Oh, this? It's just a slight blister, that's all, she then said. Do come inside, Your Highness. Since you're here, why don't you have a cup of tea before you leave? He replied. There's no need. Knowing that you're safe and well is enough. I'll have tea another time. You should go in and rest early, Lena whispers to Aristia. Oh my, His Highness came all the way here at this hour, Taylor added. He must have been really worried about you, Aristia said. Huh? I'm sure that's not the case. She paused, her thoughts were drifting. Now that I think about it, she remembered him calling her name. Aristia, she then said to the maid. Actually, I would like some tea, the maid beams. I'll have it ready right away, my lady. As she waits, Aristia's thoughts wander again. Maybe it's just my imagination, but I'm sure it was the first time he called my name. Yet it didn't feel strange. In Carcian's recovery room, Carcian greets Aristia with his usual mischievous grin. You're here, Shorty! What's with that silly face? You should look happier, considering this genius is recovering, he gestures dramatically. How come you came to visit me empty-handed? Such terrible manners. You should have brought cookies or chocolates at least. Aristia smiles softly, relieved. Carcian. Can you really see well again? Carcian leans back theatrically. Can I see well? Hold on. Oh, right. I can see even the strand of hair sticking out over your right ear. Aristia laughs lightly. That's great. I'm so relieved, Carcian. She notices more bandages on his arm. But how come you still have so many bandages? Carcian shrugs. Oh, those? Well, I still need to rest for my other wounds to heal. So I'm tied to the bed for now, she said. I couldn't believe what Prince Ruvlis told me last night. But it's all true, you're all better. Then Carcian said, looking at the food. It's troublesome to eat one hand. Help me out, she said. Okay, I'll cut your bread. Aristia nods, her voice tinged with amazement. Divine power really is amazing. It can heal a hopeless injury in an instant. She tilts her head thoughtfully. What kind of person is the high priest? I hear he's very mysterious and has long white hair. Carcian throws out the food, remembering about him. Carcian interrupts, visibly uncomfortable. Ugh? Can we not talk about that? Aristia blinks in confusion, but quickly changes the topic. Oh, alright, sure, Carcian grumbles, gesturing to the mess around him. Geez, everything got dirty because of you. Aristia laughs softly. Alright. I'm sorry. I'll bring a fresh meal, Carcian then said. It's your fault, so you have to feed me. Aristia thinks to herself with a small smile. That's childish, but he did get hurt protecting me. I'll let this slide, just this once. She opened the door and encountered Alandis. She said, Alan, he calls out. Tia, her mind raced. To think I'd just run into you like this. Carcian notices Alan enter. Wow, what's this? So Weedhead is here to see me? Is the world coming to an end? Alandis said. Well, I had some questions to ask as well. But you look quite better than I expected, Carcian shouted. How dare you? Aristia quickly tries to leave. I'll be off now. I have to get to work, Carcian calls her. What? Wait, you, Aristia added. Take care of yourself, Carcian. After she left, Carcian complained to Alandis. Weedhead, you're here to bother me, aren't you? You're no help at all, he said. If your question is silly, you're going to be forced to assist me all day today, Alandis said. I heard you were seriously injured, but I think you would have been fine even if you got hurt more than this. Carcian then looked towards Alandis and said, You're the one who looks seriously injured. While Aristia was walking, she thought to herself, It's all right. Everything will be fine. Just stay like this for a while. Seeing her arrive, the prince said, You just arrived? She replied. Yes, your highness. I apologize for my tardiness. I visited House Ras on the way and confirmed that Sir Carcian's eyes have recovered well, the prince said. Right. I'm glad it wasn't too late. Aristia then bowed to him. Thank you, your highness. I don't know what would have happened if the high priest wasn't there. I'm so grateful. Then the prince asked. Why do you say that? She asked. Pardon? The prince said, thinking about something. No, I mean, the one who was treated was Sir Carcian. But you thanked me just now. I don't understand why. Aristia then bowed again and said, Oh. I apologize, your highness. Of course, you would help a relative in need. I said something unnecessary and made you uncomfortable, the prince asked. That's not it. Why are you so grateful about his? Aristia doesn't get it. Due to this, there was a moment of awkwardness between them. Seeing the situation, Heron changed the topic. Your highness, it's time for the council meeting. The prince said, Heron, I'll leave the rest to you, so please take care of it. He complied, As you wish, your highness. After the prince left, Aristia wondered, could it be that he's mad because Carcian got hurt protecting me? Heron interjected, That's totally unrelated. She replied, Is that so? She thinks in her mind, I don't understand him at all now. Before I could tell what he was thinking and how he was feeling. She then notices the knights. Ah, right. Sir Seymour, Sir June. Thank you for helping us that night. I will go thank His Majesty later, but do tell him I am very grateful for his thoughtfulness. Sir June said, Not at all. Seymour said, Actually, the one who ordered us to secretly guard you wasn't His Majesty. Therefore, we will send your regards to His Highness. Aristia quickly turns towards Heron. Sir Heron. That, Heron interjected, to be exact. It was before the Foundation Day celebrations. It was around the time you went to visit the jewelry artisan. Aristia's mint raced. Since that long ago? I thought they were following orders from the Emperor just like before. Why would His Highness order the guard to secretly watch me? Then Heron revealed, My lady, about that ambush. They were probably after you. Aristia gets shocked. What do you mean? Meanwhile, Carcian was saying, I'm telling you what I saw. They were disguised as assassins from Lisa, but their sword-fighting style was different. I've been dueling Sir Rian a lot lately, so I know. And the last attacker told me not to get in the way. After hearing that, Alandis thinks they were after Sir Rian Theoden, who betrayed the kingdom of Lisa. Yet they attacked Tia in the end. He resolved while furious, that darn old fox. I knew he was behind all this. Seeing his rageful expressions, Carcian said, Hey, you know something, don't? Alandis quickly left. Carcian called him. Hey! Weedhead, he protested. Duke Xena, don't you dare tell me you laid a hand on the daughter of House Monique. It's careless to harm the Lady of Prophecy. Duke Xena said, The prophecy is just a show. Perhaps the other houses may live, but House Monique must be destroyed. If that accursed bloodline survives, they will come back to disrupt our business. He added, What are you so surprised for? You wanted to deprive Marquis Monique of his title and cooperated in constructing the plan. Don't say you weren't a part of it now. He looked at him and said, There's no need to be anxious. We didn't do anything. What happened today was done by the assassins from Lisa, right? Though, It would have been good news if that child of House Monique had been killed in the chaos. Alandis complained to himself, "It's my fault that I worked with those vermin who wished to kill you. But then, I didn't realize my mind was so clouded by my greed." Meanwhile, Aristia shouted as she heard from Heron, "What about the assassins?" "They should be from Lisa," Heron said. "We don't have definitive proof yet, but we obtained the information from a reliable source. We were taking precautions, and then it happened yesterday." After hearing that, Aristia thought, "That means Sir Rian and Carcian both got wrapped up in my troubles." Heron continued, "In any case, please be careful. As ordered by Prince Ruvlis, they will continue to guard you." She remembered the prince asking, "Has anything happened to you lately?" Her mind raced recalling he asked that question. "Sir Seymour helped me on the first day of the celebrations. They didn't participate in the mock battle either. It's because they were looking out for me." Aristia tells, "Back then, I only thought about the people who wanted to kill me and the people who were hurt because of me. I didn't realize why a high priest, known to wander the world, was at the royal palace that day. I didn't know that was the beginning of the tidal wave of change slowly sweeping the empire." Later, Alandis in his room imagines Aristia standing near him. He said, "I know. That is the only choice I have left." The next day he visited the palace. The emperor asked, "So why did you request a secret audience, Lord Alandis de Verita?" "My change after returning to the past has caused a lot to change around me as well. I only just began to realize how big the wheel was that swept up so many people. The fates of some were twisting in a completely different direction. It was the day the delegation to the kingdom of Rua was leaving. People were chattering to each other, 'This delegation will take a while. It will take a few months at least. The Princess of Rua and Sir Cassian will have their wedding soon, too.'" Suddenly Carcian called out. "Hey, Weedhead," Alandis said. "Oh, what a surprise," Carcian said. "I heard you're joining the delegation. You even resigned from the administration office," Alandis said. "Right. To borrow your way of phrasing, I'm more useful than a weakling like you," Carcian asked. "Were you rejected?" Alandis said. "Darn it. I've always hated how quick you were at noticing things." Carcian jokingly said, "Your problem is that you always try to resolve everything quickly with that smart mind of yours." Alandis said, "No need to be so happy. If you only circle around her like that, that's where you'll be for the rest of your life. Anyway, good timing." As he said that, he throws a sword towards Carcian. "Take it. I don't need it anymore, so you can have it." Seeing that, Carcian grabs Alan's collar. "Don't tell me you." As he started, they heard Aristia calling, "Alan." Alandis said, "TP her?" "That's not good, Tia. You're calling my nickname so loudly in a place like this. What if people start talking about it again?" she asked. "Are you really leaving, Alan?" Alandis said. "Tia, don't get sick, even when I'm gone. You get tired easily, so don't overwork yourself. This summer will be especially hot, so take care. Wear warm clothes in the winter and drink the tea I gave you last time. I heard it's good at preventing colds." Hearing that, Aristia said, "Don't say that, Alan. Why are you talking as if you're never coming back? You're only going there as part of the delegation. You'll return once your task is done." Alandis then remembered his audience with the emperor. He told them everything. The emperor said, "So you were working with the aristocrats and leaked important documents by memorizing them. From the negotiations with the kingdom of Lisa to the location of their hiding place. If you delayed this any further, they would have even had access to the secret documents of the imperial palace. You are indeed a genius, but to think that you would cause so much trouble. What am I to do with you?" Alandis bowed and said, "I will gladly accept execution. But please, protect Lady Aristia. She will be in danger because of me." The emperor asked, "So, you helped them plan the ambush on Lady Aristia? What do you think is the right punishment for him, my son?" the prince asked. "Lord Alandis, you knew what would happen when you first joined the aristocrats. What made you change your mind now?" He thinks for a moment, then said, "Because I can no longer protect her from myself." The prince said, "I understand." He told him, "You will leak fake information to the aristocrats as documents from the imperial palace." He thinks in his mind, "I could have been more indirect. There were plenty of excuses I could have used to hide my intentions, but they would have been useless, even if I'd lied in front of him. I'm simply hiding in the shadows because I fear your brilliance." Aristia pleaded. Alan, answer me. Tell me you'll return, Alandis then said. Tia, my dear lady. Even if you don't accept my confession, you will always be my lady in my heart, just as I promised when we were young. So then, won't you allow me to call you as such as I wish? So that I can keep this feeling I have for you. As the delegation left, Carcian shouted from behind, Hey, Weedhead! Make sure you come back when you're done. If you ever give up on life, you'll be forced to suffer at the hands of me. Hey, you! Answer me, Alandis said in his mind, looking back. If I give up on life, I'd already be dead. So, how will you make me suffer? Take care, Carrot. I thought everything about you was annoying, but perhaps I did enjoy the time I spent with you. Please look after this silver lady, who often gets lonely. That is all I wish for from the people who will stay with her. After he left, Sixtina said, Fool! And I thought you were perfect as a disposable piece. You couldn't overcome your weak mind, and now you flee after ruining everything. It was a slight detour, but it looks like we will have to go with the original plan. We will capture the prince and make him our puppet. It's not there? Someone asked in frustration. Sir Sudden said, I looked through all the boxes, but I didn't even find a strand of fur. Even if we're not busy, I didn't think we'd end up having to search for something like this. And it's so hot today, Aristia said. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Letitia asked, If Sir Carcian was nicer, it wouldn't have run away. Carcian said, I only petted it a bit. It was more like you were hitting it, came the sharp retort. Aristia said, It's still young, so it couldn't have gone far. She recalled, the day after Alan left with the delegation, a small basket arrived with a letter from him. Please take care of this little one. The note read, Luckily, after it hid in my carriage that morning, I was able to bring the little creature to the knight's office. But it had run away while I was in the commander's office. While looking throughout the garden, Aristia said, This place is unfamiliar, so maybe it's scared and hiding under the bushes. Suddenly she heard someone saying, That's nonsense. She gets startled. The voice continued, You're planning to announce that to the whole empire? She saw. That was the emperor's voice. I've never heard him sound so angry, the prince said. The summer heat this year seems dangerous. The summer palace has been used by our ancestors every year. If you rest there, the emperor cut him off. Fool! I thought I always taught you to never let your guard down or show your weaknesses. I am fine. Don't ever speak like that again. Seeing that, Aristia thought, was that really a conversation between family? It seemed more like a lord and his subject. I knew they weren't very affectionate with each other. But now that I think about it, His Majesty has never been affectionate toward Prince Ruvlus. Why would he be like that? After the emperor left, the prince took a breath of relief. Aristia thought, hiding behind a bush. I should forget what I heard. Due to sound of rustling, the prince called out. Who's there? The prince was surprised. Aristia? What are you doing here? Caught off guard, Aristia stammered. I was looking for someone, he asked. Could it be that you heard all that? She denied. No. I didn't hear a thing, Your Highness. You're not good at lying, the prince remarked flatly. He asked. Who are you looking for? You're a mess. While brushing the leaves from her head, he said. You look like a cat who's stuck inside a chimney. Remembering the past, both looked at each other dazed. The subject shifted again. Your Highness, is the summer palace the one with cooling magic cast upon it? About 1,000 years ago, magic and divine power were both common. Scholars are skeptical of the existence of such a rare phenomenon, but there are 3 spells in the Empire that prove the existence of magic to this day. First, the oath with the royal family that is passed down in the bloodline of House Monique. The Summer Palace. The 11th Emperor of Castina dearly loved his queen, Kana, so he ordered one of the royal mages to find a way to escape the summer heat. The mage grew a giant tree to create shade for the whole palace. When the relationship between the emperor and the mage fell apart, the mage left the palace. But his spell remained on the palace, and while it was nice in the summer, it became too cold and uninhabitable during the winter. In the end, the emperor chose a new capital and moved the imperial palace. The castle became a vacation place where royals escaped the summer heat. The prince told, My father never spent the summer there before. I requested that he go there since the summer heat this year seems unusual. He's always protected this palace even amidst the chaos of the empire, so he only refuses, saying that he can't show any weakness. Aristia thinks in her mind, but if the emperor stays here, his health will only get worse. She said, how about you go there with him? The prince replied, no, I'm. As he began, suddenly Carcian came there shouting, geez, I can't find it. Where is that tiny pea-sized thing even hiding? They all looked at each other, and there was a moment of silence. Carcian said, well, I didn't know you were slacking off while everyone else is busy searching. The prince asked, it's been a while, Sir Carcian. How is your recovery going? Slacking off? He replied, well, I'm a lot better, as you can see. All thanks to that great priest you sent to us, the prince said, I see. You do seem confident about your strength, Carcian added, and sword fighting too. Then Carcian grabbed Aristia's hand and said, may I take Squire Aristia now? We're busy looking for something at the moment. Aristia whispered to him, Carcian. Don't be so rude, he whispered back, what else am I to do? That kitten only likes you, so we can't find it without your help. Hearing that, the prince asked, wait, you were looking for a cat? Both of them replied in unison, pardon? The prince said, an unfamiliar, silver cat ran into my office just now. So it was yours. After finding the cat, Aristia was happy. Luna, Heron said, no wonder. I did think it was lost since it had on a collar. Aristia said to him, thank you for looking after her. He replied, oh, I haven't done anything. She fell asleep after His Highness left. But she doesn't seem to like people. Carcian interjected, that's right. Just the type of cat that the weed would raise, no? Carcian picks up the cat and said, don't cause trouble. Getting afraid from him, the cat scratches him. Seeing that, Aristia said, don't do that when it's so hot, you know. Carcian complained, come on, look at her hissing. Aristia tried to calm her down. Luna, good kitty. Come here. Looking at them, the prince chuckled and thinks, they look alike. The prince gets up from his place and calmly picks up the cat. The cat doesn't protest even a little bit. He gives her to Aristia while saying, about the topic just before. Aristia asked, pardon? Just before. The prince said, the summer palace is a quiet and cool place to be. It will be refreshing to stay there for a while. Rest assured. Aristia replied, I see. Aristia thought, huh? But didn't he say the emperor wasn't going? He said it as if I was going to be traveling there. I did think it was weird when he said that. Later, Duke Arkin said, Your Highness? You wish to reassign all of the guards in the palace? The prince said, a few will be temporarily transferred as a reward for their excellent performance during the mock battle. I was thinking of having them guard where my father is staying. The prince briefed them. The inner palace and the interior will be guarded by those who are already there. Squadron 13 of the 1st Night Squad will stand watch outside of the building. Aristia was reading the letter from Princia. I hear His Majesty has safely arrived at the Summer Palace. How is it there? Is it cool all year round, as the rumors say? I was looking forward to seeing you when I came to the Empire, but I'm sad that we can only exchange letters for now. Don't worry about the capital. His Highness is leading politics adeptly, and your father as well too. We'll meet again in autumn, right? I look forward to the day I'll see you again. Sincerely, Princia de Ras. After reading that, Aristia concluded, so, she's back in the Empire. And now she's the next Duchess of House Ras. She then smelled the letter. I can catch the faint scent of roses. Suddenly a servant informed. Squire Aristia, His Majesty is looking for you, she replied. All right. Then she went to the Emperor and said, I heard you were looking for me, Your Majesty. Emperor was holding a pigeon to his finger. He said, Welcome, Lady Aristia. I'd like to have some tea with you. How about it? She replied. Sure, I'll have someone prepare some. She recalled in her mind, it has been about 2 months since I arrived at the Summer Palace to accompany His Majesty. He insisted that he wouldn't leave, but when he saw how pitiful we looked standing outside guarding the palace, he reluctantly gave in. The Emperor said, It's quite hot lately. I think I'll go on vacation. Then the prince said his farewell. Father, please take care of yourself, the Emperor said to his son. You're a clever one, Aristia thought. It seems like Prince Ruvlas stationed our unit outside on purpose. Though I don't know the exact details, the Emperor then said to Aristia, He knows I care for you a lot. He knew I wouldn't leave you standing outside under the scorching sun for long. Moreover, if you stay near me, it will be difficult for insolent nobles to badger you. So, it's also to protect you. Aristia felt touched. That's, she thinks in her mind. He was looking out for me. She remembered the prince saying, the summer palace is a quiet and cool place. It will be refreshing to stay there for a while. The emperor then said, I thought he was still young, but now he knows how to be clever. Let's see how he manages the palace in my absence. He will be fine. He's my son. It may not seem like it, but I believe in him. As he said that, he looked at Aristia, who was looking eager. You look like you want to ask something, she replied. Not at all, Your Majesty, the emperor said. You may go ahead and ask. It's between you and me, she asked. Then, if you trust His Highness so much, why do you always treat him so strictly? The emperor looked at Aristia and doesn't say anything for a moment. Aristia then said, My apologies. Then the emperor said, Ruv sent that tea to you, correct? Aristia took a glance at it, saying, Pardon? Oh, the emperor said. He's grown up quite a bit now. Now he knows how to judge people, so he won't easily let go of a treasure like you. Then he said, recalling the past. You ask why I'm so strict with Ruv? Well, who else can be this way besides me? Why wouldn't I want to shower him with affection? He was a child who grew up without a mother's love. He seemed all right for a while when Marchioness Jeremiah was alive, but she also left this world soon after. He has no siblings. What do you think will happen when I die? He will be left alone at the center of the palace. When that time comes, what else will protect him other than his endurance? He must lead the empire one day. So, I had to scold him instead of comforting him, reprimand him instead of forgiving him. I kept scolding him lest he become lazy from praise. Hearing that, Aristia thought. But is that really the best way? He's been treated with scorn by his own father his whole life, yet he still wishes to be loved. What about his feelings and his concern for his father? As she was drinking tea, she realized, this tea tastes bitter. She then recalled, I remember the young prince quietly sipping tea on that day in my previous life. He thinks his father doesn't love him. Just like me back then. The prince sent her a letter that says, Aristia, how are you doing? I hear the summer palace is as cool as always. My father adores you very much, so I hope you'll accompany him well while he stays there. And do take care of yourself, in kind. Rovlis Kamaludin Shana Castina. Later, Aristia felt tired after training and laid down. Seeing that, Carcian said, Hey, don't lie down! You're the one who asked for a duel first. Don't get tired so soon. At his nudging, Aristia said, Looks like your wounds are all better now, Carcian teased. What? Did you think you'd win if I was still in pain, Shorty? She replied. That's not what I was thinking. Let's go again, Carcian then said. Good. As they start again, Aristia thinks in her mind. I have no chance to win using strength. Perhaps I'll hold out a bit, and then step back. Seeing that, Carcian steps back and Aristia stumbled. Carcian caught her saying, Be careful there, lady. You still have so much to learn. Aristia complained, How can I not even win once? Aristia recalled, Becoming a knight, representing my house, my relationship with Father Alandis, Carcian, and Taya, and all the new people I've met, the things with Princess Princia and Princess Beatrice, and the changes that Prince Ruvlis has shown. The future is definitely changing. Maybe, just maybe, June might not appear. That would be truly nice. Her thoughts were interrupted by Carcian. He asked, What's wrong? She replied. Nothing, I just felt a bit dizzy, Carcian remarked. You're so weak. She heard a sound of gears moving. Suddenly they heard people murmuring to each other. One of them said, Looks like an envoy from the Imperial Palace. Other interjected, What's going on? Aristia saw her father, and she happily jumped. Papa! She dashed forward saying, Let's go see Carcian. Hurry! Carcian shouted. What? Weren't you dizzy just a minute ago? As she was going, she said inwardly, Papa! It's been 2 months since I last saw him. Is he here to see me? Seeing her coming, Letitia said. Squire Aristia! Welcome, Sir Sudden told. His Majesty just began his audience with his lordship, Letitia said. Looks like he's here on some urgent business, Sir Sudden said. Doesn't that mean it's serious if Marquis Kyrian came here in person? Letitia said. No, maybe he just missed Squire Aristia a lot. That could be it. He does care for her a lot. Aristia then felt a sudden thump. Seeing that, Carcian asked, Are you alright? She replied, Yes. I wonder what's wrong with me today. She again heard the sound of gears moving. She asked Carcian, Do you hear that sound? Carcian replied, Huh? What sound? She said, I keep hearing this sound. I wonder where it's coming from. Meanwhile, her father said, Your Majesty, a girl with black hair appeared at the palace's lake. Hearing that, Aristia told, It was a sound directed at foolishly, careless me. The wheel of fortune was returning to its original direction, and with it came the sound of God laughing. On that troublesome day, the ministers and officers in the palace had been in a heated debate regarding the drought for days. Everyone felt the heat more than usual. Ruvlis suggested taking a short walk as a breather. Everyone reluctantly broke up their discussion and went to the lake behind the main palace. Though autumn was near, the heat still scorched the land. Everyone was exhausted from having meetings that didn't seem to come to any conclusion. While near the lake, the prince thinks in his mind, I wonder if she's alright in this hot weather. I hope she's not overworking herself. Seeing him in deep thought, Heron concluded he must be thinking of Lady Aristia. Once he was able to take a break, Ruvlis was lost in thought. However, the calm atmosphere didn't last since the core members of the hostile parties were gathered together. In the end, Ruvlis had to step in. And at that moment, a bright flash appeared and, with a blinding light, a girl appeared in the middle of the lake. Wearing an outfit that didn't resemble any culture in this land, with dark eyes and jet black hair that flowed down to her shoulders. She had unique features that didn't exist in this land. It was the appearance of a girl from another world. Of course, everyone who watched the scene was shocked. The guards surrounded the intruder and drew their weapons. But the girl stood still as if she was nailed to the ground. And she kept staring at Ruvlis until the guards took her away. As if she knew, right away, that he was the one tied to her by fate. Later, Aristia was taking a break, sleeping under the shade when her father called for her. Tia, Letitia called, Squire Aristia. As she woke up and opened her eyes, she asked, Did I faint? Her father replied, Looks like you had a mild heat stroke. You should lie down for a bit. Her father then glanced at her colleagues and said, Could you give us a moment? As they left, Aristia said, Papa? What you told His Majesty just now, it's... Her father looked serious. I'm sorry, Tia. I was always unsure about the story you had told me. But a girl with black hair and black eyes, there's no way I can't believe it now. Aristia was shocked. June really appeared. But why? Why now? She was supposed to appear a year later, her father said. The aristocrats are already conspiring with the temple. They're insisting that she's the woman from the prophecy. His Majesty will return to the capital soon. This is bound to turn into something bigger, so be prepared. Now, all parties will be battling for the rightful empress, Aristia said inwardly. As if to mock me for being unprepared, fate began to take another turn. After the emperor returned to the capital, the prince welcomed him. Father, how have you been? The emperor said. Oh, my son. You were waiting for me? I've been very well and comfortable, thanks to Squire Aristia here. The rose hip you sent to my daughter-in-law was quite good. It was very effective in fighting off the heat. Thanks to that, I had a marvelous time there, the prince replied. Is that so? After hearing that, Aristia thought, saying daughter-in-law now of all times, his intention is so obvious. I can already feel the sparks from His Majesty's words. Then the prince said to Aristia, Thank you for taking care of my father. Won't you spare a bit of time for me? If it's all right with you, I hope you will come with me to my palace, she complied. I will do so, Your Highness. After going to his palace, the prince said, You've done a lot in the past 2 months, Aristia. Judging by how pleased father seems, it was right to send you there. Looking at the prince, Aristia thought. Prince Ruvlis. I think he's gotten thinner while I was away. He must have watched over this palace by himself, without His Majesty, she replied. I'm honored, Your Highness. As he was about to drink tea, Aristia thought. Should I ask him? I wonder if it's true that he sent me with His Majesty because he was looking out for me. Remembering about June, her mind raced. How did he feel when he saw June? Was it love at first sight, as it was in the past? Did he realize that she is his fated partner? The ties of fate that God has already laid down. Did he feel them? As she was in deep thoughts, the prince called her. Aristia, she flinched. Yes. Yes, your highness, he asked. Are you all right? She replied. Yes. I'm listening, he began. I requested that you come here because I wanted to ask you something. I'm sure this must be painful for you to remember, but in the past, when you were at your family's, suddenly Heron opened the door saying, Your Highness! Pardon the intrusion. He opened the door and said, I apologize, Your Highness. This message was urgent, so I had to interrupt, the prince replied. It's all right. Where is it coming from? Heron told. The Rose Palace. Hearing that, Aristia wondered. Is Jun at the Rose Palace right now? The prince said. I thought Duchess Ernia de Ras was in charge of the Rose Palace, Heron replied. Yes. However, the Duchess and that woman are. Heron whispered to the prince the remaining news. Aristia remembered he let Jun stay in the Rose Palace in the past as well. It's the same. I thought this reality was changing little by little, but then Jun appeared. I feel like it's going back to its original course. After hearing what Heron came to tell, the prince commanded. Tell them to wait. I'm in the middle of an important. Suddenly Aristia filed in. Your Highness. It is not right for a subject like me to hold you back when you are this busy. I will take my leave now, hearing that the prince said. Aristia? Oh, right. You must be tired from the long trip. We can talk again later. As she was leaving, Heron said. Your Highness, you must hurry, the prince replied. Yes, let's head to the Rose Palace. As Aristia was walking back, she thought, so, this is how it is. If I am still going to be pulled around by fate, if I am still fated to stand in the background behind Jun, why did you give me hope? Why did you give me a name? What kind of pioneer of fate is forced to follow like this? Why did you take me back in time? She went to the carriage, the coachman asked. Should I take you home, my lady? She replied. No. To the temple, the clergy at the temple told her. You cannot see the high priest at the moment, Aristia asked. Then how long must I wait? She replied. The high priest will not see anyone today. Observing the other, she realized. The priests are behaving quite differently compared to 5 years ago. So they think the true child of the prophecy has appeared, the priest then said. If you wish to pray to the one God, I will show you to the prayer room, Aristia replied. I will go by myself. As she was walking there, Aristia thinks in her mind. I wanted to see the high priest and question him. Even if I go to the prayer room now, I wouldn't be able to hear God's voice like I did 5 years ago. Maybe I'll just look for the high priest in here. As she was walking, someone behind her pointed towards her, and a door burst open for her. Looking inside, Aristia wondered, Where is this? She went inside, so there was a place like this inside the temple. Looking at the beautiful scenery and birds, she said, so beautiful. If possible, I want to hear God's voice again. Suddenly she heard the voice. You are a child loved by me. The one who settles fate. Where you stay is where your fate will be. Hearing the voice, Aristia remembered, This voice that rings inside my head. I've heard this voice before. A voice that spreads with a strong lingering feeling. The voice continued. And where you wish will be your place. Your name is the one who grabs fate. Jun grasped. Hearing that voice, Aristia's mind raced. Could this be? This is God's voice granting a name to Jun, she prayed. God, just like 5 years ago. Answer me once more, she wondered. Is God responding? But there was no response. Seeing that, Aristia thinks in her mind. I knew it. God won't answer me anymore. Then she said out loud. I should go back. One who grabs fate. Jun grasped. As she said that, there was someone behind her listening to it. When she woke up the next morning, a letter arrived at House Monique. It was a notice asking that Aristia attend the council meeting that day. Seeing the letter, her father said, It's finally beginning. Tia, I don't think the current Prince Ruvlis is someone who would abandon you, but I want to respect your wishes as much as possible. So let me ask you this right now. Will you step forward as the heir of our house? Or will you wear the crown as the future empress? She began. After that, they went to the council meeting. Aristia saw 2 chairs lying in the middle. She thought, they want me to sit in the interrogation seat? So this is how they want to begin. Jun sat on one of the seats. Aristia took a look at her and shivered. She reassured herself. Stay strong. This isn't the time to be wary of her. Then she began. Your Majesty, forgive me for asking, but am I to attend this meeting as an offender? That was the beginning. Aristia, as a proud representative of her house, wore a formal suit that bore the crest of House Monique. And as a representative with all the rights of the lord of a house, she boldly asked for her rightful seat as a noble. Though the aristocrats scoffed and sneered, Aristia calmly and logically rebutted their arguments. The discussion went on for a while, but she was finally able to take a seat as a member of her house. As soon as the meeting began, the aristocrat party's Count Hamel spoke up as if he was waiting for the moment. The temple announced that there was an oracle sent by God yesterday afternoon. Since Vita gave Jun a name in the language of God, the aristocrats argued that the true child of the prophecy ought to be Jun. However, Lady Aristia was also given a name by God 5 years ago. What do you all think of that? The members complained. Wait, Your Majesty! You kept such an important fact a secret from us until now? The Emperor replied. I kept it a secret due to certain circumstances. But some already knew about it anyway. Chaos swept across. 2 people were named by oracles? Wait. That was already 5 years ago. Jun appeared as if by a miracle. And the oracle said she is loved by God. Listening to that, Aristia thinks, so even my oracle is being revealed. I suppose it can't be helped now. Though Jun was the other main participant of this discussion, she quietly stayed seated without saying a word amidst the heated debate. Her eyes seemed to look in Aristia's direction. What happened in the Rose Palace yesterday? But Aristia was lost in thought and didn't notice. One of the members objected. Saying that Lady Aristia was also given an oracle is suspicious. It could be a lie, another shouted. Watch what you say, another said. I agree. His Majesty wouldn't be wrong, another added. But Lady Aristia, for quite some time now, has done many things just to stay as the prince's fiancée. As they were arguing to each other, the prince slams his hand on the table to make them silent. You're all too loud. What you all consider important is which one is the one from the prophecy, right? They replied. Yes, Your Highness, he said. Then, let's ask someone else for confirmation. Let the high priest in. After hearing that, Aristia quickly turned towards him. The high priest? One of the 6 priests who has divine power and can hear the voice of God. Will I finally meet the high priest? High priest came and said, May the blessing of life be with you. I am Tertius, the 3rd root of God. The prince stands up from his place and said, Thank you for coming, high priest. I called you here to confirm something, the priest replied. You may ask anything, the prince said. Lady Aristia and that woman called Jun both claim to be named by God. Who is telling the truth? The priest answered. Both speak the truth. Their names are Pioneer and Grasp, the prince asked again. Then, high priest, who do you consider to be the child of the prophecy? Hearing that, Aristia trembled. Though Aristia knew of the outcome, she was nervous. She wasn't prepared for what she was feeling at the moment, and convinced herself that it was only because the one who was to seal her fate was a mysterious being with the power of God. The priest began. Aristia Pioneer La Monique is not the child of the prophecy. Jun Grasp is the new child of the prophecy that overwrites the one before. She is the one and only true child of the prophecy. Some members of council were furious. How can that be? Dear High Priest, please reconsider. Some jumped happily. So Lady Aristia was indeed a fake all along. As the whispers began, Aristia thinks in her mind, I knew this would happen. This is just the beginning. It was the same in the past. The truth was already chosen, and it won't change now. Hearing to that, the prince grits his teeth. Then suddenly the priest added, And that is what the temple insists by themselves. Hearing to that, everyone was shocked. The prince asked, If you say that is the temple's opinion, are you telling us that you think differently? The priest replied, Yes. All prophecies have a meaning. A prophecy that overwrites a past prophecy is illogical. Lady Pioneer and Lady Grasp were both given a name by God's will. As such, I believe that both of them are the child of prophecy, someone from the audience shouted. How can that be possible? High Priest! Do you truly mean that? In this land, there are only 6 high priests. Unlike regular priests, they are born with the divine power of Veda. They are special in that their births are announced by prophecies. Only 6 high priests are passed down in name, and they sit at the head of Veda temple. They don't stay in one place and continue to travel while performing God's will. Unlike the temple that continues to interfere in politics, they are not interested in honor, treasure, or fame. Even the highest of nobles can rarely receive their divine power. And so, his opinion has a greater impact than the official opinion of the temple. Aristia wondered. I am the same as June? Then the priest turned towards Aristia. Lady Pioneer, you heard God's voice giving you a name 5 years ago, didn't you? And you also heard God's oracle naming Lady Grasp yesterday, too? Aristia was shocked. How did you know? Then the priest said. Yesterday afternoon, at the center of Sanctus Vita, in the holy sanctuarium, I witnessed Lady Pioneer listening to God's oracle herself. Hearing God's voice should be impossible unless one is a high priest or has the mark of God. He then turned towards June. Also, Lady Grasp has been silent all this time, but I feel the same kind of divine power, the blessing of God, that we high priests have. Aristia wondered. June has divine power? The priest continued. As such, I, Tertius, the third root of God, have determined that both are the children of prophecy. At the conclusion of the morning meeting, as Aristia and others came out of meeting, she saw Antea and Ilia were waiting for her. They called for her. Lady Aristia, Aristia asked. Antea, Ilia? What brings you here? Antea replied. I was so worried, I couldn't just wait around. Are you all right? Aristia replied. Yes, for now. I may not have the support of our faction anymore. Should you really be seen with me at a time like this? Antea replied, looking sad. Don't say that. Then Ilia spoke. This isn't like you. Isn't it too early to act weak? You must boldly fight back, just as you've always done until now. After the meeting, the priest went to the emperor and greeted him. It's been a while since I last saw you, dear son of the empire. The emperor thinks for a moment, then spoke. It seems your name has changed during that time. Has it been 20 years now? You don't grow old no matter how much time passes. I hear, last time, you stopped by while I was asleep. You should have woken me up instead of leaving so quickly, the priest replied. It just happened somehow that day. This dear future son made me quite busy here and there, the emperor said. Oh, is that so? Then the prince said. I thank you for today and for last time, high priest. You will be rewarded soon, he replied. I am honored that I was able to help you, your highness. Instead of a reward, I hope you'll visit the temple. Hearing that, the prince flinched. The priest cheerfully added. And with Lady Pioneer, if possible, the prince replied. I'll try to spare some time soon. Then the priest said. Now I shall take my leave after blessing you too. As the priest walked past Aristia with the gesture of his hand, he pointed towards Aristia. She felt something changing to her. She wondered, what is this? I feel so refreshed all of a sudden. Then the priest talked to her in her mind. This is as far as I can help you, Lady Pioneer. From now on, you must forge ahead and take the path yourself. Just like your name, the Pioneer of Fate, Aristia said. It's nothing. After that she started walking, thinking about what to do next. All right. The first match has ended well. I should be bolder later in the afternoon. Suddenly she saw Jun coming. Seeing her, Aristia recalled, this is our first time meeting in this reality. She's wearing the same clothes as when I first saw her. You smiled so brightly in front of everyone. You were loved by God and you had everything. How will it be this time? Will you ask me to be your friend again, just like the time when you didn't know anything? Aristia shivered for a moment as Jun was about to speak. Jun began. Long time no see, Tia. Did you enjoy your time here, in this world without me? Aristia was shocked. What? She was still in shock. What, did she just? Jun cheered up. Oh, what a relief! I was worried that I was the only one who went back in time. Tia, you were here too. Oh, you seem younger than when we first met. Did I come a bit early? Aristia stepped back in shock. Jun, no. It can't be, Jun leaned forward saying. You do remember, right? You seemed so surprised that I almost thought you'd forgotten me too. It's finally getting interesting. I've been so bored ever since I came back. I hope you'll take care of me just like before, Tia. She left after saying that. Aristia stands there still in shock. Later her father asked her, looking at her. Tia! What's wrong? You seem dazed, she snapped back. Oh, it's nothing, Papa, Duke Ruthie asked. What do you think? What will be their next move? Aristia replied. You mean for the meeting later in the afternoon? Count Hemel, or someone else with enough power, will try to take Jun Grasp as their adopted daughter, Duke Ruth replied. So you think so too, Duke Ras said. Right, we should bring that lady to our side, Duke Ruth filled in. Kyrian, you have no objections since you've decided on an heir, right? Aristia thought. Right, that's for the best. Bringing Jun as the future empress supported by us, the imperialists. That is the best way for me to succeed my family without worry, as I am the one who burdened our party. But, Jun, did you really go back in time too? As the Sikam meeting was about to begin, the prince and other members came to the meeting hall. Aristia looked towards the prince and remembered his words. According to the agreement, there's still some time left. Won't you reconsider your decision? She felt conflicted as she remembered herself saying to her father, I will succeed our family, Papa. She then turns her head. Someone announced. It's time to resume. The afternoon meeting began. As expected, the aristocrats announced that they were willing to accept Jun as an adopted daughter. What we didn't expect was that Duke Xena made the offer himself, even though he always insisted on the importance of a noble bloodline. But the imperialists were ready, and they led with Duke Ras offering Jun the chance to join them as well. The emperor suggested, how about she become a princess? The emperor started joking at the sudden and silly scramble that began. But then, Duke Xena revealed something substantial. Duke Ras, don't you think you're being too greedy? You already have Lady Aristia, and now you want Jun Grasp as well? No. Actually, perhaps you're greedy to take Grasp even more since that child of the prophecy is mixed with the blood of a peasant. After hearing that, everyone was shocked and flinched. The prince jolted. As the murmuring began, Aristia thought. He's saying that again? The prince shouted. Duke Xena! During this discussion, refrain from needless slander, the duke said. Your Highness. The bloodline of the house that Grasp will entrust herself to is very important. I have a younger sister who is written down to have died from a disease long ago. Though it is humiliating, the truth is that she was kidnapped by some low peasants. That girl's mother, the late Marchioness of House Monique, is the child that was born between my younger sister and a peasant. She is the child of a peasant. The audience was shocked again by this revelation. Marquis Kyrian shouted. I will not forgive anyone who insults my wife and my daughter, Duke Xena replied. Then bring proof that I'm wrong. You can at least do that much if you want the child of the prophecy. No, Marquis countered. You are the one bringing up a baseless story, and you ask us for proof? The imperialists and aristocrats again straight arguing. One shouted. That's right. How dare you insult the Empire's spear? The other countered. Ha, spear indeed. What kind of high noble has the blood of a peasant? One replied. In that case, Jun Grasp isn't a noble or anything either, the other shouted back. How dare you say such a thing to a child loved by God? Marquis Monique was infuriated, which was unusual. The aristocrats argued that Jun Grasp is also a commoner, yet they couldn't hide their panic. Aristia was shocked. My mother was the daughter of a peasant, and the niece of Duke Xena. No, that can't be. She was written down as the daughter of House Sonia in the royal directory. But if Papa is this furious, then that means it must be at least partially true. The prince looked at Aristia, who was in shock. Aristia, then the emperor began. That is enough. All of you. As the ruler of this empire, I do not wish for a battle between two honorable houses. Duke Xena questioning the legitimacy of the Marchioness is a defamation of House Monique. Refrain from stirring up baseless rumors. I shall reveal the documents regarding the redemption of House Sonia's title during her marriage. This should satisfy both parties, I believe. As the whispers began, the Duke Ras thinks. Still, once there's doubt, it won't be easy to shake off. Duke Ruth concluded. So this was his true objective. A scandal regarding Lady Monique's legitimacy. The Grand Council room was full of doubt and anger that was greater than before. The awkward silence continued as if a storm had passed by. June had been watching everything without a word until now, but she finally began to talk. Your Majesty, and Your Highness, as the prophecy of God, I wish to choose where I will be. And I have made my decision after hearing everything, the Emperor said. Even though you've been keeping your silence until now? Well then, say what you wish. Where will you go? She smiled and then said. I will go with Duke Xena. Hearing that, the Emperor said. Now then. The child of prophecy and her residence have been decided. What's left is to choose the prince's fiancée. Let's discuss the rest tomorrow. You may all leave the court. After the meeting, the prince walked towards both of them, but Aristia left before him. Later in his office, Heron said, You did well, Your Highness. It was quite hectic towards the end. Then they looked at the document. This is the directory of nobles from 30 and 35 years ago, Heron began. House Sonia Baron, a vassal of House Monique, managed a small town on the Monique estate. Baron Sonia is the only family member. No other relatives survive. The Baron's title will be withdrawn after the Baron's death. After reading that, Heron thinks aloud. That's odd. If the Marchioness was alive, she would be in her late 30s now. It wouldn't be odd if her name was omitted 35 years ago. But a noble house's heir should have been recorded in the directory from 30 years ago. And then, Jeremiah Lo Sonia suddenly appeared in the directory 25 years ago. Your Highness. Is this what I think it is? After hearing that, the prince said. Past registries are collected before getting updated. Most people wouldn't notice what happens at a small baron's house in the countryside, Heron agreed. Indeed, the prince remembered. There was no glimpse of a shadow to be found in her smile. I wonder what happened. The prince rises up from his place and walks to the window, Heron suggested. Your Highness, I hear there will be a flower lantern festival near the riverbank in the evening. Why don't you go outside and get some fresh air? Meanwhile, at the riverbank, Aristia was there with Antisha Abd Ilia. Aristia said. I've never seen anything like this before, Antea told. During a flower lantern festival, people make a wish upon the flower and let it drift down the river, Ilia added. So there are flowers that glow at night, Antea said. This festival was held to wish for the drought to end. The Sharia company is hosting this, Ilia spoke. Everyone is hoping for it, so I'm sure it will rain soon, Antea asked, holding the flower. Should we send some too? Ilia asked. Is it fine to wish for anything? Antea replied. Well, that would be up to the person, then Ilia said. So that's how it is. Now you should take one too, Lady Aristia. Then they make their wishes after drifting the flowers, Antea wished. Please make Sharia company into the best merchant association of this land, Ilia wished. Please make sure the person next to me doesn't get too greedy. Aristia doesn't wish for anything, they asked. What did you wish for, Lady Aristia? She replied. Oh, I was thinking about something else and forgot, one of them said. Oh, what a pity. The flower already drifted away. Hold on. I'll buy one more. After that, as Aristia took a walk, her mind was reflecting. The things that happened today keep coming to mind. I attended the court wearing this formal attire to be a representative of my family. So I was able to passively state my determination. But other than that, a lot of things were a total failure. I thought it would be fine for me to step down from my role, since the Imperialist Party wouldn't lose anything if one of us supported the inexperienced June. But even June traveled back in time, and she chose Duke Xena. Everything is my fault. I, unknowingly, got accustomed to this peaceful life. I didn't prepare enough for June's arrival, and that ruined everything. She remembered the Duke's word. Lady Aristia's mother, the late Marchioness of House Monique, was the daughter of a peasant. The prince also came to the riverbank. As she was emotionally pained, he saw her walking. Both of them gazed at each other. Aristia was surprised. She then stumbled, thinking, I don't want to see him. So why now, of all times? As she was about to fall, Antea caught her. Lady Aristia! Are you all right? Aristia replied. Oh, Antea. I'm feeling a bit dizzy, she suggested. You should sit down, she said. I brought you here since upstream is even more crowded. Let's rest in the cool shade over there for a bit and go back. Then Ilya also noticed the prince, and then she bowed to him. The next day, the final day of the royal court council meetings, the emperor asked, My son, will you say that again? The prince said. I said I do not want that, father. Everyone was surprised at his decision as he refused the emperor. The emperor said, You're going against my word? He replied. Yes. Your decision to name Lady Aristia as the empress and to name the lady of House Xena as the queen. I do not agree with that. Aristia was shocked. Bacchus. In the past, he always obeyed the emperor, almost as if he were a vassal. But now, he's going against His Majesty's will in public? The emperor asked. Why do you disagree even though everyone else here is for it? The prince said. Duke Xena, I would like to ask you one thing before I answer my father, he replied. Yes, your highness? He looked towards June and said. In exchange for accepting that lady as a queen, were you thinking of requiring she be officially accepted into the imperial palace before the empress's official crowning? The duke replied. That is correct, your highness. Shouldn't there be at least one lady here in court to assist the royal family? Then the prince said. As I thought. Father, even if the empress and queen are named in this court today, Lady Aristia must wait another year for her coming of age. If a queen officially enters the court before the empress, the queen will have to perform the empress's tasks, but unlike Lady Aristia, this woman's capabilities have not been verified. However, your highness, it is only right for a queen to stand in the stead of the empress. June flared up as she heard that. Duke Xena said. Since you are officially leading state affairs, you must have someone to aid you by your... The prince cut him off. I've been doing fine by myself all this time. The emperor grinned, thinking. Look at this boy, he asked. Then, what do you wish to do? The prince said. There's still 1 year until Lady Aristia Monique becomes an adult. Please postpone this matter until then, as it should have been, the duke asked again. But what about the affairs of the state? The prince replied. I will take care of that by myself without a problem. And that should be enough time to test what the lady of House Xena is capable of. A year later, on the day of Lady Aristia Monique's coming of age, everything will be decided then. After the meeting, Duke Ras was giving his opinion. I mean, I was really surprised there. He would always listen to everything His Majesty had decided, but he was so obstinate when objecting to that, Duke Roos said. But this is better for us as well. With this, there's no way they can bear the child of the heir first, he then added. However, they will take this as an opportunity to take the crown of the empress, if they can prove that lady's capabilities, Duke Ras said. Since things have come this far, only a child of prophecy stands a chance against another child of prophecy. Kyrian, you should prepare yourself to send your daughter to the imperial court, Marquis replied. I can't agree to that. I want Tia to live her life as she wants. It doesn't matter what cost I have to pay. She should at least. After the meeting, the prince took Aristia to the garden. Aristia was deep in her thoughts sitting in the garden. Why was I so careless until now? What a fool I was. I thought I was preparing for the future as much as I could, but I'm so powerless to stand against this great tide. When was it? I'm sure I've felt like this before. I feel like I'm sinking into a deep ocean. Right, just like 5 years ago at the temple. She felt as she was drifted away. The prince who was in front of her jolted, shouting, Aristia! While Aristia felt nauseous. Oh, something smells pleasant. It's so wonderfully warm. I could just fall asleep like this. Suddenly the prince hugged her, saying, I'm sorry. That made her snap back to reality. She gets flustered. Huh! You, what is? He continued. I'm sorry, Aristia. I know you don't want to be the empress, but I forced them to postpone the decision again on my own. I'm sorry, Aristia said. Your Highness? But the prince doesn't stop. I wanted to respect your wishes, and you're probably disappointed, but I couldn't be of any help. This is the most I could do right now. I'm terribly sorry I couldn't be of proper help. Hearing that, Aristia said. Not at all, Your Highness, she thinks in her mind. What is he talking about? In fact, he's done as best as he could to buy me more time, yet he's apologizing. He's the crown prince of an empire, Yet he's honestly confessing that he doesn't have enough influence, the prince added. But I promise. When the time comes, and if you haven't changed your mind then, I will follow your wishes. I swear on my name. I won't try to force you, or pressure you into anything. So I beg you, Aristia, please, don't give up on yourself and fall into despair. After hearing all of that, Aristia felt touched, and she cried. Then they had lunch together. As she was eating, the prince said, "Don't eat only the vegetables," Aristia wondered. "He doesn't usually eat this kind of meal. I wonder if he's being considerate of me." Later the prince told her, "Your mother was an amazing person. I was scolded by her once when I was young," he mischievously added. "Actually, it's a secret," Aristia asked. "How did that happen?" he began. "When I was about 4, I visited House Monique with my father. Back then, I didn't want to listen to the adults talk about boring things. So I left on my own. I was wandering around the mansion by myself when I came across it. It looked like the scepter of a country, symbolizing sovereign authority, and it was decorated with rubies and silver blue thread." Aristia wondered, "A scepter decorated with rubies and silver blue thread? What is that? I've never seen it before. There's a treasure that I don't know about in our house?" The prince continued, "I was young, and I got greedy. I wanted it, so I took it. That's when I ran into your mother." Her mother asked the prince, "Your Highness, what are you doing here by yourself?" "He quickly hides the baton behind his back," her mother asked. "What are you hiding behind your back?" the prince replied. It's nothing," she said. "I'll only get more curious if you keep hiding it. Come now, let me have a peek." "I won't tell anyone." Seeing the baton, she was shocked. "That's," she scolded him. "Your Highness, did you take that from the room there? How can the crown prince of a great empire do such a thing? You secretly took someone else's property without saying a word." The prince gets flustered. I just. The prince dropped the baton and she quickly catches it. She then reprimanded him. "Don't ever do something like this again. Do you understand?" The prince felt embarrassed, saying, "I really learned my lesson that day." After hearing that, Aristia said, "So that's what happened," the prince then told. "At first, I thought she was extremely disrespectful for scolding me, since I'm the prince. But I realized something later on. Nobody truly criticized me out of concern, but her eyes were full of affection when she scolded me. I wanted to see her again, but I kept thinking of how severely she scolded me, so I didn't have the courage to go see her. And time passed by like that. After a while, she visited the palace with you just after you were born. And I ran to her immediately. That was probably the first time I cried that much in my life. What happened that day is a secret between us, Your Highness." And she warmly smiled at me as she said that. He added, "Your mother was a very warm, but headstrong woman. So there is nothing for you to be ashamed of." Aristia felt touched. "Nobody would tell me anything about my mother's past. Would I be more confident now if I remembered something about my mother?" Then the prince said, "I think one's bloodline isn't that important. I don't think that a person's background or lineage is more important than one's heart. I hope that you will think the same way, Aristia." After Aristia left for her home, the prince was staring at the ceiling in his office. Heron said, "I've brought you some chamomile tea, Your Highness," he asked. "Aren't you tired? You should rest now," the prince said. "This reminds me of my late mother. My mother scorned me and hated me for being unrefined because I wasn't her own son. Yet mother adored that girl so much." He questioned, "Why do my father and mother adore that girl so much? Is it because she's of a pure bloodline unlike me?" With every breath I took, I felt like I was being discriminated against because of my background. If I had grown up with this same mindset and had learned the truth, what would I have thought? If I had learned of her background, wouldn't I have felt it unfair that I was hated and discriminated against, even though we were both descended from peasants? My resentment would have targeted her, even though she did nothing wrong. I would have been foolish and immature. Heron knelt in front of him and said, "Yes. Your past self would have done so. You would have resented His Majesty and hated Lady Aristia and would have refused to open yourself up to anyone. But how are you now? Today, you clearly announced to everyone that, instead of letting another woman enter the court first, you'd rather have no one by your side. You prepared a meal full of dishes that you don't usually touch just for her. And you shared a memory that you've kept to yourself for a long time. Even now, you are thinking only about her. Later at a social gathering, Antea said, "There's a lot of talk about Lady Junzina lately. I was hoping she would clash with Lady Rhea, but surprisingly, she has managed to assimilate and get everyone under her command. The ladies of the aristocrats are already following Lady Jun as their leader," Aristia thinks in her mind. "She's already leading the party herself. Is she really the Jun that I know? She's a different person from the past, back when she was laughed at by the maids for being too friendly," Antea said. "Turns out she's quite smart. She only just became his daughter, yet she memorized most of the noble families and got used to etiquette very quickly," Aristia remembered. "It's understandable that she would be able to do that if she traveled back in time just like me. But what happened to make her change like that? She's like a blade drenched in poison," then Aristia suggested. "We don't have enough information. We need to persuade more of the neutral merchants to our side. If we are to weaken the aristocrats' authority, it's important to earn their trust and information since they hold a lot of power over the merchant business. And one more thing. Let's increase the spies and sources of information we have in the Duke's household, businesses, and domains. From now on, intelligence will be key," she raced her mind. "Now that I think about it, the aristocrats held more power in the past timeline, and the situation turned for the worse after he rose to the throne. Luckily, the aristocrats were held in check here because their scheme to push for a fiancé during the Foundation Day celebrations was revealed. But will the tides turn again now that June is on their side? I can't let them roam freely to do as they wish," Princia asked. "Is that all for today?" Aristia asked. "Oh, I'm sorry, Your Highness. I made you wait," she pointed out. "Princia," then Aristia called her. "Princia," she said. "By the way, Aristia, I hear the boutique that you're sponsoring is thriving lately. I bought one too. Everyone has been praising the beignets that are sold only at that boutique. Even the aristocrat ladies can't hold back," Antea told. "It's all thanks to Lady Aristia discovering that crafter. I wonder how she found someone like that," Aristia replied. "I really found him just by chance," she remembered. "In my past life, if beignets are becoming more extravagant, that means dresses will become simpler in response. If June notices this too, then," she commanded, "Antaya. The aristocrat merchants might begin buying muslin in large quantities. You should keep them in stock before then," she complied. "I understand what you're after. Please leave it to me, my lady." Suddenly Carcian spoke. "Sorry to interrupt your discussion, but it's about time for us to return, Princia," she said. "Oh my! It's already this late?" Aristia asked. "You're done sparring with my father, Carcian?" he replied. "Yeah. He really is on another level. Thanks for letting me learn House Monique's technique," Aristia pouted, thinking. "I'm jealous. It's my family's technique, but I can't study it." As the time they returned it was raining. While holding the umbrella, Carcian suddenly began. "Now that I think about it, remember the people who ambushed us before? They arrested the culprits while we were at the Summer Palace," Aristia said. "Yes, I heard. And they all committed suicide in prison. The aristocrats sent assassins to kill me. Since they failed to push Princess Moira as the prince's fiancée, they grew anxious and went after me instead. I hope they'll stay quiet for a while now that they have an equally strong card," Carcian asked. "What do you mean?" she replied, smiling. "Oh, it's nothing," then Carcian asked. "Are you upset?" Aristia questioned back. "About what?" Carcian said. "About Prince Ruvlis. I hear the lady of House Xena has been eagerly appealing to him," Aristia replied. "Oh. I don't mind," Carcian said. "Right. Because you boldly declared you'd become a knight since a long time ago," then Carcian jokingly asked. "How about me?" Aristia was surprised. "What?" he teased. "My background is respectable, I'm talented, and I'll be devoted to one person. Perhaps you don't know, but this dandy here is highly sought after as a marriage partner." Aristia smiled. "What do you mean, dandy? That's not like you." Suddenly her father called for her. "Tia, come here," she replied. "Yes, Papa." She rushed to him in the rain. Carcian shouted. "Huh! Hey! Your umbrella!" After reaching to her father, he said, "You got all wet in that instant," Aristia recalled. "On the night the Grand Council finally ended, Papa told me about my mother. My maternal grandmother fell in love with a knight who had no title. She fled from House Sina to give birth to my mother. But she'd been raised as a proper noble lady, so she didn't know how to do anything, and thus they were always poor. My grandfather left as a mercenary to feed his family, but he returned dead. My grandmother grew ill soon after that. My mother went to House Sina to save her, but she was coldly rejected. In the end, she held a funeral for grandmother and had to roam about alone. That's when she was attacked by some unknown gang. Papa and His Majesty saved her in that moment and had her name entered as a member of House Sonia. Papa didn't mention my mother's origins until now. He was worried that I might be hurt by Duke Xena, who is always cold to me even though we're relatives. But I'm fine as long as Papa is with me, she thought. It would have hurt me very much in the past. Perhaps it's thanks to his words. She remembered the prince's word. There is nothing for you to be ashamed of, she recalled. During the Foundation Day celebrations, we had walked together when it rained like this, she thought. I wonder if he's looking at this rain too. No. He's a busy person, so that's impossible. Surely he has a mountain of work to do since it's been raining after such a long drought. She then thinks about Alanids. Is it also raining like this, in the kingdom of Rua? There hasn't been any news of him. What is he thinking about right now? Don't say such kind words to me. Don't look at me with such soft eyes. Don't care about me at all. I don't want anyone to confuse me anymore. Because I'm determined not to love anyone anymore. The welcomed rain after the drought ended up flooding the Lumo River. A week later, June and Aristia were summoned to a conference that was discussing emergency countermeasures. In the meeting, the Emperor said, "This is quite amazing, Lady June. Creating a temporary levy using bags of sand while collecting donations to aid the people. I summoned you too since I wanted to hear some different opinions, and you've come up with an excellent measure." "Amazing, Lady June," she replied. "I'm honored, Your Majesty." Aristia thinks about it. A temporary levy made of sandbags. I hadn't thought of something like that before. Then the Emperor said, "Now then, I will embrace both Lady June's temporary measure and Lady Aristia's preventive measure for the future. Good work, both of you." After the meeting, the Emperor took a breath of relief. "I'm a bit tired, so I need to lie down. I'll leave the rest to you, my son." As the prince was about to leave, June suggested, "We should discuss the details about the sandbags I just suggested," he replied. "Oh, you can explain that to the Chancellor," June said. "Oh dear. You should also hear the details of my proposal. There's a lot that you need to know as well. Now, we can talk about this over a meal." The prince saw Aristia walking. He called for her. "Aristia! If you have a moment." Suddenly the high priest came cheerfully calling. "Dear Pioneer! Pioneer!" Aristia replied. "Your Holiness." Aristia sparkled by his blessing, she said. "Thank you, Your Holiness," she wondered. "Huh! What happened to his mysterious first impression?" Aristia asked. "What brings you to the Imperial Palace again, Your Holiness?" he replied. "Everyone keeps hiding you away, and they never bring you to the temple, so I had no choice but to come find you here. And there are so many beautiful people here in the Imperial Palace. Isn't it my duty to bless all these people here as the staff of God?" he then said. "Dear Pioneer, won't you grant me some of your time? I have something to tell you." She looked towards the prince and replied, "Pardon? But," seeing that the prince takes a sigh. "Then, High Priest, I shall excuse myself first," the priest said. "I'll see you soon, Your Highness. Now, dear Pioneer. Shall we go?" As the prince was leaving, Aristia thought, "Is this really all right, though? He looked like he wanted to tell me something. The High Priest. He helped heal Carcian, and he supported me during the Grand Council. But he is a disciple of God in the end. Even if the High Priest doesn't agree with the temple's opinion, they are all still from the same circle," she resolved. "I shouldn't let my guard down." His Majesty distanced himself from the temple all this time, because he was wary of religion interfering with politics. As they reached the garden, the priest said, "It was good that I chose to come here because I got to meet you in person like this," she asked. Your Holiness, did you have some business in the capital? He replied. Yes, I came here since the future son of the Empire called for me. But even divine power can't interfere with a light that fades with the flow of time. All I can do is bless the light in the meantime, Aristia concluded. He's here to visit His Majesty who has grown weak. But of course, divine power can't reverse aging, he told. Unfortunately, we don't have much time to talk even though we finally met again. I will be away from the capital for a while after today, Aristia asked. Pardon? The priest said. You will hear some news soon. Please, don't be too surprised, and do respond bravely, Aristia replied. I understand, she realized. So something surprising will happen soon. And it's urgent enough for him to leave His Majesty behind. Yet he can't tell me what it is exactly. Then the priest smiled. You are bright indeed. The one God will always be with you, dear pioneer. Seeing him waving, Aristia thinks. Huh! He's blessing me again, he then said. I must go visit His Majesty now. I wish you good health, until we meet again. As the priest was going, he saw some ladies talking. Oh! Who are these beautiful beings here? Oh my! My lady, you are like a lake reflecting the sun's light. And you, madam, remind me of a dewdrop resting on the petal of a red rose. May all the creations of the one God be blessed. Duke Xena and June were watching all of that, the Duke said. The High Priest is trying to support that vulgar lowborn. We must make the first move. I will reaffirm our relationship with the temple. And you must keep a hold on the Crown Prince, June replied. I know. She looked at Aristia furiously. Later in the sparring, Aristia felt exhausted. Carcian asked. Hey, you alright? Are you tired already? She replied. Oh, yeah? I'm not feeling that strong today, she realized. I got out of breath so fast, unlike before. I'm worn out from this short duel, she said. It must be because I didn't have time to exercise since I've had so much work lately. Carcian extends his hand. Geez, oh well. Take my hand, she replied. Ah, thank you. As they walked back, Aristia said. And I still have so much work to do, Carcian said. Isn't the banquet for the Foundation Day celebration coming up again soon? Aristia thought. They're probably going to assign us something again under the guise of a test to be the empress, seeing how June and I were asked to come up with a budget proposal a while ago, she then said. I should probably get back to the office now. I have to go through some papers, so I'll leave first, Carcian replied. All right. I should leave for my patrol, too. Noticing Aristia conflicted, Carcian shouted from behind. Hey, softy! Don't faint on your way back, Aristia said inwardly. I'm not that weak. Looking at the pile of work, she said. Actually, no. I really might collapse. Then she decided. I should calm down a bit before I start, she ordered the maid. I'll be having tea, so bring me hot water and some refreshments, the maid complied. Understood, Squire Aristia. Then she opens the wardrobe. Then again. I have this here. The silver tea set exclusively for royals given to me by His Majesty, she recalled the Emperor saying. It's a gift only for you. Do keep it with you and use it all the time, she thought. Perhaps it's to remember our time together at the Summer Palace, or to express his support for me. But either way, I can't carelessly use something this precious. If an aristocrat sees, they'll definitely question me for using a tea set for royals, she said aloud. I should take this home and keep it there. Then someone knocks the door, she replied. Yes, come in, Duchess Ernia came and said. This place is still as old as ever. It's been a long time, Lady Aristia. Aristia was surprised. Duchess Ernia Ras? You've come all the way to the knight's office, Your Grace. Oh, the commander isn't here right now, Duchess told. Actually, I'm here to see you. I'd like you to spare some time for me. Then the Duchess sat down and said, As you already know, I'm not exactly fond of you. But seeing how things are as they are, I will help you. So don't disappoint me, Aristia said. You mean, the Duchess said. I'm talking about this year's Foundation Day celebration. Of the 3 days of the celebration, I will be in charge of the first day. For the next 2 days, 1 day each, you and the Lady of House Xena will host the celebration. By custom, I should be hosting all 3 days, but I'm not as lively as I used to be, and His Majesty mentioned holding a test to prove your capabilities, so I thought this would be a good opportunity. Do you understand, Lady Aristia? You must appear better and more qualified, no matter what, she said. I won't forgive you if you lose to a lowborn with no background. Aristia felt accused. The Duchess reverted. I didn't mean you by that. After all, you are a daughter of House Monique, Aristia replied. Yes, I understand, she thinks in her mind. So, she acknowledges me because I am a legitimate daughter despite my bloodline, the Duchess said. The lady of House Xena is definitely not qualified to be an empress. She's arrogant, and I won't let someone who doesn't know respect enter the royal family. Never, Aristia asked. Did something happen? She remembered. Oh, the Rose Palace, Duchess said. So you heard, Aristia replied. I don't know the details though, the Duchess told. Back then, she wasn't adopted into House Xena yet, meaning she was nothing but a commoner. However, she claimed that a maid was being rude to her and scolded the maid very harshly. Matters within that palace are my responsibility, yet she had the nerve to scold a maid in front of my eyes. So I pointed that out to her, and then, Jun said, the prince gave this palace to me as my temporary residence. As such, the servants in this palace are under my jurisdiction. She felt annoyed. It was unbearable to watch her act as if she meant something to Prince Ruvless. And when did His Highness give her that palace? How dare she act so disrespectfully in front of me? It's ridiculous. Honestly. In the end, His Highness had to come in person to end the dispute, the prince said. She is a guest of the Rose Palace. Do make sure she feels comfortable during her stay here. Hearing that, Aristia thinks. Indeed, that was a great response. The maids will recognize Jun as a guest that they must attend to. Meanwhile, it also recognizes that the Rose Palace is under the jurisdiction of the Duchess. Suddenly the maid came and said, I've brought you your tea, Squire Aristia. Looking at the maid, Aristia thinks. How late? Anything I ask for comes so late these days, Duchess Ernia noticed. Lavender tea, I see. But this seems a bit different from before, Aristia asked. Pardon? She said. No, it must be my imagination. After drinking the tea, Aristia suddenly felt nauseous. As she staggers, the Duchess said, I shall take my leave since you don't seem well. Though you are just a squire now, you are still a knight in title. Shouldn't you take better care of yourself and your health? After Duchess left, Aristia wondered. Why does this tea smell so strong? Actually, I feel like this happened in the past, before I traveled back in time. It was probably at the party celebrating Jun's first year in the Empire. But wasn't that because I was pregnant back then? Then under the pile of papers, Aristia found a box. What's this box? This wasn't here when I left to train. I wonder who left it here. She found a dress inside with a note. How is work going, kid? I'm sure you're struggling to finish everything that's been piling up over the past few days. And you probably didn't even remember to get a dress. If you think you can go wearing just anything, I'll personally have to teach you a lesson. She realized that it was from Carcian. I don't know about other people, but I won't watch you lose to that lady of House Xena. Well, I'm not saying you need to become the Empress though. Anyway, this is our first time participating as partners to a party, so I had this ordered. Make sure to dress yourself appropriately, she then remembered. Right, Carcian did mention this a few days ago, he said. I hear His Highness will escort the lady of House Xena on the second day. Poor kid. You're going to enter the hall by yourself? Aristia said. Oh, that's true. I could ask my father, but he doesn't enjoy parties. I don't want to burden him unnecessarily, Carcian interjected. Then, shall I help you out? She was surprised. What? Aristia thinks in her mind. Still, a dress at a time like this. I hope it doesn't mean what I think it does. The note continued. I hope you're not getting any weird ideas because of this. Don't get your hopes up. You always get ahead of yourself in this area. I can't put my guard down, can I? Reading that, Aristia groaned. Gosh, why did he have to send this? Whatever. I can't return it anyway, so I'll have to wear it. Again, Aristia felt dizzy. She wondered. What's wrong with me today? She concluded. This won't do. I have to rest. I won't be able to get any work done like this. Later at the audience with the Emperor, according to Lady Jun's proposal, the rest of the palace's budget will be used to hold a parade of the 3 knightages, the Emperor asked. You want to hold a parade during this hot weather? Jun said. It's a good way to discipline those who have grown lazy from the heat. Moreover, it will be a welcome sight for the people of the capital. Thus it hits 2 birds with 1 stone. After hearing that, Aristia thought. Her budget plan is solely for the Foundation Day celebrations. It doesn't take into account the knights who have to do the actual work in this heat, she recalled. Of course, I also once thought of everyone, other than myself and Prince Rivlis, as people that I must watch over and rule. I never thought about the people who had to do the real work behind the scenes. I was simply a doll made for the role and title of Empress, they pointed out. And when I look at your proposal, Lady Aristia, I see that you still don't know how to plan a budget. You wish to use 10 stein for the royal banquet and 25 stein to support the management of each domain. The remaining amount you wish to return to the administration, Aristia responded. I believe anything more than that exceeds my authority. I've written the purpose of the distribution of the... She suddenly felt dizzy again and stumbled. She wondered, what's happening? Suddenly she heard the voice. A new bud grows from the dry roots of life. The young bud peeking out from the soil bathed in salt and sea breeze will reach out to the continent with new roots of life. Praise and rejoice this new birth. Worship the 6 roots of life, Aristia realized. The voice of Vita, the one God, she wondered. Why am I hearing this voice now of all times? Could it be? Is this a new prophecy from God? Realizing that, she quickly turned and wondered. Did you not hear that? A moment later, the Emperor recites the prophecy. A young bud peeking out from the soil bathed in salt and sea breeze, he then said. A soil bathed in salt and sea breeze must mean a place near the ocean. Hearing that, the prince said, I agree, your majesty. The terms 6 roots and new bud must be referring to the birth of a new high priest, the prince said. But that's odd. I believe this isn't time for a new high priest, Aristia thought. So, this must be what the high priest meant. But that means he knew there would be a prophecy. How is that possible? Is there a way to predict the birth of a new high priest? Then the emperor said. The prophecy that the priests brought is identical to what Lady Aristia told me this morning. So it's true that she can hear the prophecies of God. At his announcement, aristocratic and imperialist faction again faced each other. As the murmuring began, Aristita said inwardly, I told His Majesty separately because I didn't want others to know. Yet he announced it in front of everyone. This is too much, Your Majesty. The second day of the Foundation Day celebrations, Aristia was in the banquet hall thinking, now that the aristocrats know that I heard a prophecy, they'll be more wary of me. Even today, Carcian was staring at her, noticing that she asked, What is it, Carcian? He said. Well, really, old sayings are always right, you know. They do say clothes make the person, and you look even more brilliant today. I tried to find a spot that wasn't as impressive, but I failed. After hearing that, Aristia chuckled. What's with that? Then Carcian said. Good, that's it. You're going to keep smiling exactly like that today, got it? You look so stunning, so of course you have to be the star for this next song. As the next song played, they started dancing. The prince was watching them. Suddenly, with the sound of crash, someone screamed. Kya, what happened? The servant said. I apologize. I didn't notice that Lady Lanier was behind me, she said. Your dress got dirty, Lady Lanier. How unfortunate, Lanier complained. I agree, Lady Aristia. And this was one of my favorite dresses. The servants are very careless today for some reason, Aristia said. It's a pity to hear that it was your favorite dress. I'll send a maid to the special guest room so you can get changed, she said inwardly. Don't get upset. Stay calm, Lanier refused. That's not necessary. I can't trust that maid to be careful either. Suddenly they heard another scream. Realizing what had happened, Aristia took a sigh. She went to Rhea and asked, Are you all right, Lady Rhea? She said. Oh, Lady Aristia. I suddenly felt a bit nauseous. But the tablecloth is too long and drapes to the floor. I almost got hurt because of this. Shouldn't you have paid more attention since you're the one hosting this banquet? As she whispered started at her complaints between nobles, Aristia concluded. She's blatantly trying to ruin the banquet. Everyone here is determined to insult me today. Suddenly her head started aching again. Oh no! My head again. Then June came to Rhea and said, "That was very disrespectful, Lady Rhea. Apologize to Lady Aristia right now." Rhea acted. "Oh, Lady June and Duke Xena," she smirked and said. "I'm sorry, Lady Aristia. I was a bit too harsh." Taking advantage of the situation, Duke Xena said, "TSK, you can't even host a banquet properly. Looks like you should take a lesson from my daughter's banquet tomorrow." They giggled and started snickering at Aristia. Aristia said, "I'll make sure to be more careful so everyone can enjoy the banquet comfortably," she thinks in her mind. "I'm getting sick again. I hope I can last until this is over." Then Aristia asked June, "Why are you walking around alone without His Highness?" She replied, "Why do you ask? Does that concern you? He'll come back to me soon, so there's nothing you need to worry about." Then Carcian said, "Oh dear. I wonder why His Highness keeps leaving such a beauty by herself. Oh, I think I heard he left after receiving a message from His Majesty. It's a pity that Prince Ruvlus is so busy on a day like this. I mean, being partners usually means staying with each other, after all." Hearing that, June doesn't say anything for a moment, then she began. "I didn't think you were one to hide behind someone else like this, Lady Aristia. I'm quite disappointed. If you're to aid and support Prince Ruvlus, shouldn't you learn to stand on your own without any help?" Aristia replied. "That's what I used to think as well. But now I've learned that standing alone isn't always what's best," June said. "That's a ridiculous." Then Carcian cut her off. "Lady June, you're alone now anyway. Won't you grant me the honor of dancing with you?" As Carcian took June away, Aristia said inwardly, "Thank you, Carcian." Aristia remembered her words. If you're to aid and support Prince Ruvlus, shouldn't you learn to stand on your own without any help? That's what I thought in my past life as well. But I've changed now. When Carcian and June started dancing, June knowingly stomped Carcian. Oh, seeing that, Aristia thinks, that must hurt. Then a servant came holding tea to Aristia. She asked, "What is this?" He answered, "Prince Ruvlus sent this for you, my lady." Then she turned and saw Ruvlus. He nods to her. Aristia took a sip and thinks, "It's refreshing and sweet. Is this tea with honey? I feel like all the frustrations that were building up inside me are slowly disappearing. I want this banquet to end so I can finally rest." After the banquet, Carcian said, "Good job, kid. I was anxious since you looked like you were going to faint at any second," she replied. "I was able to get through it thanks to your help." As she saw him in pain, she asked, "Are you okay? Your foot was stepped on, right?" he asked. "Oh, you saw? That is one vicious woman. She put her whole weight down on my foot," Aristia worriedly asked. "Was it that bad? Are you sure you're all right?" Carcian said. "I'm not all right. Actually, I think I might die from the pain." Hearing that, Aristia gets tense with worry. "Really? Does it hurt a lot? Let me see." Carcian backed away and teased. "Hey kid, don't be so passionate now. Let me see," Aristia said. "What? I'm worrying about you and you." Suddenly Carcian puts his hand at her cheeks and kissed her forehead. Aristia was shocked at first. She then blushed and gets flustered. "What are you doing, Carcian?" Carcian asked. "What are you acting so surprised for?" "I'm sure you hugged that greenweed before," she said. "That was when we were young," he replied. "When you were young? You still look like a little kid to me, you know. Come on, don't get any funny ideas in your head. That's 10 years too early for you. I'm going on ahead, all right? See you tomorrow." As he was leaving, Aristia thought, "He's treating me like a child again." "Don't be so mean." The next day, Lena asked, "My lady, are you sure about not talking to his lordship? You couldn't even stand up this morning." "If you happen to collapse during the banquet," Aristia replied, "it's not that bad. Don't worry so much." Kina was looking concerned. At the banquet, the prince asked, "I think you should rest." "Are you sure you're all right?" she replied. "I'm fine, your highness." The prince gets alarmed at her response and said, "This won't do. I'll call the doctor right." He started walking holding her hand. The prince agreed. "All right. But you must rest and see the royal doctor after this," she replied. "Yes, your highness." Then they started dancing together. As they were dancing, Aristia prayed, "Hang in there just a little longer, Aristia. Just a bit more." She again felt nauseous. She was at the verge of passing out. She said, "My apologies, your highness," saying that she fainted. The prince caught her from falling, shouting his name. "Aristia!" After she opened her eyes, she felt. Everything is blurry, she wondered. "Where am I?" She saw her father yelling. "What did you just say?" "Make her better now," the doctor apologized. "Forgive me, your grace," Aristia calls out. "Father?" Her father quickly went to her side and said, "Yes, I'm here." "Can you recognize me?" she said. "I can't see clearly." "What's happening?" her father told. "You worked yourself too hard. You'll get better once you get some rest," she thought. "Everything looks hazy. This has never happened before, no matter how exhausted I was." "I don't think this is because I strained myself," she asked. "Is this poison?" Her father was pained. "Tia," she said. "Tell me, father," he replied. "Yes. We're trying to find the one behind all this. And His Majesty ordered his men to find the high priest just in case. But even if we find the culprit, there's no guarantee of an antidote. It's important that you endure this until His Holiness arrives," she asked. "And the culprit?" he told. "Our lead was the maid who assisted you in the first squadron office. But that maid was already dead when we went to question her on who gave her the order," she recalled, thinking. "His Majesty must have given me the silver tea set to prevent something like this from happening," she then said. "Actually, a servant delivered a drink to me on the second day of the banquet. He said it was from His Highness, but I think he should be checked again," her father replied. "All right. I'll go and investigate that right away, so you rest comfortably." After that, she fell asleep. Later, at another day, the prince came to visit her while she was asleep. He brushed her hair, saying, "This is the first time you haven't avoided my touch." Aristia was nauseous, wondering, "Who's there?" The prince continued, "But I didn't want that to happen in this way. You're quite cruel to me, really. I want to ask you something, but I can't out of fear that you'll close yourself off again. I wonder if you know that. I'm sorry that I can't let you go, even though I know this happened because of me. We're looking for the high priest everywhere, so please bear with this until then." He was grieving. Later, Aristia finds herself walking a path full of darkness. While walking, she suddenly saw a green light calling her name, Aristia. "Lady Eris, open." She opened her eyes and saw High Priest and Marquis looking at her. The priest asked, "Are you awake, Lady Aristia?" he said. "Don't get up yet, my lady. You must rest for a while," she asked. "How long has it been?" he told. "You've been sleeping for almost 3 months." She was surprised. "It's been that long?" She looked at her father, thinking. "Father, he looks so gaunt now." He spoke. "I'm glad I can see you again, father." Then the priest said, "I must introduce myself again. May the blessing of life always be with you. I am Vita's second root, Secundus." Aristia thought he was the third, but now he's the second? Does that mean the other high priest is with God now? The priest said, "My speculation is that you were affected by 2 poisons." She asked, "2?" He explained, "It's difficult to discern the exact types of poison when using a neutralizing spell, so perhaps it was luck that I've come across a similar case such as this before. Taking this poison for a prolonged period will cause nausea. It also makes one's chest feel tight and induces heavy breathing. It also drives one to feel emotionally unstable." Aristia said, "Now that I think about it, I felt like that even before I collapsed." The priest added, "Digesting the poison a couple of times won't cause death. However, once it accumulates inside the body, it can become deadly. And especially for women, if taken in small amounts over a long period, it can harm their bodies. The womb will go dry, and the woman will not only have a hard time getting pregnant, she will be unable to give birth safely." After hearing that, Aristia's mind raced. "Oh, wait. A poison that causes heavy breathing and emotional instability? And the pregnancy," she remembered, "I had the same kind of symptoms before going back in time. Now that I think about it, I may have been frail in the past, but should have been able to control my mood. Yet, I was continuously furious and irritated. The time the toxic symptoms of the poison emerged was a few months after I became the queen. I simply thought it was because I resented him for not looking back at me, and because I was annoyed by June. And I thought I was more likely to have a miscarriage because of my frail body and the stress from all my work. But to think that it could have all been because someone poisoned me. She then asked, "Does that mean I can't bear children from now on?" He replied, "Oh, I can't say for sure." He added, "Did you know that your mother also had these symptoms from the same poison?" Aristia quickly turned towards her father. Seeing her curious look, he said, "If His Holiness here hadn't come to find us, she probably would have died at that time." The priest told, "There is hope since she's an example of recovery." "But it's hard to say since your case is a bit different from hers," Aristia asked. "Because 2 poisons were used?" He explained, "Yes. The second poison probably amplified the effects of the poison that had accumulated in your body, since there is no way your symptoms would have been this severe. I'm glad that I blessed you multiple times before I left on my journey. I just couldn't help but worry about you. If not for those blessings, you would have passed away before I arrived." Aristia replied, "I see. Thank you, Your Holiness." Then her father said, "The servant who delivered the poison to you was already killed. But after investigating, we found that Count Lanier was the one who gave the order. The Count is currently being interrogated in jail to uncover his other crimes. You don't need to worry about anything. Just rest comfortably." After saying that, Marquis and the Hygrius left the room and Carcian came in. Seeing him, Aristia calls his name, "Carcian?" Carcian quickly hugs her and said, "Thank goodness. Thank goodness it wasn't too late. I thought I'd never see you again. I thought I'd never hear your voice again." Aristia said, "Sorry." Carcian continued, "Don't get hurt again, Aristia," she said. "All right? I won't." Later, Aristia saw a report. June was buying large quantities of muslin. Seeing that, she advised, "Send a message to Antea telling her to sell all the muslin that you'd asked her to buy to House Sina. You'll leave the pricing to her. Simply mention that she should sell them as expensively as possible." After advising that, she said inwardly, "Good luck struggling with funds." Then the Baron said, "Count Lanier is the only one who was in contact with both the maid who served you in the first squadron office and the attendant who delivered you a drink during the banquet." Hearing that, Aristia thought, "There's no way Count Lanier would have planned this on his own. Duke Xena is definitely behind all of this. He's going to avoid accusations using Count Lanier." She wondered, did June take part in this as well? She then said, "There must be a document with the details somewhere. The Count must have preserved some evidence in case Duke Xena tried to cut ties. Baron Caro. Find a way to either persuade Count Lanier or to dig up their trail." He complied. "Understood." After that, Aristia heard that His Majesty grew very ill. Apparently, he collapsed during an outburst he had while commanding people to track down the true mastermind behind her poisoning. After Aristia met the Emperor who was sick, she thought, he was getting better a while ago. But now, His Majesty is so ill because of me. The Emperor said, "Lady Aristia, I'm glad to see that you are well again." She said, "I am so sorry, Your Majesty." He said, "Don't blame yourself. The time given to me has come to an end, that's all." "May I ask you for one last favor?" She replied, "Please do, Your Majesty." He said, "Even if you choose to succeed your family, I hope you'll stay by his side as a friend, at least." Aristia complied, "I swear I will do so, Your Majesty." Then the Emperor said, "I leave him to you. And let me give you one last small gift. I hope it will help protect you." Hearing that, Aristia asked, "Pardon? I don't understand." "Your Majesty." After saying that, the Emperor fell asleep. Seeing him, Aristia thinks in her mind, he was always so strong and full of life, but he's grown so frail now. "Your Majesty, I hope you'll get well soon and rise again. Just like how I was saved by your grace." After closing the door, Aristia was met with the prince. He said, "It's been a while?" Aristia said, "I apologize, Your Highness. It's my fault that he's—" He cut her off. "Why is that your fault? Don't blame or belittle yourself so easily. You are clearly a victim. Do not volunteer to take on a sin for something you haven't done. And don't worry too much about Father. He's always been full of vigor, so I'm sure he'll recover soon." She replied, "Yes, I agree." Then the prince said, "I was afraid that I would lose you forever, Aristia was surprised. Your Highness, the prince added. Count Lanier attempted to hurt you, so we will make an example out of him this time, Aristia asked. Your Highness, won't you postpone the Count's punishment temporarily? He asked. Why? Aristia explained. He's obviously not the true culprit behind this. I want to use this opportunity to lure out everyone who was behind this attack. After hearing that, the prince was curious. So, you want to use him as bait, all right. I shall hand over everything regarding this investigation to House Monique. However, this is clearly challenging the royal family as well. The Count's punishment can't be postponed for a long time. I'll give you 3 months. You can discuss the rest with Duke Verita. Then Aristia said, Thank you, Your Highness. Outside the Emperor chambers, Duke Xena shouted, You're telling me that only my sons and I are allowed to enter? He questioned. Then, what about my daughter? The servant said, It's just as I've informed you. She is not allowed to take part in the audience with His Majesty. The Duke demanded, Why is that? The servant explained, This is an order from His Majesty. His Majesty said that if you choose to object regarding this matter, he will also deny your entry. Your Grace. Hearing that, Jun showed her disapproval. After Aristia came out, the Duke said, So, it's true that Lady Aristia was allowed to have an audience. What is His Highness thinking? How could he allow the cause of this situation to have an audience with the Emperor? Aristia thinks in her mind, I was the only one allowed to have an audience. Is this the gift that His Majesty mentioned? Marquis warned the Duke, Watch your words, Duke. Say my daughter did cause an inconvenience for His Majesty. However, did you forget that you almost became family with the main culprit who harmed my daughter? The Duke shouted, What? Suddenly a nobleman intervened. Please calm down, my lords. I think you both need to cool down a bit, he said. Marquis Monique, I do hope you can understand how anxious the Duke is, since he's not even allowed to have an audience when he is simply worried about His Majesty's health. Looking at him, Aristia thought, Lord Milua. He's the son of Marquis Milua and the heir of their family. Lord Milua turned to Aristia. Lady Aristia, I am relieved to see that you are well, she replied. Thank you. After that, Aristia started walking. She saw Jun and both of them looked at each other. Aristia resolved, if she was the one who poisoned me, and if she had done that in the past as well, I won't stand by and do nothing. Later an announcement was made. The Emperor has passed away. The Emperor has passed away. In the throne room, nobles were gathered to see the new Emperor. People chanted, Bow before the new sun. Welcome the new leader of the Empire. Long live the new Emperor. Long live the new Emperor. Then the Emperor Ruvlus began. The late Emperor was called the graceful ruler because he loved and treasured his people. I pray that he is blessed with peace after returning to Vita's grace. I, Ruvlus Camaludin Shana Castina, hereby declare that I will continue my father's legacy and lead the Empire. After his declaration, people started chanting again with joy, Long live the new Emperor! Long live the new Emperor! Long live the new Emperor! Later at the late Emperor's funeral, Duke Arkant sent his regards, our great son of the glorious Castina Empire. May you have peace in Vita's arms. Aristia saw Ruvlus, who was standing at the funeral looking sad. His sad face made her grieve more. After some time her father came and said, Tia, we should go back now. She replied, Yes, father. As they were walking back, Aristia recalled Ruvlus' sad face and rushed back. The prince was standing in the cemetery. After reaching, she called, Your Majesty. While turning towards her, he asked, Aristia? What brings you here? You should go. Aristia shouted, Get a hold of yourself. She knelt in front of him and said, Your Majesty, you must stay strong. You must overcome this. The late Emperor wouldn't want you to be like this either, Ruvlus said, right? He worried about the people even until his final moments. And if I don't stay strong, the Empire will fall too. Aristia said, That's not true. He was truly concerned about you, Your Majesty. Ruvlus said, That can't be. Father, worried about the Empire because he couldn't trust me even until the end. Aristia protested, No, Your Majesty. The late Emperor. Suddenly they heard someone shouting, I am a rightful candidate for His Majesty's future partner. Why do you stop me without even asking His Majesty? Sir Seymour said, Nobody can enter. Aristia looked towards Jun and wondered what was she doing here. Seeing Jun, Ruvlus said, I've lingered here for too long. Let's return. Aristia Fist asked, pardon? Then she complied, ah yes. Then he asked, Aristia? I have a favor to ask you. She replied, yes, your majesty. He asked, will you stay with me tonight? Aristia was shocked, pardon? Your majesty, what? He said, I don't know if I'll be able to endure this night by myself. She was flustered, your majesty. He added, I apologize. I knew it would be too much to ask. Then looking at the sky, Aristia said, the weather has been so nice lately. I think it's fine to take a walk at night even. What do you think of that? He replied, thank you. During their walk they went to the tree in the royal garden. While looking at it, Ruvlis said, the Marquis requested a transfer. He wants you to be assigned to the 2nd Squadron. Aristia asked, Father requested that. Ruvlis told, he seems uneasy since something like that happened at the 1st Squadron. He added, I didn't expect that. He has always been a bit cold, so I didn't know he loved his daughter this much. Then Aristia told, actually, I wasn't very close to Father in the beginning, either. I only saw how cold he usually was, and I thought that he didn't love me. So I always kept my distance. Ruvlis asked then, how did you become so close to him? While remembering the past, Aristia said, one day, I had a terrible nightmare. I felt very lonely and neglected, as if I was all alone in the world. So, I tried reaching out first. And that's when I realized it. Even though Father didn't openly express himself, he has always loved me all this time. And I'm sure the late Emperor was the same. You said that your father always thought you weren't good enough, but that's not true. The late Emperor trusted you, and he was proud of you. He told me this when all the princesses were invited as candidates to be your fiancé. He said he trusts you, and would respect whatever decision you made. I once asked him why he treats you so strictly if he trusts you that much. Ruvlis asked, and what did he say? Aristia told, he said that he is the only one who can be strict with you, though it hurt him to treat you like that. It was only because you are someone who has to lead the empire into the future. After hearing that, Ruvlis said, is that so? Then looking at the branches, Aristia thinks, it's been years since the buds grew. It should be time for the flowers to bloom now. I wonder why they haven't yet. Ruvlis said, you're still interested in these flowers, I see. She replied, oh yes. Of course, you did explain it to me before, but Ruvlis said, the tree isn't dead, so let's wait a bit longer. Aristia gets surprised, yes, your majesty. Then Ruv said, I feel like I have a lot of memories, especially about you here. She replied, it seems so. He added, and my impression of you changed a lot thanks to that. She asked, pardon? Ruv then told him. Actually, I resented you until a few years ago. Aristia replied, yes, I knew. Ruv then sat down beside Aristia and began, actually, the late empress isn't my mother. I was adopted as her son. In fact, my birth mother was a maid working in the palace. Aristia was surprised. What? Ruv continued, I was raised under the empress as soon as I was born, since there are people who would question my legitimacy if they knew about my birth. But obviously, she wouldn't love a child that wasn't hers. I thought of her as my mother at first, and yearned for her affection. But I gave up on that when I learned about my birth mother. Then I met your mother. I couldn't see her that often, but I liked how she greeted me with affection, while scolding me sternly at times. I thought she was the type of person people would call a mother. He recalled then, one day, several assassins infiltrated and attacked the imperial palace. The Marchioness instinctively wrapped her arms around you and lay low, while I was left to stand by myself right next to her. It was a natural thing to do. And of course, none of that was your fault. But I couldn't help but compare the Empress, who ordered others to protect me, with the Marchioness, who jumped in to protect you herself. And that made me angry for no reason. I felt as if I was abandoned by the person I trusted as a mother, and felt hurt. The Marchioness was your mother, so it was obvious for her to love you. But even the cold Empress was especially kind when it came to you. Nobody directed their affections toward me. And you seemed to monopolize all the love from those who I yearned to be loved by. My father never praised me no matter how well I did, yet he would be so glad whenever you accomplished something. I tried harder every time, yet the result was always the same. And so, I came to resent you, even envied you. And the resentment grew as time went by. Then Aristia remembered, is that why he hated me so much in the past? It's not like I'll forgive or forget what he did to me, but I can understand him a bit more now. Then Ruv said, "Thank you? I would have misunderstood my father even now if you hadn't told me what you knew," Aristia said. "I'm glad that I could help you understand a bit of the late emperor's sincerity." Then she thought, they say a person becomes a star after they die. I wonder if they shine so brightly like that because they missed the ones they had to leave behind. As she was thinking, Ruv puts his head on her shoulder. In the past, I was resented by him even though I yearned for his affection. Now I can't be with him even though I've earned his trust. I wonder how this all happened. Tears were dripping from Ruv's eyes. As he fell asleep at her shoulder, Aristia thought, it must be uncomfortable like that. So he puts his head on her lap thinking, I hope he'll have a nice dream, even if it's just for a little bit. The night went by. Aristia opened her eyes and was shocked. Oh no, how can this be? Why did I wake up in the emperor's bedchamber? The emperor spent all of last night with other prestigious nobles. So, luckily, there won't be any scandalous rumors. She then asked the maids, why am I here? One of them replied, we're also not quite sure. But this is from His Majesty. They presented her with a note that says, I wanted to go speak with you in person, but I can't since there are a lot of eyes watching me. Thank you for last night. I don't remember it very well, but I think I had a good dream thanks to you. Rovlis Kamaludin Shana Castina. Later Aristia met with Antea, who told her, as you ordered, we sold all we had in stock to a merchant affiliated with House Xena for triple the price. Aristia thinks in her mind, it's going as I'd expected. Muslin dresses were popular around this time before. That's because highly decorated binios were popular at the time, resulting in a need for dresses that would match. Then she suggested, let's try changing the binios this time. Make the decorations as simple as possible, but, at the same time, more sophisticated. And don't forget to purchase the most luxurious fabrics before releasing the new binios. Antea complied. Understood, Lady Aristia. Aristia thought, once simpler binios become popular, plain muslin will naturally become less so. And the merchants with House Xena will suffer a great loss. Then Antea told, by the way, did you know there's a rumor saying that the boy Countess Dias gave birth to a few years ago isn't the Count's son? Though I suppose it's only a rumor, so it's not something you should be concerned with. Aristia wondered, an illegitimate son? But those two are known to be a very close couple. She said, that is a bit concerning. That kind of rumor doesn't start without a reason. Please look into it. She thought, while I rather left the capital to greet the ambassadors from Rua, I received 2 letters. One was a summons for me to participate in the council meeting this afternoon. The other was a letter from His Majesty telling me not to visit the palace since he will deal with the meeting. She said aloud, they summon me now to decide who will be the empress. She remembered some of the aristocrats, including the son of Marquis Miliua, are insisting that you should be a queen, not an empress. Their reasoning is that you have succession rights and that you are a child of the prophecy. She thinks he's been strongly pushing this during the council meetings, probably with the aim to be elected as the commander of the 3rd Squadron that will be established soon. I can't avoid this forever. I have to end this matter that I've been postponing for the past 6 years, even if it'll be painful. Later at the meeting, the Count said, we would like House Monique to express their opinion regarding this matter. For the past 6 months, Lady June has proven her worth as an empress and has taken care of court matters excellently while you were away. Meanwhile, you've been acting as if you will succeed House Monique. Your behavior is clearly odd, Lady Aristia. Hearing that Aristia was about to begin, But Ruv interrupted, has Lady June proven herself to be better than Lady Aristia even once? Lady Aristia's capabilities are unquestionable. Moreover, let me remind you that my father never approved of Lady June. The Count argued, but Your Majesty, she can't be compared to Lady Aristia, don't you think? Because there is one important flaw about Lady Aristia. Aristia thought, what? Wait, could it be? The Count continued, the most important duty of an empress is to give birth to an heir. What happened to her is truly unfortunate. However, a rightful heir must be born from an empress. If Lady Aristia becomes the empress even though she's infertile, that will result in a political conflict in the future when she's unable to give birth to an heir. So what then? After hearing that aristocratic faction broke out, that's right. How can someone infertile become the empress? That is unheard of. Aristia looked towards imperialists, and they doesn't speak, making her think, I see. So, all of you were thinking that too, seeing that Aristia resolved and stands up. She said, there is no need to concern yourselves over that matter. Because I have no intention of becoming the empress. Ruv gets shocked after hearing that and quickly stands up. Aristia continued, Your Majesty. I am a woman who has no right to stand by your side, as they say. Please break your engagement with House Monique. Hearing that, Ruv shouted. Aristia, listening to that, Duke Arkint and Duke Ras also burst out. Lady Aristia, you can't decide that on your own without discussing the matter with us. Breaking off the engagement means, she filled in, that I refuse to accept any and all connections to the royal family. So I do hope all of you will stop your criticisms here. After saying that, Aristia left the meeting hall. Ruv came rushing behind her saying, Aristia. That's why I told you not to come. She said, Your Majesty, this was all within my expectations. This was a problem that had to be taken care of one day. Ruv said, I will take care of it, so. She cut him off. That doesn't change the fact that I am unable to bear a child. He argued. The high priest said that it's not certain. She replied, It is to them. And if you disagree, you will only make them turn their backs on you. Ruv said, That is a risk I am willing to take for you. Aristia said, Your Majesty, you made a promise to me before. You said you would respect my wishes regarding this engagement. After hearing that, Ruv gets a little calm and asked, Is there really no way to turn back? He said, This was a fate decided for us the moment we were born. Yet you willingly broke that connection in front of everyone. Do you really hate me that much? Hearing that, Aristia almost cried. She said, Your Majesty. I won't deny that I admired you for a while before, she said inwardly. I've longed to say that in the past, but all of this is over now. She said, But not anymore. Ruv gets stunned for a moment, then he said, I understand. I will do as you wish. After saying that, Aristia started walking and left. She was crying and tears were falling from her face. After she returned home, she ordered, Lena, burn all of these dresses. As they were doing that, Carcian came and burst opens the door shouting Aristia. She turned towards him. Carcian, why are you here? He asked. Were you crying? Your whole face is red. I heard about what happened at the palace. Was my father involved in this as well? After listening, Carcian said, So he was. I will apologize in his stead. I am truly sorry, Aristia said. It's too late now. I already said that I won't concern myself with what happens in politics anymore, and that means I am also willing to turn away from your family, which leads the imperialists. Carcian asked, Then, you're not going to see me anymore? Why do you always try to stand at a dead end? I'll help you, so don't be so hard on yourself like this. He added, Should I leave my family? Aristia gets shocked. What? He said, If I leave my family, I'm not obligated to follow their political stance. Aristia stopped him. No, Carcian. I have no intention of getting you involved in this. He agreed. All right. Let's talk about this next time. You look exhausted. You should rest. 4 days later, Aristia received a letter listing the decisions made during the council meeting. It detailed the coronation scheduled to celebrate the new emperor. But it didn't say anything about the wedding, which was the cause of the heated dispute that day. Later, her father said, I heard about what happened. You asked to break off the engagement? She replied, Yes, father. He said, I see. So, in the end, that's what happened. You did well. She felt relieved and asked pardon. Her father said, You can finally escape the duty that you hated so much now. I wasn't happy whenever I had to push you, even though you were so reluctant. But now, there's no need for you to be so desperate to avoid a future that you don't want. And you don't have to succeed the family either. You don't need that as an excuse to turn down the crown of the empress anymore. From now on, you should live your life doing what you want to do. After that, Aristia said, No, father, I will become this family's heir. As she said that, tears starts dropping from her face. She thinks in her mind, pride, dignity, honor. Why am I hurting the people I treasure for something like that? I hate myself for being so foolish. Then she said, Father, about my coming-of-age ceremony? Can we hold the celebration at the mansion in our domain instead of in the capital? I want to clearly announce my position as the heir this time. And I want to hold a different kind of banquet, something that is fitting for an heir of a family of knights. At the coronation of the emperor, as Ruv puts the crown at his head and priest said, May Vita's blessing be with you. Accept this, son of the great empire. May the blessing of Vita be with the son of this glorious empire. May the blessing of Vita be with the son of the great empire. Aristia was also in the audience beside her father, she thought. He hasn't looked at me even once today. As she was busy thinking, her father asked, "What are you thinking about?" She replied, "Oh, it's nothing." Her gaze met June, who was with Ruv, smirking as she had won. Looking at her, Aristia felt rage. She said, "Let's go, father." Later, Aristia received a letter. The contents were, "Dear Lady Aristia, here's what I found out about what you asked for last time. She prefers black, and her favorite flower is the rose. And most of all, she prefers rosebuds. The possibility is more than half. I await your next order." Antea Susharia, Aristia interpreted. A black rosebud would mean an heir of Duke Xena. An heir of Duke Xena and Countess Dias? If this is true, we now have a great advantage on our hands. Then she looked at the other document. This must be the poison investigation report that I was authorized to see. The method in which they obtained the poison is strangely clean. The poison couldn't have been smuggled, and there are no signs of them getting rid of an accomplice. What is going on? Unless the poison was transported through the temple, where customs duties don't apply, it would be impossible to leave no trace at all. Wait. What if the person who brought the poison is a priest? Could it be that the temple is involved in this too? Then she went to the emperor and applied for investigation at the temple. Seeing the appeal, Ruv said, "It does sound plausible, but that will require further investigation." He added, "You know very well that the royal family can't interfere with the authority of the temple that easily. Let's keep quiet about this and wait a bit more. I'll notify you as soon as there is progress." Aristia complied, "Yes, Your Majesty." He asked, "Do you need something else?" She replied, "No, it's nothing." After leaving his office, Aristia thought, he seems kind of irritated. Then she went to the temple where she met the high priest. He told her, "Sextus, the sixth root who was born recently, will be coming here." She replied, "But I thought that person wasn't old enough." "Isn't the sixth a child who isn't even a year old?" The priest said, "As the roots of God, it is our duty to continue traveling without settling in one place in order to spread God's will in the world. But when a new one is born like now, we make an exception and stay in one place to nurture our new companion." Then the priest looked at her and said, "You really look a lot like your mother." "Well, I saw the Marchioness when she was 18. So, I suppose it's not odd for me to think of her as I look at you now. I owe her a big debt from back then. That's why I asked to see you today. I will bless you regularly while I stay in the Empire, so do visit the temple every 2 weeks even if you're busy. That is how I can pay back the debt I owe to the Marchioness while I stay here in the Empire." Aristia felt touched. "Thank you, Your Holiness." As she was leaving, June called her from behind. "Oh my! If it isn't Lady Aristia?" Aristia greeted her. "Greetings, Lady June." June said, "We can finally talk alone now. I hear you'll have your coming-of-age ceremony in your family's domain. After you pretended to be all bold and daring. You're running away because you're scared to hear people whispering about you. And what was with your attitude last time? I see you still haven't learned your place. Why do you continue to hover around him? What a cheap method, trying to buy his attention by pretending to refuse his offer. You've fallen so low." Aristia spoke, "Do not judge my intentions. I have no interest in that position." June replied, "Yeah, right? You glared at me with such jealousy in your eyes, you know." Aristia gets surprised. Jealousy? She wondered I was jealous. June added, "If this is how you're going to be, then it was a waste to come back just to win against you." How boring. Aristia felt anger at her remark. She asked, "You came back to win?" She shouted, "When have you never won? And why in the world are you doing this anyway? I said you should step back from the Empress competition. What more am I supposed to do? You took everything from me, and now you've even ruined the plan I'd been working on after coming back in time. Family, love, honor, and even the title. You took everything I had, but you're still not satisfied? For God's sake, what's driving you to hate me this much?" June thinks for a moment, then said, "Oh, I guess you're so carefree since, back then, you only lived that far." She turned and started walking. Aristia asked, "What are you talking about?" She replied, "It's fine. You don't need to know. Don't try to taunt me again. This is my final warning." After some time, Aristia sent a message to House Verita and House Ras. Duke Ras said. I read the letter that you sent. You requested that we lend you a sword, she replied. That is correct. The Duke agreed. All right. A good pretext like this must be used well. We will provide you with any information you seek. Make a sharp sword that will cut the Black Rose in one blow. It would be good to start by charging the main houses with tax evasion and illegal imports. Aristia said. I will leave that to you. She thought Lord Alexis's health had improved, but I hear he fell ill again after marrying Ilia. And I heard that, because of this, Duke Verita secretly sent people to find Alandis. In the worst-case scenario, if something were to happen to Lord Alexis, Alandis would be the only direct son able to succeed House Verita. Alan, I wonder where he could be. Then Duke Ras said. I know you were very disappointed with our actions. But if Arkint and I were thinking only of the faction's interests, we would have pushed you to become the Empress regardless of the reason. I do hope you won't forget that we support you as well. After listening to him, she replied. I see. She received a letter from Duke Arkint. I welcome your decision, and will gladly lend you the sword you requested. Of course, I will lend a hand if you wish to make an excellent blade. If you tell me what you want, I will sharpen the blade and send it to you whenever you need. I look forward to the creation of this new sword. Arkint Duras. Then she concluded, all right, both houses have agreed. It's time to make my move, she asked. Lena, have you heard anything about House Diaz? She said. I don't know the servants there personally, but I have heard a thing or two from some others. The Countess and the Count are very close, so the Countess personally oversees everything dealing with the Count. And they say that she's very kind to everyone, so all the servants like the Countess a lot. She's very religious and devoted to volunteer services, and she also sends a lot of donations to the temple. I hear she visits the Commoners' District every week to volunteer. Aristia's mind raced. She volunteers at the Commoners' District? Right now, that's the only place where guards can't watch. This smells fishy, Lena then informed. Oh, and His Majesty has sent you a gift. The note says it's for your coming of age. I wanted to give this to you in person, but I don't think I will be able to see you on that day. Thus, I decided to send this beforehand. Congratulations on reaching adulthood, Aristia. Rovlis Kamaludin Shana Castina. Aristia opened the box and saw a music box. She saw her figure. This is me? And that's the royal tiara. Seeing that, her thoughts run wild. She quickly shakes her head, resolving, no, don't think about it, Aristia. It's just a simple gift. That's all. The location of the hunting competition that Aristia planned to hold at the Monique estate for her coming of age was suddenly changed to the royal hunting grounds by royal order. After knowing that, Aristia thought it was an order from the emperor, so even father seems uncomfortable refusing it. But it's a place that can only be used by direct royal descendants. This will make people suspect that our engagement is still ongoing. Suddenly Lord Milieu came and said, You don't look too well, my lady. It's a joyful day to celebrate your adulthood, she replied. I'm just a bit tired, he said. I see. You must have planned this grand banquet by yourself, since there is no other lady of the house. Aristia wondered, why does he keep talking to me in such a friendly manner? We've been looking into the aristocrats at every corner, but there was nothing regarding House Milieu. If Duke Verita's intel couldn't find anything, that means there's really nothing to find. It's hard to guess what he's thinking, but House Milieu is a central member of the aristocrat party. How can they be completely clean? Then an announcement was made. His Majesty, Rovlis Kamaludin Shana Castina, the son of the Empire, has arrived. Aristia went to him and asked, Your Majesty, what brings you out this far? He replied, I happen to remember that I haven't gone hunting in a while. I stopped by on the way, as it so happens. Aristia was surprised, she thinks, but he definitely said he wouldn't be able to attend. Then music started playing, so she gets flustered. It's already time to dance? What should I do? Dancing on the day of adulthood means to show oneself to the world again as an adult. As such, the partner during the dance is very important. The star of the day may choose whomever they wish as their partner, and the chosen must accept the dance no matter what. Right now, it's as if my partner has already been chosen. She then said, Your Majesty, may I ask you to be my first dance partner as an adult? He replied, smiling, It would be an honor. She wondered, an honor? She called, Your Majesty? Then they started dancing. As they danced, Rove said, I danced with you at my coming-of-age ceremony 3 years ago. She replied, Yes, Your Majesty. He began back then. But then stopped. He said, No, it's nothing. After the dance, Aristia said, I am honored to have had my first dance with you. Then Rove quickly grabs her from her waist and pulled her close. Aristia blushed. Your Majesty? He then released her. Oh, sorry. He told, I had a good time. Later she went out to get fresh air. She thought, why couldn't I ask him what that music box meant? If it means what I thought when I first saw the tiara, if that's what he really intended, then I'm not sure how I should behave in front of him. But if it doesn't mean anything, she rejected those thoughts. You're out of your mind, Aristia. Why couldn't you ask anything? What were you so afraid of? Isn't this the same as my past when I only yearned for him? Then as she was walking she heard people talking. One said, looks like House Monique is meeting its end now. Their only heir can have a child. Other asked then, what will happen to their peerage? One replied, wouldn't it transfer over to her husband, obviously? Why don't you try your chances? They laughed, haha. Aristia felt anger. What did they just say? How can they be so disrespectful? Suddenly a knife crossed near one of nobleman's faces. Carcian came and said, oops, I missed. I must be getting rusty after neglecting my training, he said. I was aiming for that tongue-spouting nonsense. They replied, Sir Carcian? We were just. Carcian then said with a serious tone, I'm ashamed that we're part of the same faction. I won't forgive you if you ramble on like that again. They felt ashamed and left. Yes, sir. Then Carcian gets close to Aristia, who was standing behind the tree, and asked, why did you hold yourself back even after hearing that? She replied, I was simply waiting for the right time. Carcian complained, why do you always set up a passive defense first? Why do you always drive yourself into the deepest corner? She called Carcian. He continued, I know you're scared. But don't think that you don't have a place to go to. I can help you rise up. I'll hold your hand so you can go back. When I talked about leaving home, I had already made up my mind to take a different political path than my father. She felt conflicted. She said, Carcian, you're one of the two people who are most precious to me. I don't want you to make a sacrifice for me. He argued, I'm not sacrificing myself. It's what I want. Aristia said, let's not talk about this. You never liked politics anyway. I can't watch you sacrifice yourself just to help me. Carcian asked, am I someone that unreliable to you? After saying that he left. I'm going. The day of the hunting competition, Aristia hunted a deer. Cajun remarked, Squire Aristia, you're doing well. She replied, looks like I'm quite lucky today. Cajun said, I heard there was a small accident in the morning. She replied, oh, it wasn't anything serious. It's not something to worry about. She remembered, when I checked my reins and saddle, they were cut partially. And I'm sure I checked them the night before. If I didn't check again in the morning, I could have fallen off my horse. She wondered, who would do something like that? Suddenly they heard a roar. She quickly turned and saw a bear coming. A bear? It's been shot by an arrow. It's angry. Seeing the situation, Cajun commanded, everyone scatter. He said, Squire Aristia, you need to leave this place now. While she was returning, she found a servant injured. She asked, what happened? You should have told everyone right away when you got hurt, he replied, but it was so chaotic. She said, your wound seems to be deep. We should go back for now. Others said, but what if people say that you gave up your hunt? She commanded, go back and get treated for the moment. And you, go find a servant who's on break and bring them back here, he said, but you'll be on your own if we do that. She said, I'll join the others who are close by, so don't worry. Later she noticed, looks like this horse got hurt while avoiding the bear. What should I do? There's nobody I can ask for help around here. Suddenly she saw Emperor Rove coming on a horse. She said, greetings, Your Majesty, the Emperor, son of the Empire. He asked, why are you alone? I was sure I saw you leave with good knights. She told, there was a bit of an accident. She then asked, but how come you're here with just your guards, Your Majesty? He replied, I wanted to get some fresh air, so I told the others to go by themselves. Seems like your horse is hurt. Are you wounded anywhere? She replied, I'm all right. Hearing that, he said, I see. I'm glad you're safe. He then extends his hand and said, come here. The base camp is quite far, and I can't let you go there by yourself. Then they rode the horse together. While on the horse she looked at him. I thought the only thing left between us was loyalty between a lord and his vassal. Since yesterday, I can't stop thinking about what has happened between us." After a while the prince said, "By the way, about the silver flowers." She quickly asked, cutting him off, "Did the silver flowers bloom? I thought they were opening up slightly last time. Did they really bloom?" She then blushed, realizing what had happened. Rove smiled and said, "I noticed you were interested in the flowers, but I didn't know you were this interested. When I looked at them a while ago, the buds had opened a bit, but they didn't bloom yet." "I'll let you know when they bloom," she replied. I'm honored, Your Majesty." Then they stopped at a lake. Rove said, "I didn't know there was a place like this in the royal hunting grounds. I barely remember anything since I was so busy and couldn't come here at all." He then asked, "Are you feeling better now?" Aristia replied, "Yes, I'm all right. It was a long time ago now." Then Rove spotted a leaf at her head and removed it. Aristia again get flustered. "Your Majesty?" He said, "There was a leaf on you. Is something wrong?" She replied, "No. It's nothing." She quickly turned her face to hide her blushing. "What's wrong with me? I've been behaving weirdly these past few days. This isn't like me." A few days later, amidst the rumors of a new knight's order, the establishment of a 3rd and 4th regiment was announced. As such, a large number of knights will be drafted. Aristia asked, "Will Marquis Manhua and Enethel be the commanders?" The knight replied, "His Majesty is indeed thinking of giving them one." She thought, he probably agreed to a trade for the 2 regiments. The late emperor directed a massive purge of power during his reign. That left 3 knights' orders instead of the original 5, and that led to several other problems in the end. Everyone has been feeling the need for a reorganization, but it was difficult to begin the process due to political conflict. It's no wonder people are excited since it's finally happening. This is a golden opportunity for all the young nobles. Looking at them, she thought, the selection will begin in a month. I should start training harder today. The knight added, "But don't you think it's odd? As far as I know, Lord Manhua hasn't even been knighted yet. Then how can he lead a whole regiment as a commander?" Aristia asked. "But would he be involved with this anyway?" The knight added, "Since the head of a house is usually chosen as a commander. I heard Marquis Manhua has been very ill after he fell from a horse recently. So it's likely that his son will succeed his title soon." After hearing that, Aristia recalled, "Then, will he take the test to be drafted this time? No matter how much we dig, we can't find any flaws, and he keeps approaching me in a friendly manner. Even though he's with House Xena, his behavior is oddly different. The more I investigate House Manhua, the more suspicious I get. Something definitely bothers me. But I can't quite put my finger on it." Later she went to Duke Ruth. He saw the document and said, "Marquis Manhua, the second in power after House Xena among the aristocrats? This definitely smells fishy. I'll investigate this in detail," Aristia said. "Also, I need information on all the merchant businesses under House Xena." The Duke asked, "Do you plan to make them go bankrupt?" She replied, "For now, I'm just thinking of taking away their soil to grow roses." The Duke chuckled. "For that, the information we have should be enough. The administrative division will take care of that." Later Aristia got the report. One merchant company under House Xena suffered a huge loss. I wonder if June is wondering about why muslin isn't getting popular. Unless she's an idiot, she should have realized that I'd done something. Perhaps she's very angry. Aristia went to meet Baron to discuss. The Baron said, "This is what we received from Viscount Afenu, someone we recruited from the aristocrats before." The documents were about the princesses competing to be the royal fiancé. It was already revealed that House Xena and the Princess of Yeet were accomplices. Aristia said, "The problem is this." Baron filled in, "It's the seal used by House Ras." She said, "This is troubling." She thinks in her mind, "This won't help even if we confiscate the secret documents of Count Lanier, the one behind the poisoning. Unless we can prove the seal is from House Xena, this might result in House Ras getting accused for no reason." Also, Lady June has been running a relief project for the poor recently with the cooperation of the temple. House Xena has offered a huge sum to finance the project. However, the temple embezzled most of the funds and chose to sell most of the food they were given instead of giving it out for free. As a result, commoners who want a cheap meal are benefiting from this instead of the poor. Seriously, she should learn to properly manage a project if she's going to begin one. But this is surprising, honestly. I thought she didn't care about anything. Then Aristia got an urgent note. It says, discovered a budding rose NEC 5-4. Time of blooming unknown. NECSR. The red-roofed house in the 5th block of the Northeast Commoners District. After reading that, Aristia wished it would be perfect if we could find out the time that they got in contact. A few days later, she received news of Marquis Miliua's passing. Miliua's domain is far from the capital, and the funeral will be held there. However, it seems that Lord Miliua will hold his succession ceremony at the mansion in the capital. At the palace, Aristia noticed Miliua. He seems very sad. She wondered, if he's so sad, why is he staying in the capital instead of attending the funeral? Suddenly Jun came and said, Lady Aristia? We should talk for a moment. Jun questioned, What do you think you're doing lately? Aristia replied, I'm not sure what you're talking about, Lady Jun. She accused, You knew that I was buying muslin and purposely interfered in my business, and you even reported several merchants working with our house to the administration. Aristia feigned ignorance. I have no clue what you're talking about. You were buying muslin? And report? Do you mean the merchants working with House Xena committed a crime? Jun shouted, Don't pretend to be innocent. Aristia then asked, Are you delusional? I'm the one who should be mad at you. I was the one who had everything taken unfairly, and I'm the one who drank poison, not you. Jun again shouted, Shut up. What would you know? Don't talk down to me, Aristia said. I hear you're running a relief project for the poor, and you're cooperating with the temple. Jun argued, There are poor people even in this capital that is said to be the best city in the empire. Though, I guess a prestigious noble like you wouldn't know. The poor who can't even afford to eat every day are given a free meal. And you tried to cut all the funds going into that project. All for your petty revenge. Then Aristia countered, You sure know how to boast, in spite of being such a poor administrator. Jun shouted, What? Aristia replied, Why are you getting mad at me when you're the one who failed to manage your own project? Even if your funds were safe, the temple is the only one benefiting from the project. Jun asked, What are you talking about? Aristia pointed, I gave you a fork, and now you want me to hand feed you? If you're curious, investigate it yourself. After saying that, she started walking. While walking, she thinks, I don't need to explain anything to a child who's always burning in hatred whenever she sees me. In fact, I'm the one being generous for giving her so many hints. As Aristia was walking back, she saw Countess Diaz. She then said aloud, I think I've been polite enough now. We're done here, Sir League. He replied, I thought you came here for a reason though. Aristia said, Yes, and I've accomplished half of it already. It's time to take care of the rest. Then she followed Countess Diaz. Countess went to meet Lord Xena. Aristia with Sir League bangs opens the door. Countess Diaz and Lord Xena gets alarmed. He shouted, Who's there? You! How dare you come in here like that? Seeing him caught red-handed with Countess, Aristia smiled and said, It's been a while, Lord Xena. He shouted, Don't call me like that. Aristia asked, Then how should I call someone who doesn't have a peerage title of his own? He asked with scorn, What do you want? Aristia said, I do prefer moving quickly. Then again, I'm sure you don't want the world to know that the heir of Countess Diaz is actually an illegitimate child of House Xena. Hearing that, he shouted, Illegitimate child? She's nothing of the sort. Don't judge her by your standards, girl, she replied. Who knows? This may not be such a bad offer for you. If you help me, I'll help you so that you can inherit the peerage title that is rightfully yours. He asked, How so? Aristia said, I know that Duke Xena is the one who ordered for me to be poisoned. We already have the evidence. If we reveal the evidence, not only will your party be at stake, but His Majesty will not forgive this quietly. He countered, Father didn't do that. And even so, our house will not fall because of such an insignificant case. At most, my father will retire to resolve the issue. He guarded up, So why should I help you? I will inherit my title if I just wait. Aristia replied, I wonder about that. She began, Lady Jun has been quite outstanding lately. It's only been a few months since she was adopted, but she already captured the hearts of prominent aristocrats, and I hear she's praised as a saintess by the temple now. He furiously replied, You dare suggest that low-born girl will take my title? Aristia said, It should be impossible, of course. But what if the world knows of what happened here today? Will the vassals of House Xena want you to inherit the family? He asked, Are you threatening me? She replied, No, I'm just laying out the truth for you. If I were in that situation, I would support a gifted individual even if they weren't a direct descendant. And what would be better than if that talented man were to marry Lady Jun? He changed his stance. What do you want that would make you go this far? She replied, it's nothing difficult. All you have to do is give me that. He gets shocked. That? Do you mean? After that 1 month later, Aristia received an unbelievable piece of news during the night's examination. During the council meeting, the aristocrats suddenly petitioned that Aristia be the empress, not Jun. Aristia concluded, looks like information about us investigating their case was leaked. Their goal is obvious then. They're trying to break up the imperialists. They'll yield the seat of the empress to me since I can have a child, while pushing for Jun as queen and the mother of the next heir. This will also lead to the redemption of House Monique. If I give up my position as the heir, the peerage title of House Monique will be redeemed. Unlike other houses, our house can only be inherited by a direct descendant according to the oath with the royal family. Later Jun asked Aristia, what did you do to make the aristocrats recommend you instead of me? She replied, that's what I'd like to know. Jun asked while furious, what's with you? You said yourself that you wanted to yield. She shouted, you still have feelings for him after all that you suffered? He destroyed your family and house, and made you have a miscarriage. He's the man who killed you. Yet you still like him? Are you out of your mind? Aristia replied, and you were an accomplice in all of that. Why are you telling me that now? Jun said, you really don't know how to judge people. You only want to see the good side of those you like. Aren't you curious about the true nature of the man you love? About what happened after you died? She continued, you mentioned this before, didn't you? That I wasn't satisfied even after taking everything you had. Love is a joke. You think the love that he whispers to you now will last forever? Just 4 years. He whispered how much he loved me, yet it took just 4 years for him to turn his back on me. I tried as best as I could, but I was always compared to you. Funny, isn't it? He's done all those things to you, yet he missed the woman he killed with his own hands. Aristia asked, what are you talking about? Jun told, remembering the past. After you died, he seemed relieved for a while. Of course he would be relieved. You, an aching nuisance, and both the dukes who pressured him were gone. But after he killed you, he seemed to miss the support of your party and the competent woman you were. He started looking for you more and more. He was a selfish man who chased after the traces of a woman that didn't exist anymore. He drove himself crazy searching for what comforted him. In the end, he used both you and me. You submitted yourself to him your whole life, and I was a tool to hurt you, the one he hated the most. Aristia concluded, I can guess the tragedy they met even without hearing the rest. He never received love, so he didn't know how to love, and Jun received love, but didn't know how to give it back. He never looked at me once when I yearned for him so much, yet he wanted me after everything was over? She spoke, I already knew that he was a selfish man. I'm not trying to defend him, she explained, but Jun, back then, I couldn't see anything. Not even my father. That man was the only one who was precious to me. I wasn't scared or afraid when he took me. I was simply sad because he didn't do it out of love. Even when I had a miscarriage and became infertile, I was sad because he wouldn't be interested in me again. I never thought my father's love mattered, but I realized it at the last moment. And I never truly hated him until that moment. Jun replied, you're crazy. Aristia added, but I realized how precious everyone around me was when I turned back time. Jun blows out with frustration. If so, isn't that more reason not to love him again? You should be getting revenge on him for the people you love. Aristia replied sternly, why should I? Why should I throw myself into revenge and risk everyone's lives for something that hasn't happened? He hasn't done anything wrong here. Yet you're saying that I should question him for his sins that haven't happened because he might commit them in the future? Jun said, it makes no difference. He's the same man. Aristia countered, no. He's not. I'm not who I was in the past, and he isn't either. Jun then said, you're just making up excuses about him being different because you want to love him again. A person's nature doesn't change that easily. Maybe he's good to you now, but do you think he'll be the same when he has a change of heart? She asked. How can you be sure that he won't reveal his true nature later? How can you assure yourself that what happened in the past won't happen again? Aristia replied, because I've changed. If one's true nature doesn't change like you said, then I should be the same as I was in the past. But I'm different now. Jun said, don't act like you've suddenly learned the truth about everything. You argue that the past is different from the present, but you don't actually believe it yourself. That's why you reject him so desperately. It's time you got away from him. Don't act so high and mighty when you fear that the past will repeat itself. Saying that, Jun left. She left Aristia puzzled. I thought that the past was different from the present. So why did I try to avoid him so desperately? I thought that stopping the past from repeating itself was the way to find my destiny. But is that really true? Maybe I've been too obsessed with thinking that I still have to change even more? A while later, Aristia finally received the long-awaited news that she had passed the test to become an official knight. She worked so hard for this qualification for the past 6 years, and she finally earned it now. September 1st, year 964 of the Empire, official knighting ceremony. Aristia went in front of the Emperor to take the oath. She knelt and said, I pledged my loyalty to the lion. Vita gave me life, and I offer this life to my lord. I serve the blood flowing in this body and its flesh all to you, so you may employ it as you wish. Glory to the Empire, and honor to you. Then she looked up and said, Your Majesty, I, Aristia Pioneer La Monique, the future 54th head of House Monique, hereby wish to carry out the long-promised oath with the royal family. That is my duty. Ruvlus gets shocked. Wait, you, Aristia continued, the blood that flows in my body, and the heart that beats inside this flesh. Ruvlus trembled and said, Stop it. I won't hear it. A while ago Aristia resolved, after I was given my name from the prophecy, I finally found this solution after days of worrying and thinking. The blood oath of House Monique. With this oath, I am unable to revolt against the royal family. My right as an heir won't be a problem anymore. That's why I trained so hard to earn this qualification for this oath. She continued, I offer my life and my heart to you forever. Ruvlus again denied, I won't hear it. Aristia thinks in her mind, I closed the door to my heart, yet he was knocking on it unknowingly. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to realize what this feeling was, what the emotions I felt, and the heart that kept beating, what they all meant. I made up my mind not to give anyone my heart again. It's time I took hold of my trembling heart. This is the best for him and for myself. After this oath, I no longer have to be toyed with by the aristocrats' schemes, and I don't need to suffer while waiting for an inevitable, dreary future. She spoke, my liege. Ruvlus asked then, Tell me, what is it that you so desire? She replied, My wish is to be written down in history as the 54th head of House Monique, and only as the head of House Monique. Ruvlus felt lost, then regained his sense. If I give up on you, I can earn the absolute loyalty of House Monique for 2 generations. It's a profitable trade indeed. A wise emperor would accept such an oath, don't you think? Aristia replied, I believe so, Your Majesty. Ruvlus said, But I will not do so. The blood oath can only take effect when both parties agree. He told, I will not accept your vow. I will refuse such an oath on my name. As the murmuring started in the audience, Ruvlus quickly left. Aristia went after him, trying to stop him. As the chaos erupted, both Duke Ras and Marquis tried to calm them down. Aristia went after him, calling, Your Majesty. As she was walking in the hallway, suddenly Ruvlus came and grabbed her hand. He confronted her. She said, Your Majesty, please reconsider this and accept my... He began, Aristia. I don't care about what others will think, and no matter how hard I try, I can't hide it. That's how much I'm in love with you. Saying that, he kissed her on her lips. As he squeezed her hand, Aristia pushed him away. Ruvlus felt hurt from her action. Aristia gasped, thinking, This isn't what I had intended. Ruvlus then said, I'm sorry. I promised that I wouldn't do anything you didn't want. Looks like I lost control for a moment. But what I just said is true. I want you to be with me as my beloved partner, not as a loyal subject. Can't you be by my side? Can't we be together, with you as my one and only partner, instead of you becoming the Marchioness? You always make me anxious. When I take 1 step back, you take 2 steps to run away from me. I keep approaching you and doing foolish things like this, in fear that I might lose you. I know this isn't the right time, and I know you want to avoid me. Aristia stand there unable to answer. He continued, I won't ask you to come closer, but at least don't run away. Aristia said, It's not like you to turn down an oath of everlasting loyalty for a fleeting yearning. Ruvlus said, Somehow, you seem very sure that I will have a change of heart. If my longing wasn't serious, I would have accepted the suggestions made by my father or the aristocrats. If I had accepted Lady June as my empress, I could have easily taken you as my queen consort. He asked, Why did you think I was willing to take all the criticism and hardship until now? I did all of that in hopes of earning your heart. Suddenly they heard the sound of someone coming. The prince quickly hides Aristia behind the door. Hide over here for a moment. It was Marquis Kyrian. He asked, What is it, Marquis Kyrian? Aristia relied hiding behind the door. Father, Marquis said, I apologize for what happened today. It wasn't my intention, but I ended up inconveniencing a lot of people. But you stopped my daughter from making a rash choice, so I am grateful for that. Rivlis said, Well, I know you have other methods at your disposal. I'm sure you could have stopped her from swearing the oath as well. Hearing that, Aristia was shocked. Other methods? Then, there is another way to escape this situation without using the oath of blood? Rivlis continued, You always think of her happiness first. I see you have made up your mind to use that method, after seeing that your daughter was even determined enough to use the oath. Marquis agreed, Yes, Your Majesty. Rivlis said, I know it won't be easy after what happened today, on top of the cancelled agenda from before. But I will do everything I can to protect her. So I beg you, give me a bit more time until I can resolve this matter. Marquis replied, I will follow my daughter's wishes. Rivlis said, That is assuring enough for me. Thank you. Later at night, Aristia heard her father and Duke Ras and Ruth talking to each other. Duke Ruth complained, It would have been better if Alandis had been chosen to be the heir in the first place. I forced a sick child to take responsibility and overwork himself, and I don't even know if my other son is still alive. This is all my fault, really. Duke Ras asked, How can that be your fault? Don't blame yourself, Ruth. Nobody knows what will happen in the future, and you should stop drinking now. I've never seen you get this drunk before. He added, That goes for you too, Kyrian. Marquis replied, Leave us be. I want to get drunk today. The Duke said, You knew this was bound to happen the moment you started teaching her how to fight. Marquis then told, remembering the past. I felt like I gained the whole world when she was born. But was that really a blessing for Tia? If she wasn't my daughter, she wouldn't have thrown herself into an oath of loyalty that would consume her whole life when she's just barely an adult. Aristia was listening to their grumbling. She thinks in her mind, I'm sorry, Father. You told me to be happy. But I don't know how I can become happy. I thought this was for the best, but I'm getting even more confused. Then she went to her room and saw a letter. She wondered what these letters are. There are 7 of them. She opened a letter and realized this handwriting. He wrote letters to me? She read the letter. It's been 2 months since you fell ill. I just thought of you while I was sitting by Father's side. He hasn't shown any signs of recovery. You kept apologizing even as you collapsed, and I can't stop thinking of how pale you looked when you visited before. While reading, Aristia thinks, Did he write this when I was unconscious from the poison? The letter continued, Hope seems to be growing thin as time goes by, and it hurts my heart. I'm sorry. You wouldn't have gone through this if I wasn't the Crown Prince. Perhaps you wouldn't refuse me so adamantly if I wasn't. I try to forget about you all day long, yet I can't seem to do so. I suppose I can keep you close to me in some way because I am the Crown Prince. But do you know? My heart burns in pain whenever I hear that you grow weaker day by day. I've sent people to find the High Priest, so please endure this until they find them. I'll do all I can to protect you after this. So I beg you, please endure this. Ruvlis Kamaludin Shana Castina. Aristia wondered, did he really write this letter? She remembered his words somehow. You seem very sure that I will have a change of heart. Her mind raced, can I trust him? He's showing this much sincerity. She rejected those thoughts. No. Even so, I must not. I already made up my mind that I won't get heartbroken from wanting someone again. I have to stay strong. A few days later, the High Priest visited the mansion to bless Aristia one last time before leaving. He said he must take care of something regarding the 4th High Priest. Hearing that, Aristia prayed, I hope nothing happens, but I wonder why I feel so uneasy about this. Later in the Emperor's office, Ruvlis asked, What are the tasks for today? While handing out the documents, Aristia said, You must look over the reorganization of personnel that have been focused on the 3 brigades in the past. He replied, All right, let me look at the papers you brought first. Tell me a simple summary while I read them. She complied, Yes, Your Majesty. Aristia thinks in her mind, There's a lot of administrative work because of the new brigade that will be established. I was chosen to aid His Majesty while he looks over all the papers, as I scored the highest among all the applicants on the most recent examination. As such, I work at the Knights Brigade in the morning, and then aid His Majesty at the Central Palace in the afternoon. While looking at him, Aristia noticed he looks a bit pale, but he's still the same as ever. She thought, I'm relieved, but I wonder why I feel a bit disappointed. I guess this doesn't mean anything to him. Suddenly Heron came and informed, Your Majesty, Lady June is requesting an audience. Ruvlis forgot Lady June. Oh, so that was today. Seeing that, Aristia said, then I'll excuse myself. Rivlis grabs her hand and said, just stay here. She asked, pardon? After that, Jun came with a maid and said, greetings, your majesty. It is I, Jun grasped Azina. I happened to find some of the best rosehip from Sono Kingdom. I brought it today to offer it to you. And I brought this too, so you can enjoy it with the tea. I may not be the best, but I made it myself while thinking of you. Rivlis replied, thank you, Lady Jun. Aristia was surprised. She made it herself? Rivlis ordered, store this well since it's a gift from Lady Jun. Heron complied, yes, your majesty. Then Rivlis asked, is there anything more you'd like to say? If not, let's end the audience here. I would like to chat for a bit, but unfortunately, I have too much work to take care of. Jun was taken aback at his response. She replied, yes, your majesty. I shall take my leave now. As she turned to leave, she glared at Aristia. After she left, Rivlis said, let's continue where we left off, then. Aristia replied, yes, your majesty. Then Aristia briefed, and this is the last of them. Rivlis was looking tired, noticing that Aristia said, you seem exhausted, so I'll go over this quickly. Aristia gets worried. She tried to ask again, but before she asked, Rivlis dropped his on the table. Aristia called, your majesty. She worriedly looked around for help, thinking, we have to get the high priest here now. Now that I think about it, he said he was going to leave the empire soon. What if he already left? No. Stay calm, Aristia. She rushed for help. Sir Heron, find the high priest and bring him here right away. However, make sure not to disclose anything that just happened. He complied, understood. Soon the high priest came and blessed Rivlis with divine power. As he woke up, Aristia asked eagerly, your majesty, are you all right now? High priest said, you've been pushing yourself because of the funeral and coronation. Your symptoms are signs of extreme dehydration and overwork. You must rest from time to time, even if you're busy. He replied, all right. He then looked towards Aristia and asked, what are you crying for? Then the high priest asked, your majesty, have you felt anything odd lately? For example, have you felt a sudden rush of rage and irritation, or been particularly prone to mood swings? Rivlis said, why do you ask? He told, all of these are symptoms resulting from one particular poison. It's the poison that Lady Aristia suffered from as well. Thank goodness I noticed before I left. This poison doesn't have any dangerous effects on men. However, it does cause extreme mood swings after prolonged ingestion, leading to difficulty carrying out daily tasks. He concluded, the ones behind this probably wanted to harm your reputation early in your reign. Rivlis instructed, for now, could you keep this to yourself until further notice? High priest complied, of course. Aristia was shocked. He was poisoned. How could this have happened? Who would dare try to poison the emperor? Wait, rage? She recalled her past, thinking, that can't be. I'm jumping to conclusions. Then Rivlis said, my head is throbbing. May I ask you for a favor? Aristia replied, as you wish. He said, everyone already knows that House Monique is leading the investigation regarding your poisoning. Use that as a cover to investigate within the palace. She complied, yes, I will. She then thinks in her mind, there used to be a servant in charge of his wine. Right, Ian Velat. He's the lover of the maid that poisoned me, and the one who is suspected to be the link to the aristocrats. If he is the same person I remember, he could be the one who poisoned the emperor. I'll have to investigate those inside the palace myself. Rivlis then said, thank you as always, Aristia. She replied, not at all, your majesty. I'm simply doing what I must. Later at night, Aristia was lying in her bed thinking, I was scared. So scared that I even called upon the name of God that I had tried to erase from my mind. Why did I do that? What was I so afraid of that made me shake like that? She recalled, at that moment, I wasn't thinking about how this country would fall into chaos or any of the consequences. I just thought that I might never see him again. I shouldn't do this. She rises up from her bed and opens the music box that Rivlis gifted her. She thinks, I know I shouldn't, but I'm getting scared. Scared that I might lose him. That he might leave my side forever. I get the feeling that I won't be able to sleep well tonight. The next hour suddenly Rivlis started coughing. She saw him coughing blood. She went to his side holding him. Rivlis then fell to the ground and blood was flowing from his mouth. He said, Aristia, and closed his eyes. Aristia shouted, no, this can't be happening. Open your eyes. Your Majesty. Tears started falling from her face. She prayed, dear God, if you have any ounce of pity for me, please save him. I declared that I wouldn't believe in you anymore, but I will do anything if you will help him. I will accept my fate even if you wish to take away my second life, so, please. She gasped and opened her eyes. She realized that it was a dream. While walking in the hallway she thought, even if the high priest cured him, I shouldn't have let my guard down so soon. As long as I don't know who the true culprit is or how many are behind this, what happened yesterday could happen again at any moment. There's no time to waste. I have to investigate this as quickly and covertly as possible. She went to Rivlis and asked, Your Majesty, will you really not announce what happened yesterday? He replied, Something might happen again, and you could be harmed in the process. Don't worry. I'll pay particular attention to my surroundings now. I must take certain risks in order to solve this case quickly. Aristia retorted, But Your Majesty, but got interrupted by Heron. He informed Your Majesty. A messenger from House Verita is requesting an audience regarding an urgent matter. The messenger told, Lord Alexis de Verita passed away and returned to Vita's grace this morning. I have come to deliver this urgent news. Later at the funeral, Duke Ruz said TP the Emperor, Our family is greatly honored that you personally came to visit despite this weather, Your Majesty. Rivlis said, He was an amazing person. It's a great loss for the Empire now that he is gone. A pity indeed, Duke Ruth replied. Thank you for your words, Your Majesty. Aristia went to Ilya and said, You don't look well, Ilya. You should return to your room and rest for a bit. Ilya suddenly collapsed. Later in her room, Aristia was beside her bed. She said, Your Grace, I don't know what I could say that would be enough to express my condolences. The Duke replied, Thank you for coming here. She bowed, Not at all. It's only right that I come. Then the Duke said, Actually, Alandis came by a few days ago. He said, He must have heard that Alex was seriously ill. He suddenly arrived a few days ago, passed the qualifications as an heir, and watched over his brother's last moments. She asked, What about now? The Duke said, He told me to work harder until he comes back later. Such an undutiful child. Aristia asked, You mean, he left again? Duke said, Yes. I'm telling you this since I know you've been searching for his whereabouts. He seems to be fine, so don't worry too much. Alan is alright. Aristia thinks in her mind, Thank goodness. I'm so relieved. I haven't heard anything about you after we parted like that, and I worried that perhaps something bad had happened to you. I did believe you would come back, but I know I hurt you a lot, and sometimes I thought that it might have pushed you to take a different path. You said you would come back. I'll see you again someday, right? Later in the carriage, Rivlis said, I don't think I've ever grieved over a family member's death like they have. I wasn't attached to the late empress, and I couldn't even pretend to know about my birth mother's death. As for my father, hearing that, Aristia realized, I thought his feelings of resentment had been resolved after our last talk, but it looks like they're still painful memories for him. Later at night, Aristia was analyzing the documents. Ian Velat, the one who poured His Majesty's wine, would have had plenty of chances to poison his drinks without getting caught by the silverware. It would have been easy to obtain poison through the same maid. But these are all speculations. There's not enough evidence to accuse him of the crime. Ian Velat is currently a servant working at the main palace. He manages the Emperor's wine. He's always neat and diligent, and has a good reputation among his peers. His family members include a deceased wife and a daughter who moved out. A neat and diligent man secretly seeing a maid? He's on good terms with the house of Viscount Velat, one of the imperialists. Yet he had that kind of relationship with a maid working for the aristocrats. That's too suspicious. The maid was found contacting Count Lanier on several occasions, but Ian Velat has nothing that ties him to them. It's difficult enough to find out if he has any connection to the aristocrats. I need something more definitive. At another document, this record shows that all the food tasters were fired after showing violent behavior and having trouble with their associates. But these are all symptoms of that poison. If they all showed the same symptoms, that will prove that the Emperor's food was poisoned. Then Aristia visited the temple. The high priest greeted, Welcome, Lady Pioneer. I was just wondering when you would visit. Aristia said, I apologize. I read your letter a bit late. He replied, It's all right. I was busy rescheduling my appointments anyway. He was carrying a baby in the basket. Aristia realized, So that child is the sixth high priest. She asked, What about your plans to leave? He told, I sent a letter to Quarthus with instructions to find me here, since I don't think I can go anywhere for a while. Another high priest will visit the Empire. Though it's only temporary, half of all the high priests will be staying in the Empire. Then Aristia said, I have something I'd like to discuss with you, Your Holiness. she began. Actually, I found something odd while investigating the acquisition of the poison. It wouldn't be possible to obtain the poison through regular means, but I couldn't find any evidence of it being smuggled either. She questioned. Then, how did the poison cross the border? It's impossible to create the poison within the Empire. High Priest gets curious. You want to suggest that it went through the temple? She replied. Who knows? What do you think? High Priest said. My. You two are so alike. Someone said the same thing a while ago, and I was quite troubled back then. Aristia wondered. Who is he talking about? He continued. If you suspect the temple, why are you telling me that? I may be a wanderer, but I am also a priest after all. Aristia explained. As you know, this matter involves His Majesty. If this continues, the royal family will have no choice but to interfere with the temple's jurisdiction. She asked, Don't tell me you plan to do nothing and watch as it happens? Hearing that, High Priest said, Are you suggesting a deal? And what is it that you require? She told, I would like the divine power and testimony of the High Priest who will be visiting soon. High Priest asked, And what will you do if I or Quarthus turn down your offer? Well, she replied, I wonder what the people will think when they find out that the branches tried to harm the sun, the envoy of God on this earth. Then the High Priest replied, I have nothing to say to that then. But you must do something in return. He asked, Will you track down the ones involved in this matter for me? Aristia conditioned, I will accept if you can find the poison and antidote within a month. High Priest took a sigh and said, Really, you don't cease to trouble me. All right, I agree. Seems like Quarthus' visit turned into good news for you, Lady Pioneer. Quarthus is troubling too. I can't carry out my duties properly since I have to take care of Sextus, who is still a baby, yet Quarthus wants to make a wish now of all times. Such a troubling one indeed. Aristia wondered, a wish? Priest gets surprised. Oh dear, he said, I was planning to tell you eventually, so I might as well tell you now. High Priests have one secret. They can make a single wish, once in their lifetime. The reason is that the cost of their wish is their divine power. In other words, they can make one wish in return for giving up their divine power, which is almost the same as their whole being. I suppose it's similar to the oath of House Monique. Aristia thinks in her mind, what does that mean? Later during the meeting with Baron, Aristia asked, the marriage of Ian Velat's daughter seems suspicious? Do you mean they're imprisoning her using marriage as a disguise? He replied, that seems to be the case since this was very risky. They must have used a hostage as a means of security. Aristia really, then, Ian Velat was being used because his daughter is a hostage? If the information from the Viscount is true, it's too dangerous to attempt to rescue Ian Velat's daughter right now. She's an important witness and hostage. If she disappears, the culprit will realize that their scheme has been revealed, he informed, and the young Lord Xena sent a secret message. The young Lord Xena wants 3 things. Make sure the current Duke of Xena steps down, giving up all his rights and authority, including his title. Help him to succeed the Duke's peerage title, and guarantee at least 70% of House Xena's current fortune and status to remain. Aristia thought, but now that His Majesty has been poisoned, House Xena is a likely suspect. I can't agree to any deal with the young lord without discretion. I need to test if he was involved in this scheme, she said. Tell him that. There is only one thing that I want right now, he complied. As you wish. Later Aristia met the High Priest again. Who came with Quarthus? He said, let me introduce you to him, Lady Pioneer. This is Quarthus, God's 4th root. Quarthus said, may the blessing of life be with you. It is an honor to meet the one of the prophecy. Are you surprised that my hair isn't white even though I'm a priest? High Priest told, he dyes his hair because white makes him look old, he says. Quarthus then said, Secundus told me about you. You need my divinity and testimony? I have a condition. He abruptly said, I am different from Secundus. There is only one thing I wish for, and that is money. Aristia was shocked. Money? He replied, yes. It has such magnificent value. Does faith keep food on the table? Loyalty, honor, and dignity. What use do they have? Money is the most important thing in this world. People can eat good food and wear warm clothes because of money. And they can sleep comfortably at night because of money. Secundus shuts his mouth and said, I apologize that you had to see this disgrace. Actually, Quarthus has been supporting orphans for a long time. But after the recent national conflict, there have been more orphans from the war and he's been having financial problems. Aristia replied, oh, I see. That won't be difficult then. You will get the funds you need right away. Quarthus brightened up. Great. There's nothing more that I wish for. Sakunthus said. Also, I haven't obtained the items you requested last time yet, but my people are tracking down someone who can prepare them, and it should be ready soon. Then Aristia handed out the documents and said, I see. And here is the first investigation report regarding what you asked. After receiving that, priest said, thank you. This will be of great help. Then Aristia saw June also in the temple. She said inwardly, in the end, who will stand as the final victor? Isn't that June? She wondered. June had business in the temple too? Then Aristia noticed, these roses. I thought they were wilting just a while ago. Was I mistaken? Later in the emperor's office, while showing the documents, Rivlis said, would you take a look at this? It's a report by the Chancellor regarding Count Lanier, the one who appointed House Monique for the joint investigation. I thought it would be best for you to review it in case the information is needed again. Aristia replied, yes, Your Majesty. Report contains, while investigating the poisoning of Lady Aristia, an insider gave in and named Marquis Milua as the culprit. Afterward, Marquis Milua was thoroughly investigated. However, there was no clear evidence that tied him to the crime. The following are suspected to be involved in the crime: Count Hamel, Count Lanier, Count Lesling, Count Holton. Aristia emphasized on Count Lanier, and now Marquis Milua? She thinks in her mind, Duke Xena, how much of your tail are you planning to cut off? The investigators working with the Chancellor were investigating Duke Xena based on conjectures, but they must have been flustered when Marquis Milua was called since nobody expected him to be involved. But they couldn't find anything on the Marquis either, so the investigators must have been at a loss. Marquis Milua couldn't decisively be called the culprit based on one witness's confession. But it's not like there was any evidence to point Duke Xena as the culprit either, so the investigation reached a dead end. But things are different now. The culprit tried to poison His Majesty too. Suddenly the servant informed, Your Majesty, Princia de Rast is requesting an audience. Seeing that, Ruvlis said to Aristia, would you give us a moment? She replied, yes, Your Majesty. While walking away, Aristia realized she left confidential papers behind. She turned and walked back. After going inside, she saw Princia holding her baby. She thinks in her mind, I heard Princia gave birth to a child a while ago. She suddenly felt a throbbing pain in her chest. She wondered, why does my chest feel so painful? Why do I feel so bitter? Looking at them, she realized, I see. I might never bear a child. And that means I can't make him smile warmly like that. When I found out I was carrying his child in the past, I desperately wished that he would have a change of heart and come back for my child. I only thought of the baby as a means of gaining his love. Even when I lost the child, I was sad only because I no longer had a chance to make him come back to me. If that child had been born safely, and if I'd had a chance to hold that baby in my arms, would I have been different? Would I have smiled happily, just like Princia? The baby didn't even have a nickname for months. The baby was gone without a trace, yet nobody shed a tear of grief. Oh, right. I was such a cruel woman. I coldly let my child go like that. On top of that, I felt humiliated instead of saddened when I became infertile again. If my body wasn't like this, and if I could accept his feelings, what would things be like? Ruvlis noticed her and saw her crying. He shouted, Aristia, she said, Your Majesty, I'm so sorry for showing such disgrace. He said, nobody can hear anything like this. So, don't hold back, just let it all out. Then she cried while thinking, how nice it would have been if this had happened back then. Then I wouldn't suffer from the glimpses of the past that come back from time to time, and I wouldn't have to reject him and hurt him. Then I would love him without worry and shower the child that I lost with endless love. Everyone could have been happy. Ruvlis said, Aristia, I don't care, even if you can't bear a child. I'm fine even without a child, as long as I can be with you. So, hearing that, Aristia backed away. I beg your pardon, Your Majesty. I should take my leave now. Ruvlis called her from behind, but she didn't stop. While walking back, she thinks, can I just take it? Can I just take his hand and pretend that I don't know anything? Can I just close my eyes and cover my ears and drown myself in the warm illusion? Then Ruvlis approached Aristia and gives her his robe. He said, would you mind joining me for a bit? Then they went near a lake. After seeing the beautiful scenery, Aristia asked, what is this place, Your Majesty? He shushed her, someone might hear us. He then asked, well, do you like it? She replied, the view is so beautiful. Ruvlis said, when we're inside the palace, you're constantly reminded that I am the emperor. I wanted to escape that role for once. I wanted you to see me for who I am, without thinking about the restrictions that bind us. She said, Your Majesty, Then Rivlis kissed her on her lips, and they share a passionate kiss. She said inwardly, "This is all because of the view. I'm drunk off of the magic of the blue moonlight, that's all. So I'll be honest just for today." Later, while on bed, Aristia thought, "I don't even know how I got back here." She remembered Riv's word, "Aristia, I don't want you to assume the worst, only to fall into despair. The High Priest and the royal doctors have said several times not to lose hope. If you're turning away from me because you think you can't bear children in the future, then I don't mind even if you can have children. If you're worried about the next heir, there's no need to. I don't mind passing the title to a child who is not of my own blood. And please do not think that I'm saying this out of spontaneous feelings. I am serious about this. If that is your reason for refusing me, then please, I beg that you reconsider your decision." She thinks in her mind, "Goodness, the Emperor is willing to give up on having an heir of his own blood. I know that it's unlikely to come true. But honestly, I'm happy that he cares for me enough to say something that dangerous. But I can't. The more I'm swayed, the more this will hurt the both of us. When I see him next time, I'll tell him that I can't accept him. I'll tell him that it's not possible. But can I be happy about it just for tonight? Can I be happy that he loves me? I'll go back to my usual self once these tears dry up." Later, Aristia received a letter. The Rosebud wishes to meet. Papers regarding Amarantine have been obtained. Its existence has been confirmed. The coat of arms of an associate of Pina has been found. Awaiting further instructions. There is word of grape moving their dwelling. Awaiting further instructions. After reading the letter, Aristia said aloud, "So we finally found the secret papers we were looking for. Now that it is confirmed, all that is left is to find its connection to House Xena. It will be difficult to rescue her right away. It's obvious that they will know who we are the moment we take her. Everything must be planned and ready before we proceed." She prepared and left. She went to meet Lord Xena, who tried to jump her. Aristia countered and said, "You must have forgotten that I am a knight. This action lacks discretion, I must say." Lord Xena growled in pain. "Ugh, you brat," she said, "isn't it about time you stop with the needless threats and seriously consider negotiating with us? Or are you really planning to turn away from us?" He said, "The location?" "That is all I can tell you," Aristia said. "Location? That doesn't seem like enough, but I'm listening." He asked, "You want the shield, the sword, and the seal with the rose, correct?" She replied, "Correct." Aristia thinks in her mind, "If we can get those in our hands, we can prove that Duke Xena is the true culprit with the papers we obtained a while ago regarding Count Lanier, and the papers from Viscount Afanu. We only have speculations at the moment, but once we have everything, we can pin down Duke Xena for poisoning His Majesty. Of course, accusing him of treason won't be easy, since this is beyond just harming another noble. But it's not impossible if we add the High Priest's testimony, along with the testimonies of Ian Velat and the others working in the palace." Lord Xena said, "I've searched through every corner of the mansion, but I didn't find anything. If that seal really exists in the main house, there's only one place it could be. The secret safe where only the head of the house is allowed to enter." Aristia asked. "And where is the safe located?" he asked. "Will you accept my conditions if I tell you the location?" She replied, "It's not exactly fair on our part, but fine. I agree," she said. "All right. The safe is in the study. The second bookshelf from the left. Pull the purple book, and the safe will be there. I will warn you though, don't think you can access it that easily just because you know its location. You'll pay a hefty price if you underestimate the main house." Aristia replied, "We'll see about that." And then she left. She thinks in her mind, "We must hurry. There's not much time left." While our plan was being carefully constructed, the Foundation Day celebration had come again. It was unusual to have half of all 6 of the High Priests gathered in one place, so this year's celebration was to be held in collaboration with the temple. However, Duchess Ernia Rass, who usually led the planning, wasn't well, and her daughter-in-law, Princess Rua, was still recovering after giving birth. And so, I was expected to lead the celebration. This is the first official celebration to be held after the Emperor's coronation. If I take the lead, people will assume that I will be chosen as the future Empress. But if I refuse this role, Duke Xena might use this to his advantage. And once I saw how disappointed His Majesty was, I couldn't help but accept the role. The aristocrats recommended June, so it was decided that we would be co-hosts of the event. This is a celebration in partnership with the temple. When do you plan to take care of this matter, Your Majesty? Sakuntha said to Rivlis, "We are continuing to purify you, but it's dangerous to expose yourself to the poison for a long time. Rivlis replied, please wait a bit more. This must wait until after Foundation Day. Secunthus said they've injected more poison than before. You must take care. Rivlis replied, that means they're starting to suspect something. Aristia reported, we've been investigating the route of the poison for a while. As such, we've found out that the royal food tasters also have symptoms of poisoning. Quarthus concluded, so, our role is to confirm their poisoning at an official and public place? Aristia said yes. No testimony is more reliable than a testimony sworn by divine power. Then, we will rescue Ian Valad's daughter as soon as the celebration is over and put the plan into action. Suddenly Aristia realized, something doesn't feel right. Everything is going according to our plan, but the deeper I dig, the more I feel the presence of an unknown shadow. Rivlis then said, Aristia, you must be busy with the upcoming Foundation Day preparations. You don't need to continue coming here from now on. She replied, yes, I see. She thought, it was so uncomfortable to see him just a moment ago. But now I'm sad that he's telling me that I don't need to come anymore. Rivlis added, however, visit me once a week in person to report on the progress of the investigation. She asked, pardon? He said, oh, it's not because I don't trust you, but I thought I should know since the temple is involved now. She replied, oh, I see. I will do so, Your Majesty. Then he asked, won't you come walk with me for a bit? They went to the big tree in the royal garden. They saw flowers there. Rivlis said, the more I look at them, the more I think that the flowers are like you. They seem frail, as if they will crumble soon, yet they withstand hardships diligently, and they stubbornly close their buds without letting us peek. When those buds bloom into flowers, I wonder if you'll open up to me too. Aristia thought, since when did we become like this? With my dying breath, I repeatedly promised myself not to fall in love again. So, why am I opening up my heart to him? I know we are not meant to be. I know that pain is the only thing that will remain in the end. Even so, I am. Later Aristia went to Carcian and asked, Carcian, why are you sparring all of a sudden? And you're fighting multiple opponents? He replied, oh, I was just feeling a bit pent up, that's all. Aristia asked, do you want to fight me too? I also came out here because I felt antsy. Carcian asked, what's with you? Is something not working out as planned? Don't think so much. You're just a kid. He messed up her hair and said, it doesn't suit you, you know. You're better off being a bit slow and dull. Aristia blushed. What? He added, so, don't change, kid. Then after a moment he said, I know you're busy, but haven't you been neglecting me a bit too much lately? You don't even come to greet me, and you stay in the office all day. You don't send any letters either. Now you don't even show yourself at the brigade. At least say hello, even if you're busy, alright? Even I can get hurt if you keep that up. Aristia replied, alright. I'm really sorry about that. Carcian teased, you are? Then, clear up your schedule for about 2 days after Foundation Day. She said, alright, I will. Carcian replied, good. Then, it's a plan. See you later. Good luck with your work. A while later, Aristia met with the high priest. She tells in her mind, after confirming our conditions once more, I handed over the information about the illegal activities of the highest priests of the temple. Judging by the high priest's expression at the time, trouble will soon emerge. When the higher priests become desperate to save their own skins, they won't be able to interfere with the matters of the imperial court. In turn, Duke Xena and the aristocrats won't have any more influence without the temple's support. Later in the meeting council, Heron announced the court budget for the Foundation Day celebration will proceed as such. Now we shall move on to the next item on the agenda. Aristia said inwardly, in the end, my budget was accepted. Jun's suggestion was good too, but it lacks the formalities of nobles. Looking at Jun, she thinks she looks pitiful. Count asked, and what about His Majesty's partner for the celebration this year? Will Lady Jun and Lady Aristia each have their turns as before? One of the imperialists said, nonsense. Of course Lady Aristia will be His Majesty's partner for all 4 days. Others said both parties agreed to recommend Lady Aristia, did we not? Moreover, their engagement hasn't been cancelled in the official records yet. Do not forget that Lady Aristia is still officially His Majesty's fiancée. Aristia gets shocked. What? That was a long time ago. Her mind raced. I've told myself over and over not to be bound by him again. I felt relief several times at the fact that at least our engagement has been broken. And now I find out that we are still officially engaged. It was all a lie when he said he would respect my wishes. But this can't be. She felt conflicted. Did I just feel happy? Even amidst the anger and despair brought on by the fact that my long-awaited freedom was discarded, I feel so proud when I think that he loves me enough to go this far. Such contradicting feelings and horrifying thoughts. After the meeting she met Rivlis. He said, I'm sorry, but I wasn't trying to deceive you. I was going to set you free. I worried that you would be hurt even more if I forced you to be with me. I tried so hard to give up every day, but when I actually tried to write it down in the official records, I just couldn't do it. It felt like that would cut all ties between us, so I kept postponing it. Aristia said, You know very well that I am a woman with no right to stand by your side. Rivlis asked, Is there really not even a slight chance for me? Or are you refusing me because of what surrounds us? She asked, What difference would it make? He replied, Because I want to stand in front of you as a man, not as an emperor. He added, Answer me, Aristia. Forget about all the political states, our status, and everything else. What kind of man am I to you? She looked at him sorrowfully and said, You are someone who must walk toward the future in front of you, and not backward to the past. I'm just a remnant of the past, so please let go of me. After hearing that, Rivlis said, You are too cruel. You say you don't want me, yet when I look in your eyes I can see that it's not the whole truth. And when I approach you, wanting to know what that look in your eyes means, you push me away again. I asked you several times to give me a reason, yet you never answer me. I thought you had some feelings for me, but was that all my own delusion? Or is the truth that you hide so significant that you have to hold back your own feelings? Suddenly a thought crossed her mind. Is it really all right to tell him about what happened before I went back in time? Will he believe me if I tell him everything? Even Alandis didn't believe me, despite how much he cared about me. Rivlis continued, Is it not enough even if I promise to protect you from all things that will harm you? Hearing that, Aristia thinks, He's already suffering so much. Must I make him suffer even more? She then said, Forgive me, Your Majesty. This is all I can say. He asked, Can you sit back and watch when I accept someone else to stand by my side? Will you watch me call someone else the Empress and live the rest of my life with her? Aristia replied with a heavy heart, They say all things fade with time, Your Majesty. Rivlis said, So, you've made your decision. All right. I will do as you wish. I apologize for forcing you to stay for so long against your wishes. Rest assured, I will never bother you again with this matter. After saying that, Rivlis left. Later the play was going on. Though the time had come, the moon did not rise, and so darkness cloaked the world. The royal play that is performed every year on Foundation Day. Originally, Aristia appeared as the noble fiancée and child of prophecy in the play. However, the aristocrats opposed it this year, and so the play was modified to have June as the child of prophecy. The performer said, O ruler of this glorious empire, the one and only sun, I wish to offer a small token of honor for the noble moon, the only partner of the sun. I humbly request that you accept my gift. The performer offered the tiara towards the emperor. Aristia wondered, Is he asking him to choose? Right here and now? Rivlis stands up and said, I accept. The performer asked, Then, to whom may I offer this? He said, Give it to me. Because when the moon fully rises next to the sun, I shall bestow the crown myself. The performer replied, I am honored, Your Majesty. May there be glorious honor upon the great emperor and his noble moon to be. Audience started cheering. Glory to His Majesty. Woo! Glory to the empire. Then June began. Praise the blessing of Vita, the father of all life. I am June, grasped Azina, the child of the prophecy, who is blessed by God. Now I send our Father's love to all that stand here. Aristia recalled, Can it be? I remember, when I visited the temple a while ago, I noticed that the roses that were wilting in the morning were all blooming in the evening. So June was the one who did that. At her performance the crowd started cheering, A saint! She is a saint! Glory to His Majesty! Glory to the saint! May there be glory to the empire! Eris thinks in her mind, She got me. She won without a doubt. Now, June is engraved as the saint in the minds of the people of the empire. Not only is she the child of the prophecy, but now she is supported by the people. Will the imperialists be able to counter this? She went back thinking, Why am I feeling like this? I'm the one who abandoned that position because I didn't want it. I'm the one who confidently said that everything fades with time. Suddenly someone bumped into her while running and didn't stop there. Looking at him, Aristia thought, The third prince of Lisa? How can he be so rude? After that, as the curtains fluttered, she saw Beatrice lying on the ground stabbed. she called while in shock. Beatrice. Suddenly a maid saw this and screamed, Kaya. Someone, help! Aristia instructed, be quiet. Don't cause a scene. Bring the royal physician right away. Also, call Sir Rienfia then of the 2nd Brigade, the royal chancellor, and the emperor. The maid complied. Yes, yes. Aristia asked, Beatrice, can you hear me? She spoke while trembling. My baby, my baby. Aristia said, stay with me, Beatrice. Then Ruthless came with June and asked, what is going on? He said, Lady June, we are in dire need of your divine power. She replied, oh, of course, your majesty. She tried to perform the miracle and it didn't work. Seeing that, Aristia wondered, what's wrong? She performed perfectly just a while ago. Is something not working? I did hear that June's divine power was unstable. Is there a limit to how much she can use, or perhaps it's unreliable? Physician came and said you called, your majesty? Aristia recalled, oh, that person is the royal physician who diagnosed me in my past life. Physician gets startled by Aristia. Oh, a Lady Monique. At his unusual behavior, Aristia wondered, what's the matter with him? Later Aristia asked, how is the Baroness doing? Physician told, due to the amount of blood, we thought the child was lost at first. But luckily, the child seems to be safe. However, both the child and the mother have been greatly distressed by this incident. She requires care and caution until the child's birth. She replied, I see. Thank you, Aristia said inwardly, thank goodness. She already went through so much. Thank goodness she didn't have to suffer again. She recalled, when I first saw all the blood I remembered my miscarriage from the past and panicked. Then Ruthless said to June, you did well too. You may leave now. She replied, yes, your majesty. Then the physician said, pardon me, Lady Monique. You don't look very well. Would you allow me to check your condition? She checked up on her and said, I heard that the poison you took slowly dries a woman's womb, and that it was combined with another that amplified its effects. I wondered how you managed to survive such a serious dose of poisons. Aristia thought, isn't it because the high priest continued to bless me? Physician told, when you bled during that incident, it was probably from the womb that couldn't endure the poison that had been accumulating. You likely survived because the poison also left your system along with the blood. If my diagnosis is accurate, you will start menstruating again within a month or 2. In other words, you may be able to have children again. After hearing that, Aristia gets shocked. She thought, I can have a child? I could only imagine that scene, unable to say it out loud to anyone. But it can actually come true? She happily turned towards Ruthless, then realized, how silly of me. I'm the one who rejected him and pushed him away even though he begged, yet I feel disappointed because he has his back to me. She then ordered, none of you are to speak of this matter for a while. Later she told her father about the physician's diagnosis. He asked her several times in a trembling voice if it was true. Then he quietly hugged her and patted her head for a long time. Aristia thinks in her mind, what has tormented me for so long has finally been resolved, so why do I feel so frustrated? Why do I feel like I want to cry? Before she could even gather my thoughts, the council meeting commenced the day after the Foundation Day celebration ended. Though it was unusual, all nobles with the rank of count or higher were required to be present, by imperial order. 4 days ago, Beatrice was resting in the waiting room. There, she ran into the 3rd prince of the Lisa kingdom, who came after her. She said she was assaulted after they got into a heated argument regarding Sophia. Then, Beatrice has already become a member of one of the empire's noble houses. As such, even the prince of another country must be questioned for harming her. Marquis Milua could not attend the meeting due to matters in his domain. All the other nobles gathered to discuss how to settle the matter with the kingdom of Lisa. Everyone agreed for the time being that the crown prince of Lisa and the heirs of nobles ranked count or higher must study abroad in the empire as hostages. Sakunthus said, we thank you for such a grand welcome, your majesty. Ruthless said, this year's Foundation Day celebration was a great success thanks to you too. I would like to express my sincere gratitude. Then he said to Heron, since we're done with our meal, bring them in. Nobles were surprised, aren't they inspectors? But why would they be here of all places? Ruthless then told, I suddenly collapsed a while ago. At first I simply thought it was due to stress from work, but the more I thought about it, the stranger it seemed. I've always been quite healthy, so it was unusual for me to faint from that amount of work. I gave this matter some thought over the past few days, and my conclusion is that I seem to have been poisoned. Nobles were shocked. Poisoned? But who would dare do such a thing, your majesty? Ruvlis continued, that is why I would like to try a poison detection examination in front of you all today. After hearing that, Aristia said inwardly, so, Duke Xena, what will you do now? She said in her mind, the High Priest procured the antidote for the poison that His Majesty and I were poisoned with, and that plate was fixed to contain poison in order to announce this matter in public today. A few days ago, we sent someone to investigate the secret safe in House Xena and obtained the seal, but we couldn't find any clear evidence tying the Duke to this incident. But with this examination, we might be able to accuse the Duke of the crimes. It's someone who is holding the wine butler's daughter as a hostage, someone who has a close relationship with the senior priests that can smuggle poison through the temple, and someone who has a familial tie to the merchant that transported the poison. When all the clues are put together, Duke Xena is the most likely suspect. After testing, Quarthus said, Your Majesty, I regret to inform you, but this dish is poisoned. Nobles were again shocked. Poison? Quarthus added, It is clearly poisoned. I, Quarthus, the fourth root of God, hereby swear upon my divine power. The other filled in, and I, Secundus, swear upon my divine power that His Majesty is indeed afflicted by poison. Then Ruvlis said, So there is someone who dares to harm me. From this point forward, all nobles are ordered to stay in their homes. There will be another Grand Council meeting tomorrow at this time. All nobles residing in the capital must attend. Aristia smiled, thinking, so, it finally begins. The moment we've been waiting for. The poison that was used in an attempt to harm His Majesty and the poison that I was afflicted by were found to be identical. As such, the Grand Council meeting was held to find the culprit. Due to the graveness of the matter, the Grand Hall was filled with nobles without any vacancies. When the maid that served me was found dead, we couldn't find who was behind it. But according to the report by Duke Verita, we could find clues from another route. That was the servant who gave me the poisoned drink during the ball. The announcer said, Baron Villa, during the Foundation Day ball last year, you ordered a servant to hand over a poisoned drink to Lady Monique under the false impression that it was sent by His Majesty the Emperor. Do you admit to the crime? He accepted. I do. He planned this together with Baron Enon, Baron Soy, and Viscount Keth. He also confessed that they were all taking orders from Count Lanier. Duke Ruth asked the criminal, Did Count Lanier order you to do anything besides this? He replied, The Count ordered me to have several more servants ready just in case, and I killed all of them after Lady Monique fell unconscious. None of them remain in the palace currently. The Duke questioned, The servant you paid is certainly still alive. That's how you dared to poison His Majesty's cup. Baron pleaded, His Majesty? That's not true. Then Ruvlis said, Baron Villa, you will take responsibility for your words. If what you say is found to be false, I shall not only punish you, but all members of House Villa. You will all be executed for treason. Next, they questioned Baron Enon, who manages transport and import duties with the Kingdom of Lisa. Baron Enon adamantly denied that he smuggled poison from the Kingdom of Lisa through the temple. However, there was evidence of the Baron donating funds to a certain priest, so the head of the merchant company and the priest were summoned to the trial. Barbaron, the head of the merchants selling imported goods from Lisa within the empire, insisted that he didn't smuggle any poison. Duke Ruth asked Barbaron, Do you plan to continue this facade? You still insist that you didn't import the poison that was used to harm Lady Monique? He replied, Poison? Baron Enon shouted, Your Majesty, this is clearly intimidation. Will you just sit back and watch them threaten us? Barbaron said, If I knew it was poison, I wouldn't have given it to the priest. About 2 years ago, Priest Sorrel asked me for some rare medicine that the priests needed, so I transported that for the priest occasionally. The priest asked me to keep it confidential since it would trouble the other priests if they found out. But I really didn't know that it was poison. I'm innocent. Then Duke turned towards the priest and asked, Priest Sorrel, is he speaking the truth? He replied, Yes, he is. I was also simply carrying out orders. I had no idea that the Baron had other plans. The Duke asked, Can you prove that? He replied with proof, I can. He asked me for some rare medicine that is only found in the Kingdom of Lisa. The purpose was confidential. The Baron said it would be troublesome if it was inspected under his name, so he asked me to transport it through the temple. I have proof of his request in a letter. He said it was medicine, and I believed it. Really? If you give me a moment, I can show you the letter. Baron shouted, What? Sorrel, how dare you? Ruvlis ordered, Take all of them and put them in prison. However, Priest Sorrel's sentence will be determined by the Sanctus Vita Temple. Then Duke Ruth announced, Count Lanier, You are hereby found guilty of plotting the poisoning of Lady Monique. In the process, you used Baron Enon and the temple to smuggle poison from the kingdom of Lisa to the capital. During last year's Foundation Day ball, you falsely used His Majesty's name to deliver a poisoned drink to Lady Monique. Do you admit that you were the one who orchestrated everything? He repeated, yes. I'm sure you have uncovered everything in your investigation. I do not wish to stoop even lower. Aristia wondered, why is he answering without hesitation? Did he already settle things with Duke Xena before? Duke Ruth told, 2 poisons were used to poison Lady Monique. One was continuously administered, and the other amplified the previous poison's effect. You admitted to using the latter. He asked, then, are you the one who ordered a maid from the 1st Brigade to continuously poison Lady Monique? Count said, I did smuggle both poisons, and I orchestrated the poisoned drink during the ball. However, I did not order the maid to continuously administer the poison. There are others who are involved with the one responsible for that. Count Holton, Count Lesling, and Count Hamill. Count Holton shouted, what are you talking about? I had nothing to do with that. Count Hamill complained, Lanier, how dare you? Looks like you've gone insane after the long imprisonment. That is a false accusation, Your Majesty. Count Lanier continued, and the one who orchestrated everything was Marquis Milua. Everyone in the audience was shocked upon hearing his name. Marquis Milua? The Duke asked. Is there any way you can prove that? Count Lanier said, Marquis Milua is an intelligent man, so I have no clear proof, but one thing is for sure. He committed treason. Upon hearing that, Ruvlis gets curious about something. He asked, Count Lanier, how did you come to know of that? He asked, pardon? Ruvlis added, after Lady Monique collapsed from the poison, you have been in jail until now. So I ask you, how did you know of that? Treason. When the others found out about that incident only recently? He questioned, there is no way you would have known unless you were taking part in the treasonous acts because you were strictly forbidden from meeting anyone. He shouted in response, no, it is not true, Your Majesty. I do not know of any treason. It is true that I tried to harm Lady Monique, but under the name of God, I swear that I never attempted to harm you, Your Majesty. Ruvlis asked again, then, are you saying someone disobeyed me and sent a message to you by infiltrating the heavily guarded palace jail? Count Lanier said, It was Marquis Milua. He said it was his last order. Ruvlis replied, he would have been unable to send any message to you because he left the capital 2 days ago. Count Lanier realized that his lie had been caught. Ruvlis then announced, by principle, you all are due to be questioned according to the accusations. You will not be imprisoned at the moment in light of your previous loyalty. However, you are strictly forbidden from leaving your homes. This verdict also applies to Marquis Milua and Count Holton. Duke Ras, send your knights to summon them to the capital immediately. Duke Ras complied, yes, Your Majesty. Then Ruvlis ordered, all nobles who attended the trial today will be forbidden from leaving the capital until this trial is concluded. Those who disobey or refuse to answer a summons will be assumed to be conspirators of treason. After that, in a discussion with Duke Ruth, Ruvlis mentioned, this should have been done a long time ago, but it took too long. The engagement cancellation. He ordered, Chancellor, make sure to submit this in the official records. Duke replied, immediately, Your Majesty. Ruvlis added, that would be best, but I understand that is impossible under these circumstances. Keep it safe for now, and proceed when all matters have been settled. The Duke replied, yes, Your Majesty. As you wish. Later Aristia met Secunthus. He said, our deal will be settled once this Grand Council is concluded. You've done well, Aristia said. I am truly grateful for your full cooperation in this matter, Your Holiness. He said, humans cannot fathom the true intentions of God. It is through Vita's guidance that I came to cooperate with you, Lady Pioneer. The same can be said of my deal with His Majesty. Aristia asked, Your Holiness, do you mean? He told, there was someone who suggested the same deal to me before you, my lady. It was His Majesty. After hearing that, Aristia recalled, what? I was very disappointed when he cut me off right away after I reported about the possibility of the temple's intervention. The priest continued, even if the higher rank priests are in conflict with each other, I am still a priest worshipping Vita. When I thought about how the order would fall, I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. I was willing to do what I could to ask for forgiveness, but His Majesty suggested an offer to me first. He offered to hand over the final judgment of all the priests involved to me, under one condition. And his condition was, that I regularly give you my blessing, Lady Pioneer. he explained. Blessings tend to prevent bad influences. He wanted to hope for the best, although it was only a slim possibility. But he said he didn't want to give you false hope lest you be disappointed later, so he asked me to keep this a secret. It's true that I owe a debt to the late Marchioness, but that wasn't the only reason I blessed you. Actually, I called Sextus here for that reason too. I needed an excuse to stay here in the Empire. Upon hearing that Aristia thinks in her mind, I didn't know any of that. I coldly rejected him even though he was trying to protect me. I burned all my dresses, swearing to give up on a life as a woman. She recalled the past. He pleaded with me when I asked him to break off our engagement. He begged me not to jump to conclusions, and that he would do his best to find another solution. He even told me that he was willing to give up his political background and support. He was so considerate and respectful of me. He showered me with love. I know he's not the same person that he was in the past, and I no longer believe that the future will be grim and miserable like it was before. Yet I'm still caught up in my fear, and I hate myself for that. Later at Marquis Milua estate. As the fight breaks out, many gets injured. Aristia wondered, was it really you, Marquis Milua? You were the one behind all of this after all? She thinks he was the one who planned everything. She was concerned, too many are injured here. What can we do? She recalled. I wasn't expecting this at all when I was arguing with June in the morning. Before some time, Aristia stopped June by grabbing her hand and said, Lady June. What are you doing right now? She asked. What? Aristia said, your divine power. You can use it properly. She questioned back, yeah? So what? Aristia demanded. Then, why didn't I see that power of yours back then with Baroness Fia then? It was easy for you to use it on these roses in the garden. June was unable to answer that. That was, Aristia added, or did you not use it on purpose, even though you could? June felt unbearable. She finally admitted, fine. I didn't use my powers on purpose. Satisfied now? That's the answer you wanted, right? After hearing that, Aristia started walking. June called from behind, where are you going? I have something important to tell you, Aristia replied without looking back. I have nothing to say to you. June again called for her. Hey, later, a special mission was assigned to all knights to track down Marquis Milua. The commander briefed, he is a wanted felon who is refusing his summons, so find him and arrest him. In addition, this mission will be carried out in groups with the newly established 3rd and 4th Brigade. Request for backup immediately when you find the Marquis. The knights were caught in a trap placed by Marquis Milua. Aristia realized, I didn't even notice we were being lured into a dead end while chasing after him. This is the commoner's district, but to have soldiers waiting inside the capital. Then, did he really plan all of this secretly? Seeing the opposition, Aristia was sure, they're probably after me. Suddenly Carcian came with June on a horse. He shouted, Aristia! Are you alright? Looking at them, Aristia wondered, why is June with him? One of the attackers shouted, darn it! Hurry up and get rid of that woman first. Get the target after her. Hearing that, Aristia shouted to stop them. She saw they're going after June. Carcian fights back shouting, you bastards. One of them slashed Carcian on his back. As Aristia's attention was at Carcian, one of the assassin attacks Aristia, but Sir Seymour came in front of him and gets hurt. Aristia tried to stop his bleeding, then suddenly Marquis Milua came holding a sword. Seeing him, Aristia said inwardly, Marquis Milua. It really was you. Her resolve faltered, should I just give up now? If he's after me, maybe he'll let the others go if I give up. So many people are hurt. I can't continue like this. But she rejected those thoughts. No. There's no way that man would let the others go just because he has me. She stands up holding the sword. She resolved, I will fight until my death. Suddenly a thought crossed her mind. If I am found dead, will he weep for me too? The Marquis Milua raised his sword at Carcian to strike. Aristia shouted, no! Carcian! Instead of slashing Carcian, he struck the assassin. He started fighting the assassins. Aristia was shocked. Marquis Milua? Why? What's going on? He suddenly attacked his ally. Why? Suddenly someone shouted, stop! Emperor Ruthless came on horses and ordered, lower your weapons and surrender. You're already surrounded, so don't attempt anything foolish. The attackers realized, darn it, we failed. They tried to retreat, but Ruthless ordered, Track down everyone who tries to escape. Don't let any of the traitors escape. Looking at roofless Aristia thinks, is this a dream? He came all the way here. She took a breath of relief, we're saved. Then she turned towards Carcian and said, Carcian, stay with me. Why did you run in there by yourself? Carcian looked pale, he said. You seem awfully spirited, so you must be okay. Thank goodness I got here in time. After saying that, Carcian closed his eyes. Aristia shouted, Carcian! She quickly turned to Jun and said, Lady Jun, please, I beg you. Please help Sir Carcian. Jun replied, I can't. Aristia protested. He was injured like that while protecting you. How can you say that? There should be a limit to how stubborn you can be. Hearing that, tears started appearing at her eyes. Jun shouted, I want to help too. I want to save him. But I really can't do it. She told, my divine power doesn't work on people. Aristia was shocked. What? What do you mean? She questioned then. What? What about Carcian? No. I can't lose him like this. What must I do? Then her father came and said, calm down, Tia. He will be all right, she replied. But father, a physician examined him and said, he's unconscious after losing a lot of blood, but we've treated him temporarily. He should be able to endure until the high priest arrives. You don't need to worry. After hearing that, Aristia felt relieved, thank goodness. Hang in there, Carcian. Suddenly a soldier came wounded and said, Lady Aristia? I'm glad you're safe. Looking at him, Aristia remembered that's Sir Sephir of the 4th Brigade. She said, I'm glad to see that you're all right too, Sir Sephir. How is your shoulder wound? The high priest will be here soon, so hang in there, he replied. Is that so? Then I need to take care of this right now. Aristia asked, pardon? He stabbed Aristia and said, fool. You still haven't figured it out. Die. Aristia fell down unconscious. Someone shouted, Sir Sephir, what did you do? Roveless shouted, Lady Aristia. Her father also rushed to her, Aristia. Meanwhile Sephir was still shouting, die. Die. Curse you, House Monique. Other soldiers apprehended him. Roveless came to her side and royal physician rushed to check up on her. Roveless said, you'll be all right. Hang in there. Where is the royal physician? Stop her bleeding at once. Physician said, Your Majesty, I regret to say this, but her artery was cut and the bleeding won't stop. Rove shouted again, no. Save her at all costs, he asked. Aristia? Can you hear me? Stay with me, she barely called. Your Majesty, he said, you don't need to answer me, just stay awake. Suddenly Aristia recalled their conversation. Roveless said, do you hate me so much that you are willing to endure the vulgar gossip of other people, without even one objection? Won't you see me for who I am? I have always been sincere. I will do as you wish if you still haven't changed your mind when the time comes. That is why, Aristia, I hope you will stay strong, instead of giving up out of hasty desperation. She remembered her own words, as the 54th head of the family, I, Aristia Pioneer La Monique, will now carry on the duty of my family according to the vow with the royal family. Please break off our engagement. Rolas asked, won't you give me one chance? She said, everything will change with time. Suddenly it started raining. Ruvlis, who was holding Aristia, shouted, the high priest. Where is the high priest? Help her right now. Someone replied, please calm down, Your Majesty. Ruvlis said to Aristia, please stay with me. If you survive this, I will do anything that you wish for. I will let you succeed your family's title as you wish. You no longer have to be bound by the royal family. I will stay out of your sight if you do not wish to see me anymore. You are my breath. You are the only one that is precious to me left in this lonely, tumultuous world. How am I to live if I lose you now? Tears started falling from his face as he said that. Aristia was faintly conscious. She said inwardly, I'm sorry. You were always so considerate. She looked at him crying and then closed her eyes. She added, I only said apologies to you instead of thanking you. I'm sorry for constantly hurting you. I'm sorry that I couldn't trust you. I suppose I won't be able to keep my word this time. If somehow I am given another chance, then I will, definitely. Meanwhile Roveless was begging and shouting, no! Aristia! Aristia! Tia, please open your eyes. After some time, Aristia opened her eyes and found herself inside the palace. She rises up and wondered, why am I inside the palace? Could it be that everything that happened after I turned back time was a dream? Suddenly her father came behind the curtain and hugged her. He thanked. You're awake, Tia, she called father. She thinks in her mind, thank goodness. The past 6 years weren't a dream or an illusion. Then her father asked her, Tia, are you still determined to succeed the family title? He told, to be honest, I wasn't exactly fond of His Majesty. He's never been someone who appeared particularly warm-hearted, as you know. I acknowledged him as my monarch, but I wasn't pleased that he would be my daughter's husband. But I saw how your gaze shook whenever you looked at him. To me, you look like you're breaking your own heart. I will support you no matter what you choose. You should follow your heart. She felt touched upon hearing that. She then rushed towards Ruvlis. He asked, Are you all right now? She replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Ruvlis said, The culprit is currently being interrogated. 2 of the assailants have been arrested, so it won't be difficult to find out who ordered them. Other than the squire who was shot in the chest with an arrow, all of the knights are unharmed, and, he added, lastly, I've reminded the Chancellor, so the paperwork to break off our engagement should be processed by the end of today. Aristia spoke, Your Majesty. But he continued, Your ties to the royal family will soon be settled. She called him again, Your Majesty. He continued, There's nothing more that should concern. Aristia suddenly hugged him and said, When I felt my body going cold in your arms, I thought, thank goodness that I can at least be in your arms during my last moment. Ruvlis called, Aristia. She continued, and I regretted it. I regretted how I didn't realize my feelings for you until that moment. He asked, Did I hear that correctly? Are you actually saying that you have feelings for me? Upon realizing, Ruvlis quickly hugged him. He said, All I wanted was to live under the same sky as you. I begged and prayed that your life would be spared, even if it meant that I would only be able to see you from afar. Thank you, God. Thank you so much. Duke Verita told her about what happened while she was unconscious. He told, Duke Zena was indeed behind the ambush, as we suspected from the beginning. Marquis Milua chose to stand on our side, and we were able to confiscate the papers proving that Duke Zena was behind the poisoning. In addition, Lady June decided to confess and testify regarding the plans to assassinate Aristia. Who would have thought that June would save Aristia? Aristia was still wondering, why did June choose to help me? She then met with the high priest. He said, By the time I arrived, you were already too far gone. Your life was at its limit, and your heart had already stopped beating. Even I was about to give up on you. Then, I sensed Lady Grasp's divine power. Her divine power was something that I've never seen before. It was such a strong power, Aristia thought, but she said her divine power didn't work on people. Does that mean? June asked for a wish? To save me, and I heard that Sir Sephier died. He admired a lady who was a member of one of the merchant families working with House Zena. But after I drove the merchant company to bankruptcy, the lady had to move elsewhere. That was his motive. Sir Sephier also cut the ends of my horse's reins and saddle on the day of my coming of age. Perhaps I managed to survive that day because I met His Majesty. And finally, the trial of Marquis Milua and Duke Zena began. Marquis said I was a bystander of all that has happened until now. I did not lead or order any of this. As such, I would like to testify against my charges. Duke Zena is the true mastermind who was behind all of this. When Marquis Milua newly arrived at the capital, he had no supporters. That is when Duke Zena approached him. He didn't agree with all of Duke Zena's beliefs, but he chose to cooperate in order to build his influence and reputation within the party. He even testified that Duke Zena was the one who ordered to have Aristia poisoned. The Marquis tried everything within his power to stop Duke Zena. However, the Duke wasn't persuaded. In fact, he began bribing several officers at the palace in an attempt to harm Aristia and even the Emperor. He also threatened the Marquis, saying that he would be framed as the culprit if he didn't fully cooperate. Then the Duke asked, Your Majesty, do you intend to suspect me when all you have is that man's word? Duke Zena's reaction was predictable. Ian Velat, the lover of the maid who poisoned Aristia's tea over a prolonged period of time, testified that he was threatened and his daughter was kidnapped. Novi Sinar, the royal physician, testified that Duke Xena blackmailed him after a medical accident. He confessed that he had to report the emperor's condition to Duke Xena, even though the emperor ordered that to be confidential. Duke Xena appealed. Those imbeciles are all lying. Even after the continued testimonies, Duke Xena denied all charges. It was concluded that, if the poisoning hadn't been found out, and had continued until now, if Jun, the Duke's adopted daughter, became the empress and gave birth to an heir in this situation, then perhaps the Duke would have had the entire empire in his hands. When the emperor turned into a tyrant, he could drive the emperor out and take control as the grandfather of the young heir. Then Marquis Milua provided proof. He said, "This is documented proof of Duke Xena's charges. These are the secret letters the Duke sent to me. These letters detail the plans to poison you, Your Majesty." Duke Xena denied, "I do not know anything about that." "Do you even have proof that I sent them?" Then Duke Ruth came with evidence, Valenti Castina. "After investigating this coat of arms, we found that the house of Duke Xena had been using this banner even before House Ras." Duke Xena denied again. "Isn't it a poor argument if you're suspecting House Xena over something that is several hundred years old? It's more plausible to suspect House Ras as the culprit." Duke Ruth countered, "But we found a stamp with the same coat of arms in House Xena's secret safe. We've already identified the stamp to be identical to the seal on the letter." Duke Ruth then said, "Duke Xena, in the end, you've forsaken the former emperor's favor, even after he forgave you 10 years ago. Valenti Castina, it's time for you to step down, as the empire wishes." Upon hearing that, Duke Xena went in shock. He staggered and fell down. The final verdict. All of Duke Xena's immediate family members will face the same charges as the Duke and be executed accordingly. Lord Xena, whom Aristia offered, stands up and said, "Aristia la Monique. How dare you betray me, you witch?" Aristia said inwardly, "I tried to hold up my end of the deal, Lord Xena, but you broke our promise and took part in treason." After that, Aristia went to meet Jun. Aristia asked, "I heard that you were the one who informed us of the attack that day. Why did you do that? If you chose to overlook it, at least one of your wishes would have come true." Aristia told, "I hated you, Jun. You suddenly appeared out of nowhere and took everything away from me, and I hated how you smiled innocently, as if you didn't even know. I was angry that he loved you, even though you were no better than me. I couldn't accept the fact that you took everything I had worked my whole life for." She asked again, "Did this happen in the past too? Was he poisoned?" Jun spoke. He had headaches, dizziness, trouble sleeping, and extreme mood fluctuations. Those were all the symptoms he showed before he died. It took only 4 years, from the day you died. As you know, I'm not very keen on politics. I tried to do what I could, but it wasn't something I could overcome by studying books, so I don't know all the details behind what happened. After the 2 dukes left him, his insomnia worsened, and he would often get angry. He also started to distance himself from me and was always wary of his surroundings. Then, he left the capital on an expedition, and never came back." Aristia asked, "Why did he leave the capital?" Jun told, "I don't know. He didn't tell me anything. He was in a hurry and left on an expedition while I was pregnant." Aristia thought he probably had no choice but to leave the capital. The moment an heir was born, he'd be as good as dead. Perhaps he had no choice but to leave with his army, even though he knew it was a gamble. He gathered what was left of his soldiers to protect himself, Jun, and his child. Jun said, "I was desperate back then. You had your supporters in the past, but I had nothing, absolutely nothing. I gave birth to a daughter, but I had to flee without having any time to recover. In the end, I was tracked down and killed." She said, "I resented him for leaving me like that, even though he'd whispered words of love to me. And I hated the god who left me in an unfamiliar world and neglected me. I hated you too. You say that I took everything away from you, but in the end, there was nothing that I took. You may have been demoted from being an empress, but the aristocrats still supported you. Even those who supported me always compared me to you. I thought I at least had the love of God in his heart, but in the end, they were all yours too. No matter how hard I tried, I was only a replacement for you. I was a competitor who was always inferior to you. Nobody truly accepted me for who I was." She recalled her last moments, As my vision grew dim, I realized something. Even if I begged God to return me to my world, I would always suffer from the memories of this world for the rest of my life. But if I wished to have my memories erased, I would really be admitting that I was a failure. Do you get it? You aren't the only one who wanted to correct the past. When I opened my eyes, he was there again, next to the one who stabbed a sword through my heart. I chose to become his adopted daughter to use them, and get my revenge because it would be easier to find their weakness if I was close to them. She continued while recalling, you asked me why I saved you. The person I saw during the ambush that day wasn't the same person I knew. His words and his actions, after I saw him like that, I couldn't tell what was right or wrong anymore. Is the past truly different from now? Then, what have I been doing all this time? After that, I couldn't even understand why I was here anymore. The trial must be over now. Am I to be executed as well, since I'm a family member of a traitor? A while ago, Aristia replied at the verdict. But Your Majesty, isn't suicide too cruel? He said. I don't prefer it myself, but that is the consensus of the majority. Well, I'll offer one other choice. Her death can be disguised, and she can escape in the meantime. However, she must leave the Empire as soon as she escapes the palace and never return again. The red bottle holds a poison that will kill her. The clear bottle holds a concoction that will put her into a temporary coma. Looking at the bottle, Aristia thought, if I put this down here, I will never have to deal with June again. If June is gone, I can truly sever myself from the past. Suddenly the wind blowed and the robe June was wearing flutters. Looking at her, Aristia thought, the high priest said their hair color changes when they lose their divine power. So she really used her wish. Later at night, Aristia met with Ruvlis. Looking at him, she thought, what if he hadn't loved me? What if he hadn't cared about my feelings? Or what if he had given up on me before this was all over? Would I have been able to change my fate like this? Would I have overcome my past and learned to believe in love again? She hugged him and said, thank you for not giving up on me, even though I only pushed you away. Thank you for telling me that you love me, and for helping me to change my fate. Ruvlis asked, by fate, do you mean the dream you had before? Aristia was surprised. How do you know about that? He asked. What kind of person was I in your dream? I want to know how I hurt you and what you wanted from me in your dream. I want to know so that I won't make you go through that ever again. After hearing the whole story, Ruvlis said, I think I understand now. It wasn't a happy ending. I visited you while I was patrolling the borders. When I saw you like that, almost out of your mind, it made me think about a lot of things. I wondered why you feared me so much, and why you wanted to break our engagement despite all the inconveniences that would follow. That's when I saw the letter from Lord Alandis. I felt so bad for hating you over something when we were so young, and you couldn't even remember what happened back then. He looked at her and said, thank you for telling me honestly. I'll be good. I'll do what I can so that you won't have that nightmare again. So, won't you call me Ruv? Aristia smiled and called, Ruv. Upon hearing that, Ruvlis smiled and said, thank you, Tia. After some days, Carcian said, it's been a while since we sat down and had tea like this. This reminds me of the old days. We used to sit next to the window to drink tea on rainy days like this. He added, I wonder how that grassy jerk is doing. Looks like he visited his home once or twice now. I guess he's alive then. I never thought I would come to miss that guy in my whole life. Aristia smiled and said, it's nice to talk about old times like this. I've missed this. Carcian then asked, Aristia, about that promise before. She replied, oh yes. You wanted about 2 days' time? He said, you don't need to worry about that anymore. She asked, why? Carcian told, my mother told me something. She didn't love my father at first, but she chose to marry him because he made her feel comfortable and happy when she was with him. Then, she realized that one day, love isn't always like a burning fire. Sometimes, love can be like water that trickles down quietly. I wanted to be like that too. I wanted to be passionately in love, just like my father was. And I wanted to be loved calmly, like my mother did. He recalled, do you remember that field? The one where we walked for a short while when we were returning from your estate. Aristia replied, yes, of course. How could I ever forget that view? Carcian said, actually, I was going to ask you to go there with me again, and I wanted to tell you something. But there's no need for that anymore. Aristia was confused. Carcian said you should get going. His Excellency will be worried about you, and the rain stopped. Aristia looked outside. Oh yeah. Then Aristia thought, what is this? I feel like he's putting up a wall between us, she said then. I should go now. See you later, Carcian. He looked solemn standing. He said, goodbye, Aristia. Aristia reeled. I see, you're going to part with me now. He was getting ready to say goodbye to me one last time. Then I must not look back now. She walked away and said inwardly, goodbye, Carcian. Carcian was looking relieved. Later she met her father. He said, you've done well until now, Dame Monique. She replied, thank you, Commander. He said, I've always hoped you would quit being a knight, but it feels odd to actually see this now. She replied, I'm sorry, father. I wanted to help you for as long as I could. He smiled, it's fine. All I wish for is your happiness. Aristia's father told her about their agreement with the royal family. She can continue to act as the heir of House Monique even when she becomes the empress. When her father returns to Vita's arms, she will inherit his title. When that happens, all that belongs to the Monique family will become hers. Then, the Monique family's title will be passed down to a child of Aristia with silver hair who will not be the heir to the throne. In other words, Aristia will be the empress and the future head of House Monique at the same time. She will have independent authority to make any decision with regarding to House Monique. Then she was greeted by Marquis Manhua. Marquis Manhua was demoted in the last trial, and now House Manhua has the least authority of all Marquis houses. Though his peerage title remains, House Manhua was stripped of all its aristocratic rights and will be treated the same as the Count House. He was also ordered to give up 20% of his estate, or 3 marble quarries, to the royal family. But he did not express any discontent regarding his sentence. He said, I'm sure you're not pleased with our faction, but I do hope you won't despise all of us because of a few. I know this is difficult to ask for, but in the end, we are all working for the good of the empire, are we not? Aristia concluded, though our methods may differ, both factions exist in order to create a better future for the empire. Some of the more aggressive members have forgotten that and lost their followers. Now, the moderate members follow Marquis Manhua's lead within the aristocratic faction. I'm sure things will be better than before after some time. Aristia saw Decapitator Gallows and the past memories came rushing. Death to the sinner, Rivlis asked her, will you be alright? She nodded. She recalled, after the last investigation, I've learned a few things. Before House Monique was called the most loyal servant of the empire, House Xena acted as the royal family's right hand. That is why they used the coat of arms of Valenti Castina. However, House Monique offered their absolute loyalty through the Oath of Blood, and House Xena no longer had control over their former role. They grew more distant from the royal family as time went by. In the end, they chose to join the aristocrats against the royal family. It's understandable that House Xena would feel hostility toward House Monique, but the Duke went too far. Perhaps that's one of the reasons God sent me back in time, to save the many innocent lives that had to die as a result of the Duke's greed. While on the gallows, Xena shouted, you bastards! I will curse you all even in hell. Later Aristia met with the high priest. He told, when I was young, a woman visited Sanctus Vita. She wanted to help her sick mother. But at the time, the higher priests who were taking care of me taught me not to use my powers without a donation. So I neglected her plea with a heavy heart. A few days later, the woman came back and angrily yelled that her mother died because of me. That woman was Marchioness Monique. After that, the Marchioness despised me very much. She did forgive me later on, but I always felt indebted to her. Now I feel like I've finally paid back part of my debt. Aristia thought, I see. That must be why he always looked out for me. She said, may I ask you one thing, Your Holiness? She remembered, God said the child he blessed ended up twisting the fate of many others. And so God chose to turn back time in order to correct that. Perhaps the person I am now is also a fate that was already decided. God said that fate is something that can't be changed by humans. Then who decides our fate? The high priest said, if that is the conclusion you've come to after your contemplation, then that is the answer. All I can say is that your contemplation, the process, and the result are all part of God's plan. Aristia thinks in her mind, right. My name, Pioneer? I wanted to escape it, yet when I was given the name by God, I finally chose to take the first step down this long and dangerous path. That is why, Vita, I will believe I have built my own path, just like the name you have given me. I've refused to accept it for a long time, and I resented you for it at times. But I now thank you for giving me my name. Because I would have left the palace a long time ago if not for that name. Then I wouldn't have been able to share my feelings with him like I do now. Nor would I have dreamed of a future with him. Later she met with Ruvlis, who kneeled in front of her holding her hand and said, I swear upon the blood that flows in my body and the heart that beats in my chest. I swear upon my life and my heart and offer my all to you. Aristia gets flustered, Your Majesty. That is the oath of blood, he said. Please accept my wish. Tia, my love, she asked, what is your wish? He replied, my wish is to be with you until the day I die. I wish to fall asleep at night with you, and wake up in the morning with you. I wish to think of the future of the Empire together with you. I want us to share all happiness and sadness together, and live our lives only looking at each other. Aristia asked, even though it will cost you your whole life? He replied, if you accept my wish, I will also have you for the rest of your life. I believe that is a fair trade, Aristia said, but it will cost you your life if you go against your vow. He replied, it does not matter because my love for you will never change until the day I die. Won't you give me your answer now? Will you grant me my wish? She replied, I accept your wish. And now your blood and your heart belong to me. Whoever violates this oath will be cursed by blood. This oath is sacred, as it is the oath of blood engraved in the lion and the spear. May the blessing of life be with you. Dear God, dear Vita, the father of all life, the glorious son of the Empire, and the child of the prophecy who will become the moon, stand before you. We ask that you bless their union. Aristia Pioneer La Monique, my partner in oath and my one and only love, I now name you the noblest of all ladies in the Empire. You are the first lady of the Empire, the Empress, the most brilliant lady, and the most loved lady of the Empire. I bestow upon you the glorious name of Castina. May the blessing of Vita and the grace of the sun be with you.